Hello, I am Mochi lover, nice to meet you also. Today I am here with the kingdom's most seductive duke is obsessed with a woman who want to love him back. So without wasting more time, subscribe and let's get started. Proofreader, Somnium. Destruction and salvation. The unleashed monsters rushed towards Kahal, and Kahal reacted to it before little. It was hopeless just by seeing the number of monsters, but Kahal had no choice but to fight by scraping away his magic again and shooting at them. If left as it is, the people of Logos will only become food for the monsters. The sense of duty as the guardian of Logos was engraved in his bones, so he stopped the monsters without even thinking that his life might be in danger. But things have changed from before. The more he fought, the more he felt that his strength was accumulating in his body, rather than losing his strength. The feeling he had felt since fighting Little was now so clear that it could not be considered an illusion. At the same time, a feeling of elevation that burned his brain paralyzed his reason. I will kill them all. Die. Die. Only killing came to mind, and the blackened body had no hesitation in obeying the order to kill from his head. He didn't even care about getting the blood on him, and while intoxicated with the slaughter, he exploded the monster's brain, pulled out the intestines, and stopped its breathing. In the violent pleasure of destroying something, Kahal gradually forgot what he was standing for. With a fading strand of reason, he only thought for a moment that maybe this was his essence. It didn't look sublime at all, even though he knew that seeing monsters killing monsters was meant to reassure people. Those who had been watching all these sights from behind the line shuddered and retreated. How did such a monster appear? What is the temple doing? Oh, what should we do? After killing them all, won't it come to kill us? Still, there is the angel. Not knowing that it was the very same angel who summoned the monsters, everyone looked at Little with all their heart. Little was looking for an opportunity to kill Kahal with a single blow when he was moderately weak. But then Kahal, who was running rampantly to kill the monsters, suddenly stopped. And Little knew what was causing him to stop. Kahal. Stop. No more. It was Lena, who had been hidden in the carriage by Maria. She was running hard towards Kahal from afar. She couldn't figure out how to jump over the corpses of monsters piled up like obstacles in front of her, but she desperately called Kahal. Lena? He called Lena's name with a shrill voice that sounded like he couldn't even remember what his original voice was. The red eyes were stuck in one place and would not fall. In the meantime, even though the monsters were clinging to Kahal's body and inserting their teeth, he couldn't take his eyes off Lena. He recognized himself as his head, where everything had been fading, became clear again. A monster that lost his mind and went crazy for slaughter. Kahal. Get back. But Lena sees him and calls him Kahal. The traces of Kahal that he already knew had gone, and she must have just seen him smiling while smashing monsters on the ground. Even in the dire circumstances, Lena's voice became his salvation. Even when he thought of himself as a total monster, Lena simply turned him back into Kahal. And she would sacrifice her life to save Kahal Luv in any form. Little, who looked at him silently, snorted. What tear-inducing loyalty? Or is it sympathy? Little didn't think Lena's heart was love. By Little's standards, it was impossible to love such a hideous thing in this world. But anyway, it was a good opportunity for Little. Little strengthened her sword and then fired it in the direction of Lena, who was running. Lena! Again, even in front of the monster, Kahal flew his body towards her. As a result, one of his wings that had been caught by the monster was torn off, and the magic power Little fired pierced the heart in the middle of his chest. Kahal. Lena also ran towards Kahal, wielding her powers, but Little was faster. She pierced the sword through the fissures in Kahal's black, thick skin and pierced his heart with the blade. Finally, the angel defeated the devil. That child certainly has the queen's blood, doesn't she? Trying to protect that child until the moment of your death. Kug? Don't worry. Since you were anxious about not having a child like her around, so I will show you my last mercy and make her follow you soon. Kahal collapsed, letting out painful groans. Then, people started cheering. Lena's scream was barely audible, overshadowed by the cheers. Even the monsters that had gathered near the border of the capital began to scream. Little secretly chanted a spell and suppressed the monster, but to those who didn't know anything, when Kahel was struck, the monsters seemed to suffer as well. The fact that Kahel had just been killing those monsters had no meaning to them, and it was quickly forgotten. As expected, that monster was the head of the monsters. Everything was according to Little's intention. Little stared tenaciously as Kahel's red eyes slowly lost their light, and enjoyed the feeling that the inferiority that had weighed on her for many years disappeared. His death was only slow, as his magical powers protected his life until the very end. Little pulled the sword from Kahel's chest and slammed it towards his neck, determined to finish him off completely. Tang! Little's sword was blocked with a strange noise. It's amazing to be able to put on a shield even at this point. Little grinned and raised her sword again and struck it down. Kaen! The sword with more magical energy than before was blocked by a stronger shield. Huh? She thought that a faint shield that was barely made would be easily broken, but Kahel was surrounded by a stronger shield. Your heart was pierced, but you still could raise a magic. Little bit her teeth. In front of the people watching from behind, she must raise the head of the monster she defeated and shout victory. Little took the sword and pushed her magical power further and stabbed Kahel down again. Kang! The tip of the sword of shimmering magical power was blocked again without even making a small scratch on the transparent shield. Little Centella. Someone called her. Even though it was a young woman's voice, it was strangely intimidating. What? Little came at the last minute and lifted her head with an annoyed look at the thought that this was not going the way she wanted and that someone had called her by her name. Behind the fallen Kahel, a white face filled with anger was visible. It was Lena, who had come all the way here. The white wings of betrayal. How dare you? Little, who was trying to berate Lena, suddenly noticed that a different air was flowing only around her. It was a power different from magic. Until she came here, Kahel's close mate, who had been helplessly trying to get here, created a different atmosphere as if the person had completely changed. At that moment, Little realized that Lena had awakened as the queen. Don't tell me. Little never imagined that this would really happen, even though she had thought that Lena was of the queen's blood. For in her life she had never witnessed a queen unleash her powers, had never seen one awakened as the queen, nor had she known that such a queen would be born from predecessors of weak powers. Little felt an instinctive sense of crisis and poured magic power back into the sword in her hand. Her awakening wasn't perfect yet, so she had to kill Lena right now. Kahel was dying anyway, so she wouldn't have any more worries. The devil's minions have awakened. I, the descendant of angels, Little Centella. Even at that moment, Little, who was conscious of the eyes looking at her, recited the lines like a play, was speechless as she saw a familiar sword emerging from Lena's hand, who was slowly approaching her. Where did I see that sword before? She thought, but from a distance Leonard threw a magic sphere at Lena. It was an attack that was quickly cast while taking advantage of Damien, who got distracted by the fallen Kahel, but the purple magic sphere could not even reach Lena's body and just disappeared with a pulsing sound. And Lena swung the clunky, plane-shaped sword towards Little with effortless gesture. Little blocked it with the white sword she was holding, but the white blade filled with her magical power was cut like air, and the tip of the sword that Lena swung went into the hem of Little's dress. Her body was obviously protected by magic, but the sword that Lena was holding was approaching without any interference, no, rather it was more gently slashing away. Little snapped her body back. A tension she had never felt in her life ran down her spine. However, the other person approached Kahel calmly and sat down in front of him with her knees bent. Kahel. She wielded her powers to protect him narrowly, but his already tightly closed eyelids did not move. Lena was afraid that she might be late. Kahel, look at me. Lena placed her hand on his hard shoulder, which was soaked with the monster S in his blood. Like that of a cool reptile, his body was cold. Open your eyes. I cannot allow you to leave me like this. White light began to seep out from Lena's hand, and then particles of light began to appear around her body as well. It was a completely different light from the light that Little had sprinkled like a trick. The tiny bits of light did not disappear immediately, but rather appeared more and colored Lena's and Cahel's surroundings. Confused, Little looked around her and found Maria. Maria stood next to Damien, who had bound Leonard and was helping him. Maria? What are you doing? At first she thought Maria was caught by Damien along with Leonard. Because Maria was always completely submissive to Little. But no matter how she looked at it, Maria seemed to be helping Damien. She also glanced at her at Little's call, but there was no sign of obedience in her eyes. As if her master had changed. And no way. Little couldn't even close her gaping mouth and she trembled. It is said that the Queen of Strong Power was able to subjugate not only the duchies, but also the common people. I don't know how long ago it was. It reminded her of a story her father once told her with ridicule. Anyway, Hyla was said to have weaker powers than Fabian. There's no way a daughter with strong powers could have been born from such a weak Ardenian bloodline. However, despite Little's earnest wish, Lena gradually became accustomed to her power and began to radiate her full power. With her hands, she steadily healed the fallen and tattered Cahel. Little's sword cut and pierced him, and the wing, which only had one side left, disappeared. The horns along the spine and the terrifying beast-like claws grew smaller, and the hard scales that covered his body gradually assimilated and became normal skin. As his mutated body gradually returned to its original state, that curse, which had never been seen before, covered up Cahel's body as if in a raging manner. But Lena seemed to be waiting for it, and she poured out greater powers, severing the old evil powers. Pale purple smoke rose from Cahel's body as each line of the curse disappeared. Small and unattractive. Duke of Louvre. Please listen to me just once, just once. A large carriage running down the street suddenly stopped because of a young lady who suddenly jumped in. It was the coachman and the escort knights that were troubled because of the lady's reckless disturbance to meet the man in the carriage, and wouldn't he listen when told to move. The person was the 18-year-old daughter of Viscount Horace, who has recently been expanding her range of activities. In addition, she pointed a small dagger to her neck and sobbed, saying that if he ignores her and passes by like this, she will kill herself on the spot. What should I do, Your Excellency? He carefully asked the man in the carriage for his opinion. But the man at the center of this dramatic event didn't look too surprised or embarrassed. He only let out a quick sigh. It was quiet for a while. I know obviously what you're going to say, but it would be quicker if we met for a while. He nodded to the man, and the lady, who was making a fuss, was able to meet the man sitting in the carriage as she wished. However, even though she had made a big fuss and met the man's face, she couldn't speak properly. Dark hair as if it was cut from chestnuts, dark eyebrows sharply extended upwards and mysterious ruby-colored eyes shining beneath them, a sharp nose with no curves, smooth and plump lips, a solid and stretched body as if it was the image of a male god, and a languid arrogant attitude. He was far more captivating than what was seen from afar. Duke of Louvre? State your business. Ah, Duke of Louvre. Looking at the delicate, flowery girl who longed for him with possessed eyes and called only his name in a trembling voice, no sympathy or even a pity appeared on the man's face. Is that all you have to say? When he tried to close the carriage door as if he had been bothered, the woman came to her senses and hung on the carriage door. Then she trembled all over her body and confessed her sorrowful love. I love you. I love you with my all. It doesn't matter if I become the Duke's mistress, please. It would be a huge shame for a young lady of a powerful Viscount to cling on becoming a mistress with her own mouth, but she seemed to have no qualms. And the man who heard that wasn't too impressed. Rather, he looked down at her with contemptuous eyes. I am going to pretend I didn't hear that. On your way back, buy a purification potion from the temple. If you don't accept my love, I will die. At the man's indifferent attitude, the woman suddenly changed her attitude and screamed. But the man still snorted indifferently. To threaten someone you love, that's a great love. I'm not kidding. Oh, please come to Ern's temple tonight. There I will swear my eternal love to the Duke. If you don't come, you will see my body tomorrow. Looks like we're done talking. I'm a little busy, let us stop. The man slammed the carriage door in front of the woman's nose and slammed the carriage wall next to him. Then the carriage began to run forward, leaving the weeping woman behind. Are you alright? Why would it not be alright? It is not a day or two. Arthur Higgins, the butler of the Duchy of Laub, who carefully watched the man, relaxed his stiff shoulders when his master showed no sign of agitation. But he couldn't even erase his complicated mind. It's been 16 years since he was 7 years old, when he should still be innocent, as his master continued to suffer from a bitter love affair. Arthur. A low, dry voice woke him up with a serious expression. Yes, sir. Don't you worry too much. It's not something you're going to be able to solve. I am sorry. Kaheluf, who had suffered a lot until he became indifferent to the confessions of love mixed with madness for himself, ignored it, thinking that this too was just a usual happening. At the time, he could not have imagined how this small event would change his life. The weather will be nice today. I am really happy. Lena smiled broadly as she breathed in the fading air of dawn. A person who has never worked with their skirt fluttering wet and heavy on a rainy day will not know the gratitude for sunny weather. When the weather is nice, it is easy to work and the herbs dry well, so Lena would breathe in the air outside the window when she wakes up in the morning and check the weather first. Unlike the past few days when the clouds were overcast, the sun seemed to be shining today. The sky was still dark, but there were hardly any clouds. Laying the old duvet on the hard wooden bed, combing her frizzy brown hair and braiding it in a flash, Lena looked at her face in the broken mirror hanging on her wall. She opened her eyes. Every time she looked at her purple eyes, which she had inherited from her mother, Lena remembered her mother's will. Don't lose hope and live courageously. Whenever you look into your eyes, remember that mother is always by your side. The beautiful mother, with her fairy silver hair and purple eyes much clearer and transparent than hers, left the words behind and died quietly like a burnt candle. At that moment, she felt abandoned alone in the hopeless sea of despair, but as her mother said, Lena held the hand of hope instead of despair. Lena firmly believed that it was thanks to her mother's blessing and protection that the 10-year-old girl who was alone was able to become an adult without starving, committing a crime, or selling her body. Of course, the process was not without difficulty. The maid's life in the baronial castle was quite arduous. However, no matter how hard and difficult the work, no matter how hard the people she worked with turned away from her and hated her, she was able to survive because she had a dream and hope that one day she would leave for a bigger world. Lena, who looked into her eyes in the mirror and thought about her mother, woke her up as she slapped her cheeks at the first cry of the rooster chirping in the distance. I'm busy today, too. Let us work. Although it was not yet sunrise in the morning, the day of the baroni's youngest maid had to start early. She had to wash 10 bed sheets this morning and hang them up, but since the weather seems to be good, she thinks she'll be able to finish putting them in the afternoon. Lena, who had washed her face at the well and carried 5 buckets of water into the kitchen, diligently packed the herbs she had spread out to dry in an old sack, squinting at the brightening sky. She had to hurry if she wanted to get to the market before the sun had fully risen. Digging for and selling herbs from the mountains was an important additional income for Lena. The baroni's maid job was not a bad job for a young woman in Kerouac, but it wasn't very good pay. In particular, Lena suffered the most among the maids for 8 years or so, unable to escape from being the youngest maid, and even then, her daily salary was only 300 ruan. She had a place to eat and sleep, which could not be said to be small, but she wanted to one day leave Kerouac and start a new life in the capital Ardennes. So, she was digging and selling herbs. When asked why Ardennes, there was no particular reason. Because she wanted to see the wider world, and Ardennes was the largest city Lena knew. Some might point fingers at her for the naive dream of a country girl, but there was no reason to live and die in Kerouac without her mother. Anyway, with such a clear purpose, it was not difficult at all to dig herbs or go to the market at dawn. The market, which she had barely arrived on time, was already lively. I just got an extra piece of cheese from Gara's ranch. I also robbed the warehouse to get more stuff. Thank you for organizing the warehouse, it was nice. I got to clean it up. You guys are lucky. I'm screwed today. The chickens haven't laid many eggs today. A nobleman who had recently come down from Ardness said that he would buy this and that and sprinkle money. So everyone said this is the time and brought more items competitively. In rural Kerouac, where every day is the same, that alone was exciting enough. And it was good for Lena too. This is because she received 350 ruan for medicinal herbs, which was usually only 300 ruan per bundle, and she was given a few apples left over from yesterday's sale by the regular fruit store uncle for free. Are you pretty lucky today? If you're feeling the way you are now, I think it'll be okay if you get scolded by Mrs. Marvin up to 3 times. For Miss Elliot, twice on condition that it wasn't correct. As Lena thought about herself doing the calculations, she laughed at herself because it was funny. Everyone in the castle hated her except for the stable keeper's family, but the worst of them were Mrs. Marvin, the maid chief, and Elliot Fidelia, the daughter of the Baron. She could have understood Elliot given that she was the illegitimate child of the Baron, but she had no idea why Mrs. Marvin was so anxious at her. Of course, that didn't mean she was okay with Elliot's bullying. In a vicious way, she was one step ahead of Mrs. Marvin. Still, this is not bad. Anyway, I live without problems eating and sleeping. The smile on her lips grew a little bitter, but Lena hummed again, fiddling with the 3 apples wrapped in her apron. Even if the reality is as shabby as her apron, her hope for the future always sparkled in her heart like the 3 smooth apples. Returning before the baroni's day began, Lena headed straight to the stable. She then handed Sid an apple that she had hidden in her arms and chatted. Yesterday, the nobleman spent a lot of money at the market. Thanks to that, we sold almost all of the fruit yesterday as well, and the fruit shop man gave me some leftover apples for free. Sid, who is Lena's older sister and friend, quickly looked outside the stable for the unexpected food. The apple, which had to be eaten in the stable secretly, was small and unattractive, but it was welcome to the hungry stomach. For a moment there was only crunching sounds in the stable. Devilish Duke. Then I'll have the kids clear the last room on the 2nd floor, so you can move your luggage there. Until you get married, take Elliot's etiquette class and study together. I'll get you a couple of dresses. It was an unconventional suggestion. Because the 2nd floor was where only the Baroness family lived, and the dresses worn by nobles, no matter how modest, were so expensive that it was unimaginable by a maid's salary. But that wasn't important. Lena, who was trying to save some money and leave Kerouac, was suddenly bound in the barony. Besides, that favor wasn't free either. At first glance, Elliot seemed to have to go through a wedding she didn't want to go to, so that person couldn't have been decent. Even though Lena knew that she couldn't refuse. Because she was nothing more than a maid, an illegitimate child without a single person to rely on. If she rejects this offer, she will be driven out of the castle, starved to death without ever finding anything. The Baron was such a great power. Thank you, madam. And from now on, call me mother. Madam, do not make that mistake when calling me in front of the Viscount. Even Lena could not quickly respond to that order. Because her only mother was the one who had passed away. Lena? Boo, but. Lena unwillingly murmured, but Elliot, who was by the Baroness's side, got angry. I hate it. Elliot. It's 3 months. You can protect yourself with those 3 months, so what is the importance of the title? I still hate it. You just have to be careful in front of the Viscount. No matter how stupid you are, you can do that, Lena. Elliot shouted furiously at Lena as she bowed her head, but Lena had never been more pleased with the voice now than she ever is. Of course, miss. I will be careful in front of the Viscount. Fortunately, the Baroness didn't seem happy being called mother by Lena, so she told her to do so, and she let her go. After Lena left, Elliot swiped her chest and said, "Whoa. I'm glad I have that idiot. Viscount de Roynes deserves to be kicked out too. How can he ask me to be his wife when he is over 50? Besides, wasn't he a pervert? Cesp. I didn't he know that he would ask for a daughter as a condition." It seems that as soon as he came down to Kerouac, he started digging out who had a daughter and how old she was. Baron Fidelia also shook his head and frowned. Although driven out of Ardennes, Visconti de Roynes was not a family that would rot in the countryside. This is because it was a family that had accumulated so much wealth that even their collateral family could live without worrying about money. And it was an opportunity for Baron Fidelia that someone like Viscount de Roynes had come to Kerouac. He decided to take this opportunity to advance into the political realm of the capital. But Viscount de Roynes was a far more brazen figure than expected. To the Baron who wants to become his confidant, he says that he doesn't have a wife and he talks about the Baron's daughter. By the way, Lady Fidelia is not married, right? After all, there is no firm relationship as strong as a relationship bound by family. The giggling and smiling face was disgusting. What's more, how can he trust a man whose number of days left in his life was unknown to marry his daughter? Oh, I am getting goosebumps. Why is his hair all bald and his belly looks like that? And did you see it? There's a drool on the corner of his lips. Just thinking about it makes me lose my appetite. The bigger problem is that the man is incapable of producing children. If a woman marries a middle-aged man who doesn't know when he will die and can't have any heirs, that woman's life will be as good as nothing. Is the successor a problem? I'd rather die than sleep with a man like that. Elliot, you don't have to worry anymore. Anyway, we're going to marry off Baron Fidelia's daughter as promised, and it is none of our business about their relationship after marriage. So, straighten that fine brow. You'll get wrinkles. The Baroness comforted her daughter by stroking Elliot's dark blonde hair, which looked just like her, and Elliot smiled softly at that friendly touch. The next day, Lena packed up her little luggage and moved to the corner room on the second floor, and then she headed to the stable to find her close friend, whom she will not see often. Sid was brushing the horse's mane with skillful skill. She is the daughter of the stable keeper Theo, and has been raised as an older sister to the 1-year-old Lena since 8 years ago. Although she was often mistaken as Lena's brother because of her short-cut, chubby and curvy body, the two were sisters who knew each other better than anyone else in the world. The only time Sid, who was always blunt, smiled was when she met Lena. When she saw Lena had come to her, she lit up and spread an old blanket on a bale of straw in one corner of the stable, and Lena, sitting on it, told Sid everything that had happened yesterday and today. No way. Marrying a nobleman. I don't know the details either. I don't know when I'll be officially admitted, but anyway, from now on, I'll be called Lena Fidelia, and I'll marry the Viscount in 3 months. Maybe instead of Miss Elliot. That is okay? It's a bit awkward for a poor commoner to be a Viscount's companion. If he finds out you've been working here as a maid, he won't let you go. Don't you think I know that? But what if I said I don't want it in front of them? Do you think the madam would have said yes, it can't be helped if you don't want it? I just hope the Viscount is a good person. Sigh, that's really too much. What the hell is wrong with them? I don't know. I might become a real Viscountess and live a decent life. Lena said so, but she knew that it was easier said than done. She was just trying to ease Sid's worries a little bit. However, Sid, who clearly knew what she meant, frowned. Lena was a very bright and courageous child despite the situation she was in. She never lost a nerve or shed tears at the cold-hearted maid chief and Elliot's brutal tyranny. But it couldn't have been harder. It wasn't Lena's fault that she was born the Baron's illegitimate child, but she could never understand why Lena had to be hated. Sid wanted to help Lena escape from this damned Kerouac right now if she could. Even if she could never see Lena in the future, she was confident that if Lena could run away from this persecution, she would be able to endure the longing. But Sid too was only the daughter of the stable keeper. If things are good enough for me to become the Viscountess and not have to run away, I'll come pick up Uncle and you, Sid. Don't you worry about us, take care of yourself. It doesn't feel right to be Miss Elliot as substitute. Seeing Lena worrying about Sid's father and Sid first, even though Lena's own future might be uncertain, Sid closed her mouth. She hated herself so much for not being able to do anything to Lena. Logos, a mighty kingdom where Lena and Sid lived together, was a beautiful country with a history of years. The 4 seasons were relatively mild on the large piece of land, and agriculture prospered, and the mines in the north contained a significant amount of rare gems and useful minerals. Because the south of the country faces the sea, trade also developed, and the nobles of the kingdom were curious about new cultures. People called the rich and powerful Logos, a masterpiece created by an angel and a devil together as if blessed by God. Its nickname is derived from the myth of the founding of Logos. A long, long time ago, when the white-winged beast and the black-winged beast, who were the masters of this world, were in a never-ending battle with each other, a goddess in the form of a woman appeared and quietly tamed the 2 angry beasts, and set foot in the land where the present Logos is located. The 2 beasts possessed a special power called magic, and the 2 beast servants took great pleasure in obeying the woman, then cultivated the land beautifully with their mighty power, as if offering a gift to her. And the woman became the queen of Logos, and the 2 beasts came to take human form by the power of the queen and became the first nobles. The white-winged beast was called Centella and the black-winged beast was called Loof. The story is very, very old, and the magic in the blood of the 2 families has been diluted little by little over the generations, but it was still a power that far surpassed humans. And since that power has always been used to protect Logos, they have always been given the honorable nickname of a guardian of Logos. The successors of these 2 families have always been excellent, but Cahel Louvre, the successor and the only son of the current Louvre family, received more attention because he was born with a power that is unknown whether it is a blessing or a curse. From the age of 7, when he swore allegiance to the queen, he had the power to bewitch men and women alike. It was a power that came to be called only as devilish as they didn't know what to call it, but none of the Louvre Centella families had ever been born with this power. The royal family, the people of the 2 duchy, and those with holy powers, magical powers, or powerful auras, were not affected by it, but ordinary people could not even dare to defy the power. The problem was that falling in love would include intense physical desire and a maddening desire for monopoly, and in extreme cases, a desire to kill Cahel. Thanks to this, Cahel survived numerous murder and rape threats so far at the age of 23. That's not fun. There was only a small sound of the dry voice, but the office became quiet in an instant. Aside from such boring news, is there any more interesting news? Cahel, who was buried in a large chair with his chin resting, asked, without turning his gaze to the young man who was reporting to him. If that's interesting news, are you waiting for the news of Viscount Delroynes? At that question, Cahel's red eyes moved toward him. There, the young man with gray hair snorted lightly. It's not something worthy of your excellency's concern. If a man over 50 years old was kicked out to the countryside for flirting with a young lady, he would feel a bit ashamed and live as if he were dead, but if he was still full of greed. It's not just that. He said that it was my fault what happened to him. Sigh seriously, why was such a Viscount a confidant to the black faction nobility? Count Malin, who had Viscount Delroynes as a confidant, was too shy to even raise his head. It should be. It's because the officials of the Louvre family don't have eyes for such taste in people. If you can't avoid it, enjoy it. Viscount Reuben Delroynes was a perverted old man who only pursued young girls in their teens, even at the age of 50. The family had a lot of money, so the scandal seemed to have been covered up somehow with money. The problem was, the last girl he teased was the daughter of Count Cadbury. When Count Cadbury learned that his youngest daughter had been molested by some perverted old man, Count Cadbury immediately challenged Viscount Delroynes to a duel. Both of them were in their 50s, but Viscount Delroynes, who made most of his money from commerce, was a person who didn't even know how to raise a sword, compared to Count Cadbury, a former guardsman. If he had fought the duel, he would have ended his life on the spot. Viscount D'Ulroynes asked for help from Count Malin and Duke Louv, but they vehemently rejected it, and in the end, he was able to put a request for mediation to the royal family, and the duel was finally put to rest. In return, of course, he gave Count Cadbury a fair amount of money, although he would not be able to set foot in Ardennes until the scandal subsided. On such a subject, he openly criticized the fact that the reason he was driven out to the countryside was because the Duke of Louv did not properly protect him. In addition, a Duke of Louv is a prostitute who seduces men and women of all ages and mixes bodies, and rumors spread that he was taking advantage of all the interests through the pillow talks. It would have been fortunate if that was all he did, but he recently used a nobleman on the side of the Centella family and was trying to attack the Louv family. If he wants to argue with Count Malin, but I don't know why he dares to mention Your Excellency. The young man acting as Cahel's aide shook his head and clicked his tongue, but it was because of Logo's unique social structure that allowed Viscount D'Ulroynes to insist that the Duke of Louv was obligated to protect him. The title of nobility in Logos was also divided into 5 ranks, but the system and function were quite different from those of other countries. There were 2 dukes, 19 counts, and a large number of viscounts and barons in Logos. Marquis was an honorary title, so they had no territories and no political influence, and were varied in number. The 19 counties, which can be said to be the largest political class among the aristocracy, were further divided into the Black faction, which is the subordinate of the Louv family, and the White faction, the subordinate of the Centella family, and the Neutral faction, which belongs to no faction in particular. It was followed by the Viscount and barons under it. And since Viscount D'Ulroynes was tied in the line under Count Malin, who was a Black faction, he believed that the Duke of Louv had to protect him. However, it was a matter that should be addressed to Count Malin from the beginning, not a matter that the Viscount should dare to bother the Duke with. Cahel just smiled while reconfirming the ugliness of shameless humans. Because this was common. Cahel buried himself a little deeper in his chair. By the way, any news from Luahala? Luahala, Marquis of Rognac. Why bring up the Marquis of Rognac suddenly? We seem to be able to help each other, so I am trying to build a strong relationship ahead of time. I think it's time I heard from. Isn't this the first time the Marquis of Rognac and the Duke met? It is. Don't say he opened up to your powers? A little. Lord Cahel. The man reporting to him, Count Gerard Langtail, shouted in dismay. Cahel did not even get angry at the Count, who raised his voice and called out Cahel's name recklessly. He was the most reliable aide, and the reason he was agitated was also because it was for the sake of the entire Black faction. Cahel had been wearing the holy relic Akalia that suppressed his devilish powers since he was 10 years old, but he was often suspected of using his devilish powers because he was too resourceful for his young age. Because of the strong petitions from the Centella family, the Queen made it mandatory for Cahel to wear the collier, and even if not for that reason, Cahel never took it off his body while working. However, he was able to freely use the devilish power that had attached to him like a curse from the age of 15. Most of the devilish powers were definitely suppressed when he was wearing the collier, but if his emotional state was unstable or he wanted to strongly radiate his devilish powers, the collier couldn't block it. However, the power to turn the other person into a rutting dog was not welcomed, so all of his aides were against Cahel's use of that power. This is because, in the worst case, all of the achievements and fame that the Duke of Louv and the Black faction nobles worked hard to build could be criticized as the result of dirty power. It is not a power that Lord Cahel should wield, but rather a curse that you should hope to be gone. You are tempting Marquis Rognac with the devilish power. Why? Gerard, do you think I am a prostitute? Lord Cahel. How could you say such a thing? If that's not what you mean, then I don't understand. If you can't avoid it, enjoy it. It is a curse that doesn't go away no matter what you do. Wouldn't it be more productive to use it as a resource? Or is it because you think I will use this power on you as well? Lord Cahel. Don't worry. I don't want to see you panting either. But, just in case, always make sure you have the purification potion with you. In order to not be swayed by his devilish powers, the most common method was to take the purification potion made in the temple before meeting him. Originally it was a potion made to purify evil minds before entering prayer, but after Kahal Louv's devilish powers appeared, it was mostly used as a devilish prevention drug for those who wanted to meet Kahal. In fact, for Kahal, all of this was ridiculous. He couldn't figure out why everyone was blaming him for the cursed magic. Even though he was a duke because of this devilish power, he could not have a servant or a maid by his side. It was also the cause of the trauma in his childhood. He almost got killed or raped by the people around him, since he didn't know who was going to be possessed by the devilish power that secretly leaks out of Kalia's suppression. In particular, servants and maids had to stand by his side, and even Kahal could not prepare for a sudden attack from close range. It was more comfortable not to be served than to be on his nerves all day while doubting the person he had by his side. Thanks to this, he always had to eat, change clothes, and bathe on his own. A massage to relieve fatigue was a luxury that he couldn't even imagine. It had to be someone of a knight level or higher in order to keep their mind intact when they put their hands on his bare body. However, it is not possible to treat the knights like a servant. Kahal got up from his chair and slowly walked towards the window. In the huge garden outside the window, the workers of the duchy were working diligently. It was really unfair to not be able to receive a single attendance even with such a large number of employees. Watch the movements of the Marquis Rognak. Because it looks like he will come soon. And Viscount D'Ilroy's monitoring should not be neglected. It's definitely not going to be smooth. There is something that he believes in, so I am sure he is being arrogant. When he comes into the vicinity of Ardens, let us attack him. He dared to look down on the Duchy of Louvre, so he should pay the price for it. Kahal turned his back to the window again and sat down in front of the office desk. He had a lot of work to do today. After receiving a report from the aides in each field, authorizing the documents they posted, checking the report on the monsters in the Chardon region, meeting those who requested a private meeting, drinking tea, and receiving a report on tomorrow's schedule, Kahal was able to return to his room. It wasn't hard because it was something he always endured, but after he met a person who looked at him with dirty eyes like today, he didn't feel well. If weak person didn't even drink the purification potion, is he here to treat his frigidity? The last person he spoke to today was Viscount Peyton, who came to him saying that he wanted to participate in the Louvre family business. From the moment he sat in the waiting room, he had a somewhat excited expression on his face, and as soon as he saw Kahal entering the room, he looked at his face and body in a frenzy. No matter what Kahal asked, the only answer is, it's an honor. Besides, he didn't seem to even notice that his body was leaning more and more towards Kahal. Kahal also became upset and ordered the knights to pull him out, and while he was being dragged out, he screamed at Kahal to accept him. It was an impossible action to be done with a sane mind. Every day Kahal encountered such people, he would always be reminded of the terrible memories of his childhood. It was his servants and maids who first terrorized him. Kahal still remembered their changed appearance clearly. The enraptured eyes staring at him, the rough breathing and panting because they couldn't control their sexual desire, the madness that wanted to rush to death with him, and finally the image of them being cut by a knight who heard his scream and running away. The first 3 years with this curse were really like living in hell. No matter how well groomed and loyal they were, they became a rutting dog in front of Kahal. There were people who tried to devour him because they could not control their possessive love. Every day was a horror and he couldn't believe in anyone. But, interestingly enough, the reason that Kahal decided to use the damn devilish power as his own strength was the day he acquired the holy relic, Kalia, which suppressed the devilish power. The only word that could explain the day was dramatic. First of all, the day itself was the Queen's birthday, and his father's return from Kasmanarav after hearing the rumors about the Holy Kalia, was later than expected. Since the family's head could not attend, his successor Kahal had to attend the banquet. For Kahal to get out of the house, he had to have at least 4 knights around him. Those knights also had to have strong mental power and possess great auras, and Kahel had to wear the cloak made by the temple. How nervous was he as he headed to the royal palace with all the fuss. However, the royal family, the people of the Centella family, and the knights with strong auras are not swayed by the devilish power, so there may be some other nobles who would not surrender to this devilish power, Kahel expected. He believed that it would be different from servants and maids because everyone had high self-esteem and pride. However, such expectations were shattered from the moment Kahel entered the banquet hall. Unpleasant memories. Hey, who is that? How can he be so beautiful? Those who looked at him with affectionate eyes and uttered praises began to pant. Ah, please. Please hold my hand just once. You really like my child. Let me hug you just once. Get out of the way. Hook. Look at me. The banquet hall quickly became a mess. The knights stopped in front of Kahel, who had turned white, but those who were drenched in Kahel's devilish power didn't seem to care even if it was the queen who blocked them. An unprecedented chaos occurred on the queen's birthday. Kahel. That was then. His father, Duke Damien Louvre, came running with Kalia. He borrowed the manpower of the royal knights to push the nobles away, and hastily hung Kalia around Kahel's neck. Please, I hope it has some effect. But a miracle happened. Huh? Why am I? Oh my god. What do I do? As soon as Kalia touched Kahel's body, those who had reached out to him began to retreat. It wasn't just that. The nobles were shocked to learn that they had just craved Kahel crazily. Even though Kahel was a very beautiful boy, he was only 10 years old after all. It was as if Kahel had been saved by God. Tears came to his eyes because he thought people would now treat him like a normal person. But things didn't go the way Kahel thought. Oh, the devil. That's the devil. Right? Oh my god, that's terrible. He is trying to seduce other nobles with the power of the devil. Are you crazy? The nobles with high pride felt ashamed that they had turned their eyes like beasts and began to blame Kahel. The tremendous change in attitude was unbelievable. The eyes that had just been passionately affectionate were cold, as if they were looking at something dirty. It was hate. It was contempt. And at the same time it was fear. Still, there was a passion that had not yet faded in some eyes. Little Kahel thought that they, humans, were really ugly. No one said sorry to him or if he was okay. He left the place in the arms of his father, who sighed in relief. Engraved in Kahel's mind was the ugliness of nobles who were still squirming. For a long time after that, the story of a devil was born into the Louvre family was floating around in the social circles, and from that day on, Kahel stopped believing in humanity. And for the first time he had feelings other than fear about his power to drive such humans crazy. An unpleasant memory came to mind. That's why he was asked to thoroughly cover himself from others, but it seems that someone here was persuaded by Viscount Peyton's bribe. He told Gerard to catch the rat so he could see their face right away. People were just as curious as cats. People were very curious about the Duke with devilish power, who does not show up in the social world because of the curse. How absurd was it when he heard rumors that they were paying and trading rights to meet Kahel. What the hell do you want to do? Kahel couldn't understand what people were trying to achieve by meeting him. Do they want to test whether Kahel really possessed devilish powers? Do they want to take a look at this appearance, which has been arbitrarily said to be like the god of war, curious? Whatever it was, they didn't even laugh at their own stupidity. But at the same time, Kahel thought that he was fortunate enough to be the Duke of Louvre. If his title had been a little lower, he would have been reduced to a toe for those in power. Your Excellency. The meal is ready. The words of the knight guarding his door gave Kahel a break from his unpleasant thoughts. But the situation waiting for him was also not pleasant. He ate in his own small dining room, not the main dining hall of the mansion. There was no need to eat alone at the huge table, and he was more comfortable with the small dining room, where the door could be closed to prevent any employee, who passed by the dining hall by accident, to be charmed by him. However, there was no one to attend to him. So only after all the meals were all set on the table, did he go down to the dining room to eat. In the meantime, the food would cool and lose its flavor. He knew, of course, that it was inevitable. Even if the devilish power was properly suppressed, those with weak auras or those who were not in good shape would often grab hold of their heart and collapse when they got close to Kahel. Even so, it was impossible for a busy butler to personally attend to his dinner. Because Ardor was just as busy as he was. He couldn't skip a meal even if he had no appetite. It was not possible to lead this great duchy of Louvre, the subjects and servants, in deprivation. The work to be done piled up every day, and the challenges and threats to the family also occurred day by day. He had to constantly roll his head and move his body. For him, food was more like fuel. On the table were still warm chicken and wine sauce, crispy bread and butter, and soup with a fragrant flavor. However, without much motivation, Kahel washed his hands in a bowl of water on one side, then cut the bread and ate it with butter. Both the wine to accompany and the water for rinsing the mouth had to be poured directly into the glass. Obviously, the best dishes were made by the best chefs, but he always left food behind. He had a busy time again, so after he had eaten, he read books until later, read and replied to selected letters. And before he went to bed, every few days he would soak in a hot tub to unwind. Of course, there was no such thing as a bath attendant. He was reluctant to have his naked body be seen even by most knights. It's not for any other reason that he always wears clothes that wrap around his neck. It is because the devilish power is spreading from the skin, and the more he reveals his skin, the stronger the devilish power. There were only 2 dukes in this kingdom, and they were second only to the queen in power. And one of them, Kahel Louvre, had to use a long stick brush to wash his unreachable back in the serene bath, and he had to rub his arms around himself to reach his muscular shoulders. Sec. He felt shabby by washing alone today. T/N. I don't know why this cracked me up instead when this was supposed to make us feel bad for him. Lena's wedding preparation passed by in the blink of an eye. 3 months seemed like a long time, but it was already a month away. Of course, 2 months was too short for someone who had lived only as a maid to learn the noble manners. Lena practiced even until her sleep, but she was still being harassed by Elliot and the tutor every day. However, Lena was not the one to get hurt or tearful by such bullying. She's been bullied ever since she joined the barony anyway, and it's nothing new, because she's at least in a much better situation than when she was a maid. Anyway, I feel comfortable. She felt like her back was going to break from practicing walking, but it was really comfortable. There was no need to dip her hands in ice-cold wells, and Elliot didn't scratch at her for fear of bruising or scarring Lena's body. The fact that she had to improve her skinny body meant the meals were much better, and the cough she had always been having disappeared by a lot because she had left the musty room. But before the wedding, the fact that she had to look like a noble girl came as a great pressure. If it was found out that she was a maid, she could be beaten to death for mockery against the nobility. Lena knew all too well that it was Baron Fidelia who had cheated, but it would be her who will be punished for it. What bothered her more than that was the fact that she had never seen the man who would become her husband. In fact, she thought it was because of the tradition that she had heard, where it was common for nobles to see each other right on the day of the wedding. But she was worried as it was a marriage that Elliot had rejected, and she became more anxious day by day. So when she heard that Viscount de Roynes was visiting the castle, Lena was very nervous. However, Elliot and the other maids seemed to have mistaken Lena, who was constantly looking out the window, as fluttering. Lena, are you looking forward to seeing the Viscount? Oh, no, rather than looking forward. Yes, yes. No matter how vulgar you are because you take after your mother, you should know how to pretend to be ashamed of yourself as if you have been taught that way. But don't worry. The Viscount is someone who will get along really well with you. Pete. When Elliot laughed unbearably, her anxiety increased even more. In light of her years of experience with Elliot, that laugh just now was a laugh to watch out for. For example, tying a string at the kitchen door while Lena was cleaning the table, putting a dead mouse in a large washing pail, deliberately pushing a dictation answer sheet in front of Lena to be beaten. That's the laugh Elliot had before. But even if she knew beforehand, there was nothing Lena could do. All she could do was pray that this wasn't the worst. Viscount Delroynes. Welcome. It has been a while, Madame Fidelia. That afternoon, Baron Fidelia brought Viscount Delroynes, who wanted to visit the castle. The excuse he offered to visit the castle was that he wanted to talk about his future plans with the great nobles of Ardens, but the Baron Fidelia couple knew that this pervert old man would like to see Lena as soon as possible. In the meantime, they had put it off in fear that he would find out that Lena was a maid. Fortunately, Lena's appearance has become quite noble in the meantime. Since they had strongly warned her not to talk unnecessarily in front of Viscount Delroynes, drinking tea for an hour or two would not be a big deal. I prepared a tea that I thought was good, but I don't know if it will suit the taste of Viscount, who lived in Ardens. Ho ho ho. When I came to Kerouac, I had already given up all my expectations. Don't worry. Viscount Delroynes, who could not control the belly fat that overflowed from the belt, did not even humble himself even with empty words. For a moment Madame Fidelia's smile cracked, but fortunately, Viscount Delroynes was not interested in Madame Fidelia. Mom. Now that I have visited, I would like to see Miss Fidelia. A greedy anticipation flashed across his greasy face. He hadn't even had a cup of tea yet. Have to run away. The Baron Fidelia couple once again thought it was a good thing to turn Lena into a Fidelia's lady, so they ordered a maid to fetch Lena. My child is still young and there are many things she lacks. I hope the Viscount will be generous. Aha! Of course. From now on, I will teach her and adore her well on behalf of the Baron and the Madam. With a face full of lust, they wondered what the hell he was going to teach, but the Baron couple tried their best to hide their attention. In the meantime, there was a sign of movement on the second floor. Oh! Before the Baron couple could turn their heads, Viscount Delroynes sprang up from his seat, with eyes shining. The Baron couple's gaze turned to Lena, who was descending the stairs with a timid and nervous mind. However, Lena, dressed like a noble lady, was much more beautiful than they thought. Her beauty was reminiscent of Lena's dead mother's beauty, and the Baroness' eyebrows frowned. Ahahaha! Wow, she was a more beautiful miss than I could have imagined. Nice to meet you. My name is Lena Fidelia. Lena said she had arrived 2 days ago and she greeted by tugging up her still stiff dress skirt. The finely combed, half-tied, dark brown hair curled up into rich curls, and her pale pink cheeks gleamed lovingly. The violet-colored eyes that disappeared as her bowed head was raised again to greet, and the tense, shrunken shoulders were neat. Seeing Viscount Delroynes with his mouth wide open, she probably seemed to fit his taste far too well. Lena. Come over here and sit down. The Baroness sat Lena in the seat next to her and spoke to the Viscount about this and that. However, the Viscount's answer seemed to have gone wayward as he was mesmerized, and his gaze was fixed on Lena. Baron Fidelia, watching him, was convinced that it would be acceptable to raise Lena's price a bit further. By the way, Viscount. We will become family in the future, but listening to what you said yesterday, I think that Baron Jenkins, with no relationship whatsoever, and I would be treated the same. What do you think about this? Oh ho ho. Oh dear, Baron Fidelia must have misunderstood. Actually, there were a lot of eyes there yesterday. As I prepare for such a big event, I can't help but be cautious of other people, but don't worry. As you said, aren't we going to be a family soon? Oh, how can I treat my father-in-law the same way as other people? Ahaha. Hearing the word father-in-law from Viscount Delroynes, who was older than him, Baron Fidelia had a chill on his back, but things seemed to be going well thanks to Lena. They talked for another hour or so after that. And Viscount Delroynes, who stood up to leave, left a soft kiss on the back of Lena's hand with eyes full of regret. Lena shivered with goosebumps at the clear saliva marks on the back of her hand. Viscount Delroynes said with a smile on his face. I can't hold a grand wedding because of my circumstances, but instead, I'll give you whatever you want. Whether it's jewelry or a dress, just tell me if there's anything you want. Oh. Miss Lena's eyes are such a beautiful purple color, so I will order a special amethyst necklace. You can look forward to it. The sight of Viscount Delroyne smiling in front of an 18-year-old girl as if he was going to give everything to her, even liver and gallbladder asterisk, was frankly awkward, and Lena's complexion, who managed to smile in front of him, was pale. But whatever Lena's circumstances were, the Baron couple began to get excited about the idea of using Lena to grab his money. From the looks of it, he was going to give Lena his liver right now, so they thought they could rip a piece of it as a gift first. After seeing him off with the Baron couple, Lena went back to the parlor to find Elliot coming down. There was a glimmer of cruel anticipation on her face. Lena, how do you feel about meeting the person who will become your husband? Elliot. Elliot's question made the Baron give a low warning. Things are going well thanks to Lena, but if Elliot provokes Lena and makes her say she doesn't want to get married, it's going to be very difficult. Elliot has been harassing Lena, so if Lena decides to harm the Barony, everything would be ruined. The Baron hurriedly tried to distract Lena's attention. The Viscount seems to like you. From now on, keep up the good work. But Lena still couldn't get over the shock. She asked with earnest hope. Am I going to marry his son, by any chance? No matter how she looked at it, she didn't want to believe that the Viscount, who looked more like her father, would become her husband. She earnestly thought that she had misheard what the Viscount had said to Baron Fidelia before, father-in-law. But as Elliot, hanging from the second-floor railing, chuckled, Elliot trampled that hope. Viscount Delroyne has no children. You're going to marry that old pig. Ahaha. Elliot, he may have hearing ears. Watch what you say. And Lena, don't think about it, just put more effort into studying etiquette before the wedding. When you get married, you become a Viscountess, so you have to master the dignity and culture worthy of the title. Don't be so, mother. Looking at that person's expression earlier, he didn't seem to care much about Lena's deficiencies in etiquette, right? Still, you'll never know. What if her maid habit pops out? Anyway, the wedding is about a month away, so she has to learn more. Oh, by the way, Sarah. Lena was nervous when the Baroness called Mrs. Marvin. It was the worst story she had ever heard, and she didn't know how much worse it would get if even Mrs. Marvin intervened. Did you call me, madam? Before the wedding, teach Lena husband and wife bedroom etiquette. Yes. Understood. Mrs. Marvin's fishy gaze flashed past Lena. That alone made Lena's whole body tremble. However, that evening, the bedroom etiquette that she actually heard from Mrs. Marvin surpassed Lena's imagination. So everyone, that's how they. That's right, Ichigan. Sees. La. No. Mrs. Marvin put a lot of emphasis on the word Miss Lena without even trying to hide her sarcastic look. But Lena couldn't afford to worry about that. It was because she felt nauseous and sick as her mind wandered to the thought that she should do what Mrs. Marvin said with the person she saw during the day. You're going to have to do your best. If you are abandoned by him, then young Miss will have to live as a bar hostess. Oh, but did they say they don't look for women over the age of 20? Oh ho ho ho. Lena's face turned pale at those words. That night, Lena gathered money she had saved up and handy clothes, and waited for the county to quiet down. I have to run away. I can't marry a person like him. Mrs. Marvin's bedroom etiquette class still filled her mind and she felt like she was about to vomit. If the class had been about the decent bedroom affairs of a normal noble couple, Lena would have tried to put up with it somehow. But Mrs. Marvin, determined to scare Lena, has unleashed a bunch of perverted stories that are considered crimes by polite society. It wasn't something a young miss who didn't even know a man's fingernails could endure. In the end, Lena eventually came to the conclusion that it would be better for her to escape than be caught and killed than to marry and be tortured in some bizarre way. At witching hour, when the moon was passing into the western sky, Lena quietly opened the door to her room and looked around the hallway. She was on the second floor where the Baron's family lived,
But Lena's room was the last room that was used only as a guest room, so there were no knights around here to watch. Lena, wearing her old clothes from the maid days, and tied her thing tightly with straps around her waist, she cautiously took a step into the darkness. No one was supposed to be guarding the stairs leading to Lena's room. It was close to the kitchen too. She thought of going towards the kitchen on the ground floor and escaping through the side door, where the vendors who bring the ingredients would come in and out. Mother, please help me. Lena prayed earnestly to her dead mother, and she headed towards the stairs leading to the first floor. There was the sound of armed knights walking slowly from afar, but no one seemed to pay any attention in this direction. She had to practice how to walk without making a sound of footsteps because of Mrs. Marvin's scolding. She could get away on horse once she got out through the kitchen door. Because Sid promised she would ride her horse with Lena and take her to the outskirts of Kerouac. If she only got out of Kerouac, it would be another noble's jurisdiction, so even Baron Fidelia wouldn't be able to send a knight to catch her. She went down the stairs one by one, thinking only of getting out of the Kerouac, and even though she was only going down one floor, it felt like there were too many steps to tread today. However, Lena managed to reach the passage to the kitchen without being noticed by anyone. But she had a really hard time from there. The passage to the main hall and kitchen guarded by the knights was quite a distance, but there were no obstacles in the middle, so it was easy to stand up. She had to be extremely careful from now on. Mother, please protect me. Please let me run away from here. Lena held her breath in the dark and headed towards the kitchen one step at a time. She would pretend to be a kitchen maid if she was caught in the middle. Since her clothes were of a maid's anyway, it wouldn't be difficult to deceive a knight who was drowsy and sleep. However, perhaps thanks to her mother's protection, Lena was able to reach the kitchen door without encountering anyone. I made it. Lena, who was glancing behind to see if anyone was following her, cautiously, with a pounding heart, opened the side door towards where Sid would be waiting. It was hard to see where Sid was because of the darkness. Sid? Where are you? She raised a small voice and called Sid, and the lamp lit up from the left corner where the chimney was. But Sid wasn't the only one waiting for Lena there. Where are you going at this hour, miss? Lena's spine got goosebumps. Mrs. Marvin. Mrs. Marvin, accompanied by one of the knights, was smiling triumphantly as Sid was kneeling. Seeing that she was waiting with a lamp covered, it must have been that she was determined to take Lena. Anyway, your ungratefulness resembles your mother. How dare you do this when the master was going to enlist you, who is nothing but someone who cleans and removes horse manure, into part of the family? Lena's body began to tremble. It wasn't clear because the lamp the knight was holding wasn't bright, but Sid seemed to have been hit several times already. Sid? Their plans. The knight standing next to Sid laughed bitterly at the delicate voice calling for Sid, then grabbed a handful of Sid's hair and raised her head. Your missus calling you, Sid. And thanks to the lamp he held so close, Lena could clearly see Sid's messed up face. That face with nosebleeds, swollen eyelids, and even lips. Lena forgot her fear at the sight and screamed. What did you do to Sid? This damn bitch. Mrs. Marvin approached Lena, raising her hand to do the same to her. However, Lena lifted her head and opened her eyes horribly. Where are you hitting? Viscount de Roynes seems to like my face very much. At that sound, Mrs. Marvin's hand stopped. She seemed to regret losing the chance to hit Lena, but she didn't do anything reckless. Ho ho. That's right. The miss is soon to become the Viscountess de Roynes, so how could a lowly person like me touch you? When the day comes, the master will take appropriate measures with you. The eyes of Mrs. Marvin, who spoke those words, shone eerily in the dark. And the next morning, Lena knelt before Baron and Baroness Fidelia and Elliot. Lena's attempts to escape made the Baron couple angry, and Elliot raised her voice saying that Lena should be whipped right away. But Lena, driven to a dead end, did not intend to lower her head any longer.
She had to protect Sid, and it was the Baron Fidelia couple who wanted her to marry Viscount Dilroynes.
First, I'm going to hit the stable keeper's daughter until her back bursts.
It was the moment when Elliot was screaming as if she was going to give an order at any moment. Just touch Sid and we will see if I get married obediently. Lena, who had never rebelled against them, threatened with a gloomy voice and raised her eyes. Even if she fell over and broken by Elliot's mischief, even if she was unfairly beaten instead of Elliot, even if she was bullied by the maid chief and other maids, Lena never uttered a single complaint. It was the Baroness who first burst into anger at the sight. You? What an ungrateful thing to say. I don't know what kind of grace you've given me to make me be ungrateful. For the first time in her life, poison flashed in Lena's purple eyes. In the unimaginable situation, the Baroness' voice quivered with anger and Elliot stiffened with her mouth open. Baron Fidelia, who was sitting, couldn't hold his anger and jumped up, revealing his anger. What? What did you say now? Isn't that right?
I didn't play and eat here for free, and I was paid less than others and did the most difficult work, but what kind of grace have I received?
It's not my fault that I was born as the Baron's illegitimate daughter and I've never benefited from that. Yet, after being so hard on me, now you are trying to sell me instead of Miss Elliot. Where is the grace? If it's such a good place, marry off Miss Elliot. This really crazy. No, I am perfectly fine. But if you touch Sid or Uncle Theo, I'm going to go really crazy. Then, this marriage will not go the way you want it to. The Baron's clenched fists trembled. He was angry, but it was clear what Lena believed in and what she would do. She had already been introduced to Viscount Dilroynes as the daughter, and he would have to hand Lena over to him in order to reap the benefits. As the Baron, Baroness, and Elliot were grinding their teeth, Lena even smiled and threatened them. If I become unfit for marriage, or if I tell the Viscount that this marriage is a scam, will the Baron not be in a lot of trouble? Then yes, there might be a situation where Miss Elliot would become Viscountess Dilroynes. At those words, Elliot quickly became contemplative. She made fun of Lena yesterday, saying you're going to marry that old pig, and if Lena exposes everything to that idiot, she might be the one who should marry the old pig. Sorry, mother. Elliot looked at the Baroness with eyes full of anger and fear. The Baroness wanted to tell Lena that she should be grateful. The wedding was only a month away, and she was upset that she couldn't beat Lena, but she couldn't help it. I will not ask about Sid as punishment. Instead, if you can't play the role of Lena Fidelia properly after the wedding, then neither Sid nor Tia will be safe. Lena clenched her teeth and nodded her head. And from that day, an armed knight stood in front of Lena's room. While Lena was preparing for the wedding that was against her own will, Viscount Dilroynes was busy with other things along with Baron Fidelia and Baron Jenkins.
He was so outraged that the Duke of Louvre, who had left him in this state, had created and spread all kinds of scandals about him, and a messenger from Viscount Horace handed him a letter with a very surprising offer.
He wanted to join hands with Viscount Dilroynes and strike the Duke of Louvre. Here's my plan.
First of all, after blowing up the Bloodstone mine, one of the main properties of the Duke of Louvre, and damaging the duchy, the Duke of Louvre will then reveal his face at the nobles' meeting and take advantage of the frenzy to recruit some nobles to the Black faction for the recovery.
By protecting Her Majesty the Queen and Logos from the demon Kahel Louvre, let us become guardians of the kingdom. I hope you make your decision. The eloquent appeal of the letter raised Viscount Dilroynes' self-esteem, who was depressed because of the embarrassment. It's because of his absurd power that people join hands with the Duchy of Louvre. We must save the kingdom of Logos from the gigolo. Viscount Dilroynes indeed presumably considered himself the guardian of the kingdom chosen for that success. If it had been just that one letter, Viscount Dilroynes would not have been so high in the air. However, Viscount Horace, who sent the letter, belonged to Lewin County, who was a servant of the Duchy of Centella. What kind of family is the Duchy of Centella? Aren't they the dazzling incarnations of angels who are the exact opposite of the Duchy of Louvre, who is the descendant of the devil? In particular, Lady Riddle Centella was Viscount Dilroynes' Madonna. Viscount de Roynes firmly believed that those angels would not turn a blind eye to their subjects like the Duke of Louvre. When he showed interest, Viscount Horace constantly informed Viscount de Roynes of the situation in Ardennes, and asked Viscount de Roynes to finance their work. It was a very convenient method for him, as he only had to pay the money without having to go and meet the Duke of Louvre in person. If things went well, even if it was just a corner, he could occupy a seat at the Nobility Council. There was no such outrageous proposal to get kicked out because of a scandal. The nobles of Kerouac, aware of his movement, approached Viscount de Roynes to establish a connection.
If Viscount de Roynes becomes a member of the Nobility Council, those who have connections with him will also have a chance to advance into central politics.
Thanks to the fact that Viscount de Roynes was expelled from Ardennes and was still living in Kerouac, to the extent of making a shameless request to marry the Baroness' daughter if the Baron wanted to be in his good grace. I got another call from Viscount Horace. Sooner or later we're going to detonate a bomb disguised as a spontaneous explosion in the bloodstone mines of Louvre. If that happens, the Duke of Louvre will lose his family's biggest source of revenue. That will be the cause of the downfall of the damn Duke. Baron Jenkins, who was standing next to him, asked cautiously as Viscount de Roynes pretended to be serious and puffed out a thick cigarette smoke. Are you sure that's all right? Even if you blow up the Louvre mines, where will his power go? Bloodstone is not the only source of income for the Duke. It was a reasonable objection. The Centella and Louvre families were the ones who could never betray the Queen, and they were families that could not be punished even more because of their long history of loyalty. No, in fact, it was no exaggeration to say that the kingdom itself was run by those two families. Even recently, it was a little worrying to even dare to resist the Louvre family's situation, as their dominance in industry had grown. Nevertheless, the little nobles of Kerouac held Viscount de Roynes' hands because of the assumption that he was related to Viscount Horace, and further, Count Louis, Duke of Centella. Cesc. Because everyone is so frightened that young guy is arrogant. What does a 23-year-old Duke know? The former Duke of Louvre is also a problem. Had he been clearly aware of his situation, he would not have thought of giving an early succession of the dukeship to that snotty kid. What's wrong with being a little sick anyway? In the end, the Duke of Louvre is the problem. Viscount de Roynes quickly braced with excitement. He hated the Duke of Louvre for not showing his nose at all when Viscount de Roynes asked for help breaking up the duel with the Earl of Cadbury. He lay flat in front of the door of the audience room and begged so much. But his recollection was interrupted by Baron Fidelia's words. You are right. Moreover, considering what Viscount Horace suffered because of the Duke of Louvre. Isn't it obvious? The daughter he raised so dearly was possessed by the demon and committed suicide. What parent in the world can leave that fiend alone? Considering Viscount Horace, Viscount de Roynes' wrath was nothing. Because Viscount Horace lost his daughter. Viscount Horace's daughter, Miliana Horace, was an ordinary noble lady.
She didn't have any exceptional sides, but she didn't fall short on anything, and she was a gentle and kind girl who obeyed her parents.
She was really ordinary. The tragedy may have happened because she was ordinary like all the rest. The 18-year-old girl, just like everyone else, was curious about what kind of person Cahel Louvre was.
At the New Year's celebration that Cahel attends, she defies her parents' advice to never give a glance to the Duke of Louvre, and boldly approaches the seats of the head of the houses where Cahel Louvre was located.
It's more like a poison. Of course, Cahel had collar around his neck and his devilish power was tightly suppressed. However, it wasn't just the devilish element that made him attractive. Even if he hadn't had the devilish power, he was already the most beautiful creature in the Logos. Moreover, even at a very young age, he led the family without being beaten by Duke Leonard of House Centella, and he had great charisma. Miliana fell in love with Cahel helplessly.
For a young lady who had never felt lacking in her life, and had never had something that she wanted, Cahel gave her a drug-like thirst.
Since then, Miliana has suffered from a mental illness. She would go wherever Cahel appeared and harass her parents for access to him. Viscount Horace, a noble of the Centella family, did his best to control his daughter that was hanging on to none other than the Duke of Louvre. But the power of love far exceeded the expectations of Viscount Horace. Miliana protested against him for a week, abstaining from food and drink to get access to Cahal. There is no parent who can beat their children, and Viscount Horace eventually submitted an interview request to Cahal Louvre. But that was the decisive mistake of Viscount Horace. When Miliana, who had already fallen in love with Cahal and her energy was weakened by fasting for more than a week, stood right in front of Cahal, she was completely enchanted by his devilish power that gently spread from him. Miliana wanted to win Cahal more frantically than she had before. But there was no way for a Viscountess daughter to make the Duke of Louvre her own, and in the end, Miliana risked her life. She wants to be his lover, so she wants him to accept her love, and she calls him to the Temple of Ernie, adding that she will die while hanging on to Cahal's carriage. The Temple of Erne was a temple where men and women swore their love. It was a temple with a legend that if a couple was formed there, they would love each other forever, and it was also a temple with a high bell tower. But Cahal Louvre didn't mind her threats at all. Because there wasn't just one or two people who made threats like that. But what made Miliana Horace different from the others, was that she really chose death when she wasn't chosen by Cahal. Viscount Horace, who had been scouring Ardennes all day in search of the missing Miliana, found her body at around 5 a.m. when the priest of the Temple of Erne rushed in. Viscount Horace did not understand why Miliana had committed suicide, and he held her funeral in great sorrow. And it wasn't until he found her diary in the desk drawer while cleaning her room that he knew why Miliana was at the temple and why she had committed suicide. Viscount Horace ferociously resented the Duke of Louvre. Even if he didn't accept the child's love, he could have gone and comforted her just once. He turned away from the child who was willing to give up her life. He's not even human. Everyone else comforted Viscount Horace, who was in a desperately boiling resentment. It must have been heartbreaking for you to lose your daughter. That's right. Considering her parents, the Lady shouldn't have been like that. Baron Fidelia shook his head in disappointment. Frankly, they couldn't really understand Miliana, who gave her life just for love. Because they had never seen Cahal Louvre before. In that regard, Viscount de Roynes had a deeper understanding. He is beautiful enough to make you lose your mind. But shouldn't everything be in moderation? Excessively beautiful things are more like poison. In any case, it would be better for Cahal Louvre to be imprisoned in that mansion, so that no one is swayed by his poison like Lady Horace. It would be better if he died. And Viscount de Roynes sent Viscount Horace a check for 3 million luans to be used to support the anti-Duke of Louvre nobility. So he wrote down his signature carefully. Viscount Horace and Viscount de Roynes moved. At Gerard's report, Cahal raised his eyebrows slightly. Viscount Horace? Yes. Viscount Horace was a nobleman of Ardennes who was associated with Viscount de Roynes. It was probably motivated by an incident involving his daughter. It is suspected that the Duke of Santella may have been hiding behind it, but there is no clear evidence. But Cahal still had a look on his face that said he didn't understand. What does that mean? His daughter? There was a lot of buzz for a while, don't you remember? Miliana Horace, that lady. After confessing her love to your excellency, she jumped from the Temple of Erne. Gerard looked at Cahal with sullen eyes, as if he were asking to at least remember by this point. The reckless girl. In the end, Cahal seemed to have remembered Miliana, but there seemed to be no further impression. I thought the Marquis of Rognac would come first. What the hell was Viscount Horace in such a hurry for? Marquis of Rognac is also moving, but Viscount Horace was more daring. It is said that his love for his daughter was great, and his eyes were turned over by the desire for revenge against your excellency. Viscount de Roynes seems to welcome Viscount Horace's actions with open arms. Psst. Mistakes happen when you move fast. It is just that the Viscounts who want to deal with the Duchy of Louvre are so sloppy. Even Viscount de Roynes must have wanted to return to Ardennes as soon as possible. The place where Viscount de Roynes was driven out to was in the countryside of Kerouac. Although it was close to Ardennes, it was a region with a small population and no decent nobles,
so it would have been cramped for Viscount Dilroynes, who was accustomed to a splendid and wealthy life in Ardens.
If he had been a bit wiser, he wouldn't have been so arrogant at this point. It hasn't been long after he was kicked out. No, he wouldn't have done anything to get himself kicked out in the first place. In the end, he was just a money maker and not a very smart guy. Either way, it wasn't bad for Cahel. Whether it's Viscount Horace or Viscount Dilroynes, he has to get things done quickly so he can get rid of them quickly. I don't want to wait long. Probably within a month we can weave up the rats. Rats? It appears that some of the lesser nobles of Kerouac and a few honorary titled knights have joined Viscount Dilroynes. How pathetic. Cahel shook his head and smiled when he saw the top of the letter brought by the butler. I think the Marquis of Rognac also started moving. In his hand was a high-quality letter envelope with a subtle luster. The signature Lohala Rognac was written on the outside in flowing handwriting. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in Gerard's gaze when he saw it, but Cahel didn't pay much attention to it. The help of the Marquis of Rognac was absolutely necessary in the business of the Hildebrand kingdom in the future. He opened the envelope and unfolded the letter inside.
It was circling with words of noble metaphors and all sorts of expressions that exalted Cahel, but in the end, if he had to condense the content, it would be:
I can't forget your eyes that looked at me that day. What the hell did that mean? What the hell did that mean? It meant that Marquis Lohala Rognac, a diplomat of the Hildebrand kingdom and a popular man in the social circles of the Logos kingdom, had fallen into the hands of Duke Cahel Louf. Everything unfolded on Cahel's palm.
In addition to possessing extraordinary magical power, Cahel, who had risen from an early age, received succession lessons from his father from an early age, and he always achieved achievements far beyond his age.
However, even such extraordinariness did not reveal everything about him.
From the time he inherited the duchy, he aggressively raised the power of the Duchy of Louvre and the Black Faction, as if unleashing the power he had suppressed. Even the members of Black Faction, who were initially dissatisfied with the orders from Cahel, had no choice but to lie flat when they saw that most things were going according to Cahel's expectations.
For Cahel, everything was so obvious that he was rather happy when the enemy attacked him unexpectedly. A few days later, he received the news he had been waiting for from Gerard. The bombs installed in the Bloodstone mines were safely removed, but they buried a larger amount than expected. If all went according to their plan, the mine would have disappeared altogether. I am sure you must have investigated all of mine rangers and guards. We have already selected those to punish. Then that's it. But why do you look so upset? That the bombs weren't just planted in the mines. Well, where else is it? It was also installed on 2 of the Duchy's carriages. At that, Cahel opened his eyes wide as if in surprise and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Did they try to assassinate me? As expected, even if you always check everything, unexpected things happen. It's fun. It was the reaction of someone who had heard a joke. However, in Logos Kingdom, an attempt to assassinate a duke was a felony that would not be sufficiently punished even if the culprit was immediately executed. It was obvious, not just symbolic, that the Duke supported Logos, and if there was a sudden void, the damage had to be borne by the kingdom. Gerard looked at the smiling Cahel with a nervous expression. What are you going to do? The attack from Viscount Dilroynes and Viscount Horace was something they had been waiting for, so there was nothing to be surprised or angry about. But what they were hoping to see went a little wrong. As with the attack on the duchy, the assassination attempt on the Duke himself should not be left unattended. You have to clean it all up. Viscount Horace has a connection with the White Faction nobility, so it would be difficult to deal with him directly. What should I do? Let us have a formal trial. I will not punish him any more than a consolation payment in consideration for his deceased daughter. In Cahel's hand was all the information that Viscount Horace and Viscount Dilroynes had moved. The odds of Viscount Horace winning the trial were less than the odds of his daughter coming back alive. And the outcome of the trial will probably be at a compensation level that Viscount Horace will never be able to recover from again. However, Gerard realized that Cahel was letting Viscount Horace slide. As he himself had said, if Cahel was going to take a real revenge, they wouldn't have ended up with just compensation. But Viscount de Roynes will have to see me after the trial. Yes. Although Viscount de Roynes had a connection with the Black faction, Cahel had no intention of paying any leniency to Viscount de Roynes who tried to attack him. Merciful disposition. Within 2 weeks after Cahel ordered the trial, Viscount Horace and Viscount de Roynes were seated in the courtroom of Regina Palace, where the Queen resided. And Cahel, who usually sent a representative to such a place, made an unusually direct visit to the Regina Palace. In the trials of the Kingdom of Logos, 7 judges made decisions instead of the noble elders who were elected once every 5 years, and even the duchies could not deny their judgments. However, since the judges were also nobles, they could not help but be influenced by the 2 duchies. So, the outcome of each trial was different depending on who gets the last vote among the 7. However, the Centella family did not interfere in this trial. Not only was it caused by Viscount Horace's personal resentment, but Viscount Horace's actions were also clearly against the law. There was nothing he could have said even if he has 10 mouths, as he arbitrarily tried to blow up the duchy as private property and even attempted assassination. However, Viscount Horace criticized Cahel by bringing up the story of Miliana, which had nothing to do with the incident. He cursed Cahel bloodily, as if all he wanted to do was accuse him in the face. But that could not affect the outcome of the trial. At the trial, Viscount Horace was ordered to pay a compensation of 70 million luens and Viscount de Roynes was fined 2 million luens in damages. However, Cahel was not interested in the outcome of Viscount de Roynes' trial in the first place. He personally came to visit Viscount de Roynes alone. He was imprisoned in a makeshift prison to punish the Viscount. This is an abuse of power. This trial is invalid. The whole nation should know that you are the devil. Viscount de Roynes struggled inside the temporary prison. After all, he was in the palace where the authority of the Queen was reaching, so he knew that Cahel could not harm him. But even so, Cahel seemed too indifferent. No, Cahel seemed to be smiling a little. Only after realizing it did Viscount de Roynes' voice gradually diminished. Cahel, who was still silent, finally opened his mouth. Did no one advise you against making the Duke of Louvre your enemy? Don't be ridiculous, you're too young. A demon like you will surely be punished someday. If you believed I was a real devil, you shouldn't have thought of taunting me. And after a while, Cahel finished his personal visit and came out. Although Viscount de Roynes looked a little dazed, he wasn't hurt or threatened anywhere. The 5 minutes alone was too short for Cahel to harm the Viscount. So the guards guarding the temporary prison did not pay much attention. We have arrested the nobles of Kerouac who were attached to Viscount de Roynes. Gerard told Cahel, who returned from the trial. This time it was time to punish the rats who dared to oppose the Louvre family while being country peasants. Cahel immediately accompanied Gerard and his knights to the tower to the east of the mansion, sometimes used as a prison. How many? There was only one person except Baron Jenkins who knew about the mine-bombing plan. He said he was Baron Fidelia. His family includes a wife and 1 daughter. Other than that, the rest are really small fries, so the Duke's hands will only get dirty if you touch them. Then you'll take care of that mess. Let Baron Jenkins be rewarded for his work. Cahel gave generously to Baron Jenkins for reporting Viscount de Roynes' every move to the Louvres, and then entered the tower to meet the foolish Baron Fidelia and his poor family, who will also die at the same time because of the foolish head of the family. They were just greedy for foolish things, so unlike Viscount de Roynes, Cahel thought of beheading them. Gerard also agreed that this method was more merciful. The tower was quite high, but it was actually about 3 stories high, which consisted only of stairs, except for the upper floors. Among them, the 3rd floor, which exists for merciful disposition, was very bright for a prison, with light pouring in through the high ceiling and multiple windows on the walls, and there were 10 prison cells blocked by iron bars along the circular wall inside. The prison cell looked similar to that of other prisons at first glance, but it was a little different in that there was a square hole in the middle of the iron bars and a canal was dug like a waterway in front of the bars. And inside each cell, Baron Fidelia's men were locked up one by one, and the Baron was screaming loudly. The Fidelia family is a baroni family from Kerouac that has been passed down for 7 generations. I am that nobility. Even the Duke can't keep us locked up like this. If you were still a Baron. Following the sound of the iron door opening, a smooth and captivating voice resonated inside the tower. The Duchess of Lobos has the right to dispose of the nobles and commoners from Barony and below in any matter that cause direct damage or is involved in the desecration of the Guardian family. And at 2 days' trial your Barony title was stripped. Convinced that the main character who spoke the voice was the Duke of Louvre himself, Baron Fidelia sat close to his cell and pleaded fervently for his innocence. Your Excellency Duke. You were wrong. This is all because of Viscount de Roynes. I was compelled to obey Viscount de Roynes' menace. Please have pity on me. I feel sorry for you. Baron Fidelia was relieved by the voice that didn't sound particularly angry, and began to beg more pathetically. But when Cahel's figure was fully exposed under the light, his noisy chatter stopped. So did the Baroness, who cried and wept with him. They had never seen such a beautiful person in their life. The figure was not thin and pretty, but it was a beauty that looked like a solid and magnificently completed male deity statue. So, I am trying to be merciful to you and your family. Probably it wouldn't be painful to die. Yes? Everyone out. Except for Baron Fidelia, who rolled his eyes anxiously, Cahel ordered Gerard and the knights who had been escorting him to go out. They, too, knew that if Cahel had decided the criminals to be executed here, they should not be near this place until the execution was over. When the sound of the knight's footsteps faded away and could no longer be heard, Cahel took off Kalia from his neck and placed it on the table next to him. Then he naturally released the power he had always suppressed. His devilish powers were amplified when magical powers were mixed in, so he brainwashed Viscount de Roynes, saying, if you love Cahel Louvre, prove it by death. Viscount de Roynes will commit suicide by any means within 2 days. The punishment for Barony Fidelia people was similar, but he was more considerate and let them die in a more ecstatic state than Viscount de Roynes. Viscount de Roynes will eventually commit suicide while still feeling the horror and pain of death, but the people of Barony Fidelia could at least die in ecstasy. It hasn't even been a minute since he let the devilish power out, but the sound of panting has already been heard from inside the cells. Duke. Please, just once, please allow me to touch you. Duke. Hold me. I love you. Please. Here, those possessed by Cahel's demonic powers, as if in ecstasy, scrambled their arms out of the cell, earnestly wishing to reach him. Even when he said he would decapitate them with a sword, everyone was overjoyed at the thought that they could connect with him even through objects. The people of Barony Fidelia were no different. It was a bit of a pain to watch them twisted their body, but Cahel thought, let's be merciful, and pulled a sword from his waist. Then he ordered Baron Fidelia, who was drooling with the front of his pants inflated like a rutted dog, to stick his head out through the square gap between the bars. Of course, Baron Fidelia was delighted to see Cahel with his sword drawn out, and he stuck out his head through the gap. Why the hell would you even do that? Do you think the Ardennes nobles would even accept you, a country noble? Hike. Still, Cahel, I could have met you, my Cahel. Baron Fidelia, who had already begun to reveal his madness of being completely possessed by the devilish power, had no reason left to properly judge the current situation. Goodbye. As he had promised to be merciful, Cahel, who had done his final goodbyes properly, mercilessly struck him on the neck. It was death without even a screaming, only making a popping sound as the neck was separated from the body. Blood began to trickle down the waterway in front of the cage, but the Baroness, who caught Cahel's gaze, shook her hips, as if she couldn't even see the wretched face of her dead husband. Next one, the madam. Yes. It's me. Duke. Stick your head out. The Baroness, who had stuck out her head with a supremely blushing look, also stuck out her tongue as if she wanted to lick something, and Cahel's sword slashed through the Baroness' head at once. Finally it was the turn for their daughter, who had just become an adult. But when the two people who were crying out their love disappeared, sobbing began to be heard inside the silent tower. Huh? Unlike the Baron and his wife, who sat holding their cage and shouting their love for Cahel, their daughter was sitting crouching in the innermost corner of the cell, trembling and weeping. Her pale blue complexion looked like a woman driven to the extreme of fear. Why are you doing that? Hawk, please save me, please save me. It was a surprise. Because her reply meant she was looking at the situation with reason. What's your name? Elliot. Well, Elliot. I'm a little busy, but won't you come over here quietly? Please save me. You are. With nowhere to retreat, she was pushing her body against the wall. In that face of hers, he couldn't find any ecstasy of being possessed by his devilish power. With her tear-soaked face clinging to her disheveled hair and rubbing her slender palms together, she was begging for dear life. How the hell did this happen? Our two leads finally met. Revision note. An earlier version of this chapter misworded that Viscount Roins and Horace was awarded damages. We updated it to I find and awarded to pay to avoid confusion. A girl who is unaffected by the devilish power. Cahel narrowed his eyes and looked at the weeping woman in the corner of the cell. Since the manifestation of his devilish power, it was the first time that an ordinary person had not been in lust even with the curse of the devilish power that was released fully. Even the knights had a hard time if he took off Kalia and completely released his power. However, the girl who is the daughter of a rural noble is sitting there with a sane mind. He sat in front of the cell bars and looked more closely at the woman begging for her life at him. She, who had not yet taken off her girlish get-up, was an ordinary noble girl with dark brown hair, purple eyes, and a moderately pretty appearance. He couldn't even remember the face of Viscount Horace's daughter who committed suicide out of love for him, but it seemed more ordinary than this young lady. However, for a noble young lady, the appearance of begging for her life was so raw. Those educated to be nobles, at least pretending to defend their pride, were bound to fall down, but this woman was praying with her hands together as the commoner ones would do. In addition, she also began to hiccup as she cried so much, and she was so terrified that she could have run out of breath without even Cahel having to use the sword. Elliot. Hiccup hiccup. Are you really the daughter of Baron Fidelia? At those words the woman's eyes suddenly fluttered. She then glanced at the dead Baron, where he had died, and then she looked back at him and swallowed. Hiccup how in fact only the Baron, Hiccup is my father. Hearing the woman's words barely slurred through the hiccups and sobs, Cahel immediately realized that she was the illegitimate daughter of the Baron. However, the report stated that Elliot Fidelia was born to the Baroni couple. Are you an illegitimate child? It's a little different from what I know. Surely you're not thinking about things in your head right now, are you? And no. I'm not Miss Elliot. How? You're not Elliot Fidelia. So what's your name? It's Lena. Is it true that Baron Fidelia is your father? Yes, that's right. However, considering that it was the illegitimate child, the dress Lena wore was quite luxurious. She really was like a young lady of a baron. You're an illegitimate child and you're treated like a daughter, that's surprising. The truth is Hiccup I worked as the maid. Is that so? Lena shook her head and begged again, thinking that the question was mixed in with anger. Really, didn't he want to? Cahel smiled slightly as he watched Lena cry while saying things he couldn't even understand. Then he put the sword into the scabbard and put Kalia, which had been taken off, around his neck again, and summoned the knights who would be waiting under the tower. Remove the corpses appropriately and lock that woman in the attic inside the mansion. Never be rough with her. Gerard and the knights were surprised at the existence of a woman who was still alive, but they followed the master's orders without question. The attic of the huge mansion was so dignified that the name of an attic was regrettable. The sloping ceiling was the only hint that it was an attic, but the room was spotlessly clean, with a bed, table, chairs, and even furniture that looked like a decorative cabinet. However, because there were no curtains and the light of the sunset sky was leaking in, the room was dyed as red as the eyes of the man she saw earlier. But even in such a niche room, Lena was so frozen that she couldn't straighten her bent body. The grotesque scene she had seen in the tower earlier came to mind, and her whole body trembled even though it was summer. Lena couldn't believe what had happened to her. No, she found it strange that in the first place, she herself had to marry an aristocrat. What's it said ominously about the future? She didn't expect an overshadowing of a future like this. A small world that Lena knew was about to fall apart as armed knights suddenly stormed the Baroness mansion. Lena, who was caught trying to escape before, was locked up in her room on the far end of the second floor. So she didn't know what was going on outside at first, but she knew for sure that it was Mrs. Marvin who gave away her presents. The smile that Mrs. Marvin showed as she watched Lena being dragged out of the room gave her goosebumps. Besides, the Baroness also called Lena Elliot in front of the knights. Her daughter, Elliot, was nowhere to be seen. It was so frantic at the moment that Lena had no idea what had happened, but only when she was detained in the carriage did she realize that the Baroness had hidden Elliot. The Baroness had said that Lena should replace Elliot in the marriage, and when she was dragged away, she was told to act as the daughter of the Baron instead of Elliot. The malevolence and selfishness of the Baroni couple seemed suffocating. But Lena couldn't claim that she wasn't Elliot. She didn't know what was going on, and the Baroness was by Lena's side with sharp eyes. She had never dreamed that she would be riding a carriage in such a bewildered state. She knew that the first carriage she would ride was at least a flower carriage that had come to pick up the bride, but the carriage the knights rode in was all black and locked from outside the door. When she was thrown into the black carriage and heard the carriage door locked from the outside, Lena knew intuitively. There must be something truly terrifying waiting when this carriage reached its destination. It wasn't because Lena had a lot of knowledge or knew how the world worked. It's just because she felt the same way when she was dragged out to be scolded. No, she felt the same way, but much worse. But Lena instinctively panicked and began to tremble, and the Baroness didn't even sympathize with her for even a fingernail. She grabbed Lena's hair and threatened with a growling voice. "We're going to come back without a hitch. Baroni Fidelia comes from a venerable family, so we will be released soon. So until you return, you must be Elliot Fidelia. If you say anything, then even if you'll be married to Viscount Dilroynes, and whatever, I won't let you and the stable keepers alone." Then she said not to spoil the name of Fidelia. However, contrary to what the Baroness said that it would be okay, the Baroni couple died. Even she, who seemed to know nothing, didn't expect this to happen. Does Elliot know that her parents are dead? Rather, Elliot, where the hell is she? No, actually, this wasn't the time for her to worry about Elliot's situation. She doesn't know why that man left her alive, but there was no way that she would be safe in the future. But Lena wanted to live. She wanted to live, enjoy the world outside of Kerouac to the fullest, and find meaning in her life. It was very sad to die like this. Lena buried her face in her lap and closed her eyes. But this time, there was no glimmer of hope anywhere. Cahal had such an ordinary evening that he couldn't believe that he had slashed 2 people in the neck. He heard once more the full report of what had happened today from Gerard and sent him back. Then he ate dinner and bathed himself, and then he sat in his study and read a book. Then, around 9 o'clock, the butler Arthur brought the news that Viscount Dilroynes had committed suicide. The method of suicide was jumping. He thought that it must have hurt so much as the head hit the stone ground. Normally the heaviest head would face downwards, but the chubby, chunky belly might have hit the ground first. Any other news? The last news was that the verdict and the amount of compensation could be slightly different because Viscount Dilroynes committed suicide. The 2 million luans was not what Viscount Dilroynes was aiming for. Although he was married twice, he had no children, and the Dilroynes family was still the vassal of the Duchy of Louvre. Although it is impossible to intercept Viscount Dilroynes' entire fortune, the designation of the next head of family was something the Duke's hand could work on as much as possible, so the new Viscount Dilroynes will become a loyal servant of the Louvre family. Do you have any other specific instructions? Did you bring food to the woman locked up in the attic? Yes. But she hasn't touched anything. Why? Did you give something unpleasant? No. I gave exactly the same as the maid's meals. Rather than a matter of appetite, it seems that she has not yet recovered from the shock. Probably because her parents just died right before her eyes. Hmm. Others did not yet know that Lena was Baron Fidelia's illegitimate daughter. Reports clearly stated that the Baron and his wife had a daughter. The knights thought there was only one daughter in the Baron's family register, so they brought her without any doubt, so it wasn't the knight's fault. In this case, he could think of two things. One, they swapped their real daughter with the illegitimate child named Lena. If that's the case, then they used their head well in the meantime. He didn't really care for the real daughter that he missed anyway. The life of a baroness lady, who was stripped of the title and lost her parents, would have been difficult without even having to know much. It was the alternative assumptions that mattered. Perhaps this woman is neither the illegitimate daughter of Fidelia nor anything else, that she is a spy planted by the Centella. The reason she doesn't respond to his devilish power may be because she is the illegitimate child of the Duke of Centella. If that's the case, he couldn't help but say that one also used their head well. A maid unaffected by my devilish power, it is a bait I'll never say no to. Even though he became a duke, it could not be ignored about his situation where he could not have a personal servant. Cahal pounded his long, hard fingers on the top of the desk, immersed in thoughts, then he gave a slow command to Ardor. Bring her. Lena was taken by the knight of the mansion to the duke's study. She was nervous enough that her body hardened till her muscles hurt. It was not strange to pass out right now because of the difficult carriage trip for several days, the mental shock that occurred today, and the nutritional state of not being able to drink even a sip of water all day. She wanted to faint, but her mind was rather clear. Your Excellency. I have brought Baron Fidelia's daughter with me. After a brief report, the knight shuffled his feet and gently pushed Lena, who had been holding back, into the room. Then he immediately closed the door to the study. Oh. Could it be? In the dark study room where the candles flickered softly, there were now only the two of them, Lena and the Duke. Cahal, sitting with his legs crossed in a luxurious chair, didn't have a particularly frightening expression on his face, but to Lena, he felt like a predator waiting for its prey. Still, it was right in front of her eyes that the man beheaded the Baroni couple without any emotion. A terrifying fear climbed again from her toes and shook her whole body. But just before the tears welled up in Lena's eyes, Cahal's low, soft, but somehow menacing voice moved her. Did you say Lena? Don't stand like that, come and sit in front of me. It was a voice that made her shudder in such a bizarre way. It's not angry or cold, it's definitely meltingly sweet, but it's not friendly. Lena felt a fear there, as if a sword was under her neck. At the command, which she could not disobey, she flinched and sat down on the chair in front of him. In the meantime, of course, she gently pulled the chair to widen the distance between him and her. Cahal was silently watching Lena do everything she did. He had Kalia taken off a long time ago. If the devilish energy emanating from him was a scent, now this room would be filled with a dizzyingly strong scent. It was also the reason that the knight who had brought Lena hurriedly pushed only her into the room. Although the knight has a powerful aura, the Duke's devilish power was spreading enough that even the knight could sense the danger. But still nothing had changed for this peasant girl Lena. In Lena's eyes there are no other positive emotions than worries and fears of what would happen in the future. Perhaps the queen or the people of the Centella family weren't involved. It was the first time that anyone was so insensitive to the devilish power. Cahal decided to approach from another route. It wasn't just his devilish powers that helped people to be attracted to him. His appearance was also so seductive that it was rumored that he resembled the image of a god, so no matter how much he suppressed his devilish nature, he could not stop people from falling in love with him. Recalling that troublesome past, Cahal gave Lena a strange smile. This kind of service was not given to anyone. It was also something he would never normally do even to young children. But, save me, please. It seems that his attempt was rather taken as a threat. Lena, who was barely holding back her tears, started to beg for her life again, dripping with her tears. She didn't even dare to get up from her seat and run away, only begging for her life as she clasped her two hands on her lap. It was the moment when the law of even the gods will fall in love on his smile faded away. It is not normal. As expected, it is suspicious. Until now, there was no ordinary person who did not react to his devilish powers or appearance. Even the queen used to look at his smile with delight, and it was absurd that the peasant girl, who only worked as a maid, didn't respond. It was more plausible that she had been training for this day since she was young. She further fueled his suspicions, in particular, perhaps that she belonged to a group of people who were trying to attack him. Maybe Viscount Delroynes or Viscount Horace were deceitful, and planting this woman by Cahel's side was the end goal of the House of Centella. It seems that you were taken instead of the Baron's real daughter, but you haven't benefited from the Baron's bloodline so far, so I thought it was unfair to apply the kin punishment to you. But the fact that you inherited the blood of a sinner cannot be ignored. So, depending on your usefulness, I will decide whether to keep you alive or not. Again, Lena's face immediately turned pale, and her big eyes widened even more. Cahel thinks that those eyes, which twinkle in the candlelight, are strangely pleasing to look at. Cahel felt halfway entertained. Please answer my questions honestly and without even the slightest lie. Yes, yes. Lena replied with a desperate nod. As her head shook up and down, the tears that had formed from the corners of her eyes fell. Did you say you were Baron Fidelia's illegitimate child? Yes. Who was your mother? My mother was an outsider and she ran away from bandits and then she got stuck in Kerouac. She made a living reading people's letters and doing tapestries for the barony. She died when I was 10. She was a very, very pretty and kind person. Lena's eyes twinkled for a moment as she talked about her mother. Cahel seemed to know what she was talking about without even asking in detail. Although the kingdom was a monogamous state, wealthy and powerful nobles alike coveted anyone other than their spouses. If they had money and power in the kingdom, the probability of being a noble was very high, and those nobles took the powerless as a thing to play with for a while. If Lena's mother was very beautiful, as she said, and her mother made a living on the job doing the barony's tapestries, it would have been difficult for her mother to escape from Baron Fidelia's grasp. Of course, on the premise that everything she said is true. Interrogating the people of Kerouac will reveal the facts about Lena's mother. But she may have been the mistress of the Duke of Centella, and Baron Fidelia may have been a very small victim of this grand scheme. The reason for such suspicion is that Lena was living with the Baron's family, too well for a child born so unclean. Lena said she was the maid, but the knights said she was hiding in a room on the second floor with the Baron's family at the time of her arrest. Did you say you worked there as a maid? Yes. But from what I heard, you were living like a real Baron lady in a nice room. Actually, that. You better not think about lying in front of me. As Cahel fiddled with the handle of his sword that stood beside him, he warned. His voice wasn't particularly cold, but Lena was trembling with her eyes fixed on his hand as he gripped the handle of the sword. Viscount Delroynes asked the master for a daughter, but Miss Elliot said she didn't like it, so I am also Baron Fidelia's half-daughter, so he registered me and sent me to the Viscount. Boo, but I haven't lived like that for more than 3 months. It wasn't even what I wanted. I never meant to insult the noble. Without withdrawing his hand touching his sword, Cahel pondered the truth of the excuse. If the Duchy of Centella were trying to attach a spy with a rare condition to him, he should have foreseen that Viscount Delroynes would ask Baron Fidelia for his daughter. Of course, there were a few priests in the family who predicted the future like a trick, but could such a thing be predicted? That possibility was slim. No, in a way, this reasoning is also ridiculous. Because everything this woman said could be a lie. Since Viscount Delroynes and Baron Fidelia were dead anyway, there was no way to confirm them no matter what she said. But strangely enough, seeing those desperate eyes staring at him made him want to believe her. If that's true, then Baron Fidelia is more daring than he looks. Besides, if he followed the story, he can see why they raised Lena beautifully. They must have thought someday Lena will be able to put it to good use. However, it would be easy to find out if they tried to proceed with the fraudulent marriage by turning their illegitimate child, who was a maid, into a noble maiden. Actually, Viscount Dilroynes didn't he want the titled lady? With that in mind, Baron Fidelia doesn't really understand the situation. A. It was quite logical and Lena's fears are transmitted without question, so Cahel decides to believe her story for now. From the moment he realized that his devilish powers didn't work, she was something he couldn't kill anyway.
Because he had to find out who this woman was, whether she was a spy of the House of Centella, a really rare condition, or had another mastermind.
Yes, I understand. But if you worked as a maid, what did you mainly do? Lena, not knowing Cahel's calculations and her situation, could not understand why he was asking such a question. What did this nobleman, who was high-ranked, wanted to know what a maid is? Unless he is looking to hire a new maid. Oh. Could it be? Could it be that he's letting me work as a maid? It was a convincing assumption. The Duke said that he would not kill her earlier. If so, what would he use the girl he saved for? The most common was a maid. To focus on her punishment, she'll be the toughest laundry maid, and with a little luck, she might end up doing something else. Lena gulped down her dry throat and plucked up a little courage. Oh, I have been working since I was young, so I can do pretty much just about anything. I learned not only to work in the laundry room, but also to help with cleaning the castle and the kitchen. I can even dress up a noble lady. I know about 20 different hairstyles that I can make, and I know how to handle the iron. I know how to read letters. Lena, who suddenly spoke faster, surprised Cahel for a moment, but then he smiled. This woman was desperate in her own way too, she wanted to live. When she talked about maid work, she guessed it was a way for her to survive. But her look of servility seemed a little sad. If it were a real barren lady, it would have been an obvious punishment, but it became a lifeline that she must hold on to. But this was something that could be a lifeline for Cahel as well. Have you ever had a male master by your side? That's none, but if you teach me, I can do it well. Then. Lena, who had thought that she would show a sign of joy at the sight of hope, clouded her words and looked into Cahel's eyes. Cahel sighed deeply in frustration. Does this woman have to rehearse every time to get her to finish her words? If so, I'd be very bothered. But Lena was frightened again by Cahel's sigh, so she hurriedly continued talking. Good. Pass. Then am I supposed to work at night? Her trembling voice showed how nervous she was. Cahel's eyes sharpened because of the doubts that this woman was expecting him to sleep with her. Why are you asking that? That in fact I've never done it, I know nothing, and I am really ugly, really, not much, I can't please my master please. Lena remembered the bedroom etiquette that Mrs. Marvin had taught her, and she did her best to appeal that she was not attractive. And Cahel softened his aura as he saw Lena clenched her fists and desperately making excuses. That wasn't the attitude of someone who wanted to do something like that. Good. Pass. Yes. Lena looked at Cahel with a bewildered expression. But Cahel was calm. I will tell the butler and the maid chief. This week, learn the basics of the structure of this mansion and the Louvre family. And starting next week, you will work as a maid under me. Yes? Lena's eyes widened. He is a duke here. A duke is a very high-ranked person like a king. In general, it is common for a duke or count to have a noble male attendant or aide next to him, but even if he had a maid, the position of a maid close to such a person would be different from that of a normal maid. But can the illegitimate child of a beheaded noble sit in such a great place? That too, starting from next week. Without even giving a glance to Lena, who was staring blankly at him with puzzled eyes, Cahel hung Kalia around his neck and rang the bell calling the butler. Then Ardor, who was waiting outside, quickly appeared. Did you call me, Your Excellency? I will use this child as my maid from next week. Teach her. It was Ardor who was always quick-witted, but he could not easily understand the words Cahel had just said. Your Excellency. I'm really sorry. I think I misunderstood, yes, but just now did you say maid? Don't make me say it twice. She worked as a maid in the barony for a long time, so you only need to teach her a little bit. Do you mean from next week? Why do you keep asking it twice? Sorry. I will prepare it as you said. Arthur Higgins, the experienced butler of the Louvre family, looked at the huge task that had been given to him and answered calmly. Lena trembled a little at his gaze. The next day, Lena was assigned a new room and she was to follow Arthur to learn as fast as she could to clean up her mess. The butler Arthur was a man in his late 40s with dark brown and gray hair neatly pushed back. When she thought of a butler, she thought of a thin and skinny old man, but Arthur had a solid physique for a butler. However, his personality was as meticulous as other butlers. And he was loyal enough to lay down his life for the Duke of Louvre. The first day seemed to be to learn the basics of the Duchy of Louvre and become loyal to this long-standing family. In fact, Lena doubted, as she had never had any loyalty to Baroni Fidelia, whom she'd worked for nearly 10 years, but is there any possibility that she will suddenly become loyal to a duchy she has only known for a while? But such doubts were shaken as soon as the butler opened a door in the Duchess Annex. This is the Ledger Pavilion, which can be said to be the history hall of the Duchy of Louvre. This place was built by the 42nd Duke Ledger Louvre. You can feel the accumulated history of the family down to the current 106th Duke Cahel Louvre. Unlike Arthur, who spoke calmly and entered the Ledger Pavilion, Lena stood nailed in front of the massive door and had no choice but to open her mouth. The height of the 3 stories was surprising, but the legend of the family engraved in relief on the pillars supporting the ceiling of that height was like a god's work, and the stone statues of the heads of the previous generations lined up on either side looked like gods. Brilliant sunlight was coming in through the windows on the 2-story wall, but the air inside the Ledger Pavilion was heavy and quiet, as if it had captured years of history, discoloring even the splendid early summer sun. The dust floating in front of her reflected the discolored light and seemed to whisper the legend of this family. Lena? Oh. Yes. Lena, awakened by Arthur's call, silently walked her steps and followed him. In front of the statue of the family heads, who achieved a particularly impressive achievement, he told the story of the family heads and important events of the time, which was surprisingly interesting, so Lena listened intently with her eyes twinkling. Thanks to this, Arthur, who was initially skeptical of Lena, also treated her with a more gentle attitude. However, when the two of them stood in front of the place where the stone statue of Cahel Louvre was to be erected, Arthur's attitude took on a somewhat disastrous light. It seems that you are not aware of the rumors about the current Duke of Louvre. Right? Rumors? I'm sorry, but I've only lived in Kerouac. Since she was born and lived in Kerouac, the country where Baron Fidelia had the most power, it was natural that she did not know about Ardens. Of course, as a citizen of the Logos Kingdom, she knew only about the names of the 2 duchy families called the Guardians, but it was useless even if a country maid knew about the family history or rumors, so no one taught her. However, Arthur, who she had thought would be shocked how she didn't know such a thing, suddenly asked something out of the ordinary. Didn't you feel any kind of agitation when you were facing His Excellency? Is it rare that people don't tea? Lena, who looked around, answered cautiously. Arthur's eyes narrowed. Yes, how did you feel? It's okay to be honest. Really, won't you scold me if I tell you the truth? Sure. Even if you swear, I'll pretend I didn't hear you this time. Lena, who was biting her lip even at that word, hesitated, unable to withstand Arthur's silent pressure, who waited patiently for her. She barely answered. It's so scary. It's scarier when he smiles. Butler didn't see what he was like in the tower, so I don't know, but he doesn't feel like a human. Sorry. She couldn't afford to feel anything other than fear. It was that creepy if he put a smile on his sculptural cold face. Lena's body trembled at the thought of the bizarre and horrific execution again. In fact, it still didn't seem real. The Baroni Fidelia couple who happily sacrificed their heads were strange, and the Duke who looked down at it as if bored and cut them with a sword was also strange. It's scarier when someone who kills people so easily smiles as if nothing happened. However, Arthur tilted his head in response to Lena's frank reply that she was ready to be severely scolded for her confession. Is that all? Yes. Yes. Lena wondered if Arthur's question was different from what she had thought. She was nervous. But when she saw the Duke, all she could think of was that she was terrified, so she had nothing more to say. But Arthur started asking strange questions. His appearance is beautiful enough to be compared to the god of war Pyrrhus. What do you think about it? Yes? That I do not know. However, the way he struck Baron Fidelia in the head was definitely similar to that of god Pyrrhus. No, I mean, didn't you think that he was beautiful or that you would fall in love with his excellency when you see him? What? No. I've never had such disrespectful thoughts. Really? Trust me. I don't mean to scold you. It is normal for other people. That? Oh, of course, His Excellency, of course, he would be great, but everyone has their own taste. No, it's not, I mean, as I said before, I didn't think of such disrespectful thoughts. Lena was embarrassed and gibberish at the unexpected question, which she had never thought of. This duchy was so strange. The butler asked such a question. Are you really unaffected by that curse? Looking at Lena, who was not sure what to say more, Arthur muttered to himself. His face was tinged with surprise. Me? What do you mean? Oh no. You don't have to care. I just need to think about taking good care of you in the future. Arthur, who changed the topic in a hurry, was reluctant, but Lena didn't ask him more about her situation because whatever the facts he was hiding didn't change her situation. In fact, while Arthur pretended not to be, he was watching Lena carefully. It was because Kahal had told him something in advance last night. She is Baron Fidelia's illegitimate child, and she used to work there as a maid. She's a maid who doesn't respond to the devilish me who can't have a personal servant. Don't you think she's a good fit? I am sure there has never been a person who has not responded to that curse that has been clinging to you unless they are being protected by special powers. So keep an eye on her closely. Quietly talk about the curse in front of that woman and tell the servants to keep their mouths shut. Arthur thought so, too. But just by watching her for half day he knew that Lena wasn't a character who could hide such a formidable intrigue. This woman, revealing her feelings on her face, was rather too naive to live in Ardennes. Of course, this could also be a high-level performance, but Arthur wanted to put hopes on the side that Lena had a rare condition. After that, Arthur taught Lena this and that in a more friendly manner. For the next day, she greeted the residents of the mansion while being explained the structure of the mansion, and Lena was amazed that everyone had the same expression on their faces when she was introduced to be the Duke's maid. It was like those who had heard that a blue dragon appeared on the mountain behind. It's the expression on their face when they realize that something that could never have happened has happened. A sense of astonishment beyond surprise. Thanks to this, Lena shrank a lot, but Arthur ordered the employees to actively cooperate with Lena's work in the future, and if anyone is found harming Lena, then it's not mine, but His Excellency's punishment that will fall. It seemed that no one was going to harm her because of that threat. Different mornings. The days passed quickly. Generally, there should have been at least 5 veteran maids or attendants for each nobles who knew the noble society well, who were full of culture, and were well versed in etiquette. That's why Lena didn't understand Arthur, who poured out so much knowledge on her. She should just be good at the chores the senior maids and clothes aides tell her to do, but why was he trying to teach her with such impatience? On a Saturday afternoon, Lena eventually couldn't help but ask Arthur, who warns that she made a noise when she set the teacup down on the saucer. Excuse me, butler. As far as I know, tea attending is the work of experienced and high-ranking maids. So, wouldn't it be better for me to learn something else than this? It was a question that Lena was really upset about. There is not enough time for her to learn the chores that she needs to do right away for day by day, but she was frustrated as she was constantly learning only something for the high-class servants that only a maid from a noble family can do. Then Arthur said with a look of disappointment. Lena. There's something I forgot to say. I'm sorry, but you are the only one serving His Excellency in this mansion. Of course you have to do all of this. You must stick to his side and work as his limbs. You need to know not only general chores but also high-end chores like this. With those words, Lena's thinking seemed to have stopped for a while. She stared at Arthur with his head up high. Wow, what are you saying now? What part of what I was saying doesn't make sense? The Duke is a very high-ranking person. I heard that he is second only to the Queen. Right. You know it. Then why is there no one else attending him? As of right now, he doesn't want it. And it is our duty to follow the Master's wishes. His Excellency has said that you will now be his personal maid, so you just have to follow that word. Lena thought again. This Duke was so strange. Wasn't the higher people the more they don't like to lift a single finger? Why did the second highest person below only the Queen live without a maid by his side? Is Arden's a bit different from the countryside? The better a man, the more humble he is. In the countryside, the nobles are abusive, but it seems that the high-ranking people here are rather frugal and simple. Lena found a direction she could understand with her head and forced it into place. After that, it didn't even feel very strange. It is just that her feet felt like they were on fire. Will I be beheaded for not being able to work? Seeing her trembling white face, Arthur tried his best to comfort her. I don't think he is going to let you go just because you're bad at your job. Even if Lena was a real spy, Cahill would use the maid as a tool to plot an attack on the Centella family, so there was no way he could kill her for a minor mistake. And Arthur, who had been watching Lena for days, thought she might be the key to unlocking Cahill's long-standing curse. Go away. Don't come. Hick huck. The boy who was pushed to the windowsill shouted at the woman who was approaching him. The woman's eyes looking at the boy were blank as if in ecstasy. Young Master Lisbeth has only young master. You like me too, don't you? You looked at me and smiled. But the boy's face glistened with cold sweat and his little shoulders trembled restlessly. Don't be like this. Please don't do this. Get a hold of yourself, Lisbeth. Lisbeth was his close maid. She was a maid who was always quiet and well behaved. She was approaching the boy, who was only 7 years old now, confessing her passionate love to him. Haha, I love you, young master. Do you know how much I love you? I can't stand it any longer. Please be my very own young master. Please. The boy had not touched her with a single finger, and she had already let out a harsh breath, drooling saliva from her lips. Her appearance was not normal. Someone help me. As soon as the boy realized that he had nowhere else to step back, he cried, pouring out the tears he had been holding back. However, in the maid's eyes, there seemed to be no tears in the poor boy's eyes. Rather, she gasped and was more excited and reached out towards the boy. You are mine. The maid, who revealed her possessiveness with a bizarre voice, grabbed the boy's wrist and immediately began to lick the fern-like hand. No matter how much the boy pushed her head away with the other hand, the little boy's strength could not overcome the adult woman's strength. Ack! Don't do it! I hate it! The boy, who was rolling his legs and trying to get away from the woman, was soon put on the floor by the woman. No matter how much the boy struggled and fought, the woman, who was incredibly strong, did not move. I'll eat you and have you completely. But the maid, who was about to bite the boy's wrist with her maddened eyes, stiffened, unable to burrow her teeth into the soft skin. Are you all right, young master? A 7-year-old boy had just witnessed his maid being slashed by a knight from his family and fell down to his side. There was still a creepy feeling on the hand she had licked, and his pajama pants were soaked with her warm blood. Cahill woke up feeling someone's presence while his body drenched in cold sweat. When he opened his eyes, a woman was walking far from his bed and rolling the curtains up. For a moment, he jumped up in shock and took out the sword he had left on the bedside. Who are you? But at that voice, the other person was much more startled than he was, and she sat down. Forgive me. It's time for you to wake up, so forgive me please, please save me. The voice begging for life was familiar to him. Then Kahal exhaled a harsh breath and lowered his fiercely held sword. Oh, did you start working as my personal maid from today? Baron Fidelia's illegitimate daughter, whom he had appointed as his clothes maid, was still shaking her body and wet her cheeks with tears. He almost thought that she was really thinking that she was going to die. If that was acting, she was a really great actress. But Kahal was equally perplexed. He had become surprisingly sensitive to presences after attempted murders and rapes that occurred day after day since he was 7 years old. But it had never happened in the past 16 years that he didn't feel it until someone came into his room and opened the curtains. I must have been really tired. Well, I had a lot of things to worry about these days. Sitting up on the bed, Kahal wiped his face. His fatigue could be said to have accumulated for 16 years. Even with his father's affectionate heart, who comforted him and said that there was no need to overdo it, Kahal could not stop. He had to drive himself so hard so that he couldn't think of anything else. Otherwise, he would suffocate, crushed by his resentment towards others, his anger, and his self-loathing. The terrible memories of the year the devilish power was manifested still haunted him, appearing in his dreams. On the day he had that kind of dream, he couldn't stand the disgust with others who looked at him as if licking him. But at the same time, he felt dirty because he thought it was him who made them look like beasts. He now knows that the maids and attendants of the past who died while trying to rape him were innocent people. They were ordinary people. If it hadn't been for the curse of the devilish power that emanated from him, they were people who would have lived a good life after that. The only reason they died was that they were unfortunately assigned to be his servants. Lena slowly wiped away the tears as she saw Kahal looking tired even after sleeping on the soft bed. Anyway, it didn't seem like he was going to kill her right now, but if she wanted to keep her life a little longer, she had to look a little bit useful. Are you going to wash your face? Kahal lifted his head at Lena's small voice, who stood up and asked carefully. The woman, who seemed to be barely standing with trembling legs like a newborn deer's limp legs, was watching him, desperately trying to survive. It was pathetic for some reason, but he just nodded because he suspected that it might also be acting. At the same time, little Centella, the lady of the Duchy of Centella, opened her eyes to the nanny's gentle touch, and rubbed the corners of her half-asleep eyes with the back of her hand and got up. There were already 3 maids around her who would help with her morning preparations. Yawan. Cream-colored blondes waving and waving, clear and soft skin that looks like it has light in it, blue eyes like the sky on a summer day, and red lips like rose petals. Little Centella was the daughter of the Centella family, who had been praised as an incarnation of an angel since the time she was born. The way she wakes up while she is complaining about her sleep is so adorable that even a woman would open their mouth. Her beauty was the pride of the maids who looked after her. Washed and groomed by her maids, Little moved out of her bedroom, moving her soft body that looked like it would crumble when hugged. Usually, noble ladies wake up late, between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. But the successor candidate, Little, could not afford such laziness. Did you have a peaceful night? Good morning, Dad. Little stopped by the office of the head of the family to say good morning with a gleaming smile, and sat opposite the Duke of Centella, who responded with a similarly beautiful smile, and drank peppermint tea served by the attendant. Just as her mouth was refreshed and her head, which was still a little sleepy, cleared, the door to the office opened and another angel entered. Did you have to wake up your son at this hour? He was an angel, but his mouth was of a rough angeless. He had a blonde and beautiful appearance similar to Little, but the complaints that he had to force himself to get up were overflowing from his face, which had not yet been able to get enough sleep. Leon. Since you are back, as a member of the Centella family, you have to be polite and respectful. Little smiled warmly, as if she was teasing her cute little brother, but there was a stern rebuke hidden in her words. Hey. Our Little is losing her cuteness day by day. Because she really takes after father. It is Leon Centella, the eldest son of the Duke of Centella, who sat down on the sofa with his forehead wrinkled. According to the custom, he should have been the natural heir of the Centella family. He eventually announced that he would give up the position to Little, and he often traveled away from home. However, he was still a successor candidate. It has been a long time since I had a morning meeting with my brother, so I am happy. Little smiled softly as if to appease Leon's sullen expression. Then she pours peppermint tea for Leon, too. We're getting. The morning meeting was a place to openly share recent events and thoughts over a light breakfast once a week. At first glance, it might seem like a happy family breakfast dinner, but the fact that no spouses can attend, only the head of family and candidate for succession can, and the fact that many business ideas and elimination plans of the Centella family were born here. It was a place that could never be ignored. As Little comforted Leon and his expression softened to some extent, Leonard Centella, the head of the Centella family, smiled and brought up the topic. Viscount Horace eventually went bankrupt. Cesp. It was really reckless. From the moment he took Viscount Delroyne's hand, he is out of his mind. Well, is it what you expected? I couldn't even laugh at how ridiculous it was when I heard that he was just trying to fight the Louvres like that. Leon raised his eyebrows and responded with a sullen attitude. But confiscating Viscount Horace a huge compensation was a bit too much. He had good, sympathetic reasons for doing that. It is said that human affairs are impossible to predict, and I am not worried that this will cause trouble for Cahel. Little said, dropping her eyebrows worriedly. But Leon raised his curious eyes and looked at her. Do you think Cahel was at fault? Or is he plotting something? Brother, you too? What are you talking about? It's true that Viscount Horace is a little pitiful. Of course, it cannot be denied that he was stupid, but I think it was a bit too much to dock 70 million luans in compensation from the Viscount who lost his young daughter Dre. Did you say that at a party or gathering? Oh God. Can't I just talk about this with my friends? PF. No. That's not possible. Leon smirked and giggled, and when Little's expression turned sulky, he quickly calmed himself down. However, even with a simple sympathy, the weight that came out of Little Centella's mouth was different from that of an ordinary noble lady. Little may have just sided with Viscount Horace, a white faction nobleman, but it will secretly create an atmosphere among people that Cahel was too much. Perhaps reading that thought in Leon's eyes, Little protested by inflating her cheeks once again. But it is not really like that. I also told the ladies of the meeting firmly. This is just a personal feeling, and I respect Cahel's decision in the end. And the young ladies and wives who attend my scripture readings aren't the people who talk about these things outside. What? Scripture reading? Why the hell are you making such a gathering? Ahaha. Leon shook his head for a while. It was cute to make an angry face with an angelic face, but his sister seems to have mistaken it for a terrifying look. She was even cuter for that. After the morning meeting, Leon returned to his bedroom to make up for his lack of sleep, still smiling uncontrollably. But that smile was a little bittersweet than before. You were going to become enemies, right, Cahel? The Duchy of Centella and the Duchy of Louvre were not only in a competitive relationship, but also in a relationship where they had to help each other. With each family carrying half of the country, a sudden crisis on one side was also a crisis on the other. Therefore, the children of the two families felt a sense of sympathy with each other and often met. So did Leon, Little, and Cahel. Although it is said that their seniors were often at odds with each other, the three of them were relatively good friends. However, the relationship began to crack when it became clear that Cahel's early succession to the Duke's seat was certain. It is no longer a friendship between children. Cahel began to evoke a strangely cold atmosphere, and Little said that whenever she went to see Cahel, it was like she was looking at her father. However, Leon, who is free by nature and disliked being tied to status or factions, was sad to lose a good friend because of the family name. Little also seemed to like Cahel. Cahel was the only person outside of her family whom she wrote and sent her own happy birthday cards to. Many people were sent gifts and cards from Little, but all the cards sent to them were written and sent by Little's maid. Once or twice a month she drank tea with Cahal, and at every banquet she dragged him into the hall and danced with him. Cahal, who is reluctant to other women, not just women, was comfortable with Little. Because Little wasn't affected at all by his devilish power or appearance. If people listen closely to their conversation, it seems that both of them are smart, so there seems to be something in common, and it seems that they maintain a close relationship. But Little also seemed to be increasingly trying to act in accordance with her position. In the same situation as this time in the past, Little would not have said such a thing at the meeting. Of course, she knew it wasn't good for Cahal. But now, Little had to become a fence to protect the white faction nobles. So, even if she is mentally worried about Cahal, she has no choice but to speak in support of the white faction nobles at the gathering. Little whined cutely as if she didn't really mean anything else, but Leon was bitter, knowing that Little wasn't that naive. Far from being innocent, Little was already a more calculating and cold-hearted politician than he was. It is difficult. Leon shook his head and shut the bedroom door. As of today, Baron Cedric Jenkins is crowned as Lord of Kerouac. In addition, Hans Fidelia, his wife Janine Fidelia and his daughter Elliot Fidelia are to be stripped and beheaded for their involvement in the attempted assassination of the Duke of Louvre and the attempted bombing of the Bloodstone mine. People no longer flocked to the announcement posted throughout the village. As the sky grew darker and people went to dinner and the surroundings became quiet, Elliot, who was holding her breath in the dark forest, tightened her robes and looked around, and approached the announcement. However, it bore an unbelievable content even after she rubbed her eyes and looked again. Ridiculous, this is absolutely ridiculous. Elliot still couldn't believe this reality. It was the small and rustic Kerouac where she always wanted to escape, but she was able to live like a princess in Kerouac. It has been like that since birth, so she never imagined she'd lose it. So cruel. My father was forced to attend meetings a few times because of Viscount de Royn's prestige, but the death penalty. As my father said, the Duke of Louvre is a devil. Looking at the old Barony Fidelia, now called Barony Jenkins, from afar, Elliot wept endlessly. When the knights said to come from Ardennes attacked, her mother had some intuition, giving Elliot some belongings in a bag, some money and a long hooded robe, and quickly pushed her into the secret passage, so she could escape from the castle. They said that their parents, who wanted to return soon, were executed for being involved in a colossal case of an attempt to assassinate the Duke of Louvre, and that their daughter, Elliot, was also killed. Perhaps Lena was captured instead. It was Lena who died, but publicly, Elliot Fidelia was dead, so on paper, she was not of this world. Moreover, she was stripped of her Baron title, and all that was left of Elliot was her mother's last possession. But she didn't even have enough, so she had to decide her future course of action, no matter what. No one will help me here. At first glance, it seemed that everyone in Kerouac was happy with Baron Fidelia's fall. Until now, everyone had no complaints with Baron Fidelia, but Baron Jenkins, who became the new master of Kerouac, looked up to the Duke of Louvre and began to apply only the legal tax rate. When the residents of Kerouac learned that the tax they had been paying was much higher than the legal rate, they cursed Baron Fidelia and were relieved that he died well. In Elliot's eyes, they all looked like cowardly traitors. She wanted to kill them all. But the one on the dangerous side was Elliot. She had been hiding money from the rancher, who knew nothing about it, but she didn't know what would happen if someone in the village saw Elliot's face. Elliot considered herself to be truly pitiful and unjust. She has lived her life without doing anything bad so far, and she felt resentful and sad about why such an ordeal was being given to her. Only an angel could help her. Let us go to the Duchy of Centella and ask for help. They read the personification of angels, and they will never turn a blind eye. Elliot wiped her tears with the back of her hand and went down the road to rent a carriage. It was a pity that she had to go through such a thing, but it seemed to lift her heart a little as she remembered the splendor of Ardennes she had seen during her debutante. Having dealt with the issues of Viscount Horace and Viscount de Roynes, Cahal's next focus was on trade with the Kingdom of Hildebrand. A few months ago, there was a study that found that lilac ore, which is only found in the Hildebrand Kingdom,
raises the efficiency of bloodstone by 50%.
Marki Luahala Rognak was the first person that came to mind when he heard the results of the study.
The 26-year-old prince of the Hildebrand kingdom was also a Hildebrand diplomat in Logos, who had a wide network of social circles with his friendly eyes, excellent speaking skills, and sophisticated fashion sense.
In addition, he had a strong relationship with the king and crown prince of Hildebrand, so there was no other suitable person than him. Bloodstone was a mineral used for high-quality lighting around the world, and the world's largest bloodstone mine belonged to the Duchy of Louvre. The red crystal-shaped bloodstone was processed and sold in various shapes to suit its purpose.
Thanks to the bloodstone that holds the light of the sun during the day and then spits it back out in the dark, it was possible for nobles and the royal family to hold a party late into the night without the risk of fire, and as the number of carriages with bloodstone increased, the number of carriage accidents on the road at night decreased significantly.
Of course it was expensive, but it was worth the price. What the curse takes. It was to be welcomed by everyone that the bloodstone would be much brighter. Cahal shivered after accepting the results of the research on lilac and bloodstone. If the bloodstone efficiency improved that much, the era of using the bloodstone as a street lamp would soon come. The brightening of the night will be the cornerstone of infinite development. However, the problem was that, knowing the usefulness of lilac, the kingdom of Hildebrand would not try to sell it as a decorative building material as before.
However, since lilac's value shines only with bloodstone, they will surely try to test the Louvre's, the largest producer of bloodstone, and Cahal will not only actively accept that approach, but will definitely use Luahala to obtain an exclusive supply contract.
With that in mind, as he was writing down the fine lines on the carefully selected letter paper,
there was a sound of tea being poured from the side, and soon the scent of tea began to spread.
It was still awkward for someone to give him tea that was properly brewed at the right time while he didn't have to move. But he had to admit that this was a good feeling. It's not that he was intentionally arrogant as a duke, but he felt like he was being treated like a noble now. To be honest, it made no sense for a duke to brew tea with his own hands. Cahal put down his pen and picked up the teacup as he carefully read the letter he had written. The taste of the tea he took a sip was much better than what he used to brew. He brewed tea himself for over 10 years, but maybe because he didn't really want to drink delicious tea, his brewing skills didn't improve much. There were times when he was engrossed in work and threw away the tea that was so bitter. Was this the way tea was supposed to taste? It really was. He realized that the original taste of tea was like this. He felt guilty about the tea leaves that had been thrown away hopelessly for 10 years. But Lena swallowed a gulp at his words. Oh my God. After all, it must not be as good as the tea the master used to drink. But it was a little embarrassing. How could he expect her to be able to brew tea like a skilled maid while she only has a week to learn? Of course, she couldn't put out such a complaint with her life as collateral. All she could do was bow her head and ask for her master's mercy. I will try harder next time. Cahal, who was putting the teacup on the saucer, glanced at Lena. It is already delicious, but her attitude to try harder was a little prideful. I look forward to it. Ending the conversation with neither comfort nor encouragement, Cahal barely suppressed the smile that was about to come out. This woman, who had achieved a dramatic rise in status from a death row prisoner to his own clothes maid, was still terrified of him. It was understandable as he had scared her, saying, "Yeah, I will decide your life or death by your usefulness." She bowed her head and shuddered every time he said something, but in any case, her being cautious of raising her eyes and looking at him was proving her unusual condition. The common people who met him, no matter how much manners were in their head, could not overcome their curiosity and glanced at him. Naturally, he couldn't have felt good to receive such glances from the position of being the Duke of the Kingdom of Logos. However, it is impossible to punish them all, because they had an excuse. This is all because of the devilish power that Duke Cahal Luv emanated. After receiving that kind of treatment for over 15 years, he tends to become blunt, so he forgot about it. This was how a noble should have been treated. Once again, he had to admit it felt good. He wanted to praise the maid for making him feel this way even if she was a spy planted by the Duke of Santella. In front of this maid, he could be treated as he deserved, and he was not treated as a prostitute who emits his charm in order to seduce people. He thought, "That's right, this is what this damn curse took from me." Cahal sighed deeply. He sighed because of his pitiful situation, and Lena flinched again, wondering what she had done wrong. He didn't even want to kill her anyway, so he thought she'd stop being startled. His suspicions that she might be a spy had not yet been fully resolved, so he thought that he shouldn't try to soothe her. So this time, he just pretended not to know, turned his head and gazed down to read the letter he had written. Dear Marquis of Rognek. Not long ago, I was presented with green tea from Bruen. As I was looking at the clear, light green multicolor, I remembered that the Marquis's eyes were so clear green. I enjoyed the conversation we had at the last meeting, and I was curious about how the Marquis was, but I received a letter from the Marquis. Can it be interpreted that the Marquis is also looking forward to meeting me for the second time? If it's okay with you, I'd like to invite you to my parlor next Friday at 10 a.m. I look forward to sharing a cup of green tea from Bruen with Marquis. Cahal Louvre. Although it was not without the feeling of being a little muddy, it seemed that he had to seduce him to this extent for him to be encouraged. Although it depends on the degree of craftsmanship, a 1K bloodstone is currently being traded for luans. If you enhance this with lilac, it will sell even if you raise the price to luans. At this time, the amount of profit that the Louvres will earn is determined by the cost of lilac. It is a business scale that can incur a huge gap in the overall profit even with a difference of 1 luan in cost, so if he could earn even a little more profit, he could write a letter of this extent. Of course, it wasn't just the lilac price that entangled with Luhala though. Then, Assacuset's master, shall we prepare a meal? Cahal almost laughed. He already knew that Lena was about to say something, but it was only talking about eating. She started serving meals today after all, so she was just nervous. Cahal thought this maid's day was going to be too tiring, so he didn't go to the trouble of correcting her annoying words. It would be better to call me Duke or Your Excellency rather than Master. It's a slave's habit to call your superior master, but you're not a slave, right? Forgive me? It is not something to apologize for. Go downstairs and prepare the meal. Yes, master, no, Your Excellency. Lena was so embarrassed that the familiar master name kept popping out of her mouth from the barony. In the Baroness castle, it was natural to call the Baron master, but it was strange that the Duke, who was much higher than that, told her to give up that slave habit. Besides, seeing that her life depended entirely on Cahal, it was not much different from that of a slave. Anyway, it was such a small issue it didn't really matter. Right now, she had to do well preparing the meal. Lena, who came out of Cahal's room to go to the kitchen, sighed and leaned against the wall as she turned the corner of the deserted hallway. I can't breathe in that room at all. I would have been more comfortable working as a maid in the laundry room. Lena floundered in the place, thinking. Her fate seemed so twisted. It was good that she had avoided marriage to the gruesome old man, but after a tiring day, she collapsed into her bed and the muscles in her body, which had been tense all day, ached. The job was much more comfortable than when she was in the barony, but it was difficult for her to say which one was better because she at least didn't have to worry about losing her life then. Lena was droopy, but she soon shook her head and brushed off the melancholy, and she thought of the bright side. She was a survivor anyway, so she had to go on living. It still doesn't make sense for her to become the clothes maid to the Duke, but thanks to that, all of her circumstances, including the room she sleeps in, the clothes she wears, and the food she eats, was made incomparably better than before. It's up to her usefulness to decide whether she gets to live or not, so things will only get better if she does her best to serve her master. Yes. There wouldn't be a better job than here, except that I might die. If I work hard and stay quiet, even the Duke won't bother trying to kill me. So let's be strong. I am going to be a useful maid. Lena stood up with a determined expression. She used to be attending for a simple daily routine, but from today onwards she will also serve at meals. She didn't even know this was a chance she might have. A golden opportunity to save my life. Lena stood up again on her knees, patted the wrinkled skirt out, and vigorously headed towards the kitchen. Is the meal ready? Miss Lena. Lena was greeted by the chef, Mochi, wiping the sweaty face with a towel. The kitchen was a battlefield in the middle of preparing food. The only master she had to take care of was Kahel, but he was busy preparing meals for the many knights and servants working in the Duchess' house. Lena had no reason to stand alone in the middle of the spinning kitchen, so she either picked up a plate next to her and handed it, or folded a dishcloth and put it on the side. First of all, it is a dish that stimulates the appetite before a meal. Mochi placed the pre-meal bread and butter, fig jam, clams soup on a shallow plate, a water bottle and a glass of water on a tray, and then pushed her back to the dining room. When Lena pushes her tray cart, by the time she enters the dining room, Kahel is already seated. Lena took the hand-washing water from the bottom cart and put it down in front of him, who seemed to hesitate for a moment, and then he casually soaked his hands in the water and washed them. Lena, who had been waiting by his side with a towel, quickly wiped away the moisture by wrapping his wet hands in the towel. His bones were large, so even his hands were big. Your fingertips are pretty well rounded. Kahel looked down at the hands that were wiping him. Thank you. Lena felt awkward at his compliments. She couldn't tell if he was really praising, or if he was sarcastic in Elliot's way. Kahel's expression of praise, but without a smile, fueled Lena's confusion. But whether the words were a praise or a rebuke, it didn't change what Lena was supposed to do. Lena quietly cleared the water bowl and placed the pre-dinner dish on the table. The amount of pre-dinner dishes was so small that Lena had to quickly go to the kitchen and load up the dishes. Hurry up. Do you want me to serve an unfinished dish? Eat together. Although he was sweating profusely, Mochi was meticulously decorating the end of the dish. He placed a chunk of roast beef on a heated white porcelain plate and poured the gravy and wine sauce over it. The aroma from the sauce stimulated the salivary glands hidden under the tongue, causing saliva to pool in the mouth. The meat is covered in a dark brown sauce, again sprinkled with rosemary leaves and a few spices, and various kinds of cooked beans are mixed with mashed potatoes and placed around it. That plate alone would make you feel full, but he only had Lena push the handle of the cart, adding the seeded grapes and cherries, then slicing it in half and setting it to perfection, adding toasted biscuits and honey, and finally a bottle of wine. It looks delicious. When she came here, Lena was eating much better than in Baroni Fidelia. But when she saw the food in front of her that was sure to be delicious just by looking at it, she was craving it. She doesn't know if she is salivating because she hasn't eaten yet. Lena pushed the cart back into the dining room. Meanwhile, Kahel had eaten almost all of the pre-meal food and was wiping his lips with a napkin. Lena hurriedly removed the pre-meal dish and placed the steaming main dish in its place. Today's dish is beef, no, veal meat. And the sauce is why now what was it? It was hard to memorize the words that the chef had explained while cooking, but when she stood in front of Kahel, her head went blank. She crumpled her apron as if squeezing out her memory, but she couldn't remember it. It was only a few minutes after she thought that she would become a useful maid, and that her attendance for a meal was a golden opportunity, but she was already blinded by the fact that she had made such a mistake. I just wish it hadn't been poisoned, and as long as it tastes good, that's it. Kahel had no intention of berating Lena, who was overly nervous. Since he normally ate alone, he didn't hear such explanations, and he still had no problem with eating. Rather, it was much more important to fully enjoy the feeling of cutting into freshly cooked hot pieces of meat. The meat he put in his mouth was so tender and delicious that the expression that it melts in your mouth is just right. Obviously, the same chef would have made the same level of food before, but he felt that the taste itself had changed. He was amazed that there was such a big difference between the taste of a freshly prepared dish and a cold dish. When Kahel showed that he liked the food, Lena was greatly relieved. She then realized that she had not yet poured wine into the glass, and she hurriedly uncorked the wine bottle. Cahel looked at the red liquid that was pouring out, and smiled as he followed it. It was so convenient to have someone to help you with your meal. A. From the moment Lena placed the bowl of water for washing hands in front of him and dried his hands with a towel, small emotions came through. In his life before the age of 7, he always ate like this. All he had to do was shove the food into his mouth. Mealtime has always felt melancholy and somehow gloomy, but from today on, it feels like it's going to be quite enjoyable. Then, all of a sudden, Lena, who was watching his meal from a distance, started to pay attention to him. If he drank water or wine, dropped something, or needed anything else during a meal, she had to attend right away, so it was only natural for Lena to look after him. At first, he thought it might be difficult because it was her first time to attend a meal service, but he soon realized why. Gulp. Lena was swallowing her saliva. It was also due to the fact that his senses were more sensitive than normal people because of his magical powers, but Lena also swallowed saliva without being conscious of it. And yet, sometimes she suddenly looked down and looked at her toes, as if she had realized that she was gazing at Cahel's meal. Of course, he could hear the sound of the saliva gulping down in her neck. By the way, it must be meal time. There was no way the maid ate first before meal time. If she looked at luxurious food on an empty stomach and smelled its scent, she would naturally be hungry and salivate. It wasn't until now that he was 23 that Cahel realized it anew. Because he had never had an experience like this before. He was always wary of others, but it felt a little strange because he had never cared for others in this way. He felt ashamed of being ignorant for eating alone in front of a hungry person. Lena. Yes, yes. At the sudden call from Cahel, Lena responded in surprise. I think the food is not enough. Really? Oh no, it's not. I'll bring you some food soon. It was such a large amount that it overfilled the stomach of an adult man, and she couldn't believe that it was not enough. But she shouldn't have asked him why. Lena hurriedly went to the kitchen and said the Duke asked to bring more dishes. Is that true? That's weird. He used to leave food all the time. While tilting his head, Mochi placed a small veal on a plate, drizzled the sauce over it, and added the rest of the garnish. Cahel gave an unexpected order to Lena, who headed back to the dining room, adding a plate of clam soup, just in case it wasn't enough. You sit there and eat the food on that plate. Yes. Lena wondered if she had heard it wrong. But Cahel kindly gave the order again. Lena was born and raised in the countryside, and she was a maid, but she knew that the lower one wouldn't dare to use the same table as the master. I can't do that. Isn't tea at mealtime soon anyway? I hate wasting time. There was an unfamiliar feeling of intimidation in his words. Lena hurriedly placed the food on the table, pulled up the chair and sat down, looking down at the fragrant food in front of her. Her saliva was overflowing, but she couldn't tell what the hell Cahel was trying to do, and she panicked. What kind of torture is this? Maybe it's like every time you have a bad meal etiquette you get hit one or something like that. Thinking about it, she thought it was a plausible assumption. But if so, she was a little confident. Because before she was brought here, she learned dining etiquette with countless times of palm slapping in preparation to marry Viscount Dilroynes. She said it was a bit unfair that she was beaten, but she thought it could be put to good use this way. But she didn't know if the Duke's etiquette might be stricter. Lena squinted at the motion Cahel is doing, carefully slicing the chunks of meat. From the reddish cross-section, there was gravy that pooled on the bottom of the plate. As she saw Cahel not staring at her, she seemed to pass. Phew, that's a relief. Let's eat and clean up. Lena shoved a piece of the meat into her mouth and her eyes widened in an instant. It tasted like it could overcome all discomfort and fear. The food served to the maids was also much tastier than the ones she ate at the barony, but this was on a different level of taste. The savory taste of tender meat, the flavor of wine that lingers on the tip of your nose, the exotic aroma of pepper and spices bursting everywhere, the sweetness of the juice that embraces all the flavors and aromas. Delicious. At the admiration that Lena whispered without realizing it, Cahal couldn't help but smile. But Lena was so obsessed with the meat that she didn't see it. Her lust for taste surpassed her fears, and her hands were busy. It has been a long time since she put her worries about eating etiquette far away. Cahal glanced at her and ate his own food. It was a bit strange to say that it was a new dish, but it was weirdly delicious and he was happy. You're eating well considering you didn't want to. Lena was so focused on the food that she didn't even notice his glance. When she ate 3 pieces of the meat, her desire for meat was satisfied. She scooped out the garnish on the side of the meat and ate it, shaking her hands again. But she thinks she liked the soup more than that. Her wide-opened eyes were not enough, she even raised her voice. This clam soup is awesome. Delicious. Impressed by the taste of the clam soup, Lena quickly lowered her voice when she realized that she was rambling at Cahal. But Cahal, who she thought might be glaring at her, gave her a surprisingly normal answer. It's fine. In response, Lena gained a little courage. Dried clams from the Ivana region. These clams. Ivana's seafood is famous. It was my first time eating it. I'm glad you liked it. Cahal didn't look too offended, so Lena smiled a little. It reminded her of the time she chatted with Uncle Theo over meals. It was thanks to the warm mealtime that she was able to endure every day of hard work without having to stretch her back. She had no pain in her arms or back, but Lena chose to run to the stables rather than eat alone in her room. Others looked down on eating in a place that smells like horse manure, but Uncle Theo and Sid always welcomed her warmly, and the meal they ate together was much tastier than the meal she ate alone. Perhaps did His Excellency not like eating alone? Lena squinted as she scooped the clam soup. But she couldn't tell what was inside of Cahal's head. As he ate such delicious food, he was not surprised, and the gesture of wiping his lips with a napkin was elegant. Lena then realized that she had been thinking presumptuously. That can't be true. Me, what am I thinking? However, eating with someone after a long time melted Lena's heart, which was always nervous and anxious. Cahal smiled secretly as he glanced at Lena by his side. The Knight Commander Voltaire, who taught him hunting and archery as a child, had taught him. To allay the vigilance of an animal, it is necessary to constantly feed it. Again, that method worked. Of course, Lena is not an animal, but as they ate together and occasionally talked a few words, he could see Lena's nervousness, like a frightened rabbit, eased. Her fear of him didn't seem to have disappeared completely, but maybe she was a little bolder, and she would sometimes turn around and pout her lips or giggle silently. She had no idea that it was visible to him through the mirror. If such a poor appearance was a result of careful training, that would be really scary. Next steps. Lena. Yes, Your Excellency. However, when Lena, who had shuddered every time he spoke, finally calmly answered his call without fear, he felt a sense of accomplishment, free from all doubts and boundaries. If even the gradual changes were acting, she must have had a knack for that. Anyway, it seemed like they could move on to the next step now. The day after tomorrow, an important guest is going to visit me. I'll leave you to take care of the clothes and dressing for the day. Lena, who had been working on attending duty during morning wake-up, tea eating, running small errands, and getting ready for bed in less than a month, was to be the first to touch his bare body. It was kind of a challenge for Cahal, who was extremely reluctant to have anyone touch him. Besides, he didn't even fully trust Lena yet. Yes. All right. Then may I go into your dressing room? I think I will have to pick out the clothes you will wear the day in advance and get it ready. Oh, that's right. He had never let any employees take care of clothes before, so even if he thought about it well, it felt like he missed something. Do you have any clothes you have decided to wear? No, it's not really like that. The clothes are all similar, so pick any one. Lena tilted her head slightly at those words. Although not as much as women's dresses, men's clothes also came out in colorful and diverse designs. In Lena's sense, it wasn't something that could be expressed as if they are all similar. But after looking around his dressing room, she seemed to understand why he said, "Eti all similar." Because all the clothes are really similar. Shirts with slightly different details were hung on one side, and vests, coats, and trousers made only in dark fabrics were hung on the other side. The material was obviously of the highest quality, but compared to the status of a dupe, the number was too small and the design was also very simple. It seemed that the shirts and trousers were a little loose. She knew from order that the people of the duchy are more modest than she thought, but it seemed to her that it was more that they deliberately tried not to be noticed than that they were being modest. And Lena didn't know, but in fact the speculation was true to some extent. In order to fit the clothes, a professional tailor had to come and measure the body precisely, but it couldn't be harder to measure while touching Cahel's body. The tailors took 2 bottles of the purification potion and took measurements, but even that couldn't last more than 30 minutes. Paying close attention to the change in the tailor's state of mind in detail, Cahel also had a difficult time being measured. A few times the knights took measurements instead, but there was no way that crude men who were not experts could measure him delicately, so he could not put on clothes made by the knights and had no choice but to present them to the person who fit them. Since it is difficult to measure for such clothes, he had no choice but to make them with a basic design that did not require delicate cutting. Cahel didn't want to wear fancy clothes that caught people's attention either, so he wasn't too dissatisfied. Of course, Cahel's physique and beauty supported him even when he wore such modest clothes, so no one said that his clothes were out of fashion. They were too busy just looking at his face, so who cares about Cahel Louvet's clothes? Even if he had spent 3 or 4 hours at the party, it was clear that no one would remember his clothes. But Lena, unaware of that fact, felt a little sad. Whenever she went into Elliot's dressing room, she could be satisfied just by looking at the gorgeous dresses, but Cahel's dressing room didn't seem like much fun at all. It sounds like you have a lot of money, so you need to have some fancy clothes. Even the closet of Baron Fidelia, a country nobleman, was full of fancy clothes. Unlike a woman's dress, men's couldn't be draped in jewels, frills, lace or ribbon, but they could be made with a stunning garment with just embroidery or buttons enough to stand out. However, she had no authority to tell the master to tailor his clothes on the subject that she was nothing more than a maid. Lena picked with her pitiful taste again, digging through the dark clothes that looked the same, and she picked the one that looked the best. It was a navy blue vest and trousers made of high-quality cotton and a coat of a darker color. But no matter how much she looked at it, she had a sense of disappointment. I think it needs some decoration. This is why the butler's clothes look better. Lena, who was worried with her brow furrowed, remembered something about it and ran straight to order for permission. The morning that the guests were coming, Cahel opened his eyes to Lena's visit, which he was now somewhat accustomed to, and washed his face while she attended. When he wiped his face with a towel and lifted his head with a clear mind, her face seemed to be a little different from the usual one. The areas under the eyes were dark, as if a shadow had fallen, and her eyes gleamed as if they were expecting something. Did she read popular novels all night? Ardor knew that popular novels were popular among the maids of the mansion. Because when female employees came out with a sleepless face, 9 out of 10 cases, they stayed up at night while reading a novel. When that thought occurred to him, he wondered what kind of romance this maid, who was almost sold into a fraudulent marriage to an old man, was dreaming of. A mournful love that transcends the status of a wealthy, rich noble. A comfortable love affair with a man who is similar to him, but who is sweet and docile. Oh, since many young knights came to the duchy, it would have been possible to draw a passionate love for the vigorous and courageous knight. Then Cahel realized. He had no idea what it was like for him to be in love. When he thought of romance, the first things that come to mind are carnal lust and monopoly. All those who spoke of love to him were driven by madness, ferociousness, and governed solely by lust. Of course, he has heard other people's love stories, and he has watched his parents' love up close. So, he knew there was such a love in his head, but it was a little difficult to imagine what it would feel like. After all, it has nothing to do with me. Cahel thought that there could be no love or romance in his life. So, of course, he had no expectations for marriage. Thanks to this cursed constitution, he would almost buy a bride, so he would only engage in physical relations for the sake of an heir, and his wife would probably give birth to a child half mad. After she has a child, he may well have to send her away to the farthest estate, using the excuse of recuperation. Otherwise, there could have been a situation in which Cahel was killed by his wife, or he had to kill his wife. As he thought about it, his stomach went cold again. Thanks to Lena, he forgot about it for a while, but he was still nothing more than a monster that drove people crazy, and he had to pay close attention to see if even Lena showed strange eyes in today's dressing.
He emptied his thoughts of love from his mind, sat in the chair in front of the mirror and looked at her, leaving the grooming in Lena's hands.
Lena put the lotion made by boiling rose petals on soft gauze and carefully wiped Cahel's face after he had washed his face. If it was a girl, there would have been a lot of makeup, cream, and even rouge, but the male master was effortless as she only had to trim his eyebrows with a razor after preparing his face with a lotion.
It was a little surprising that Cahel was awkward about trimming his eyebrows, but Lena was worried because her skills were not good enough, so she paid more attention to her hand trimming the eyebrows.
His beautiful face shone a lot just by arranging the eyebrows, but Lena was not impressed. Each person had two eyes, a nose and a mouth. Moreover, the appearance of her master in particular had nothing to do with her. However, it was awkward for her to keep quietly grooming. Because when she dressed up Elliot, she constantly had to compliment her looks. At the same time, because Cahel's black hair was surprisingly good, she spit out praises, although Lena was awkward. "You have really nice hair." Of course, he wasn't good at talking, so he couldn't stick to the rhetoric. Unsurprisingly, Cahel's eyes reflected in the mirror looked somewhat frightening. "He'll just keep my mouth shut." Eh? Lena avoided Cahel's gaze, blaming her own stupid lips inside. She finished the grooming by applying a small amount of perfume and trimming his short hair so that it doesn't stretch out. Now it was the turn to dress. He went into the dressing room with Lena and Cahel narrowed his eyes at the prepared clothes. The shirt, coat, and pants were obviously his, but the vest was a little different. It was because it had a colorful addition on his clothes that would never normally be found. "I haven't seen this before. Did Arthur get new clothes?" Occasionally, Arthur said that Cahel's clothes were not enough, and Arthur took the existing clothes and came to fit new clothes in the same size. But even when he did, he had to pay the bills, and Cahel hasn't paid the expenses for a recent tailoring of his clothes. He tilted his head as he thought she was weird and heard Lena muttering from behind her.
"That, I think the clothes are plain. No, they're definitely good clothes and high quality materials, but I thought it would be nice to have a little decoration with the permission of the butler. I did some embroidery with silver thread."
"Yourself?" "Yes, if you don't like it, I'll get another one right away." Lena, who was in a hurry to make an excuse, looked at Cahel's hand to see if he would hold it out and say shut up. And she blurred her words. But Cahel wasn't scolding Lena. Rather, he was very surprised. "Did you do this yourself?" Along the collar of the front panel of the indigo blue vest, a motif of the Louvre family was tightly embroidered. Even if he wasn't interested in embroidery, he couldn't be ignorant of how good Lena's skill was. Thanks to the generous use of silver thread, the vest became more glamorous than before, but it didn't look frivolous either. Now he seemed to understand the reason for the darkness under Lena's eyes. In 2 days, she would have had to stay up almost all night to do it. "Do you know how to make clothes?" "Oh, no, I know a little bit about basic cutting, sewing and embroidering, but I haven't learned it to make whole clothes. If you teach me, maybe I can." "No, I am not asking you to make clothes. Can you take measurements?" "You'll be possessed." "Measurements?" "Because you have to measure the body to make clothes." Yes. I know how to do that. Because even in the previous barony, I usually measured Miss Elliot." "Great. By the way, it's okay to talk about your old days, but don't call that house's daughter a miss."
Even if the family of a person who died as a criminal while being deprived of title were still alive, they would still be a criminal anyway, so your position as a clothes maid to me would be higher.
At that, Lena didn't say anything and her eyes widened. It wasn't that she didn't understand what Cahal had said. However, she was worried if she could really do that. She called Elliot by name, but later she kept looking around to see if she would be reprimanded later. Besides, she also inherited Baron Fidelia's blood, so she didn't think her status would be higher than Elliot, no matter what. Lena. Yes, yes. Lena suddenly came to her senses to Cahal's voice calling out to her and accepted the cloak he was taking off. After taking off the cloak and completely undressing his upper body, Cahal looked into Lena's eyes with tension inside. Lena, who usually didn't react to his appearance as well as his devilish power, but when his bare skin was exposed, she might have been different. When he took off the sweat-drenched shirt after fighting with the knights before, everyone's eyes were on him as if they had been called out loud. He was startled by the sudden gaze, and then everyone hurriedly turned their faces away, but Cahal clearly remembered the light of passion in their eyes. Even the knights armed with auras did so it was likely that this woman would suddenly run at him with eyes gleaming. But, contrary to his concerns, Lena just grabbed the shirt and waited for him to thread his arm. In order not to look at his naked body as much as possible, her gaze was only placed on the collar of the shirt, and her attitude toward him had not changed at all. It was really unfamiliar. The fact that someone is so fine in front of his bare body. Cahal swallowed back the choking remorse as Lena slid his arms around the shirt she was holding. He has been dreaming of a daily no need to be afraid life like this for a really long time. When putting on the pants, there was no problem except Cahal had to go behind the bamboo screen to change it and come out. Lena rearranged the shirt to create a nice crease and put the silver thread embroidered vest over it. He used to think that he was wearing a vest and a coat anyway, the shirt would not be visible, but after Lena took great care of him, it definitely changed his appearance and made his movements much more comfortable. She carefully matched a suitably glossy cravat and put on the coat, which gave off a feeling of being more glamorous than usual. At first, he thought that he was carrying too much, so Cahal was uncomfortable, but to catch the big fish, he seemed to have to put in this much effort. What was most satisfying was that Lena didn't feel anything else while attending to his dressing. Would you like a brooch over the cravat? No. This is enough. Well done, Lena. Cahal stopped Lena from trying to decorate him up a little more, smoothed the shirt sleeve and headed to the parlor to welcome the guest. Meanwhile, Luahala Rognak, who arrived at the Duke's residence after receiving a private invitation, also changed his ensemble once more before getting off the carriage. But the fancy attire and the shimmering milky hair were both perfect. It's bound to be. Because he prepared with hard work for days after days for today. How happy he was with Cahal Louve's invitation. Of course, he was happy to see the beautiful Cahal Louve again, but for Luahala it was only a secondary issue. The fact that the Duke of Louve sent a private invitation to him, rather than a general interview, was an extraordinary event that doesn't happen even a few times a year. As soon as the rumors of this invitation spread, it was clear that his position in the social world and the kingdom of Hildebrand would expand further. Luahala moved while calculating the benefits and risk this would bring to him. As the second prince and half-brother of the crown prince, who would normally be the first to be removed, he has survived until now with his innate intelligence, quick brain, and the ability to listen to the feelings of others. Maybe he's the only one prince in history to befriend the crown prince and the most popular diplomat in Logos. He has a broad network in the social world, and there's no way he couldn't have heard the story of Cahal Louve's unique constitution. He took the potion of purification from the moment the date of his meeting with Cahal was set, and for this day he carried the priestess stone brought from Hildebrand in his arms. The priest stone was not as famous as Collier, but it was a very important relic that was kept in the highest temple of Liman in the kingdom of Hildebrand. He didn't know what it was due to, but when he met Cahal, there was no more agitation than just admiring his appearance. But he could see that Cahal had an unintentional crush on him. It's because Luahala, who grew up in an environment where his opponent's preferences and dislikes can affect his life, was really quick to notice it. Thanks to this, he even came up with the idea of using Cahal. After a while he sent a letter telling him that he was trying to hide his love for him. When he heard that some nobles had been executed by Cahal,
he was worried that his order might be pushed back.
But he couldn't believe that the invitation for a visit arrived around the time when he was about to get sick. Does the devilish nature tells him when people wear out? Luahala is admiring Cahel's devilish ability to instinctively attract other people, but without showing any hint that he is thinking like this in his heart, he follows Ardor, who comes to pick him up. Welcome, Marquis Rognek. It has been a long time. The moment he entered the parlor, Cahel, who was looking out the window, turned to meet Luahala. How languid and seductive he looked, Luahala admired Cahel again. In addition, Cahel's appearance, which seemed to have been dressed up a bit more than when they last met, was as dazzling as if shining diamonds had been dusted off. Even if it wasn't for the curse of the devilish power, he would have been charming enough to be called the devilish duke. I'm sure you'll be possessed at the moment.
Although he was awakened by the request for a handshake, the tips of Luahala's ears lit up, his ego broken at the fact that he had been genuinely possessed by his appearance.
Of course, it may have been an appropriate reaction to give the impression that he was in love with Cahel. It is an honor to see you again, Your Excellency Duke of Louvre. Your Excellency Duke of Louvre, it sounds like a very rigid name. Please call me by name. Luahala, who knew that Cahel was trying to use him, but didn't know he would be allowed to call him in a friendly manner, was a little surprised. How many people in this country can call the Duke of Louvre Cahel? That fact raised Luahala's mood considerably. Then Sir Cahel. He was just calling Cahel's name, but somehow his heart felt tight. This is really dangerous. If you don't keep your wit about you, you'll be eaten. Luahala tried to keep his head cool while acting as if he was falling in love with Cahel. He drank enough of the purification potion and his aura is not weak, but he thought he was shaking too much, but it was difficult to determine whether this was a normal reaction or not because Cahel's devilish power was not a completely known force. In any case, the Duke allowed the name and he could not stand still. Then please call me Luahala, no, Lua. My name is long and difficult to pronounce, so in Logos I am usually called Lua. Luahmam. But I think the name Luahala is special, so I like that one more. It means bright star in Hildebrand old words, right? Although it is a common name in Hildebrand, when his name, which he had never felt special with, flowed out through Cahel's slow and serious voice, it felt like it was truly the only name in the world. Luahala, isn't that a good name? Luahala, who was called by the name with a faint smile, caught his attention on Cahel's lips, from which the name came out. It was irresistible. He stopped breathing for a moment, unable to take his eyes off the soft-looking flesh. The delicate curve drawn in between was so palpitating that saliva ran down his throat without realizing it. However, with the potion of purification, which he drank to the point where he was full every day for several days, he managed to hold on to his reason. That kind of you to say, I am glad to hear that.
In the meantime, Ardor came in with a tray topped with brew and green tea, a teacup, and a luxurious dessert that matched the green tea.
Looking at the neatly arranged refreshments on the table, Luahala asked to change the topic. It is common for maids to serve tea, so this is a bit unusual for a duke's family. I thought you would know. I am not being able to keep regular employees around. Oh, sorry if I was rude. But it's a little bit weird for me. So, were you saying that the butler is not an ordinary employee? Cahel nodded his head. In fact, it was surprising to the other nobles. For them, the employees around them are as natural as air, so they would not have imagined such a thing. It wasn't unheard of for a butler to serve tea, but it wasn't uncommon either. In particular, the butlers of high-ranking noble families are so busy that they are not mobilized to serve tea. Arthur was originally a knight who would not be lacking even if he became the commander of the Knights' Great Aura. However, after he was seriously injured while fighting the monster, he gladly accepted the post as the Duke's butler. Thanks to that aura, he was able to stay by my side. There was such a story.
However, to be able to perform a butler job so well, it must mean that he has accumulated a lot of knowledge other than swords since childhood. After all, it is because you're a duke, so the level of your vassals are great.
With Luahala's praise, Ardor bowed his head politely. I am doing my best to repay the Duke's kindness for hiring a knight who cannot hold a sword as a butler, but there may be some shortcomings. I hope that your honor the Marquis will be generous. How humble. He really seems to have a personality that is worthy of Sir Cahel. Ha ha ha. The atmosphere of tea time was ripe with Luhala's bright laughter. Tactness fight. Overall, he didn't expect much from the Duke's tea biscuit, which was heavy and dark in color and had almost no fancy decorations. Although the color and shape were not as flashy as in the tea party of young girls, the taste itself was the best. In particular, the chocolate eclair, which gives a savory yet delicate sweetness to bitter green tea, was quite a tasty combination. I didn't expect that Sir Cahel would like such a sweet dessert. I don't hate it. It was a pre-meal dish, so I prepared it not too heavy, but I am glad that Sir Luhala seemed to like it. Luhala was just confirming that Cahel had prepared well. If Cahel understands and prepares the dessert to his taste, this mysterious duke puts in a lot of effort while pretending not to be. But he couldn't ask what he was up to blatantly. If he does, Cahel will find out that he was only pretending to love Cahel. Instead, Luhala began to show affection for Cahel more actively. Reassured by his own attitude, he hopes that Cahel will reveal his purpose first. Tea time with Sir Cahel is so much fun. What can I do to receive more invitations to such close events in the future? It was a remark that anyone who heard it would say that this man was also possessed by Cahel's devilish power. Cahel grinned a subtle smile and decided not to drag any more as he touched his lips with the tip of his finger. Sir Luhala, I need your connections and influence in my future business. And in return, I'll support you in one business you run at Logos while at the same time being a safe fence for you. Even if the Crown Prince of Hildebrand becomes king and behaves on a whim, he will not be able to tamper with you. If you wish, we will also make it possible for you to seek asylum in Logos. Cahel's proposal was quite attractive to Luhala. In fact, his half-brother, Crown Prince Ragrel, was greedy and capricious. Ragrel's personality was so dangerous that the king sent him as a diplomat to the Logos, their greatest ally, after seeing Luhala's talent, and was pleased with him. So, in fact, he was worried about after Ragrel became king. It is because it is the second prince's woe that they could be assassinated without even a soul knowing. To me, I don't know what kind of connections and influence you want. When it comes to my personal connections and influence, Sir Cahel's would be as good as mine. It has to be done with His Majesty the King and the Crown Prince of Hildebrand. I could meet them in person, but it's not a story that neither me nor them can easily bring up. So it's important to have someone who can act as a bridge between us. And I don't think there's anyone more suitable for that role than Sir Luhala. What the hell is the kind of business you are trying to do? Seeing Luhala, whose eyes were shining brightly as if he knew nothing, Cahel smiled. Sir Luhala, you actually do know that I would contact Sir, right? I'm sure you're not unaware of the results of research on Bloodstone's interaction with Lilac. Perhaps the Hildebrand side has already spoken to Sir Luhala. Luhala felt embarrassed and his back was burning hot. Cahel Luv already knows everything. Perhaps he could even know that Luhala was pretending to be in love with him. But as long as he pretended to be innocent, he had to push through to the end. Well, I received a message that a messenger from Hildebrand had arrived in Ardens, but I didn't know what it is going to be about. But if it's about Bloodstone and Lilac, like Sir Cahel said, you do know that I will be negotiating from Hildebrand's point of view, right? In addition, I have not heard the instructions from my home country, so there is nothing I can say for sure. I know. But Cahel looked at Luhala's expressions and lengthened his words. I am asking you to think about what might be better for you. You were too clever to put patriotism to the highest value. Luhala felt a chill as if the hairs on the nape of his neck were sticking out at the red eyes that peered through him. This man, 3 years younger than him, was already head of the undeniable Duchy of Louvre. What do you want? Currently, the import cost of lilac is Luans per ton. It's not a bad price for a decorative building material, but I know it's not in high demand because of the similar form and cheaper alternatives. It was true. In fact, it was similar to lilac, but because it was cheaper and harder, lilac was a mineral with little merit. Thanks to this, Hildebrand had not much interest in exporting lilac until now. But as of 2 months ago, the export of lilac from Hildebrand was completely stopped. You must have heard the results of the reaction with the bloodstone. Hildebrand will have a lot of trouble with pricing, but you will have to work with us, the largest producer of bloodstone anyway. We will be the largest importers of lilac. That's right. If that's the case, then we're going to sign an exclusive contract altogether. We will guarantee a certain amount of revenue per year, well beyond the revenue Hildebrand currently earns from the sale of lilac. Of course, there must be a discussion about the price. What do you think the price is? That's why you should call Hildebrand first. But I don't want to waste time arguing for nothing. Be sure to ask for the price they want. Luhala remembered the king's letter he had received yesterday. He lied to Kahel that it had not yet arrived, but the king could not procrastinate on such an important matter. A 1k bloodstone is usually worth luans, so if you sell it with a 500g lilac, you will get luans. Then, even after subtracting the processing cost, the value of lilac would be around 700 luans per 500g. Try to coax him, but get to the minimum of 1 million luans per ton. However, given the current atmosphere, there is a high probability that it will not be accepted. At a price nearly 4 times higher than the previous export price, the bloodstone would continue to be sold without lilac, but it was obvious that no one would buy lilac, which costs 1 million luans per ton. The hilt was held by the Lu family. Give me time to think. Sure. I'm not asking you to give me an answer right away. Luhala stood up with a serious expression, unlike the first time when he entered energetically. It was Luhala who had to fight. How much should the price of lilac be set to satisfy Kahel? He said to weigh the kingdom of Hildebrand and the duchy of Louvre, but in fact, this was like a problem that had already been answered. If he was loyal to Hildebrand, what would come back to him? He could have saved his life. Even that was destined to be easily swept away when his use ran out someday. Although he was creating a connection within the logos, he was still a foreigner. It was difficult to start a business without getting a strong supporter from within logos. And Kahel knew all these things, so he made a fortune on it. Because there was a certain bait. Luhala followed Ardor, who tried to lead him to the front door, frowned like a student carrying a difficult homework. Then he suddenly remembered something else he wanted to ask and turned around. Kahel said he would give him solid support for one business he was running, and he wanted to ask if Kahel even knew about the business he was trying to run. If he was going to hold Kahel's hand, he had to know the exact price. Sir Kahel. It was when he was in a hurry and forgot to knock as he opened the parlor door again. Sir Luhala. Have you forgotten anything? Kahel quickly erased the look of surprise and asked with a calm face. But Luhala couldn't take his eyes off the maid, who bent over to remove the teacup from his side. Kahel clearly said that the ordinary maid couldn't be next to him. However, the maid was so ordinary that he felt an incompatibility. She certainly doesn't seem to have any great aura, but she naturally stood by Kahel's side. Ethan, was it because he didn't want to show the maid that he had the butler serve tea earlier? Luahala's head was spinning. But, with a quick glance, he remembered the excuse for staring at her for a moment. If you would send the maid out for a while. Oh, I see. Lena. Put it away later. The maid, called Lena, quietly bowed her head and backed away. And certainly, Kahel was keeping an eye on Luahala, who had spotted her. However, Luahala spoke about his business as if nothing had happened. I am sorry for the sudden return, but you said earlier that you would definitely support me for one business I would like to start in this country, right? Of course. Do you know what kind of business I am interested in? The corner of Kahel's lips rose slightly at that question. Sir Luahala is known as a fashionable person in the social world. I heard that you are very knowledgeable about fabrics, buttons and lace, and you are also very close with famous tailors. Well, that's about it. I think that would be enough. I want to do a big fashion business at Logos. Logos is where you can lead the world's fashion. The nobles of this country are not afraid of new cultures and new challenges. I would like to hold a large-scale costume presentation here and attract talented foreign personnel. Can you really support a business of that size? There will be quite a few things that require the approval of Her Majesty the Queen. Are you taunting me now? If the Duchy of Louvre couldn't do it, no one else could. Besides, Her Majesty the Queen will welcome the offer. Because she loves fashion and art. It was little Centella, not the Queen, who was now trending in the social world. Of course, the young and beautiful lady received more attention than the middle-aged Queen, but it was a little problematic that the attention was too high. Already, Logo's fashion world was turning too little. With an angelic face and a slender yet curvy body, she was dazzlingly beautiful no matter what she wore. All of the tailoring rooms made her a muse, and as she walked into the party all eyes were on her. As a result, the ladies often passed out by tying their corsets so tight to make their waist slim or ruined their hair by bleaching it blonde like Littlest. Seen for the first time innocent. Luahala was confident that his business would be successful because of that. Everyone admires Little, but the desire to be noticed in the social world is common to everyone. He had to give every woman a chance to wear a dress that suited them, whether their hair was blonde or brunette, whether their body was slender or voluptuous, tall or short. Especially if it's the Queen. Well, the Queen publicly said that she had conceded her socialite queen position to the Lady of Centella. Luahala and Kahal read the desires hidden deep within the Queen's heart. Because she has the weakest powers of all the royal, she has always suffered from her qualifications, and although she looks fine, it is clear that she regrets not being noticed in the social world. He needed Kahal to get a business license from such a queen. Luahala made up his mind. Alright. Then next time, I'll try to bring some news that will please Sir Kahal. With those words, Kahal's mouth drew a perfect curve for the first time. After Luahala left, Lena went back to the parlor and placed the teacup and plate she was about to put away on the tray. However, Kahal's expression while sitting on the sofa was unusual. Deep in his thoughts, he had even a slight wrinkle on his forehead. Then he turned his gaze to look at Lena. She couldn't be bothered with her master's business, so Lena did her job without saying anything, but Kahal's gaze did not move away from Lena. I'm in trouble. Kahal was very upset that Luahala had just noticed Lena. He deliberately mobilized ardor to keep her from being discovered, but he didn't expect him to come back. Luahala pretended not to know, but there was no guarantee that the clever man would really pretend to be ignorant of this fact to the end. No, it was clear that he would one day use it as a hand to his advantage. The ordinary person who did not respond to his devilish powers was really rare. No, it was still unique. His power was a problem that even the royal family could come up with. In order to look for a clue to unravel the curse of the devilishness, they might take Lena away from him. He thought's never going to happen. In fact, even if Lena was revealed to be a spy of the Centella family right now, he had no intention of letting her go easily. It had only been a month since she attended him, but Kahal never wanted to go back to life without this maid. His body had already become accustomed to a life of being served by someone by his side. But if he asked Luahala to stay silent about this maid, he would have thought he had taken Kahal's weakness right away. It was a pain in many ways. With that thought in mind, he stared at Lena's side, and Lena, who had cleaned everything on the table with the dishcloth, hesitantly and then glanced into her eyes. A purple eyes, it's not a common color, but it's pretty fine. Kahal looked at Lena's bright purple eyes and felt a sense of satisfaction unknowingly. It was such a bizarre feeling. He must have been too satisfied with this rare woman. He thought she could do anything he asked for. Hey. Why? Lena glanced into Kahal's eyes and then opened her mouth with difficulty. Is there anything you want to order? She also seemed to be restless, as if she had done something wrong. Even that was cute now. Is this the feeling of taming a small mountain beast little by little? By all means, he only hoped that that meek and timid look was her true self. I think I have to get my clothes done. You should help me. Clothes? Really? Lena, who had a surprisingly welcoming expression on her face, was puzzled by Cahel. And he seemed to have read Lena's surprise. She rambled over excuses he didn't even ask for. Well, Your Excellency has too few clothes. I think of course, you go well with anything you wear, but still I thought it would be nice to have something a little flashy. Is that a shame? Yes. In the response, Cahel smiled. Yes. He had heard that servants felt rewarded and proud of adorning their master, but he never dreamed that he would have such a maid. It seemed to be tickling Cahel's stomach for some reason. He felt like he was completely filled with something, so he could feel a little excited about himself. Then I'll call the tailor tomorrow, so take the measurement as they say. The Grand Duke's birthday banquet will be held in a month. I'll have to put in some extra effort. Cahel showed Lena a sincere smile that was not seen by others. Then, for the first time, Lena also smiled brightly. Vitality and joy gleamed in the pale purple eyes, her cheeks lit up, and the corners of her lips curved toward the sky. It was a pretty smile. Cahel paused for a moment at that smile. He had never seen such a pure smile before. It was only the Queen, his parents, and aristocrats of political affiliation who smiled at him. But there was a hidden meaning in their smiles. Worry, anxiousness, though sympathy were better. Sometimes it was a mask to hide their greed or intrigue, and sometimes it was a lustful smile. A smile as pure as a child was never in his memory. So Lena's smile was somewhat touching. She seemed to be giving back one by one what he had lost due to the devilish curse. Ah. I was dazed. I will clean it up quickly. Just as Cahel was about to call Lena for no reason, Lena hurriedly got up and grabbed the handle of her tray. The dazzlingly beautiful smile suddenly disappeared beneath her polite face. Why I got. Cahel clenched his fists for no reason in regret. For the first time, he didn't like that he was perceived to her as a fearsome being. On the birthday of the Queen's husband, the Grand Duke, a smaller banquet, comparable to the birthday of the next Queen, the Princess. Unfortunately, however, Queen Fabian Erdinia did not have any daughters, so the birthday banquet of her husband, Grand Duke Valerian Rufilio, was slightly larger than that of his predecessors. And Cahel was planning to definitely push Lohala at this banquet. In order to support him as he wants to start a fashion business, Cahel also needed to be a little careful. Your Excellency. The tailor visited. I took them to the parlor, but what should I do? There was a hint of excitement in Ardor's voice. Ardor, who had been watching fashionable people since he was a knight, was the one who was most upset by the deplorable dressing room of his master. Then the master suddenly gave the order to call the tailor, so he couldn't help but be excited. However, it was also true that he was a little worried, since measurement had always been troublesome. Tell the tailors to measure you. Lena will learn from watching it and measure me. She said she had measured women before, so if they teach her a little bit, she will understand quickly. That's the way. I told Lena that I was using this method because I don't want unidentified people to touch me, so you should be careful not to talk about the curse. Yes. I see, Your Excellency. Arthur's expression brightened. That expression somehow resembled Lena's expression, proving that the two were thinking the same thing. At this time, you will have nice clothes that will definitely suit you. Ardor struggled to hide his excitement, trying to step back from Cahel. Then Cahel added one more word to Ardor. Tell them to take Lena's measurements and keep it for the record. Ardor was a little curious as to why, but he gave a quick yes and turned to the tailor who was waiting. Amandini, the tailor who drank 2 bottles of purification potion before coming to the Duke's house, was sweating while silently handling the rising burps. I am so happy that you called me again. My name is Amandini, the tailor. Don't be too rigid. You know, since you've been here before, His Excellency the Duke hates it when ordinary people touch his body. So this time, if you measure me and this maid, and tell her how to measure, she will measure the Duke herself. Is it possible? Well, it's probably more error-prone than a skilled tailor's measurement, but it's probably unavoidable. I will explain in as much detail as possible. Amandine looked a little embarrassed but prepared to take a quick measure. One of the assistants who followed him opened the bag and took out a long wooden ruler and a tape measure. Meanwhile, Arthur stood upright in front of them. Men's and women's were slightly different in terms of sizing. First of all, for men's tops, take the width of the shoulders from here to here. Women's dresses are shorter than this. Amandine carefully explained to Arthur and Lena. The tailor's work was more detailed than expected, so there were many places to measure, and Lena quickly rolled her eyes and learned the points she picked up. Fortunately, Lena had helped the seamstress several times before, and she had done Elliot's measurements, so she quickly got the hang of it. Having received a piece of paper on which to write Cahel's measurements for them, Arthur and Lena entered the dressing room where Cahel was waiting. Cahel, sitting in a simple robe to have his body measured, soon gave his body to Lena, who was holding the tape measure. Shoulders 57, back 70, from the shoulder to the upper neck 6. Hearing Lena's meticulous measurements, Arthur sat down at the table next to him and wrote down the measurements. This time, the anticipation that she would be able to help make a nice outfit that fits Cahel well was creeping up. The crisis came while he was negligent. The chest measurement. Lena, who was still innocent, measured the circumference of Cahel's chest with the tape measure, moved her body in an appearance as if to hug him. At that moment in Arthur's head, the appearances of the maids who rushed to embrace Cahel passed by. They could not save their lives under any circumstances. Cahel's devilish power provoked an intense longing for him to the point that even their life was taken lightly. Arthur, who had already liked Lena quite a bit, was afraid that he might lose even this maid, and his throat burned. Special maid. 109. No, we'd better set it as 110. However, nothing happened. Lena soon measured Cahel's waist and hips, and the length of his arms, step by step, and she didn't intentionally press her body to Cahel's. Arthur felt that moment. This maid is really special. He had never seen anyone so unshaken by Cahel. Even the people of the royal family or the Centella family, who say they are not affected by the devilish nature, would not be able to be so blunt. At last, the fact that he had a maid whom he could trust and leave Cahel to suddenly made Arthur choke. Butler? Are you writing? Oh dear. Will you say it again from the circumference of the chest? Cahel looked at Arthur, who had regained his senses and was in a hurry. That's unusual. You were thinking about something else while you were working. Sorry. Arthur's apologetic face was drenched in deep emotion as if he was about to shed tears at any moment. And Cahel didn't ask any further questions because he could understand why Arthur was doing this without telling him. Cahel also reflexively checked the position of his sword when Lena was wrapping her arm around his chest. However, none of Lena's body touched his body intentionally. In a very brief moment, the slender arms that had stretched behind his torso quickly retreated as soon as they had finished crossing the back with a tape measure, leaving only him and Arthur, who were so nervous. But even with such oblivious behavior, Cahel felt goosebumps at Lena's warm breath that he felt on his chest. The breath exhaled over the thin layer of his shirt was an overstimulation for Cahel, who was extremely sensitive to contact with others. But when he said he hated it terribly, it wasn't anymore. It felt like a wave that spread from the part where the breath touched, ran down his spine and tickled his whole body. Once he recognized that, from then on, it felt like every breath Lena exhaled was touching his body, so the goosebumps on his forearm didn't go away easily. Lena's breath was different from the others. It was different from the hot breath of the knights who had finished a battle, the breath of his mother who seemed to be dying after a long illness, and the urgent breath of the mad people who rushed towards him. Rather than hot, it was somehow soft and warm. It seemed as if it had a scent. If it had a shape, it would be like a spring cloud or cotton wool, that kind of feeling. Anyway, thanks to Lena, the dimension is much more accurate and detailed than before. Cahel allowed a fairly large budget to make this suit so that Lena's efforts would not be in vain, and Amandine, the tailor, accepted the long request list from socks to coats and cloaks, and returned with a smile. This was even more so because the Duke of Louvre, who had used high-quality fabrics before, but was stingy with expensive decorations, chose embroidery,
high-quality buttons, and even patterned fabrics for some reason. The order for a lady's dress in the size of a maid at the end was a bit daunting, but whatever it was a huge deal, so Amandine hummed without paying much attention to it.
Now that you have your new clothes, how about calling a jeweler and ordering a brooch? It will be matched with my clothes, so why do I think you're more excited? Inflated with a dream of filling Cahel's dressing room with a glamorous look this time, Ardor continued to recommend things like jewelry, brooches and satin-wrapped shoes. But Cahel didn't want to stand out too much. It was because he was choking on the attention he was receiving now. The new clothes this time around were just to set up Lohala. Otherwise, he would have been ridiculed for how the fashion business sponsored by a duke, who is not good at fashion, would be like. It is enough to use what you have now, whether it is jewelry or shoes. As Cahel did not give in smoothly, Ardor eventually turned the topic. What budget do you have for Lena's dress? Take it out of my personal account. No matter how she came as a country maid, she is my personal maid now. I don't want to hear that the maid of the dukes lives without a proper dress. Lena will be very happy. In any case, I will not call the jeweler separately. Giving up on the brooch, Ardor muttered as if he was talking to himself as he flicked over the jeweler item on the paperboard he was holding. It would have been a pretty good spectacle for Lena too. Well, there is nothing I can do about it. It was true. As Lena, who was not a young lady from a noble family, she would have never been close to a jeweler's shop. And the woman as he'd seen so far likes shiny things and, thanks to that, she was often satisfied with just looking at those expensive things. Ardor mumbled that with half sincerity and half a desire for Cahel to think about it, then bowed to Cahel and turned around. But the moment he grabbed the doorknob of the office, he heard Cahel's voice behind him. Come to think of it, it must have been a long time since I bought jewelry. Even though it's a house without a mistress, if the Duke is too stingy in buying jewelry, he'll get caught. It is a wise decision. Then I will only contact two of the most famous jewelers. Annoying. Call only one. And when it comes, come and bring a variety of products, both for men and women. Yes. All right. Ardor quietly obeyed the orders without asking any further questions with the attitude of a skilled butler, but he was in a state of shock inside. He can't believe that Elena was a factor that could change Cahel's opinion. No, of course he had such expectations and that SY provoked it for a long time. His Excellency is more pleased with Lena's existence than I think. Well, he couldn't keep any person for 16 years, so it must have been very frustrating. Ardor swept away his grimacing chest and made his steps busily. Thanks to Lena, he has been able to fill even Cahel's flimsy jewelry box, but an opportunity like this will never come around often. With a design that can be used in many ways this time, he was planning to have an assortment that at least matches the dignity and face of the family head. It was the next evening that the Duke's request for a visit from Zardel, a famous jeweler in the city, was submitted. They had never set foot in the Duke's residence since the previous head left the estate to pass the title to his still young son in order to care for his ailing wife. What the hell is that kind of wind blowing? Maybe the former Duchess is coming to Ardennes. I don't think it is. Yesterday, Geraldine's dressing room sent a tailor to the Duke. The Geraldine dressing room mainly makes men's wear. So, has the former Duke returned? It might be. When you see that both men's and women's items are to be brought together, wouldn't they want to purchase the Duchess jewels in the estate as well? Everyone's curiosity was gradually inflated thanks to the Duke, who didn't shed any clues, but Cahel had no idea. But when he saw that Ardor had put quite a bit of money on the jewelry purchases, he gave him a suspicious look. What the hell are you trying to buy? I'm not looking to buy anything fancy. 2 brooches, 2 cloak pins, 2 coat chains and 3 pairs of shoe jewels. What? No, what are you buying so much for? Your Excellency. Baron Fidelia alone had more ornaments than that. Even the Counts of Ardennes had a room full of clothes and ornaments. Do you know how sad Lena was because she didn't have anything to decorate you? Would she have used her sleeping time and embroidered it on your vest? Is it? When Cahal, who looked down at the budget book with a confused expression, finally signed the approval, Arthur was convinced that Lena was the best excuse to coax Cahal. Now, in the morning and evening, there was a pretty cool breeze. Lena sat down on the nearby stone steps as she looked up at the red-tinted sky as the sun was setting. There was no one around. At this time, all the employees will be spread out in the dining room or in their room, having dinner and relieving the fatigue of the day. Lena looked around once more and pulled out one of the little hairpins from her arms. A bit smaller than her forefinger, this hairpin, studded with amethyst grains delicately crafted on a silver pinstripe, wasn't something Lena would ever own. Can I take this? There were no colored objects or new objects in Lena's life until she prepared for the marriage to Viscount Dilroynes. A shirt with some yellow color in the cuffs and corners of the collar even after being washed, a brown bodice and gray skirt whose original color is uncertain, an apron stained with stains, black shoes with a hole in the toe and worn heels, from Uncle Theo. The dark strap that she used as a hair tie. Those were only aspects of the possessions allowed to Lena. Even though she lived like that, she never thought she was lacking, and though she looked into Elliot's dressing room and glared at it, she never coveted them. As she prepares for her marriage to Viscount Dilroynes, she receives her new dress and shoes from the Baron Fidelia couple, but she does not consider it hers, as it is merely a preparation for a discovery. However, for the first time in her life, she was holding an expensive amethyst hairpin that was fully recognized as hers. Lena recalled the jeweler came today and unfolded the dazzling items. Your Excellency. A man came from Zardel. Well, I'll be there soon. Busily scanning the papers and signing them, Cahal put the quill on the stand and nodded his head to get up and follow Lena. He told her not to go out in front of other people, but she wondered what happened today. And on the table in the parlor that followed, there were 10 jaw-dropping jewels on red-brown velvet. It is an honor to meet you, Your Excellency the Duke of Louvre. Benes Zardel, the owner of the jewelry shop Zardel. You re a noble? I am too embarrassed to introduce myself to you as a nobleman. My great-grandfather was lucky enough to receive the title of Baron, but since then I have never been to the royal family. A man in his 40s, with a finely trimmed brown beard and mustache, humbled himself. Perhaps he liked the look. Cahal softened his sharply forged anticipation a little. Then he looked carefully at the jewels laid out on the table one by one. However, his face didn't seem particularly interested, so Arthur and Lena, who were standing next to him, couldn't hide their nervousness. Daughter of Baron Fidelia. The merchant named Benes looked carefully and picked up the recommended item and placed it in front of Cahal. When it comes to men's brooches, there are many people who match it with the color of their eyes. Ruby is overwhelmingly preferred by people with red eyes, but red coral, red jade, red spinel, and garnet are also popular. If you are looking for a high price, red diamonds are also beautiful. If you don't like flashy things, I think you'll be fine with brown or black colored gems. These black and smoky crystals are popular gems among gentle people. Cameo brooches and obsidian are in constant demand. Everything he offered seemed good. However, Lena's gaze was on the ruby brooch that seemed to match the color of Cahal's eyes. Lena, which one do you think is better? When Cahal, who was looking down at the jewels, asked without raising his head, Arthur sent his eyes to Lena with all his heart, asking Lena to choose a glamorous one. And Lena, who nodded her head in response to that earnest gaze, carefully pointed to the ruby brooch she had been looking at before with the tip of her index finger. In my opinion, I think this will suit you best. More. Also, Lena, who didn't know how to answer, was a little perplexed, but she looked again and pointed to the buckle with black and smoky crystals embedded in it. It was because it seemed to reveal a subtle presence without being excessive when matched with his achromatic clothes. But Cahal kept asking, more. You don't have a bad eye. Give me all the things this maid pointed out earlier. Oh, and this one, too. In front of the merchant who was hiding his joy, Cahal pointed to an amethyst pin hidden in the corner of the unfolded jewels. Cahal's jewelry box was quite well stocked, thanks to Cahal's purchase of more jewels than Arthur wanted. And Cahal handed Lena an amethyst pin as if to say 8th payment for picking jewelry for me. He handed it to her as if to hold it for a while, so when she suddenly received it, Cahal left a single word, take it. Then he got up and went in. Lena couldn't do this or that with the hairpin, which she was holding with 2 hands together, but Arthur smiled and clasped Lena's hand. It is not uncommon to receive a gift like this if you take good care of the master. It was then that she realized that she had received a gift. The feel of the hard mineral on her finger was awkward. If someone catches their eye on this, you'll be mistaken for stealing. Let us hide it well. Baron Fidelia misunderstood her for stealing the jewels attached to the dress just by cleaning the dress at Elliot's order. No matter how much she complained, Mrs. Marvin urged her not to lie, and Elliot, who had her dress cleaned, had Lena strip her clothes and inspected for theft. The memory of her kneeling in front of the oppressive maids resembling Elliot, with a skinny and unappealing body, still haunted Lena from time to time in her dreams. She crouched upon waking from the dream, in which all the ridicule and insults pouring over her head turned into thorns and stabbed her all over her body. Seeing that the Duke gave her such an expensive gift today, it seemed that he had no intention of killing her right away. But he could change his mind at any time, and he was in a position to kill at least one illegitimate child of a sinner. The butler is also a kind person, but only when she was a faithful maid to the master. Lena has always been on the optimistic side, but on the other hand, she has also suffered quite a few wounds. So she could not believe those people in the Duke's residence still, who were much kinder and warmer than Baron Fidelia's. She just missed Uncle Theo and Sid. Lady. A young woman, who calls herself Elliot Fidelia, is begging for a meeting with His Excellency the Duke. What to do with her? Little fingertips stopped abruptly as she re-examined the pile of invitations that her clothes maid had filtered out once and picked out where she really should go. Fidelia, where did I hear the name before? The victim of something related to Viscount Horace. Ah. At that moment, Little's head lit up. One of the minor nobles attached to Viscount de Roynes was definitely a baron with the surname Fidelia. If it's Elliot Fidelia, who is it? Could it be the sister? She is quite young for that. She must have been around 20. Really? Little pondered for a moment, rustling her winding, rich blonde hair. Although Viscount Horace was considered to be a white faction noble, what he did was clearly a crime. If so, would it be a good idea to meet someone related to that? According to rational judgment, it was better not to meet. But the curiosity was unavoidable. I'll see her in a moment. Lead her to the secret parlor. It is not good for anyone to see. Understood. Although she had agreed to meet, Little wasn't really interested. Viscount Horace was foolish too, but Viscount de Roynes and the small nobles who stuck with him were really stupid. She had no intention of getting close to such people. However, she might have ended up with something interesting, so she thought she'd give it a try. If there was nothing, it was enough to just pay a few pennies. After she had finished her work, Little went to the parlor where Elliot was waiting, and showed Elliot, who was tired of waiting, an angelic smile, blowing away her dissatisfaction and impatience. Lady Centella. It is an honor to meet you. Elliot hurriedly bowed her head to greet her. She heard rumors, but she never dreamed that Little was such a beautiful lady. She seemed to understand why the Duchy of Centella were called the incarnations of angels. Raise your head. Sorry to keep you waiting so long. Even her voice was bright and beautiful. It sounded like a real angel's voice, so Elliot sat down on the floor and cried. Hoop. Please help me. My father was brutally murdered. But against the Duchy of Louvre, there is no one to help. Elliot forgot her plan to calmly explain the situation before and after and just wept. It was only then that she thought that she might be expelled, but she could not easily stop her tears once they burst. But the moment Elliot called the dead Baron Fidelia her father, Little had already stopped thinking of expelling Elliot. Baron Fidelia your father? Yes. I am Elliot Fidelia, the only daughter of Baron Hans Fidelia. The only daughter? So, were you saying that you have no brothers and sisters besides you? Yes. But obviously I was told that Baron Fidelia, the Baroness and their daughter had been executed. It was my father's illegitimate child who was a maid who died at the time. She was living on the second floor for some reason at that time. So she must have been mistaken for me. It made no sense that they mistook Lena for Elliot and being taken together with the Baron and the Baroness, but Little didn't really care. What was important was this. So, you're saying that the daughter of Baron Fidelia, whom Cahal killed, was the wrong person? Well, half the Baroness blood, but did she enter the family register? And no. Then it is someone else. This how could Cahal make such a mistake? It was as if saying how he could make such a mistake in killing. Elliot shook her body. Lady Santella opposite her looked beautiful and good like an angel, but she felt strangely intimidating. But Little momentarily changed her mood and turned a sympathetic gaze to Elliot. Then where are you living now? Perhaps your relatives would not have accepted you because getting involved in the case was not good. Tears welled up in Elliot's eyes again at her tender concern. I escaped from Kerouac secretly 5 days ago. In fact, I've only survived with the thought of meeting Duke Santella, so if I am thrown out of here, I have nowhere to go. Please help me. Please. That I am sorry for the situation. Little tilted her head and lifted her arms. That alone made her look like a saint who looked down on people with pity. Just in time, one of my maid spots is vacant. It's not much, but you'll still be able to eat and sleep here. We'll give you a salary, and if you're a maid in my house, you're also popular as a prospective bride. How is it? Elliot doubted her ears at the gentle suggestion. For the daughter of a country noblewoman, to be a maid of a duchy, this was a great opportunity. Really? Thank you, lady. I will never forget this grace even if I die. Huff. Little smiled benevolently and looked down at Elliot. At this point, she felt really good. When she rescues someone from their troubles, when they burst into tears of joy, and above all, when they honor her like an angel or god, Little's heart melts. Stop crying, Miss Fidelia. Then I will be sad too. Little, who was comforting Elliot, soon called her chief maid. Maria. This is Miss Elliot Fidelia. Starting tomorrow, I will hire her as my maid, so today, give her food, clothes, and a room. Help her take a bath with warm water. Yes, understood, lady. Maria, like Little, smiled brightly and helped Elliot up. Elliot believed that she had really been saved by an angel. The Grand Duke's birthday banquet was just around the corner. 2 days before the banquet, Luahala, who was fighting against the Hildebrands, agreed to raise the price of lilac even a little and sabotage by the Louvre family, asked to meet Cahal secretly. And Cahal, who had expected his visit, opened the door to the parlor at dusk. You seem a little emaciated since the last time I have seen you, Sir Luahala. Ha. There was a bit of that. As you may already know. Cahal just nodded his head slightly. Is it a felony in Logos to speak ill of the Santella family? It depends on the degree, but it is recommended at least in the Louvre mansion. Luahala smiled, blinking his eyes wet with tiredness. But his eyes soon filled with anger and irritation. The devil of temptation. The family of angels is a bunch of people who are very different outside and inside. I was meeting my father and my brother and we were telling the story well, but the next day, a rumor that I had betrayed Hildebrand suddenly entered their ears. It was the day after Duke Santella's younger brother visited the royal family. So, who would have come up with such a rumor? Because the intelligence strength of the Santella family is no less than that of the Louvres. It's not that I'm angry. If it had been only that, I would have understood that it was to politically keep the Duke of Louvre in check. Did anything else happen? Yes. With the theme of making my life in Hildebrand like a lamp before the wind, the Santella family tried to convince me that they could improve my relationship with Hildebrand. Who do you take as an idiot? I almost threw up my own stomach and put it in the face of that noble who pretended not to know anything. Aha! If you really did, I would have given Sir Luahala a mansion. Could you have saved my life before that? Thanks to Luahala, who gets agitated and swears at the Centella family, Cahel smiles happily after a long time. He had forgotten that the pleasant ringing had a very bad effect on the hearts of others. With the fact that Sir Luahala came to me at this time, does it mean that you have made up your mind now? Ah, well, I've actually decided since the last time I visited, but that's good. Isn't it Sir Cahel's work that soothed the Hildebrand royal family? Ragrel, who was raging to kill Luahala due to the scheme of the Centella family, was quickly softened by the amount of bloodstone sent in the name of Luahala. After reading a memo saying, a bloodstone sample is sent at the request of Marquis Rognak, the King of Hildebrand even praised him, saying, after all, Luahala is the best diplomat in Hildebrand. When seeing the 5 tons of bloodstone, would I have placed all the burdens on Sir Luahala? If it is about that amount of bloodstone, it is not a big deal if you look at the future of the business. Luahala, who had nodded his head at Cahel's relaxed voice, soon returned to a serious expression. The price of lilac per ton that Hildebrand wanted was 1.1 million luens. And what is the price that Sir Luahala will give me? It is luens per ton for a 5-year monopoly supply. Sir Cahel said you didn't want to bargain, so I gave the maximum I could lower it to. To be honest, it was a very welcome proposal for Cahel, who thought luens per ton would be the maximum. Of course, it will never be free. Great. First of all, I will write a provisional contract. Arder, who had already prepared paper, pens and ink, set down a silver tray in front of them. Luahala hesitated for a while at the contract that went straight through without any fuss, but soon caught his attention on the handwriting that started dancing straight on the paper. Hildebrand will exclusively supply lilac to the Duchy of Louvre for luens per ton, and the Duchy of Louvre will purchase more than 300 tons every year for the next 5 years. Currently, Hildebrand's annual income from the export of lilac is about 45 million luens, and the annual income to be obtained through this contract is over 200 million luens, so for Hildebrand it is also a profitable business, isn't it? However, Luahala knew that the Louvre family would benefit much more from this contract. And Cahel knew that too, so this time he picked up another piece of paper and spoke in a lower voice. Now, let us write down what kind of reward I will give to Sir Luahala. Luahala's heart raced. As you may be aware, the day after tomorrow, there is a birthday banquet for Grand Duke Rufilio in the royal family. Let me introduce you directly to Her Majesty the Queen. It would be a good idea to briefly outline your business idea to avoid wasting an opportunity. There, I will invest 50 million luens in your business and lease you a building on Ravella Street free of charge for 5 years. If you wish, we will help you with your Asylum 2 logos and provide free bloodstones for use in Luahala's house and office. And when you go to a party, you can say that you are Cahel Louvre's friend. Luahala opened his mouth unknowingly. He thought it wouldn't hurt to have someone as prestigious as the Duke Louvre, but he never imagined that he would give such an unconventional reward. The last clause, above all else, would have a huge ripple effect. Ha 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 ha. This I don't know what to say. Sir Cahel's friend. Whether his heart was beating because of Cahel Louvre's devilish power or the conditions written in the contract, Luahala were a little confused. The title of Friend of the Duke of Louvre will come back with great benefits. But soon he had a question. No matter how big the business profit he gets from lilac, he think this might be too much of a price. Then the door inside the parlor opened and the lady he had seen last time brought out the tea. He thought it might be a little late for her to get the tea out, but Cahel's eyes were sharp as if they could pierce Luahala. The icy atmosphere did not change until the maid, carefully pouring the tea, bent her knees slightly and left the room. And Cahel, who never took his eyes off Luahala, added his words with a cool smile. Of course, because I have the belief that Sir Luahala will not scatter the private stories of his friend. It was then that Luahala realized that there was another condition for this undeserved price. The condition is to deny that there is a normal handmaiden who is not affected by Cahel Louvre's devilish power. And the timing when the maid brings out the tea is probably for that realization. Duke Louvre can't make a mistake. Luahala, who saw the maid's existence as a card he could use someday, had to admit his own defeat. Even under these conditions, if he risked the maid, then he would have to risk his life. The Grand Duke's birthday banquet was held in Angelique Hall just like last year. No matter how large the birthday banquets of other Grand Dukes were, it could not be held in the main hall of Regina Palace. The paintings embroidered on the ceiling and the bloodstone chandelier hanging between them were the same as last year, and the dark green curtains and flowers decorated everywhere were the same as last year. However, there was no lack of splendor as the dresses and jewels of the nobles entering the hall changed every time. And in the middle of that splendor there was little Centella. Oh, Lady Centella. Every time I think you can't be more beautiful, you always exceed my expectations. I survived the past month with the thought that I could meet you today. Are you really an angeless incarnation? If that's the case, then please do something for my heart that is tormented by you. All around her, as always, men who admired her with all the rhetoric and hyperbole, longed for a glimpse of her gaze and gathered around her. They quarreled fiercely with each other and would come closer to whisper one more word into Little's ear. Of course, Little didn't give anyone a partial look. She always devotes equal time to interacting with them, then moves towards the people waiting for her. Oh, Lady Little. Dazzling. May I ask which artist the dress is made by? Rather than the dress being beautiful, Lady Little is so beautiful, so the dress seems to benefit from it. Oh my dear Noah's eyes, which was said to have no owner because it was too flashy, really shines on Lady Centella's neck. They say that the famous jewel chooses its master. I envy you, lady. Lady Centella. Long time no see. I sent you a party invitation a while ago, did you receive it? You must be busy, but it would be a great honor if you could attend. Although the Queen of the Lobos was Fabian Ardinia, the ladies, who firmly believed that the Queen of the Socialites was Little Centella, could not take their eyes, filled with envy, off of Little, who was always leading the way. They tried to invite Little to their party, which they hosted, by any bribe. She would quickly raise her chin and look around when some who pretended to be close to her called her name. Some of the people she allowed her name to were already influential in the social world. However, Little showed a clear and beautiful smile to everyone without any sign of arrogance. She never looked down on anyone or listened to gossip. So, no one can imagine what she whispers to Leon with a fan covering her mouth. It's tiring to answer every single story you don't care about, right? Piot? Why are you always taking care of such annoying people? As the heir to the Centella family, there is nothing I can do about it. I need to extend my family lineage, but how can I live with only the people I like? Even if you don't like it, you have to constantly be attractive to the central nobles. If they found out that she was thinking of such a political calculation with an innocent face, it would have been quite a sight to see. At that time, Leon was giggling at that thought. Terra Leuven Allendorf, Cardelia and Chardonnay Lord, Duke Cahel Louv has arrived. The target of the announcement was the royal family and the two dukes, only three. And people were more interested in the Duke of Louv, who is close to being a hermit, than the Duke of Centella, which they can easily meet at big parties. In fact, the reason why there are so many people at the Grand Duke's birthday banquet is probably because of Cahel Louv, who does not miss this banquet. Anyway, at the voice announcing Cahel's appearance, the eyes that had only been on Little and Leon suddenly turned to a different direction. And there, as usual, stood Cahel Louv, dazzling from head to toe. From all over the banquet hall, voices of astonishment began to roar. Oh my God, the devil who possesses people appeared and even dressed up, so many more will faint. It's lucky if they just faint. We have to stop those so they don't kill themselves. There were people who were sarcastic like that. I didn't drink the purification potion today, will it have any effect? Just in case, I brought some, so drink it right away. There were people who were worried. Oh. I can see, I can't breathe. Oh, Duke of Louv. What brings him here today? How that's what a halo looks like. Some blush their faces and watch him fervently. Cahel is getting more and more like the devil of temptation day by day. There was also little Centella who smiled meaninglessly. Duke's friend. Regardless of the various thoughts of the people gathered in the banquet hall,
the beautifully adorned Cahal led Luahala to the place where the Queen and the Grand Duke were seated.
As soon as you hear the test results of the Bloodstone and Lilac, I can't believe you captured the Marquis of Rognak, really Cahal. Leon was more interested in Luahala that he brought with him than in Cahal's splendid attire. Anyone thinking of doing business with Hildebrand will usually think of Marquis Walid, the brother-in-law and diplomatic representative of King Hildebrand, but Cahal didn't want someone loyal to Hildebrand. Although he was a prince, Luahala was more unstable than Marquis Walid, and was able to sacrifice the interests of his motherland for his own benefit. It was a condition that was quite useful from Cahal's point of view. My father sent my uncle to Hildebrand belatedly, but Cahal must have expected that too. In the name of Marquis of Rognak, 5 tons of bloodstone were sent to the Hildebrand royal family. The timing is good. He anticipates everything as if he was looking down the palm of his hand.
Anyway, for Hildebrand, they would have had no choice but to sign a contract with the Louvre family, the largest producer of bloodstone, but they could have been smarter than that.
In a few years, Cahal will definitely lower the price. There will also be a scheme for Marquis Rognak's personal gain. Uncle warned them about that, but to stop listening to it with only 5 tons of bloodstone. That's their situation, and I personally think Cahal handled it quickly and well this time. I'm really curious as to what the hell is going on in his head. Well, that aside, should we take this opportunity to replace all the bloodstones in our mansion? 50% brighter. Brother. Have you decided to make our father upset? Little poked Leon's side and frowned slightly. Little was cute even when she rolled her eyes, but Leon noticed that Little didn't like Cahal's success.
Of course, as a member of the Centella family, she cannot welcome the success of her rival, the Louvres, but Little's heart is a bit different from that.
Because Cahal succeeds, the more he succeeds, the more she thinks she should have as much success. Leon sips champagne and looks back at Cahal. Cahal was introducing Luahala to the Queen. Both the Queen, who was dressed in lavish fashion like a goddess for her husband's birthday, or Luahala, who would not have swept through his hair in order not to miss his long-awaited opportunity, were both dazzling. If they had been the only ones there, it would have been eye-catching. Unfortunately, they had the best Cahal Louvre next to them.
The black hair, which seemed to have been swept away however it was, created a more mysterious atmosphere by moderately covering his red eyes, and after putting on a silver-grey vest and a black coat, a ruby brooch was dazzling on top of neatly bare cravat.
There must have been insidious gazes clinging to the top of the pants where his tight thigh muscles were hidden. They've never seen Cahal in a suit that fits his body so well, so those who saw his dazzling figure today thought that he must have covered up the silhouette of his body to suppress his devilish powers even a little. Cahal is totally determined. Leon handed an empty champagne glass to a passing attendant and took a new one. For him, Cahal Louvre was just as interesting as his sister. He was different from an early age, but as he grew older, he was so resourceful and clever that it was as if he was really the devil. It was also surprising that he was using the devilish power called a curse as his weapon.
If he had had such a nightmare as a child, it would have been a work to just survive sanely, but to use that trauma as a power now, it would have been impossible with a normal mental strength.
Cahal was definitely far ahead of us. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to take over the Duke's seat in the first place. Damien Louvre, the former master of the house, wasn't he an ordinary person either.
The champagne was sweet, the music played was upbeat, and the scent of perfume mixed with the flesh of the young ladies was moderately distracting.
As soon as he handed the empty champagne glass to the attendant again, Leon thought out of the blue. Even curses are used as power. Is there any weakness in Cahal? Leon glanced at Cahal like a child searching for a fun toy. Cahal looked perfect from head to toe. However, as far as Leon knew, there was no human without weakness in the world. Duke of Louvre. You shine even brighter today. After all, the title of the greatest beauty in Logos suits Duke the best. Queen Fabienne greeted Cahal with a warm smile. I offer the glory of Logos under the power of Her Majesty. Her Majesty the Queen is dazzlingly beautiful. Cahal lowered one of his knees and placed his lips lightly on Fabienne's hand. No matter how unaffected by Cahel's devilish powers, there was no one who would hate to have the back of their hand kissed from a young handsome man who was loyal. Duke Louv, get up. I think you'll get too much attention when you kneel on your knees in this place. Ho ho ho. By the way, the person who attended your partner today, he's as reliable as a duke. Cahel introduced Luahala in front of Fabian, who had shown the right interest at the right time. This is my close friend, Marquis Luahala Rognek. As a diplomat belonging to the Hildebrand diplomats, I think your majesty the queen is familiar with him, but I came here because this friend wanted to greet your majesty directly. The duke's friend? Then I am the one who has to accept the greetings. I think I've seen you a couple of times before, but nice to meet you, Marquis Rognek. Luahala took a deep breath and kissed the back of Fabian's hand, bowing out politely. Yes, if Duke Louv brought you right in front of me, there must be a reason. What business? Fabian hasn't had this happen once or twice in the last 23 years of her life as queen.
If one of the few nobles who was able to see her on their own greeted someone with their own name, it meant that even as the queen, she could not pretend to be ignorant.
And it was usually behind the scenes work to start a new business in the kingdom. I am not going to talk about it for a long time. I want to start a fashion business at Logos. We have already received investment from Sir Cahel, and we are confident that we will succeed. Of course, I am not the only one to start a business to enjoy wealth and glory.
Through this business, many jobs will be created within Logos. The earned goods will be reinvested in Logos, and above all, the fashion world of Logos will be diversified.
The current Logos fashion world is, I have a feeling, it as being influenced by one person. Luahala, on Cahel's advice, did not mention Little's name. Just mentioning Little could hurt the queen's pride. However, there was no way Fabian didn't know who that young person was. A strange fervor flashed in her eyes. To think of such a wise idea, you deserve to be a close friend of Duke Louv. Don't drink too much during the banquet, and come to the Violet Room in 2 hours. Because I want to hear more details. Fabian gave a light dismissal order as if she was conscious of the people waiting to greet her from behind them. For Luahala, the response was more than expected. Thank you very much, Sir Cahel.
It doesn't seem like it would be difficult to start a business thanks to this.
It is all thanks to Sir Luahala's best efforts. A couple of hours later, finishing his rehearsal in the Violet Room, Luahala thanked Cahel as he tried to calm his still pounding chest.
Although he was a diplomat, he didn't have the opportunity to share personal stories with the queen, as the one who met the queen most of the time was Marquis Walid, a diplomatic representative.
Of course, he couldn't have brought up his desire to start his own business at Logos. However, his position in Hildebrand was very unstable, and he wanted to start his second life in a place where his older brother's powers would not extend. At this point, the discovery of a reaction between Lilac and the Bloodstone was nothing short of a fortune for him.
It was not easy to grill his father and his older brother with all kinds of sweet talk, but they had no choice but to lower their tails when he said, Duke Louv won't he buy it at that price?
Having worked so hard to seize such a great opportunity, Luahala received the grace that would not be lacking even if he lived by supporting Cahel. Of course, Cahel is also not a philanthropist, so it was not unknown to Luahala that there was a reason to support him. He must succeed and become a strong ally of Duke Louv. By the way, your outfit today is really cool. It stands out a lot more than what you normally wear, but it suits you very well. As Sir Luahala's business is in the fashion industry, it seems like it would be a shame to see that the person who would be the sponsor didn't care too much about it. But you have to be careful. I am worried because I think the number of people who fall for Sir Cahel will increase. Asking you to remain as my own Sir Cahel. It is too much of a request, right? Luahala looked at Cahel with eyes that seemed to contain affection. Then Cahel burst into laughter, as if he had been attacked by surprise. Sir Luahala, I heard you almost swept away all the purification potion from the temple closest to your house that would be enough to become a monk, wouldn't it? Cahel said it like it was no big deal, but Luahala had a chill on his back. He had different attendants to buy the potion of purification each time, but how did Cahel know that he bought them all? He was ashamed to the point that his face turned red, that Cahel had already looked through the act of him pretending to be in love with Cahel, and he was also afraid that there was nothing this man didn't know. Little, still tired of being approached by people, became even more depressed after the Queen's audience. There was something unsettling about Fabian from the moment she went into the violet room, which was an absolute secret room, and she was smirking all the time. Unsurprisingly, Fabian, who normally only greeted her lightly and passed by, dared to call Little, pretending to be friendly, but suddenly praised Cahel. I am always admiring the hard work and loyalty of the Duchies of Louvre and Centella. Duke Centella is such an outstanding person that I don't have to worry about him, but I'm always surprised by Duke Louvre, who took over as the Duke at an early age. How can he be so serious and wise at such a young age? She smiled kindly and seemed to lift the two duchies, but the problem was that the person she caught to say that to was Little. This was the right answer. To hold on to the successor of the next Duchy of Centella and praise the successor of the Duchy of Louvre was nothing short of ridiculing Little in the end. It was a little revenge, as she had been deprived of all the attention in the social world to Little. Little, who nodded her head with an angelic smile in front of Fabian, turned coldly expressionless as soon as the door of the carriage back to her mansion was closed. Whether or not that was heartbreaking, the maid, Maria, the coachman, decided to slander the Queen despite being improper. For the people of the Santellas, who obeyed the Queen's authority, should not dishonor her. It seems that Her Majesty wanted to receive more attention than His Majesty the Grand Duke, who is today as protagonist. I feel so sorry for the Grand Duke. The Grand Duke, who was being congratulated by people next to Fabian, in a flaming red dress, wore black garbs, so he seemed to be buried even more. Because the Grand Duke doesn't like fancy clothes very much. Although Little defended the Queen, she didn't seem to feel a little better. Maria decided to depreciate the Queen a little bit more. By the way, it is a big deal that the princess who will be the successor has not yet been born. Her Majesty the Queen must be very heartbroken. There has never been a queen who never gave birth to a princess. The absence of a princess was a deep concern for the royal family. The Lobos was a kingdom ruled by queens from generation to generation. There was always only one daughter born who would become crown princess, and they never had a daughter that did not become queen. So Fabian, the current queen, who was the only one who could not give birth to a daughter, was feeling a lot of pressure both internally and externally. There were rumors circulating that the Ardens dynasty would end in this generation. Oh, Maria? What are you going to do if someone hears it? But is there anyone in the kingdom who doesn't know that? Besides, I was just worried. But what if the princess is not born in the end? Well, it seems that the royal family and the temple are rotting in their heads because of that problem. Everyone would be delighted if Our Lady became queen. Maria? Little frowned and warned Maria, but as Maria saw Little's face, which had been droopy by the time she got into the carriage, start to come to life again, she smiled. And in fact, Maria sincerely thought so. Either the current dynasty collapses, or else the queen should adopt Little, the highest ranking unmarried woman in the kingdom, as her stepdaughter or daughter-in-law to take over the throne. The lady she served was well deserved of that. The only problem was that Little lacked the powers of the queen. Because without those powers she would not have been able to subjugate the Louvres, and she could have sworn that if Little became queen, Cahel would also become king. Maria. I know how you feel, but you shouldn't go anywhere and say that. Understand? I'm not that immature, so don't worry, lady. Maria responded obediently to Little, who had now started to smile as usual. But Little's heart was a little different from what she said with her mouth, which cracked down on Maria's words. Yes. You still have to be careful. Until everything is perfectly ready. In the carriage returning to the mansion late at night, Cahel said that 2 days' banquet was very successful. He felt refreshed enough to say it was the first time when he had been to a place with a lot of people. It gave a thrilling pleasure whenever he experienced his plans working together without any error.
He unknowingly loosens his eyes softly, and inside he hums his favorite piano tune, and Cahal, getting off at the entrance of the mansion, enters the main lobby with a light footstep, forgetting his tiredness.
Welcome back. Ardor and Lena greeted him when he had returned home. They had been glancing out of the window until he returned. Cahal at first thoughtlessly took off his coat, handed it to Lena and tried to head to his room. But suddenly, he thought that Lena had contributed a lot to today's refreshing feeling. Thanks to Lena, his recent diet has improved, he has more free time, and the clothes she prepared for today are much better than usual. It is a law that you shouldn't ignore the merits of those below you as a superior. Cahal had already bought Lena jewelry, the hairpin, and even ordered a dress for her, but he felt like he wanted to do something more today. Lena, please follow me to the office. As he still called Lena with a face close to an expressionless face, Lena also thought to herself, did I do something wrong? Cahal, who arrived at the office and sat down, put his hands in front and looked at Lena, who was standing there. Thanks to you, today's work went well. So I want to reward you. Is there anything you would like to have? Cahal asked, roughly thinking about jewelry or a dress. Had Lena been a little more brazen, she might have wanted money outright, but this timid maid would certainly not be able to ask him to buy a small piece of gold, let alone money. In the meantime, Cahal had researched and learned how to get Lena's response out, so he was trying his luck like this and gave her examples one by one, deciding Lena's answer as the item she hesitated at. What do you mean it is thanks to me? I haven't done anything. No, it is really thanks to you. So if there is something you would like to have, please feel free to tell me. Would you like jewelry? I don't need jewels for my subject. No, there is nothing that I lack object-wise, be it jewelry or anything. Everything is already too abundant. If there is nothing lacking object-wise, it seems that there is something lacking that is not an object. Cahal asked, a little surprised that a girl who was a country maid who had lived in poverty refused a monetary reward. However, as usual, this maid Lena was beyond his expectations. She shook her head and seemed to be contemplating something, then she slowly came to meet his eyes, and she carefully made an unexpected request. Pardon me, well, nothing else, and in case you are okay with it, the news of those who have been like my family in Baroni Fidelia I want to know. It was something Cahal couldn't even imagine. Because he had never seriously wondered about Lena's personal history. People who were like family. Of course it wouldn't be from Baron Fidelia's side. This is Baron Fidelia's stable keeper family. They seem to have been special. Yes. They were the only people in that castle who treated me well. Sid and I grew up like siblings. Lena smiled a little, remembering the people in the neighborhood who asked her if they were siblings when they saw her walking with Sid, who looked like a man. But Cahal was strangely annoyed by that part. Like siblings but not siblings. Right? What? Yes. Cahal turned his gaze away from Lena and looked out of the dark window, immersed in thoughts, and Lena swallowed a gulp, wondering if she had made a rude request. After such an uncomfortable silence for a long time, Cahal asked abruptly when Lena decided to withdraw her request. That's Sid. How old is this person? How old is Sid? 20 this year. And how old are you? I am 18 years old. You grew up like siblings of the same age but aren't real siblings. Cahal's mouth clenched again as he mumbled words that Lena couldn't understand. Now Lena had reached a point where she could hardly stand the nervousness. It seems I dared to ask a presumptuous request. Oh, even if you don't listen. No. I'm not saying I won't listen, I'm just curious, how did that stable keeper family get to know you? I have been working as an errand runner in the village inn since I was 7 years old. But when I was 10, my mother died and I was left alone, so Uncle Theo recommended me to Baron Fidelia as a maid in the castle. Even though I was shunned upon in the castle, Uncle Theo and Aunt Layla cared for me like their daughter. Aunt Layla died when I was 15. The person named Sid, who had to share their parents' love with you, must have hated you. See, Sid is an angel. Sid cares more about me than I do, and if I starve, Sid is more than happy to give me Sid's share of bread. Seriously, how I would have survived that life without Sid. Cahal started to feel bad for some reason when Lena praised Sid hard. The refreshing feeling of before disappeared suddenly and he was struck by an unpleasant feeling that he did not know what caused it. You seem to like them a lot. Yes. Sid is my favorite person in the world. From Uncle Theo and Sid, I have received a favor that I will never be able to repay, even if I pay it back for the rest of my lifetime. The person Cahal referred to was Sid, but the indifferent Lena came up with her answer, including Theo. Anyway, Cahal was in a bad mood again. It was clear this time what made him feel bad. Whatever they had done to Lena, he wondered if it would only be comparable to his own grace for saving her mortal life and for granting her a status as the close maid of the Duke. There was a slight wrinkle on Cahal's forehead. And Lena, who looked at him, noticed that he was in a bad mood. Sorry, I am sorry. I was wrong. But when Lena apologized, Cahal's mood worsened. No matter who the identity was, he liked this maid quite a bit and thought he was treating her as much as she appreciated it in her own way. But he thought if he moved a little closer, she would quickly move away. Like a rabbit who had just pricked the tips of its cute ears in front of him, seemed startled by a hand outstretched to touch it a little and seemed to run away. How much better should he do to be able to stroke that round crown? He has now made up his mind that he will buy Lena's favor when it comes. What did you do wrong? Don't you worry. I'll send someone to find out their news. No, I'd rather bring them here too. After all, there are always not enough people in the stables. Yes? Really? The frightened eyes widened open and it quickly glowed with joy. Cahal glanced at Lena's lively purple eyes and smiled a little, thinking, oh, that was the right answer. He was somehow concerned about the existence of the person named Sid, but on the other hand, he also wanted to show the difference between them by inviting them to the duchy. He didn't know what difference he wanted to show, but for now he was content to just get the answer that Lena wanted. Strange instructions. It was easy to find a family of stable keepers who were still working there, where Baron Jenkins, the servant of the Duchy of Louvre, presides over there now. When Baron Jenkins was told to send the stable keeper's family to the Duke's house, he delivered them straight away without asking why. I knew it. You guys also had an affair with the bitch Lena, so I'm sure your neck will fall off. Mrs. Marvin, who was still working in the barony, slandered those who packed their bags. Sid gnawed her teeth and tried to slap her, but Theo hurriedly caught Sid. Mrs. Marvin was the maid chief of Baroness Fidelia, but she received no punishment and she rather became the maid of Baroness Jenkins. They thought it might be because of her infinitely flirtatious personality in front of people higher than her, but they didn't know that she would brazenly say such a thing when she herself had always been involved in the evil deeds of Baroness Fidelia and Elliot. What the hell did Lena do wrong that you have to torment her? Mrs. Marvin's eyes grew cold when Sid, who was being held back by Theo, asked about her evil deeds. It is only natural for Lena to be punished for her mother's sins, as a dirty girl of an unknown origin who seduced a noble. What? Of course not. There's nothing wrong with Lena. Sid retorted with a barrage of shouts, but Mrs. Marvin snorted and looked down with scornful eyes. Theo, who had been holding back with his molars clenched, looked at Mrs. Marvin and scoffed. Since you were young, you were so anxious that you couldn't catch the eye of Baron Fidelia very much, so did you get so jealous that Lena's mother caught his eye instead? At those words, Mrs. Marvin's eyes turned. What nonsense are these filthy things talking about now? But seeing her jaw tremble as if Theo had stabbed her in the face, Sid, who was a little refreshed by that, giggled and laughed. Aha! Was it such a pity that you couldn't entice a noble to have a child? But even if it had been the Baron, I don't think he would have had any eyes for you. Mrs. Marvin, furious at Sid's teasing, looked around and found a large rake, which she grabbed and tried to run at Sid and Theo with it. However, the knights from Ardennes restrained and pushed Mrs. Marvin, and she and the rake were thrown back. It was a pleasure to see Mrs. Marvin huffing, but the smiles faded from the lips of Theo and Sid in the carriage. They came to pick Sid and Theo up from Arden's, but they couldn't believe it was for a good thing. It wasn't as harsh as when Baron Fidelia was captured before, but it was a scary enough situation for those who have always been weak. The carriage ran non-stop and arrived at the Duchy of Louvre in almost 2 days.
They swayed like luggage in a rattling carriage all day, and without even feeling the thrill of putting their feet on the hard ground, they were astonished by the Duke's residence's enormous size.
The size of the Baroness Castle in Kerouac was difficult to comprehend at first glance for those who thought it was the largest house in the world. Its enormous scale immediately became a horror. It was because they remembered the fact that the Baron Fidelia couple who were clamoring around Kerouac had lost their lives by Duke Louvre. Sid, really, I guess it's our turn now. Theo said as he took Sid's hand with a trembling hand. Boo, but why the hell? We did nothing wrong. Is Lena dead because she did something wrong? With those words Sid became a mute. Another thought of that poor and pitiful child made her heart ache. That's right.
The two of them, who did not know the reason, had resigned themselves to the thought that they were probably going to die, but were not guided to the dark basement, but inside the residence covered with a red carpet, and realized that things were going differently.
It was such a wonderful place where they didn't know where to put their eyes on from the beginning, but the audience room for the Duke was even more beautiful. The two of them, who had never imagined they would come to a place like this in their lifetime, forgot to be careful and were busy looking around the room with their mouths open. But when a middle-aged man who looked like a very high person came in and sat across from them, they started to get nervous. You have struggled hard to come a long way. My name is Arthur Higgins, the butler of this mansion. You will soon see His Excellency Duke Louvre in person. But before you see the Duke, you must drink this first. Then the two noticed the water bottle in front of them. I don't mean to throw back at your words, but it seems that you have misunderstood something. We are nothing more than stable keepers. How is it that a lower person like us can see the Duke directly?
No matter how much he thought about it, Theo, who asked cautiously, could not comprehend that they, who lived by stepping on horse dung, would meet a duke who was no less than a king.
Of course, it's very uncommon. His Excellency the Duke will probably explain the reason. We don't have time, so drink that first. It is not harmful to the body. They still couldn't figure out what it was, but they couldn't resist the higher person's command, so they had no choice but to drink the potion of purification in front of them. Of course, they didn't know that a bottle of that potion was equivalent to their weekly wage. After waiting for another 10 minutes, they felt strangely clear and realized that the butler hastily motioned for them to stand up and finally met the Duke. As they stood up, folded their waist in half and waited, they heard the door click open from the other side. Their bodies began to tremble like aspen trees as the sound of hard heels pounding on the carpeted floor drew nearer. But the being who made them afraid, casually sat down on the opposite sofa and said, "Put your head up and sit down. Everyone's back will hurt."
Not knowing what to do, they looked at each other, but only after Arthur said, "Please take a seat," they hesitated and slowly put their buttocks on the sofa. And after hesitating again for a while, they finally lifted their heads, and for a moment were shocked that words could not describe.
It was as if God had descended and sat in front of them. His eyes, nose, mouth, and arms and legs were all the same as theirs, but he seemed to show an utopia with that form. The two people who were just staring blankly at him, Cahel also looked at them silently without saying anything. Wearing shabby clothes that almost smelled, scruffy face and hair that was unknown when they were washed, and rough hands covered in calluses. Even Sid, unlike the oversized Theo, was skinny and he wondered how Sid did stable work with that body. However, their eyes, who must have lived only in poverty and hardship, were truly clear and good.
It was so clear that even the confusion and fear they were feeling right now could be clearly seen, but even in the midst of it, it didn't seem like they were rolling their heads or being subservient.
In a way, they were eyes with corners similar to that of Lena. You are Theo and you are Sid. Am I right? Cahel's eyes stayed on Sid for a long time. Yes? Oh yes. That's right. The two became increasingly afraid of the fact that the Duke, who was even honorifically called His Excellency, even knew their names. They trembled and trembled, thinking, "Yeah, you sure we going to die like Baron Fidelia?" But the command that came out of Cahel's mouth was unexpected. "You must be tired, so rest until tomorrow, and start working in the stables here the day after tomorrow." It was difficult to understand no matter how much they thought about it. And that thought was soon reflected on their faces. "Your Excellency." Those who are trembling in fear are pitiful. "Why don't you stop the riddles and tell them why you called them?" Ardor, who smiled softly, scolded Cahel. Ardor, who had been by his side for a long time, realized that Cahel was bothering them by talking round and round for nothing. Cahel laughed at the nagging, and gave an aimless command, saying, "Fetch her." Meanwhile, Lena was constantly tilting her head at Cahel's strange instructions that day. She had taken a bath in the morning and combed her hair finely. She pulls out the new clothes she cherishes and puts an amethyst pin in her head. After that, she was said to wait patiently in the room until instructed otherwise. "Are you trying to sell me to another house?" She had all kinds of thoughts, but above all, that thought was the most plausible. But even as she thought so, she somehow felt very sad and disappointed. It was partly because it was easy and comfortable to work in the Duke's mansion, but it seemed that it was because she had become a little used to the Duke, who didn't smile well. She has never been hit by him, and she's never heard a single harsh word. He was a much better master than she had imagined, giving vague compliments with an expressionless face and showing unexpected kindness with a bored expression. "I have been full since then. I should be grateful that I was given food and sleep." Lena smiled at her changed appearance and vowed to let go of her regrets. And around that time, Ardor came to call Lena. Click. The door to the parlor opened again. Theo and Sid reflexively jumped up and bowed their heads. The sound of footsteps on the floor was barely audible, so it seemed as if a woman was approaching. But it was unexpected that they would hear a voice they longed for from that woman. "Uncle Theo." "Sid?" They both raised their heads at the same time. And where they looked, there was Lena, much prettier than their last memory and well dressed. "Lena? Really, are you Lena? Oh my world. How? Uncle? Sid?" Lena burst into tears and ran towards them. Lena, so moved that she forgot that Cahel was sitting right next to her, cried a long time in Theo's arms, and afterwards hugged Sid, who was patting her on the back, soaking her clothes with tears. At least once. It was a moment of reunion full of joy and emotion, but as the tears flowed, the three of them came to their senses and realized who they were in front of. As soon as Lena came to her senses, she knelt down on her knees in front of Cahel and continued to bow her head. "Thank you, Duke. I will never forget this grace for the rest of my life. Thank you. Thank you." They were more precious than her own life. As a loner in this world, they were the only people she could call family. She was very grateful to Cahel for bringing these people here. No matter what he asked her to do, it seemed like she would be willing to do it at the cost of her life. And Theo and Sid, who realized that Lena, whom they thought was dead, was alive thanks to Cahel, also fell on their knees next to her. "Thank you so much for saving Lena. I will serve you with allegiance for the rest of my life." However, Cahel, who suddenly received Lena's bow, was a little perplexed. No, he was actually a little too embarrassed. If he had been embraced by her as she had done with Theo or Sid, he would have been less embarrassed than this. He swears he didn't expect such an appreciation. No, he thought he would get a thank you, but it wasn't like this. He was hoping for something a little more intimate than this. "How everyone, get up. I didn't mean to receive such a greeting." The three of them, lying on the floor, barely sat across from Cahel, with Ardor's push. "You seem to have calmed down a little now. First of all, Theo and Sid. It's Lena, not me, whom you should thank." Lena said that as a reward for a job well done, she refused to earn jewelry and she wanted to know how you guys are doing. So every time Lena was given a reward, it is just more economical and efficient to have you guys work in the mansion stables rather than have someone go out to see how you guys live every time. Even though Cahal said so, the three people sitting in front of Cahal couldn't have not known that it was a great grace. Wouldn't any nobleman in this world hesitate to take the trouble of bringing the lowly things into account? Moreover, the position of a Duchess employee was a great career no matter which the position was. Even if they later left the duchy, they would not starve to death if they had a letter of recommendation from this place. Cahal, who became burdened by their twinkling eyes, got up from his seat, left Ardor for the details. After returning to his office and working again, Cahal went through a few papers before falling into a different thought. She knew how to show such intense emotions. It was a side of Lena he had never seen before.
He saw only tears from fear, but Lena, who was crying with joy, was so pretty, sad, and pathetic that the hearts of those who saw her were hurting.
He kept thinking of the person who was careful to even move her finger in front of him, hugging the stable keeper like a child. He had never thought that Lena was so small, and when she held Theo in her arms she looked like a really small, fragile baby. There is Theo's decent build, but he was a little taller than Theo, so he thought Lena would look really slender if he held her in his arms. He thought that if Lena rolled her body a little round, she would fit in his arms. He wondered if she would have looped her arms around him, so he smiled in vain. But the smile faded away as he recalled the scene where Lena hugged Sid. And no matter how they grew up like siblings, they're not really blood relatives, isn't she overly intimate? They're both over the age of adulthood. Recalling the memories, he remembered that Sid hugged Lena's waist as Lena hugged Sid's neck. Sid, who buried their face in Lena's slender shoulder and hugged her waist as she wept, felt very shameful for some reason. I think that person has a dark heart for Lena. No matter how uneducated he may be, he knows that he shouldn't touch the body of a woman who is not even his lover or wife like that. I'll have to pay special attention. Although they may have lived together in the stables in the past, now Lena is the Duke's maid. She couldn't marry the stable keeper even for her own sake. Yes. She needs to get a good match. Before he could finish his thoughts, he imagined Lena running at him like at Sid. Her fine brown hair fluttered and she hugged him tightly with a delightful smile. He hates women who rush, but if Lena accidentally rushes at him like that, he'll forgive her at least once. Because she was a maid with a rare condition that can't be obtained anywhere, at least once. Well, he might be able to give her a light hug so that she doesn't embarrass herself for embracing him, by showing his patience. After imagining it, he couldn't figure out why he swallowed a gulp down his throat. After the stable keeper and the family came to the Duke's house, Lena's attitude changed a bit. At first, the murder of Baron Fidelia was so grotesque and terrifying that Cahal was just terrifying, but now she doesn't care about the memories of the time. He was not a murderer, but a savior who saved her and the people she loved the most. It was like a dream to be able to check on Uncle Theo and Sid every evening. What's even better is that their lives are much better than in Kerouac. Uncle Theo, who was older, had a hard time with the baroni's hard work, and Sid, who took on a lot of work to give Uncle Theo a little more rest, lived with pain all over her body every day.
But when they came to Duchy, there wasn't as much work as before, and the place to eat, sleep, clothes, and everything got so good that they didn't get sick as much as before.
How glad it was. Lena wanted to somehow repay this favor in any way. Not only was she not flinching as often as before, but rather, seeing Lena full of motivation and spirit, it was more satisfying. Ardor, who at first thought Lena was suspicious, has been forced to admit that Cahal has been positively changing since Lena has been with him.
No one knew how the master, who had matured too quickly for his age, had festered.
He did not tell his anguish or fear, even to his father, former Duke Damien Louvre. He has always shown impeccable manners in public, and his work skills are astonishingly prodigious, but sometimes his eyes sink like an abyss, reminding him that Cahal has passed through a nightmare of his past.
Moreover, the abyss in those eyes was so dark that even Ardor, who had been by his side for a long time, could not look into it.
But he has changed recently. Although Cahal himself seems completely unaware, he has a startlingly natural smile and very rarely hums.
He was eating with Lena, which was impossible according to the rules, but Arder didn't say anything because Cahal's food intake increased.
It wasn't just that. He was someone who had never previously been interested in decorating himself, including getting dressed, but recently started buying catalogs from several dressing rooms.
He was surprised the last time Cahal bought a new brooch without saying a word, and even though he knew Cahal didn't like to talk twice, Arder asked twice if he really wanted to use it.
All these changes meant that Cahal was becoming more human. Before, even when he went down to the estate, he had no choice but to deliver only mediocre news to the former master who was worried about his son. Lena. Yes, butler. Lena, who has become much brighter because of having people like her family by her side. Arder urges her to grab a snack the chef made fresh for afternoon tea. Cahal liked tea biscuits that were unexpectedly sweet, but at some point he began to reject the biscuits and desserts he liked. That was probably around the time the Duchess became ill and she could no longer eat such food. The Duchess' illness began when she gave birth to Cahal.
Until then, the Duchess was not very sickly compared to the wives of other noble families, but after giving birth to Cahal, who possessed tremendous magical power, she was sickly like a person whose energy was all sucked out of her body. She slept more than half the day, she couldn't walk on her own, and she was ill for nearly a week from just getting a brief air.
She didn't have any particular disease, so there was no cure for it. Moreover, she had difficulty taking in food that was said to be good for energy. The amount passed through her throat was very small, and she often vomited when something didn't go well.
However, it was when she ate sweet dessert that she felt the greatest joy, and one day the doctor, who was examining her, diagnosed that she needed to adjust the sweet food.
It was because there was only pleasant food on her tongue, and she was not eating what she really should eat. So from that day on, the Duchess was not allowed to eat her sweets, which she liked. Cahal felt a great sense of guilt that his mother was unable to do even the last thing she loved. Because he thought it was his own fault that she had to lie down like that. So Cahal said he didn't deserve the pleasure of sweet food either, and he stopped tea and dessert. It was heartbreaking to see the still young boy deliberately cut off all joy due to the guilt over his mother. Not only the Duke but also the Duchess, who was in her bed, tried to convince him that he didn't have to, but Cahal stood his ground. But what if it was carried by Lena? Arder had a small hope. Knock, knock. As always, after the clean knocking sound, Your Excellency. It's Lena. Came a sweet voice. Come in.
Cahal didn't take his eyes off of the papers, but he felt her come in cautiously and shut the door quietly, and Lena gently sneaking in her cart.
Of course, Lena didn't know that Cahal's field of view was so wide. Tea time at 3 p.m. is now Cahal's favorite time of the day.
Twice a day he liked to eat with Lena in the dining room, but Lena always insisted on sitting at the very edge of the table, so he couldn't see her well, and he didn't know what she liked or disliked.
However, during tea time, which used to take place alone in his office, Na seemed to calm his mood and relieve the stress of the day. In particular, the biggest reason was that Lena had been talking quite a bit during tea time recently. Lena was useless by his side, but she said something like an ordinary person, and he felt happy because it felt like he had become an ordinary person too. It is the first time I've eaten something so delicious. Cahal, who had been waiting for Lena again today, and waited until 3 o'clock before she came, didn't show any sign of that at all, and took some of the papers and sat down at the tea table. Today, I brought the chef's new menu, tea biscuits. Would you like to try? It was Cahal who always said the tea biscuits were good, so Lena asked first. The milfoil on a white plate looked delicious at first glance. But Cahal shook his head slightly without looking at the tea food. However, from Arder, who had already anticipated this situation, Lena had received an order. Oh, I think it will be delicious. Arder insisted on saying this one word as if she was talking to herself and that she had to. Lena said she could not understand the instructions, but she could not argue with the butler's orders. But, strangely enough, when she said that, Cahal's gaze turned to the milfoil plate. Then he allowed himself to be a benevolent master. Then you eat. An ardor even predicted this situation. Oh no. I don't know if it's leftovers after you ate. The lower ones cannot touch the food of the one they serve. Even as she recites the words Ardor had told her, Lena was frankly nervous. She was doing it because Ardor told her not to worry and do what he tells her to do, but she wondered what would happen if the Duke was offended by such arrogant remarks. But Cahal glanced at Lena, whose face had blushed and seemed to ponder for a moment, then he said as if reluctantly, "Then let us taste it." She doesn't know what made Cahal change his mind, but Lena, believing that it all happened because she followed the instructions of the butler, admired the butler's greatness. Then she quickly placed the chef's masterpiece on the tea table. It was a milfoil with plenty of cream with raspberries in between the crispy and soft-looking thin pie. In particular, the chef put a lot of effort into making that cream. Crunch. Cahal placed a bite-sized piece of the milfoil into his mouth without disturbing the shape. It was a dessert he hadn't eaten in a very long time. He thought the cream filling between the pies was just fresh cream, but he could feel the flavor of salty and savory cheese, as if it was mixed with cream cheese, and he was amazed at the harmony of the sweet scent of vanilla bean and the sweet and sour taste of raspberry. Plus, the pie in between the creams was great. The taste that melts in his mouth while maintaining a moderately crispy texture without being soggy. But Cahal quickly crushed his desire to be satisfied. It reminded him of his mother, who couldn't even eat sweet desserts because of her chronic illness. Cahal pushed the plate of milfoil towards Lena, from which he had taken a bite, when he suddenly came to the realization that she would find it difficult to eat this dessert while standing up. "Sit there." "Yes. I told you to sit on the chair there." She did not dare to ask, but he only looked at Lena's mouth shape that was close to Y, and Cahal smiled bitterly. "How are you going to stand like that and eat milfoil? I'm sure it'll spill all over the floor, and I don't want to get my office dirty. However, I am a maid." "Yes, should I remind you that you are my maid, and that my orders are your top authority in this mansion?" "Oh no." Lena quickly sat down on the chair. However, she hesitated, unable to even raise her hand to the table, feeling a great deal of pressure that the milfoil approaching in front of her was almost the same size as before. "Why? I ate it already, so if you're uncomfortable with it, tell them to make another one." "Oh no, it is not. I can't. You just take one more bite. I can't eat all of this by myself." A thoroughly educated maid would not have said that it was delicious or eat the leftovers in front of the master in the first place. But in fact, she's been drooling since she pushed the cart. Seeing Lena's embarrassed appearance, Cahal replied, "You take a bite first." Lena gulped down and thought, "What do I do?" And when Cahal told her to eat quickly, she gathered courage at his chin gesture and gently grabbed the silver fork. Then she timidly cut the tip of the milfoil into small pieces and put it in her mouth. She swears she didn't mean to make any weird noises. But it was so delicious that she unintentionally burst with exclamation. The first sweet food she ever tasted was not only sweet, but also salty, sour, and savory, so it opened up a feast of flavors in her mouth. In response to Lena's reaction, Cahal couldn't stop his laughter from bursting with a piat. Her face blushed at his laugh. Lena gently pushed the fork back onto the plate and toward Cahal. She meant to eat more quickly. Cahal looked down at Lena's fork, then he took the fork again with his hand and shoved it into his mouth after cutting into bite-sized pieces of the milfoil as before. Oddly, it felt more delicious than what he had eaten before. And at that moment, when Lena realized something, she was shocked. "Oh, that's a fork I used." Seeing Lena, who was surprised to the extent that her face turned white, Cahal said sarcastically, "Before that, I used the fork first." At those words, Lena seemed shocked again. Seeing her eyes that he thought couldn't get bigger grow again. Forgive me? With what mind? I am sorry. Don't make a fuss. It is not like anyone is going to die." Cahal sucked a little cream on the fork. His gaze was directed towards Lena, and the devilish energy swirling inside of him was completely released. It was the first time he had ever felt this feeling. He wants to completely subdue his opponent under his devilish spell. It was only for a moment, but he imagined that he sat Lena on his lap and put a lot of this cream on Lena's lips and sucked it up. If she crushes the raspberries with her tongue and he tastes the juice mixed with Lena's saliva, it's probably the best dessert in the world. As Cahel stared at her with terrifying eyes, Lena couldn't help but roll her eyes to the left and right. In the meantime, the plate of milfoil, which is now half-eaten, was pushed in front of Lena. Still, there was only one fork on the tea table.
He seems to ask her to eat, so she will eat it with gratitude, but she thinks the Duke is a strange person, and Lena hesitates as she grabs the fork.
If she had used the master's fork, or pushed master to reuse the fork she had put in her mouth with the former Baron Fidelia, she'd probably be beaten to death. But she can't believe he went over it lightly, saying it as not like anyone is dying. The reward and punishment standards for this mansion were too loose. If she ends up being sold to another house with a lot of bad habits, she will probably be kicked out even if she has a letter of recommendation from the duchy. Meanwhile, the milfoil was so delicious. Delici. In Cahel's eyes, he could only see Lena's lips muttering delicious every time she put a piece of milfoil into her mouth. Is it that tasty? Yes. It is the first time I've eaten something so delicious. He heard her saying that a few times at dinner, but it seems that the most delicious food gets updated every time. But this time, Cahel had no choice but to agree with Lena's words. Really, it's so delicious, the thing he ate for the first time. I should give the chef some prize. Cahel smiled as he looked at Lena, who nodded her head eagerly as if to agree with him. He has been refusing tea biscuits or dessert until now, but he didn't feel bad about sharing dessert with Lena. No, actually, he seemed to enjoy just watching Lena eat. Arder is greatly relieved to hear that, thanks to Lena, Cahel is starting to eat the tea biscuits, while he begins to ponder what to do if Lena's existence becomes more than just a maid to Cahel. Cahel and Lena didn't seem to be conscious of it yet, but in Arder's eyes, it was clear that Cahel was attached to Lena. Of course, it was understandable. He is the one who has never been able to accept others without questioning anyone's favor. Were there just one or two people who acted like they were innocent and changed terribly when the two of them were left alone? But Lena was different. Lena didn't like Cahel. Her demeanor, even when dealing with Cahel's bare body, was surprising even when Arder looked at her from the side. Even if not by his devilish nature, Cahel's appearance was beautiful enough to make the young lady sway. But he did not shake Lena at all. He was so moved by her demeanor that he almost cried. Therefore, he never dreamed that he would have to worry about this because of her overly simple attitude. What if Lena suddenly left one day? Of course, Lena's position was a little different from the usual maids. Most of the maids who came to work at any duchy were from nobles, and such maids were considered to have a connection with the duchy, so they were popular brides in the noble society. So, there were many cases where these noble maids quit their jobs after getting married. But Lena, although she is an illegitimate child, is the daughter of a country nobleman who conspired against the Duke. It was a life that, according to the principal, would have had her head cut off in the tower, and in return for her life, was now a close maid. However, she hadn't signed a life contract, so he would not be able to say that Lena couldn't marry or leave the Duke because the Duke spared her life. However. But it's not that she can do without getting married forever. If she had been an ordinary maid, she would have been able to stay in the duchy by marrying the stable keeper's son brought from Kerouac, but now that Cahel has made her the close maid of the Duke's, she now had to marry a semi-baron level knight or a well-off commoner. However, she could have said that she would quit her job if she married into a family without worrying about money and had children. If she was going to focus on raising her children, it's something he can't stop. The best way was for Lena to continue working as a maid after the marriage, but looking at Lena's too bland attitude now, it seemed difficult to be sure. This is so should I expect Lena to embrace an affection from His Excellency? That's right. What could it be? Arder, who knew well that if the two people had mutual affection for each other, the one who would be hurt in the end, would be Lena, even though he was reluctant to think like that. Of course it was Kahal who mattered more to him, and he would do anything to help her, but it broke his heart to imagine the innocent country girl grieving for her unfulfilled love. And on the other hand, he was still bothered about Lena's identity, which is still unknown. She looked like she was Baron Fidelia's illegitimate child, but he still couldn't figure out what was causing the devilish powers to not work. Considering that Lena's approach to Kahal was something to be concerned about, he couldn't help but hope that the two would get closer. Arthur just watched the time when Kahal and Lena were getting closer to each other without doing this edit. Not knowing what Arthur was thinking, Kahal was preparing to go out after a long time. Does Lord Kahal need to go? Gerard, who stopped by the Duke's residence after a long time, asked with a dissatisfied face. He made an appointment in advance and brought a bunch of documents to be approved, but he seemed impatient when he heard that he should just leave them. Luhala said he wanted to discuss plans for the interior of the building. Furthermore, I have to show that I am supporting Luhala. Then I will go, too. I still cannot fully trust the Marquis of Rogneck. Count Gerard Langtail was one of the few people who were close to Kahal, who was able to fully prepare for his devilish nature thanks to meeting him about 6 years after Kahal's devilish manifestation. Only 4 years older than Kahal, he also inherited the county before he was 20, so there was a kind of camaraderie between the two that had to lead the family at an early age. He was mostly a loyal servant and entourage, occasionally friends to exchange jokes with, leading the young blood of the Black faction nobles, and attending as deputy of Duke Louv when Kahal was busy. He was close to Kahal to that extent, so in the social world the one that was referred to as a close friend of Duke Louv was usually referring to Gerard. Maybe that's why Gerard didn't seem to like Luhala, who was newly awarded the title of a friend of Duke Louv. Do whatever you feel like. However, don't go ahead and provoke Luhala or do anything unsavory for nothing. We are going through a very sensitive time in business right now. I will never do anything to trouble Lord Kahal. I just want to examine the character of the Marquis of Rogneck. Then are you going to leave right now? Just a second. Kahal finished reading the document he was checking and rang the bell calling for Lena. Then Lena, who was waiting in the next room, appeared quickly. Did you call me, Your Excellency? Well, prepare to go out. I suggest you bring a hooded robe, and wear a robe that covers your face. Am I leaving too? You've never looked outside since coming here, have you? At those words, Lena couldn't hide her anticipatory expression. She was brought to this mansion to die, as Kahal said, and she never went out of it. Lena's heart, which had been curious about the world outside Kerouac since she was a child, began to pound. There won't be a lot of attending work when going out, so all you have to do is follow me diligently. Yes. I will prepare myself right away. Lena was excited and headed to Kahal's dressing room, and Gerard, who watched and listened to their conversation, looked at Kahal with wide-open eyes which appeared to be asking for an explanation. Why are you doing that? Why am I doing this? Now, why did you ask that? No, would you mind explaining it to me first? What? What? That maid? Ah. Kahal's reaction was truly carefree. Gerard immediately doubted whether the door he had just opened and entered was a door to another world. Who is Kahal Louv? The cursed duke who suffered constantly from tragedy and cannot have anyone next to him. It's already been 16 years. But while he hasn't seen Kahal for a while, he has now been taken care of by a maid so calmly. Is that maid too, perhaps, a knight with aura? No. She is very mediocre. Then, is she the one who inherited the blood of Louvre Centella? I wondered if she was an illegitimate child of the Centella, but these days it doesn't seem like that. Neither this nor that. What the hell is it, then? That's right. What could it be? Gerard took a deep breath, suppressing the rushing rage. Kahal was a really smart and capable person, but when he twirls his words like this without giving him the answer he wants, he really wants to hit him. But he can't, so he has to be patient. Are you trying to see me lose my breath? Then Kahal smiled and gave him the answer he wanted. I am sure you've seen her before. She had been taken in place of the daughter of Baron Fidelia and she was his illegitimate daughter. For some reason, she's no response to the devilish power. But in the barony, she used to work as a maid or something. Do I have to miss out on such good fortune when I couldn't have a single attendant in the duchy overflowing with workers? Not reacting to the devilish? Yes. Not at all. She has no reaction to my appearance as well as my devilish power. Gerard's expression became more worth seeing. How the hell? That's it. Aren't you going to ask the temple? You still don't know whose breath touches the temple? Oh, yes, yes. After all, the temple was the power of the Centella family. If there was news that an ordinary person appeared there, who did not react to Duke Louvet's devilish powers, it was obvious that that person would immediately flow into the Centella. You still don't know the cause of the devilish power not working, so can you leave her by your side like this? She may have other powers other than those that protect her from being affected with the devilish powers, but if you put her in an invisible place, you know what will happen. Rather, it is more comfortable to have her by my side. Gerard nodded his head. As he said, it would have been better to have her serve Cahel as a maid and to keep watch. If possible, I don't want the Centella or the royal family to know. I don't think I'll be able to hide Lena's existence forever, but anyway, keep quiet around her for the time being. Don't even talk about the devilish story in front of Lena. I will, but then, why do you want her to accompany you while we go out? At Gerard's sharp question, Cahel avoided his gaze. In fact, Gerard was right. In the meantime, he tried not to have her be seen by other people whenever possible. However, the more he became accustomed to Lena's service, the more comfortable he became with Lena, the stronger he wanted to be with Lena wherever he went. When nobles went out, it was natural for the attendants to follow them, so he wanted to argue that he was also doing it for granted. When he goes out, his cloak may become heavy, he may suddenly feel thirsty, or he may have to run an errand. So he needed a maid. But when Gerard said that, the words he thought before became nonsense. So, he was thinking about what to say so that the stingy Gerard wouldn't nitpick, but Gerard opened his mouth first. Well, have you been feeling uncomfortable all this time? It is only natural for Lord Cahel to be accompanied by an attendant, but there is no need to tremble because you are afraid of other people's eyes. Who cares if someone knows? Do you think they'll just take the maid away and leave us alone? Don't worry. Hearing those words, Cahel's mind flashed. Yes. He is Cahel Louv. He is the head of the Black faction nobles and the protector of the half of the country. He submits to the power of the queen, but even the queen cannot be careless to him. Why would he have to worry that he would lose one maid? If she is not taken away, that is enough. It was the first time he had such a rare and precious thing, so he guessed he was afraid without even knowing it. It was laughable to forget that no one dared to take away Cahel Louves. Yes, that's right. A twinkle flashed in Cahel's eyes. The feelings of possessiveness and monopoly suddenly appeared within him, but he didn't even know they were possessiveness and monopoly. It was the first time he had ever felt this feeling since he was born, so he couldn't figure it out. Meanwhile, Lena returned with her and Cahel's robes. I prepared a black robe. What do you think? In anticipation of her going outside, her violet eyes twinkling, Lena, with a lovely blush on her cheeks, took deep breaths at how hastily she was. Cahel smiled happily and said, "It's okay." Gerard, who was opposite him, felt as if he was about to lose his mind at seeing Cahel's expression for the first time. "He thought's the guy I know." Eh? However, Cahel, not paying attention to Gerard's confused situation, draped the robe over his shoulder and immediately ordered departure. Do I get on in this carriage?" In front was a black, aesthetically pleasing carriage that was incomparably beautiful and sturdy compared to the carriage she rode on when she was escorted to Ardennes. Lena was unaware of what to do. Then Cahel, who had got up first and was waiting for her to enter, got off again. It must be a bit high for a lady to ride without an escort. Oh, no. Even by myself I can climb. I can go up, excuse me. Lena looked desperately towards Arder and sent him a request for help. However, Ardor, who wanted Lena to be closer, secretly encouraged Cahel. Since there is no woman in the mansion, it seems that the step is a little high. It must be difficult for Lena to get in alone. That couldn't have happened. The carriage was large, but not too high to climb, and the footsteps were straight in place. But Lena, who thought Ardor's words were the law, soon just thought, it must be difficult for noble girls to climb a step that high because their dresses are heavy. The problem with her was that she wasn't a noble lady. How could she dare to get on a carriage while being escorted by the master on a subject that she was nothing more than a maid? And Gerard must have had the same thoughts as Lena. It's because his expression was so absurd. But Cahel didn't mind the embarrassment of the two. There is no time, Lena. Now, hold my hand and hold the skirt with the other hand.
At Cahel's words that there was no time, Lena was embarrassed and said, "Oh no," but in the end, she had no choice but to grab his hand and get on the wagon.
Gerard's eyes, wondering how this could possibly happen, made him break into cold sweat. Fountain of Wishes. Lena was helpless at her remorse as she got out of the Duke's residence in a carriage, but as she began to see the city of Ardens, she quickly lost her gaze to the scenery outside the window. Wow! It was such a bustle that she couldn't even imagine in rural Kerouac.
The carriages and horses, which were difficult to see in Kerouac, had already passed by the Duke's carriage several times, and the road was covered with dense stones, so there was hardly any dust. Even the attire of those who were clearly not nobles looked sophisticated in Lena's eyes, and it was surprising that the buildings were all tall and luxurious, and that they were close together.
What surprised Lena the most was the fountain. Wow!
Hearing a much louder exclamation than the previous use, Cahel turned his head slightly and looked at the place where Lena's gaze was embedded.
It was a fountain in the middle of the square, with water gushing out from various places of the statue supporting the god of two legendary beasts that turned into women. Is this your first time seeing it?
Yes.
However, how does water come out of that stone? For Lena, who only knew the properties of water flowing from top to bottom, it was very strange to see the statue standing in the middle of the pond spewing water alone. It is called a fountain. There is a tube installed inside the statue, so if water is supplied with strong pressure from the outside, it will spring up from the bottom like that. They are using the labor of prisoners to maintain that fountain. Lena couldn't understand all of Cahel's explanation, but the fountain was so beautiful that she thought it was a good thing. Oh. Excuse me, what are people throwing? Sometimes you toss a coin to make a wish. Yes. Throwing money? Yes. There is a saying that if the coin got on the pedestal that supports the statue, your wish will come true. It is not that they re-throwing a lot of money, it is usually just a fairy tale. Wow, that is wonderful. As Lena stared at the receding fountain up to her neck, Cahel suddenly opened the coachman's side window. I am going to stop by the fountain square. Make a stop nearby. At his command, the carriage immediately turned and headed towards the fountain. And Gerard, who had been looking at him the whole time with a shocked expression, asked as if he was dumbfounded. Lord Cahel? You don't have much time. When you re a duke, you can be a little late. After giving such an answer, Cahel got off the stopped carriage first and escorted Lena, who was trembling with regret again. The two of them pressed their hoods deeply to cover their faces as much as possible and approached the fountain. There were quite a few people passing by the square, but there were not many people near the fountain. As the weather was getting colder, their suspiciously covered faces did not attract people's attention. Come on, I'll give you a coin, so you can make a wish too. Cahel placed one of the silver coins in Lena's hand. Cahel gave her a silver coin because he didn't believe in fairy tales, but the silver coin equivalent to 100 luans was a lot of money for Lena. But she also felt bad to say she wouldn't do it when the master gave her money to make a wish. If so, what would be a wish worth throwing so much money into? Lena pondered for a long time about what she could wish for, and she fiddled with the silver coin. Do you have so many wishes that it is difficult to choose one? Do not worry. There are more coins. Misunderstanding her hesitation, Cahal mercifully granted her more coins, but Lena couldn't even think of a wish to toss a coin with. Actually, I don't know what to ask for. You don't know? Aren't there any things you want to come true? I don't know what people wish for, but I think they want to be rich or live long well, things like that. When I lived in the barony, I would have had many wishes, but now I feel like all of them have come true. I'm out of Kerouac. I eat delicious meals every day, I sleep in a warm place, and I work in a way that I can't compare to before. There is no pain anywhere, as I am not being beaten up and I am not being harmed by anyone. The clothes, shoes, and even hairpins were all bought by you, so there is nothing lacking. Life is determined by God, so I don't think it's something I should be greedy for. Besides, I can see Uncle Theo every day really, I can't ask for anything more than this. Lena was counting her fingers one by one and listed the happiness she enjoyed, and Cahal looked curiously at her. Was she content to just get out of her miserable life? This was quite different from the typical human traits Cahal had known. Cahal knew that there was no end to the greed of human beings. They always want something better when they have something. They never see those who have less than them, and they never seem satisfied with what they have. Is she the only one? Those who have more than him are envious and slanderous, and those who have less than him are despised and persecuted. They are humble before the strong, and infinitely arrogant before the weak. So there are always many wishes. They are desires painted over in the name of wish. But she was worried that she doesn't even have one wish. This was not something that would happen in the world in which Cahal lived. Alright. I just remembered one thing. Looking at Lena, who had been deeply contemplating and then suddenly raised her head, Cahal smiled as if relieved. I'm glad you figured it out. What wish are you going to make? Someday I want to have my own family. With a somewhat shy face, Lena muttered a little. It would be a natural thing for some, and others would laugh at her if it was a wish, but Lena had longed for it from her childhood. Even when she lived with her mother, she felt a father's deprivation, and when she was cared for by Uncle Theo and his family, although she might have appreciated them, it didn't feel like a complete blood of hers. She sometimes dreamed that her real father, not Baron Fidelia, was actually a wealthy noble in the capital city. Then he might one day come pick her up with her mother, but the dream that she knew was a vain dream. So Lena always wished for her own warm home that she raised herself. She married a sweet man and gave birth to a child, so she wanted to build a harmonious family. In that comfort, she wanted to be confirmed every day that she was not alone. However, Lena's simple and earnest wish was a shock to Cahal. A family? Do you want to get married? Then you will quit your job as a maid and leave my side. Cahal had thought about finding a good match for Lena a while ago, but when he heard that Lena wants to marry, he realized the realistic meaning of marriage. She would marry a commoner from a wealthy family if she had been the Duke's maid, and she could have married a wealthy knight of the Duke or a nobleman higher than a baron because she was this pretty. If Lena was to get married, it was very likely that she would quit her job. And if Lena quits her job, he'll have to do it all on his own again. Alone, shabby, engulfed in suffocating loneliness. He didn't like that. He didn't want to be left alone in that cold darkness again. He feels like he can barely breathe now, but he didn't want to lose this peace already. To think of marriage, I think it's a little too early. Cahal asked cautiously, trying not to reveal his own embarrassment. I was going to marry Viscount Delroynes originally. In Kerouac, they get married as early as 15, but in Ardennes is it a little later? Lena, who had no idea what Cahal was thinking, tilted her head and asked, and Cahal was startled once again. Come to think of it, if he had been a little late in catching Viscount Delroynes, this maid would have already been listed as his wife in his family register. The wife of the perverted old man that only likes young girls under the age of 20. Just imagining it gave him goosebumps. This woman, often startled like a timid bunny, is going to be by that perverted old man. But soon he changed his mind. He was not only offended by Viscount Delroynes, but even imagining Lena standing next to anyone else is displeasing. Especially when he didn't even want to imagine Lena's appearance next to Sid. At any rate, it was too early for this innocent, cowardly and rare girl to marry. While Cahel was wandering alone somewhere in his confusion, anger and displeasure, Lena, who had given up listening for an answer to that question, held the silver coin in her hands and closed her eyes to make her wish once more. Mumbling, she tossed the coin with all her might towards the base of the statue. Bomb! However, the strength of Lena's arm, which had been strengthened by labor, was not enough, so the coin did not reach near the pedestal and vanished into the pond in vain. What should I do? It's the coin you gave me, sorry. It was a disappointment for Lena, but it was fortunate for Cahel. Even if the coin reached the pedestal, her wish would not come true immediately, but Cahel was genuinely nervous. Seeing Lena, who couldn't even make eye contact with him, Cahel took another one of the silver coins out of his pocket. The pedestal is farther than it looks, so not many people actually succeed in tossing a coin. So I'll throw it for you. Yes? Really? Cahel smiled at Lena and threw the silver coin at the pedestal, which settled nicely into the pedestal. Wow! It's in. Did you see that? Yes. I hope your wish will come true. Lena was excited and clapped, but in fact, Cahel tossed the coin and his wish was very different from Lena's. How long will you stay by my side? Even if that would end Lena's wish, Cahel had no intention of letting her go. He knew it was selfish. So instead of letting Lena leave his side, he'll give her a lot of good things. Even if there's another, she can't help but choose him instead. Sir Cahel. Luahala welcomed Cahel and the others, who arrived a little later than the promised time. Sorry for being late, Sir Luahala. Today I was accompanied by Count Langtail, who is my assistant. Gerard. This is the Marquis Luahala Rognek. At Cahel's introduction, the two greeted each other with a warm smile. Nice to meet you. I am Gerard Langtail. It is an honor to meet you. It is an honor for me. My name is Luahala Rognek. I have heard the story of the Count, who is famous in the social circles as a close confidant of Duke Louvre. I hope to see you more often in the future. The corners of the mouth that uttered the greeting were full of goodwill, and the hands shaking were tightly clasped, but their gazes searching at each other were as sharp as ever. Blonde angel. It was Cahel who struck out that subtle, hostile atmosphere. You took out all the interior. How do you plan to continue the project? I had a lot of free time after bringing in the busy people. Sorry. So, should I tell you this first? Luahala led Cahel and Gerard towards the inside of the first floor. Meanwhile, Lena looked out the window in the carriage. With Cahel's orders to wait in the carriage, it won't be long, and she's at ease looking around, without Gerard's attention. Even though the square where the fountain was earlier was great, this Ravella Street, where the nobles went out with their fancy decorations, was so splendid that her eyes were spinning. The stone paving the road looked a little denser and harder, and the building was bigger and more luxurious. A row of sycamores lined up in the middle of the road shaded the road with lush leaves, and on the first floor of the buildings there was always a high-end store with a glass show window to welcome customers wrapped in high-quality materials. It was a sight she could not have imagined in Kerouac, so she even thought that the eras of Ardennes and Kerouac were different. Wow, Ardennes is truly amazing. Lena looked out the window with a curious face, and she didn't even notice anyone outside the window was watching her. Now that who the hell is that? Leon, who had come out to Ravella Street in an unmarked carriage to meet his friends after a long time, happened to see the Duchy of Louvre's carriage galloping through the streets and followed it out of curiosity. He came along with a light playfulness, and he didn't know he would get such a spectacle. It was surprising that Cahel, who was rarely seen outside, appeared directly on the streets of Ravella, but the appearance of a woman looking out the window with an innocent face in the carriage that Cahel got off was something that even Leon could not understand. She seems to believe that she had covered herself with a hood, but she didn't seem to realize that as she looked down the street, her face was almost completely exposed. Seeing that even though he was staring at her like this, she didn't notice at all, she probably wasn't a person with strong magical powers, and from her attitude, she didn't look like a noblewoman. What was even more surprising was that even though she had just been in the same carriage with Kahel, he didn't feel that her aura was being possessed by Kahel's devilish powers at all. Leon, who was curious about her origins, cautiously walked over to the carriage and knocked on the carriage's door while the Louvre coachman went to a nearby inn to buy apples for the horses. He could see the woman in the carriage startled by the sudden sound. Then Leon showed her a harmless smile and greeted Lena. "Hello, miss." His figure was so beautiful that it seemed to be enveloped in the brilliance of an angel. Usually when he smiled like this, everyone around him would be kind as if they would do anything for him. Leon, who knew this well, believed that he could easily break the opponent's boundaries again this time. But his opponent wasn't as kind this time. Of all people, it was Lena who was humble even after seeing Kahel's appearance. Since Kahel's urging that she shouldn't stand out, she felt more afraid of being caught by someone. "Yo, what should I do? Someone saw me. I have to hide." Lena hurriedly put on the robe and made sure the doors of the carriage were locked. And yet she went back and forth for a while before burying her head between her knees and plugging her ears. Leon, who looked at the figure from the window, shed a hesitant laugh in absurdity. "Excuse me, lady. I'm not a bad person. Can we talk for a moment?" He knocked on the carriage door again and sweetly called her, but Lena was immovable. Leon was a little surprised that his smile didn't work on the young lady, but he understood. Isn't she the woman next to Kahel? She doesn't seem to be possessed by Kahel's devilish powers, so she wouldn't fall in love with his smile or anything like that. As expected, there are a lot of interesting things next to Kahel. Leon crouched down and watched Lena's trembling. When he sensed the coachman's return from afar, he hurriedly returned to his own carriage. It was unsuccessful to find out who she was, but it was interesting enough to know that there was a woman unpossessed by his side. But he had no intention of telling his father or little of this right away. Of course, he was also a son of Centella, so he recognized this as important information that he might use someday, but it would be no fun if Kahel quickly brought her and hid the girl. He'll have to do some more research around Kahel. Leon smiled and started the carriage. Angel. Angel. Please grant me a blessing. Princess Centella. Wow. As the white carriage, specially made for Little, passed the road, the people on the street cheered and asked Little to bless them. At their reverent voice, Little also thrust her head out of the carriage's window and waved her hand. People screamed with more excitement when they saw her blonde hair, and Little reached her white hand out of the window and gave a blessing, as if in response to the support, scattering little lights. Of course, it was not a real blessing that required a lot of magic power, and it was close to a feat with only a visual effect, but the commoners, unaware of the fact, flocked to try to reach even a single shard of light. Although soon stopped by the knights of the Centella family, people were moved to tears as they saw Little smiling beautifully and generously bestowing her blessings. And Little had a good response from those people. These are the ways in which they worship her as a divine being, not a human being. For the image of the Centella family, she sometimes performed like an angel in this striking chariot, but in fact, Little believed she was a true angelic bloodline. She's been hearing the same things constantly since she was a child, and as she grows up she came to believe that it's real, and Little has been told since childhood that she's like an angel. Anyway, today she was on her way to visit the temple due to the issue of printing the revised scriptures. The Centella family monopolized the scripture publishing business, instead of just supplying the white jade used to engrave at a low price. And over the years, little by little, the scriptures have been revised in favor of the Centella family. It was Little who was in charge of this scripture revision project. She has been paying a lot of attention to this revision for a long time, and today is her last visit before final printing. Welcome, Sister Little. Long time no see, Priest Rubid. The one called Rubid was a high-ranking priest in his mid-50s who had a darker blonde than Little. He held the position of overseeing the scripture work at the Limon Cathedral in Ardens, and was also the older brother of the present Duke Santella. After a few useless greetings, he immediately led Little into the private room. I heard that the trial printing of the revised scriptures was over. Were there any problems? Under the blessing of Lana, the test print was completed without any problems. Check it out. He then unfolded the scroll of paper full of small letters in front of Little. On the left side of the paper was the old version of the scriptures, and on the right side was the revised version of the same scriptures. It was not all parts of the scriptures, but a part of the founding myth of the Logos called less than the biography of Logos greater than. The first part of the phrase two beasts opposing each other did not stop fighting after 1,000 days and 1,000 nights in the old version of the scriptures was changed to an angel and a devil opposing each other in the revised version.
Also, a black-winged beast caused a typhoon and plowed up the devastated land, and the white-winged beast raised a breeze and sprouted in the land became the devil caused a typhoon and plowed up the devastated ground, but the angel raised a breeze and sprouted life in the land. 8 Woman said, it saddened me that you do not value the seeds of life that God has sown on the earth, became 8 Woman said to the devil, who do not cherish the life that God sowed on the earth.
In other words, there was no word for angel and devil in the previous Logos myth, but in this revised version, the two families are nailed down with the words angel and devil. Moreover, the passages were cleverly demeaning the devil.
Anyway, the main scriptures of the Limon Church were made to be awkward by semantic shift over time, and the less than the biography of Logos greater than part that Little was tinkering with was like an appendix at the end of the scriptures, so the importance dropped. Moreover, since the two duchies of Logos were already imprinted in the minds of people with images of angels and demons, they wouldn't care too much if they noticed that the Logos biography was modified. However, if that prejudice is proven and hardened by the writings of the scriptures, then the prejudice will soon become the truth. Yes. It seems to be very smooth. And what happened to my request? Little, who had been examining the revised parts of the Logos biography, smiled contentedly and handed Rupert a bunch of checked papers. However, there was another aspect that Little wanted to confirm today. It was almost at the end of the Logos biography. Logos, where the two beasts will prosper under the power of the woman, will usher in a new era at the dawn of the third millennium, and the glory of Logos will be endless. It was Little's favorite passage of all the scriptures. In the new scriptures, there was one more important verse in addition to changing the word two beasts to angel and devil. Logos, where angels and devils will prosper under the power of the woman, will usher in a new era at the dawn of the third millennium, and the glory of Logos who has acquired a new master will be endless. Little smiled as she swiped the acquired a new master part with her finger as if loving it. The excuse for this revision was Malaik's prophetic book found in an old temple warehouse in the countryside. In fact, the Santella family only published what they had discovered 300 years ago now. Malaik was a prophet from 800 years ago whose identity is still unclear. Although his prophecies were full of metaphors that were difficult to interpret, it was said to have never been false. And the reason the Santella family had to hide the existence of the prophet was because of one prophecy among the many contents in the prophecy. The family's desire. When the old sun sets and the second cold moon rises, Denab and Altair will turn to Spica and the chosen wing will raise the eternal sun. The metaphor was not as difficult as this verse, so a clear interpretation was possible. It is said that the old sun meant the end of 1,000 years, the moon rises after the sun sets, and the second cold moon rises, so the old sun is also the second sun to rise. In other words, it is a metaphor for what is happening in Logos, which has a history of years. And Denab was the star of Cygnus, known as the patron sign of the Santella family. Altair was the star of Sagittarius, the patron sign of the Louvre family, and Spica was the star of Virgo, meaning queen. This meant that at the year-old Logos, the Santella and Louvre families would fight for the throne, and in the end only one family would survive and rule the new era of Logos forever. It was not known which house would win, but Little knew that the moment she understood the meaning of this verse at the age of 7, she decided that she would become the queen of the country. And for Little to become queen, it was the dream of the Santella family.
Of course, only a small part of the people of the Centella family knew about the dream, but it was only a matter of time before everyone would know it, as the years of the founding of Logos as mentioned in the scriptures and prophecies soon arrived. She has been patient for a long time, she has been preparing for a long time. When she becomes queen, she won't have to bow to anyone, and everyone will kneel before her. Little thought it was the right fit for her. It is good. You worked hard. Sister Little has worked hard for a long time. The scriptures will start printing next week, and they will be available for sale in 2 months. Will the printing of this revised edition will be an important event in the history of Lemon, so we will distribute copies free of charge to the members of the Centella family. Oh, sister. Such kind words. Even the Creator Lana will be pleased with your faithful heart. The two exchanged smiles full of meaning and headed for the temple's chapel, where there was no one there. Ah, priest. There is something I have been curious about for a long time. Yes, tell me. The queen of the Logos kingdom is endowed with the power to subdue angels and devils, but as generations passed, that power weakened, and in the current queen Fabian Ardenia, even calling it power was embarrassing. If so, will the power of the new master weaken over the generations even after she enters a new era? It's certainly hard to nail down. The scriptures clearly said that it would make the eternal sun rise, so it can also be seen that the power of the family will last forever. I think interpreting the scriptures is always a headache. Of course, it is a future that cannot be easily understood by anyone, but it is always frustrating to see a metaphor that only the person who wrote it can recognize. But what is certain is that the words of the scriptures are not just metaphors. Just look at the fact that, around the second millennium of the kingdom, the queen's power is weakening and her successor is not born. Well, it is. Little smiled brightly. The queen kept it a secret from the people, but this time the queen was very weak in her powers. Even a few generations ago, the queen's power was a force that could be felt by all the people of the Logos. According to the records, it was a powerful force not only to subdue people and make them obey, but also to overpower the magical powers of both duchies. But that power grew weaker and weaker through the generations, and now the two duchies, descendants of the white-winged and black-winged beasts, barely feel obedience, and the common people feel nothing from her. Besides, she never gave birth to a daughter. The queen's position was generation by generation, and there was never a queen who had not given birth to a daughter, the successor. Fabian is already 43. She may have been trying, but seeing no news since she gave birth to the second prince 8 years ago, she seemed hopeless to conceive more, and the anxieties of the queen and the royal family grew day by day. But the national popularity of the Ardenia dynasty is still there. Rather than being popular, it may be a habit that has been passed down for a long time. That is the problem. We have been submissive to the Ardenia dynasty for 2000 years, and under that rule we have enjoyed some peace and quiet. Is that the power of the queen? It was the power of the two duchies. At Little's mocking voice, Rubid smiled and nodded his head. The scripture business has already been established as an important business of the Centella family since their ancestors long ago. It wasn't just about making a lot of money. They did not doubt that they were descendants of angels, and they believed that they should defeat the devils, the Louvre, and rule this Logos. However, there were two obstacles to the plan: their cursed blood, which felt submissive to the power of the queen, and the second, the existence of the Louvres with powers equal to those of the Centellas. For many years they have studied how to become disobedient to the power of the queen, and have enchanted their bodies to dilute their obedience to it. It was believed that if the blood continued to be blunt to the power little by little, descendants who would not obey the power would one day be born. It didn't happen just because a generation passed, but they worked hard, believing that one day they would have a child who would make their dreams come true. And so Little was born. When she first met the queen at the age of 3, she didn't feel any respect for her at all, even after her oath of allegiance to the queen, which she must do at the age of 7 to be a member of two duchies. At that sight her father, Leonard, thought that the time had finally come for the family's long-cherished wish to come true. It was also effective to infuse a negative image to the black-winged beast, the ancestor of the Louvre family,
little by little with each revision of the scriptures for several hundred years. In particular, thanks to the addition of illustrations depicting the black-winged beast like a devil, all people have naturally accepted the formula Yango goes to Centella, devil goes to Louvres, which is very important in the plan to seize the dynasty.
That was the useful part. The time has come, priest. I will begin the glorious history of the Centella dynasty. The noble one who has inherited the wishes of the clan. May Lana bless you. Rubid knelt down on one of his knees and kissed gently on the back of Little's white, fine hand. The sunlight penetrating through the crystal glass window embroidered the inside of the chapel with a brilliant five-color light, and the expression of the statue of Lana standing in the middle of the front was kind and warm. However, not all prayers to God in the chapel were sincere and pure. After going out on the streets of Ravella, Lena began to feel closer to Cahel. He spent 2 silver coins for the insignificant wishes of the lower one, and he even threw the coins to make her wishes come true. Of course, she didn't bother bringing up the story that a certain blonde man found her. She locked the carriage door, crouched, so Cahel looked at her puzzledly, but he didn't ask about it. I wouldn't have seen all of my face because I was wearing a robe. And seeing that he was gone so quickly, it must have been no big deal. Lena felt like she was deceiving Cahel a little bit, but she wasn't willing to confess the sins that Cahel didn't ask. She didn't really understand why she shouldn't be noticed, and if she really shouldn't have been noticed, Cahel wouldn't have taken her there. Anyway, after seeing Ardens for the first time in her life, Lena was so happy that she quickly forgot about the blonde man. Rather, she was busy thinking about what Cahel had done for her. I feel like I am getting 2 good things compared to what I do. When she worked as a maid in Baroni Fidelia, she worked hard from early morning until late at night, but her diet was poor, her sleeping arrangement was poor, and she was often beaten. But now she doesn't have to put her hands in cold water, she doesn't have to mop till her arms are about to fall out, and she doesn't have to roll around with a bunch of dust. She received good clothes, strong shoes, a clean and cozy room, and high-quality meals. She even got a jewelry hairpin. This is no different from a thief. Lena had grown up really difficult and poor, but she was a girl who knew shame and place. Maybe it's because she'd heard Elliot's bad words, "If you don't know your place, I will whip you out." But Lena wanted to pay back something to Cahel anyway. What can I do? Other than what I am supposed to do, if there is something I can do to please the Duke. Lena, who had been agonizing while cleaning the furniture in the room, was so focused on her worries that she was unaware of Cahel's existence as he came into the room soaked in sweat after practicing swordsmanship. As he came in, Cahel narrowed his eyes as he saw Lena cleaning the already shiny furniture. "Lena? God, you scared me." Yes. Cahel felt a little sorry when Lena jumped in surprise, but rather, he wondered what the hell she was thinking, so she didn't even notice he was coming in. "Are you worried about anything? You seem to be so engrossed in thoughts that you don't even notice me coming in." "Oh no. It's nothing. Really? Bath water is ready." "Okay. I get it." If he asked Lena, who shook her head, it would be difficult to get a proper answer, so Cahel put his curiosity behind and started taking off the sweaty, damp shirt. Lena picked up the shirt he was taking off as she followed him to the bathroom. "Ugh!" Gasp. Duke. Cahel, who was taking off his shirt, suddenly let out a small moan and grabbed his right shoulder. "Where are you hurt? I'll get the doctor here." No. It's just that my muscles are a little startled. I was busy with work, so I neglected to practice swordsmanship, and it showed right away. I'll get better soon anyway, so you don't have to worry about it." When she heard that, Lena's expression began to brighten. Because she finally found something she could do for Cahel. Note. So, it might be confusing that Little was titled as princess, but in Korean, Little's title and the usual royal princess title is actually different. For a royal princess, it would be, which belongs to the royal family. While as Little is, even though she is the daughter of a duke, derived from the duke. But they both are princesses when led in English, just one is a royal princess. I'm good at massages. Duke. I am good at massages. What? Uncle Theo and Sid got aches here and there every day. So, I have been doing massages since I was young, so my skills have improved. If it's okay with you, I can give you a massage. For some reason, Kahel was embarrassed because Lena wanted to give him a massage with her eyes twinkling. He was first doubting that she had come and suddenly wanted to touch his body. But for that her eyes were too clear. Who really mean you just want to give me a massage? He didn't quite understand it, but looking at Lena's face now, it seemed that it was true. If so, it is now Kahel's own choice that remains. In fact, as he had been wielding the sword for the first time in a long time, the muscles in his right arm and shoulder seemed to be startled. He didn't want to show pain in front of the knights, so he kept practicing and endured it, so it seemed that the pain would last a long time if he left it alone. At times like this, there was no particular remedy. He sits in the hot tub, relaxes his muscles, and massages them with his hands. Of course, there was a limit to what he could reach, so he couldn't even touch a place near his shoulder blades. However, those with strong magical powers recover quickly from their wounds, so his muscle pain heals quickly, and he has endured the discomfort of not being able to receive a massage. But to be honest, his body aches, so it was natural to want someone's massage right away. The reason that his wish could not come true was because there was no employee who could overcome the devilish power when touching his bare skin. Lena had no reaction when measuring his body, but it wasn't quite a large area of contact compared to a massage. More than anything else, he was most worried about whether she would be able to overcome the rejection. Whenever someone touched his bare skin, he wasn't sure if he would be able to suppress the nightmare memories of his childhood or if he would be able to shake off those hands violently. However, Kahel, who looked down at Lena's bright eyes, changed his mind a bit. He wanted to test how far this rare maid would be okay. She has had no reaction so far, so she might be okay with it this time as well. If she couldn't stand it, then he could have stopped Lena. If you're confident then, please. With Kahel's permission, Lena clenched her fists, believing that she had come to be of use this time. Yes. I will also attend the bathing service. It works better if you massage it while relaxing your muscles in a hot tub. Bath service? Yes. Okay. I get it. Kahel's face, much larger than Lena's, hardened with tension, and a bright smile appeared on the much smaller Lena's. Finally, I have found something to please the Duke. She had been doing everything since she was young, so her hands were strong, and since she gave Uncle Theo and Sid a massage whenever they were hurting, she was also quick to know where and how to tap and massage them to relieve it. She was worried that it would look cocky to the master to step out, but fortunately he didn't seem to think so. It must have been very painful. Lena, asking him to soak in warm water first, took Kahel first into the bathroom and then she ran to another room, changed into comfy clothes, and wrapped her hair meticulously with a towel. After the bathing service was over, she would definitely get all wet, so taking off the complicated underskirt in advance was the way to reduce laundry. Then she rolled up her arms and trotted her feet into Kahel's bathroom. Is the water temperature okay? When someone else appeared where he was always alone, Kahel involuntarily tensed. But he didn't want Lena to find out that he was nervous. It is perfect. I will wash your hair first. Hair? How can you do that? Until now, he'd been sitting outside the bathtub and doing it himself, and he didn't know what to do when someone else would do it for him. And it was only surprising to Lena that he was so different from the Baron Fidelia family, who took the service from the employees very naturally. Lena spread the towel thickly on the edge of the bathtub as she explained kindly. You just have to lie down on this. Like you retilting your upper body back. This like this you mean? Yes. Please wait. Lena scooped up hot water with a small bowl she had and poured it over his hair. When his hair was wet enough, she lathered it up with a fragrant soap and then rubbed his scalp first with her fingertips. With her fingertips, much smaller than Kahel's, she rubbed the scalp and washed the hair. As his body was immersed in the warm bath water and only his head was tilted back to receive a scalp massage, a moan of satisfaction flowed from Cahel's throat. Tell me if it is too strong or too weak. Oh no. Just feels nice. When Cahel said he liked it, Lena was even more excited. She didn't even think about the labor because it was so much fun to watch the black, wet, shiny hair washed thoroughly with soap bubbles. Lena lightly squeezed the moisture out of Cahel's hair, which had been wrapped around. Now I will help you wash your body. At those words, Cahel's body hardened again. There were a lot of white petals floating on the bathtub, so Cahel's body, which was submerged under the water, was invisible to Lena. However, it was a little difficult for Cahel because it was probably only possible to get his body washed up while he was out of the water. He was embarrassed because he didn't know how far to pull himself out, or how much she would touch him when helping him wash. Lena once again urged Cahel, who was still hesitating in the bathtub even though she offered to wash his body. It may be a little cold, but if you cover your lower body with a towel and sit outside the bathtub. No. I do the washing myself. Cahel refused with a straight face. He couldn't bear to expose his naked body in front of Lena with only a thin towel on his lower body. Then, I will help you only up to the wingbone area. It is good to apply perfume before giving a massage. Oh okay. Please do that. Cahel sighed in relief inside and stood up slowly. The white petals that had rested on his tight bulging pectoral muscles fluttered above the water surface. He took a slow, deep breath to hide his nervous look, deliberately not looking at Lena. Lena didn't notice his embarrassment at all, and she put a few drops of peppermint oil on the soft sponge before she lathered it up. And she carefully rubbed his arm, which he took out hesitantly, with a sponge. As the soap bubble mixed with peppermint oil gently brushed past, his skin instantly felt refreshed and cooled. The sponge that had passed by rubbing his arm all over came up to the nape of his neck and wiped his neck, shoulders and back. Without realizing it, Cahel thought, how luxurious. But it was still too early. I'll give you a massage. You may feel cold, so put on this robe. With his eyes half closed, Cahel became more at ease when a thin robe covered his upper body that was pulled out of the water and he put himself in Lena's hands. When it got wet, his bare skin was exposed, but at least Lena's hands didn't touch it directly. Cahel thought that Lena's words, if it hurts, tell me. Was cute. But when Lena's massage began, he changed his mind. This lady's hands were considerably spicier than it looked. Does it hurt? It looks like your muscles are very stiff. I'll be a little gentler. Although his pride was hurt by the expression gentler, it was foolish to pretend to be fine even in such a situation, so Cahel just let Lena do what she wanted to do. Lena massaged Cahel's stiff neck and shoulders to loosen it up. When she pressed hard on the muscle at the back of his neck, it hurt so much that he made a sound like ouch. But when Lena took her hand off his head, which seemed to have a strong headache, felt clear. As she rubbed the stiff right arm that held the sword, he was so busy watching her hand rubbing, he completely forgot his reluctance to have someone rub his body. He was startled only when her hand, which had gone down all over his arm, interlocked and clasped his hand to loosen his wrist. However, Lena, unaware that he was surprised, lightly pushed the clasped hands outward, shook them from side to side, and then released them without any regrets. Then straight away she pressed the muscles under the shoulder blades with her elbows. The hand that was caught for a moment and then released felt as if something was missing, so he just clenched and opened it himself. In this series of processes, Cahel was only repeatedly surprised and bewildered, but failed to give instructions to Lena what to do or how to do it. However, even without such instructions, Lena gave a massage by pricking only Cahel's painful area. There were places where the tip of his head was stiff, but as Lena continued massaging, pressing, and tapping it several times, the pain gradually diminished. Now dip your neck back in the bathtub. After the massage was over, Lena encouraged Cahel to dip his body. It was so cool and good that he didn't care, but when he turned to look at her, Lena's cheeks were red and sweat was dripping from her forehead and her nose. It would have been difficult to massage for such a long time with such a small body. It was then that Cahal realized that he was too shameless. This, you must have pushed yourself too hard. No. I'm really fine. I have good stamina. She had rubbed her bare skin with Cahal, but her eyes that had no passion for him smiled brightly. As he gazed into those eyes that only shined with pure kindness to repay the gratitude, Cahal felt an indescribable deep emotion. There were a lot of tense muscles. You should sleep with a warm blanket, as long-term massage may cause body aches. A smile leaked out at the words of concern from Lena, who treated him like a child. Who in the world could do this to me? You are really good at massages. Thanks to you, a lot of pain has gone away. Really? Glad she was able to do something for Cahal, Lena asked back with a more happy face than when she received the gift. She had a lovely expression like a child who heard praise. So Cahal could not stop the impulsive behavior. Praise. Tap. Wet lips slightly stuck to Lena's forehead, then fell off. And Cahal's hand, which was supporting the back of her round head, gently stroked Lena's head, which was tightly wrapped with a towel. Duduk. Lena called out to Cahal in a bewildered voice, but he pretended not to hear her, removed his hand and sank his body back into the bathtub. It was a lot of work. You can go now. Yes. Then I'll just go. Lena quickly cleaned the surroundings and got out of the bathroom. Hoo ha hoo ha. As she came out of the steam-filled bathroom, she was out of breath for some reason. Lena couldn't stop thinking about the lips that had just landed on her forehead, even though her body, which had been warmed earlier, suddenly trembled because of the chilling air. And the big firm hand that gently stroked her hair. You is this being praised? She thinks her mother had done it to her before she died, but it was so long ago that she doesn't remember very well, and when she was living in the barony, Baroness Fidelia stroked Elliot's hair like that, or kissed Elliot's cheek and forehead lightly. On rare occasions, Baron Fidelia kissed Elliot lightly on the forehead. At the time, she didn't think much of it because she thought it would never happen to her, but when she received such praise, her heart seemed to burst. This is very pleasant. Lena's cheeks, which had not yet faded from redness, became plump as she rubbed her eyes and opened her mouth wide and smiled. But she soon realized that she had been standing in the same spot for a long time, and Lena hurriedly looked around and made her stride towards her room. While changing her wet clothes, arranging her pressed hair again, putting the laundry in the laundry basket and passing her laundry to a maid, Lena kept thinking of one thing. I want to be praised again like before. Desires that she had never known she had until now began to bloom. At that moment Arthur, who was walking down the hallway, called Lena. Lena. I forgot to tell you, but the mansion also has to be prepared for winter, so tell the chief maid and ask her to put up winter curtains in the office and bedroom. I told her yesterday. She said she would have the employees take off the autumn curtains and put on the winter curtains tomorrow. Oh my, you're very quick. Well done. Arthur smiled curiously, looking down at Lena, who was getting smarter and faster at work. But he sees that Lena wants something. It's like looking at his hand. Huh? Do you have anything else to say? Well, can you please stroke my hair just once? Yes. Arthur was surprised, but at the same time he felt sorry for Lena. He wondered if she would want him to stroke her hair because she grew up without receiving affection, so he raised his hand in embarrassment and patted Lena's head. But when he stroked her as much as he could, Lena's expression became strange. He was smiling, but his expression was somewhat stiff. That's not it. Arthur took back his hand, but Lena's strange expression did not unravel. Then she greeted him with a bright smile and then walked away. Lena is an interesting kid, too. Arthur smiled without much thought. But Lena, who passed him and went to make the Duke's bed, couldn't. Weird. The butler's stroking is different from the Duke's stroking. Of course it feels good, but the Duke's was much better. Why? She wondered if it was because he didn't kiss her forehead, but strangely enough, she didn't want to get a kiss from Arthur. But when she thinks of Kahel again, she wants him to kiss her forehead or cheek again and again. It's really strange. A. Lena was fiddling with her earlobe, which had heated up, while she got chills. Meanwhile, after taking a bath that was being served by someone for the first time since his devilish manifestation, Kahel dried his hair with a towel, feeling more refreshed and relaxed than ever before. It was quite chilly, but Kahel didn't mind opening the window and savoring the cold air that filled his lungs. Even then, his head, which had a fever, did not cool down easily. Lena, what is she? Even though he was staring down at the garden, in front of him was only the sight of Lena, who was eagerly attending to him in the bathroom. Isn't it normal to think that it's funny to wrap her hair tightly with a towel? But she was cute even that way. What about her sleeves that are rolled up wildly? It was also surprising that she had an unexpected strength coming out of her small arms and her tiny hands. She knew very well where people ache, and she knew how to massage to relieve it. It would have been great if the admiration had stopped there. But when Lena smiled happily, Kahel couldn't help but do something. The feeling of tightness in his chest that seemed to be satisfied only by hugging and crushing the small, pretty maid, tickled the side of his heart. Of course he knew he really shouldn't, so he restrained himself as much as possible and ended up stroking her hair with a light kiss on her forehead. It was the most affectionate expression of his mother's affection for him as a child. The warm memories of kissing and stroking him while complimenting that he was unique and kind remained as a warm memory. The intimate physical contact he did not despise was only that much, so he could have done it to Lena as well, but in fact, since the manifestation of his devilish power, Kahel had never allowed such physical contact to anyone except his mother and father. He had never done anything to anyone else. So, this was an event that could turn the mansion upside down. But what is even more surprising is that even with that level of physical contact, it was not unpleasant, but rather something was missing. Something more. He wants to feel more intimate, warm, and satisfied. I'm not sure if I'm the one being possessed in this devilish castle. Kahel, who was immersed in thoughts of Lena, was surprised and questioned himself. Come to think of it, didn't he think the other day that he wanted to suck on the cream on her lips while eating dessert together? At the time, he was so happy that he didn't recognize it properly, but it was definitely a thought overflowing with sexual nuances. But, fortunately, he didn't seem to be possessed by the devilish power, as he didn't want to have any skin-to-skin contact with anyone other than Lena. I used to think that Lena was less repulsive because she was a child. Cream on the lips of a child. No, that's not it. I'm a human, not that beast. Fortunately, children before their puberty did not respond to his devilish power. So, Kahel was also relatively tolerant of children's approaches. Yet he had never patted children before, but there was nothing he couldn't do if he tried anyway. So he thought that he might be able to treat Lena differently from others, as she is naive and cute like a child. But he really couldn't have thought of licking her lips if he had thought of Lena as a child. Besides, Lena would, of course, come of age this year. Far from childish, as the days go by, she will release more and more of a woman's scent. She has only been in the mansion for 4 months, but he can tell that the skinny and terrified look she had when she first arrived was gone. Her frizzy hair was lustrous, and her slender cheeks rose gracefully. Her bare limbs and her torso were still below average, but she gained much more weight than before. The habit of being startled every time Kahel spoke was almost gone, and she was talking to him quite a bit. Eventually his doubts returned to the starting point. Why does Kahel Luv react so differently to the maid Lena? I guess I'm going crazy now. Kahel couldn't find an answer to this heart he had never felt in his life, and he stopped thinking. In fact, he didn't even have to define his mind in a specific word, and he was careful about what to say. He only wanted this to be similar to the feelings that other people feel for their pets and close acquaintances. Lord Kahel. Lord Kahel. Look at this. One day, while the gray sky was scattering snow, Gerard ran in with the door of Kahel's office open wildly. Why are you so excited again? You're full of energy. Now is not the time to say things like that. Here. Take a look at this. Gerard placed a poorly bound book on Cahel's desk. What is this? This is a revised edition of the scriptures that will be sold next month. It's only a small fraction of the pre-printed version, but just by looking at it, you can tell that the Centella family did something close to blasphemy. I didn't know you were such a devout believer. Who would be like this because of that? The main scriptures are nothing to worry about anyway. The important thing here is the less than biography of Logos greater than part. I could only get the first part out, but please read it. Only then did Cahel show a little interest, and opened the part Gerard had marked and began to read. Direct blood relatives of the Duchy of Centella and the Duchy of Louvre have already fully learned the less than biography of Logos greater than part when they are young.
So that when they stand before the Queen, they will not be surprised by their will to obey, which they will feel for the first time in their life.
And Cahel memorized most of the biography of Logos. How now, you are very openly selling the Louvre as the devils. The two beasts, which were distinguished only by the color of their wings, were clearly represented as angels and devils, contrasting good and evil. However, the front and back phrases were done so smoothly that even Cahel, who memorized the entire Logos biography, could not feel anything awkward about it. Who do they think they are? After brainwashing the people with this, they will increasingly criticize the Duchy of Louvre as an evil and something to be defeated. These guys have been engaged in the scripture business for generations to do this, and all these guys have painted their images with are things like angels. Good and evil. Why did they want to do that childish thing? That's right. Cahel threw out the trial print of less than biography of Logos greater than, shedding something that was unknown whether it was a ridicule or a sigh. Recently, a newsletter is emerging in the common people as society.
People who like rumors make and sell newsletters similar to the newspapers seen by nobles, and they write down rumors that are not even true as if they were true, and sell them for 50 luans a copy.
If it has 50 luans, it wouldn't be a very cheap price for commoners. Sure. But even with that price, do you know what news the commoners want to know? That's all about His Excellency, Duke Cahel Louvre. A devil of temptation, a murderer without blood or tears, they gave it a very provocative title. Thanks to this, the image of the Duchy of Louvre in commoners' society is already a devil. But now even the scriptures are trying to associate the Louvre with devils. Maybe there are nobles who support the publication of that newsletter. Isn't it? Of course not. Surely the Centella's money would have flowed in. An angel, what an angel? From what they do, they are very cunning like a snake. Contrary to the chilling Cahel, Gerard was agitated as if he had been insulted. After all, the attack on the Duchy of Louvre, the head of the Black faction nobles, was also a threat to the Black faction nobles as a whole.
Of course, most of the politics were quarrels and trades between the nobility, but no matter how noble they were human beings with eyes, ears, and mouths.
Rumors that spread among the common people will soon flow among the nobles, and even if the rumors are not true, prejudice will arise. To be honest, he thought that the Centella family, which has been building up the image of an angel for a long time, is really amazing. He may have been a little careless about that glamorous and vain appearance. If they've been competing with the Louvre since the beginning, it's clear that they are not an easy enemy. But the Logos publishing business is the exclusive business of the Centella family. Just because we protest, there's no way they're going to say, i.e., we got it. They would not have secretly done the scripture revision work until the trial printing was finished. The trouble is that the temple has already crossed to the Centella.
White jade is the most commonly used to build the inside of the temple and statues, so they wouldn't try to go against the largest producer of white jade.
Other than that, seeing that Centella has invested quite a bit in the temple business, it can only be seen that the Centella family have been preparing for such a day. I guess so. But what Centella is aiming for is not to our advantage. There's no way they're going to make such a fuss just to get more of the industry share in the Logos. Cahel recalled the recent rumors of the Princess Centella and the first Prince Mariaji that had been leaking out. It was an insistence that Little married the first prince and made Little the queen.
But he was skeptical that she would be satisfied with her role as a tool to succeed the Odinia dynasty when he thought of Little, who usually smiled in front of the queen and cleverly undermined the queen's prestige behind her.
Perhaps Gerard thought the same. He shook his head with an absurd expression. As long as there are the Duchy of Louvre and the black faction nobles that want to go their way. In any case, the scripture business is out of our control, so we'll have to stop their work in a different direction. First of all, I brought it because I think Lord Cahal should know. The urgent thing right now is the development of a new product that combines lilac and bloodstone, so please focus on that. I will find a way to deal with this. It was a very reassuring statement, but Cahal was not the type of person to hand over the issue of attempting to undermine the Louvre family with a smile. But he didn't need to be impatient with Gerard, so he decided to keep his mouth shut for now, and he changed the subject. How is the royal family's movement? The Queen is very interested in the work of Marquis Rognac. Although he did not express it publicly until now, a person called Madame Louise is in frequent contact with Marquis Rognac. Madame Louise? Isn't Louise the name of Her Majesty's pet? Yes. That pet is a kind of white dove, which is often used as a messenger bird, isn't it? Cahal and Gerard laughed at the same time. I'm glad they like it. The business of Marquis Rognac must be successful. Maybe Luhala can help with the image fight. Our main business is mining, manufacturing, and real physical trade, but his business is in the arts and culture. So I think he can purify our image a lot. It seems humans are swayed by things like that. It is so. Marquis Rognac also has a wide connection in the social world. So take care of his escort. Right now, the Crown Prince of Hildebrand is docile, but if Luhala does well, he won't be complacent considering his personality. Santella's side could incite his jealousy. Understood. We will make sure there is no disruption to the escort. Gerard returned to a much more stable state than when he opened the door, but Cahal's head was still throbbing. He was really sick of humans being swayed by looks. It was foolish to think of a simple dichotomy with the vague words of angels and devils, good and evil. Where is the perfect good and evil in the world? As a human being, they have no choice but to live in a mixture of good and evil. Knock, knock. Come in. At the sound of a neat knock that cut off his complicated thoughts, Cahal barely suppressed the voice that was about to come out in a welcoming way and gently said to come in. Huh? Has Count Langtail left already? Lena, who had prepared the tea for the guests, showed disappointment at the already empty seat. You've been preparing it, so let us drink it together. Lena no longer refused to say no to Cahal, who offered an unreasonable seat together as a courtesy. She refused several times, but the answer from him was the same. My orders are top priority in this mansion. Lena went to the tea table by the window where Cahal was sitting, set the teacup, took the teapot that had been covered with a warmer and poured tea into the teacup. A sweet scent spreads in the orange-colored water. But Cahal didn't raise his glass until Lena sat across from him. At the end of the silent, pressure-filled eyes, Lena stuck her slumped hips to the other end of the table. The two drank tea without a word. The tea the Duke drank was different from the tea provided to the employees. The subtle tea scent, like the scent of fruit, like the scent of flowers, or like the scent of exotic spices, was also very attractive, and it was good to leave a pleasant sweetness through the throat. Cahal looked at Lena savoring the tea and decided to put his curiosity on his lips. I have a question. Yes, Your Excellency. Before I ask, this is just my curiosity, so you don't have to tell me if it is a memory you don't want to recall. I am grateful. What are you curious about? Cahal's gaze turned to Lena's bright clear purple eyes again. He was a little worried about what would happen if his question caused pain in those clear eyes. But he was curious about what he was curious about. Before, did you say that you were going to marry Viscount Delroynes? Yes. The day I was brought here was 3 days before the wedding. A cold sweat sprung up on Cahal's back, thinking that it was really close. It must have been difficult. It is a forced marriage. Actually, I tried to run away once, but I was caught right away. No, did they hurt you? The wedding was just around the corner, so they didn't hit me horribly, but instead I was mostly locked up in a room. Lena smiled softly as she recalled that time. She thought the world was over when the Duchess nights came, but she found out that she had been saved from hell. I don't think it would have been very pleasant to be locked up in a room and have to get married.
Yes, Sid helped me when I tried to run away, and if I didn't get married, Sid would be severely beaten, which made it even more terrifying.
At those words, Kahel touched his lips and let the saliva flow. Then he asked what he was most curious about. Perhaps thinking of a husband. So is there such a thing as your ideal type? Yes. Well, so suddenly why are you? Lena's cheeks flushed in embarrassment. Kahel looked at her, the lovely figure, and he swallowed a gulp for nothing. Your dream, you wanted to make a family. Usually the wedding of a clothes maid is arranged by the wife of the master, and I am the master, so I thought it would be good to know. It wasn't bad for an excuse, but Kahel couldn't even control his expression. He obviously thinks he should find Lena a good match, but he doesn't know why he is in such a bad mood. However, he was very curious about Lena's ideal type.
I am not in a position to choose anyone, but if I had to choose one, it would be nice to have a friendly person.
At the answer Lena gave after much deliberation, Kahel thought of Sid without realizing it. Is Sid a friendly person? But Lena didn't understand why Kahel suddenly brought up Sid's name. Sid? Yes. Sid is a friendly person. Well, a bit blunt to others though. In response, Kahel's brow furrowed slightly. Sid certainly seemed to have a heart for Lena. Usually men are infinitely affectionate only to their women. But that fact made Kahel feel very bad. Even though Kahel knew he was being childish, but for nothing, he blamed Sid. Doesn't Sid look a little weak? The reason Sid was thin is because we didn't eat well when we were young. And Sid gave me a lot of food, too. But Sid was also working in the stable, handling the best horses in Kerouac. Kahel's mood worsened when Lena stood up for Sid. And didn't he look very attractive either? However, Lena defended Sid even more when Kahel's comments about Sid being not attractive as a woman. Sid will look much better off if cleaned, washed and given nice clothes. How pretty those green eyes are. And I think the heart is more important than the appearance.
Of course, it would be great if a nice and kind person had a beautiful appearance, but if only the outer shell is beautiful and the inside is gloomy, it is even worse.
Kahel's mood fell completely to the ground. Gentle and affectionate. It reminded him of the old Lena, who didn't even respond to his smile. It was natural for her to feel fear and rejection. Because he was nothing more than a monster only covered in beautiful skin. In addition, he himself, who thought the devilish curse and the extraordinary appearance were painful, may be no more than a hypocrite. Having suffered so much because of his outward appearance, he had to try to look inside people. But has it ever really been like that? As he was too busy just beating everyone up and throwing them away.
Besides, even now, very naturally, he demeaned Sid's appearance first.
He must have unknowingly felt superior in terms of appearance. Thinking like that made him feel miserable. Then in your opinion, I must have been quite repulsive. Lena raised her tensed eyes at Kahel's calm voice and looked at him, and then she carefully opened her mouth.
To be honest, it is true that I was scared at first.
Honestly, I can't forget the day we first met. Come to think of it, he had slashed the Baron's and the Baroness' necks in front of Lena's eyes. How terrible was that? Kahel, who remembered the memories, couldn't bear to see Lena's face, so he looked down at the teacup and fiddled with it. In the meantime, Lena cleared her throat once more and spoke her words carefully. But now I feel sorry for your excellency because you seem so gentle and affectionate. It was then that Kahel's head lifted slightly. You gave me too many things, brought Uncle Theo and Sid, and not long ago you praised me. Praise? That here. Lena quickly pointed the tip of her index finger to her forehead, then lowered her hand. She didn't know why her face was getting hotter. There's nothing I can do for Duke, but you re so nice I don't know how to repay all this favor. Cahal felt his heart, which had just been like a bleak winter night, warmed up by Lena's blushing cheeks and shy gratitude. This maid doesn't know what a miracle she is to him. Favor? Thanks. That was what he had to say here. As he thought about it, he even thought that he had been treating Lena a bit too much because he had never known Lena's identity. He wanted to do something that would make Lena more happy. That's right, it must be because you suffered so much at Baroni Fidelia. This is how everyone who serves closest to the great nobles lives. I thought I was mean for not being able to improve your treatment on the pretext of being busy. What? It's not even worth it. I am being treated well enough. Thank you for thinking like that, but from now on, get used to receiving. You need to be aware of how great your position is. Lena tried to refute, but Cahal immediately put another topic on his lips and she shut her mouth. It is almost December, do you have a coat and fur shoes for winter? Just for the coat, there is the woolen coat that you bought me last time. I didn't buy them because I thought I didn't need more. That's not enough. I need to order a sable coat and fur shoes soon. Yes? Why is it necessary? I go sledding at Chardon in winter. Yes. And you are my one and only maid. Ah. Cahal smiled slightly at Lena, whose eyes were startled. The only reason the winter was good for him was being able to ride a sleigh. The first time he went to Chardon and rode a sleigh pulled by reindeer was when he was 7 years old. He was so excited and it helped him keep his sanity even though it was a difficult time because of his unruly devilish power. If it wasn't for the sense of liberation he felt while riding the sleigh, he would have gone crazy even at the time. He wanted to make Lena feel the freedom and joy of sledding. It'll make her face cold, but Lena shouldn't feel uncomfortable enjoying sledding, as he's going to buy her warm fur coat with a hood and high-quality, meticulously made, waterproof boots anyway. It would be better to prepare for it soon as we re-talking about it. Cahal didn't even notice Lena's surprise, but called Arthur and told him to call the fur merchant right away. That evening the fur merchant who ran over had to measure an unknown woman. At first glance she looked like a maid, but the price of the fur coat and fur shoes was so high that the fur merchant thought she couldn't possibly be a maid. Moreover, he had to write a promise to keep a secret about 2 days' commission, so he decided that the maid was the secret mistress of the Duke. The marten fur he mainly deals with is high-quality fur in general, so no matter how low the grade, the price was high. So, he usually recommends products with the lowest grade, but since the Duke has come all the way to him, he decided to carefully recommend grade 3 marten fur products. The marten fur is divided into grades 1, 2, and 3, and below them, grades A, B, and C. Non-grade products are a little lacking for long-term use, so how about making them with grade 3 marten fur? The first class. Ah yes. The Duke, who had asked him to measure the woman, sat from afar and looked at it, replied indifferently. It was as if he was angry, saying, "How dare you make light of Duke Louvre?" The fur merchant didn't know if his heart was pounding because of the devilish powers of that monstrous Duke, or because he was afraid he was going to die. Well then, the shoes, shall we use premium bearskin? You re-talking nonsense. It must have been something to be happy about, but the fur merchant was only trembling. Since you ordered a design with a hood, you can take off the hat. Of course, I need one as a coat and a set. Ah yes, then we will also make a winter hat with the same material as the coat. Do you not need a muffler or gloves separately? Ah. There was a muffler and gloves, yes. Make it the best one. I will provide the muffler with coats of marten fur products for free. Gloves are made of cow hide that fits to the hand and there is another with warm fur. Which style would you like? Both.
Ah yes, well, then, 1 marten fur hooded coat, 1 winter hat, 1 bearskin boots, 1 cowhide glove, 1 fur glove, and 1 marten fur muffler as a service.
We will process the order like this. I wish you could make it as soon as possible. If you need extra charges to rush the job, I'll pay you. Oh my gosh, of course, I will put the Duke's request first. We will make it as soon as possible. The fur merchant hurriedly bowed his head and left the room, guided by Arthur. Lena then looked back at him secretly and asked Cahel. Maybe you ordered too many? What? We didn't have time, so I only ordered one of each. Well, if it has still fur, isn't it very expensive? A smile suddenly appeared on Cahel's lips when he realized Lena must have been counting the price hard on her own with her tiny head. He got up from his seat and slowly walked over to Lena's side. Were you worried that the duchy's property would diminish? However, I'm just a maid. What did I say? You'll have to get used to receiving. Your appearance will soon tie to my reputation. The Louvre is the family of guardians. It's safe to say that the duchy is actually a country. In other people's eyes, I look like a king. What do you think the appearance of the only maid serving such a person should be? Lena's mouth shuts tight at those words. She thought so. There is no way the maid who is standing next to His Excellency will be wearing shabby clothes. Lena eventually decided that all this was for Cahel, not her own. Then, she felt much more comfortable. I will treat you with more sincerity. You're already doing well, so don't overdo it. Cahel, who came to Lena's front before she knew it, looked down at Lena's head, his head bowed down, and, hesitantly, raised his hand and gently stroked it. The heat from her warm scalp made him feel strange. He looked to see if Lena might be offended, but Lena was smiling slightly while her cheeks were tinged. He wondered if he had seen it wrong, but she smiled once more as he lowered his hand. Lena grabbed her head, which he had just stroked, with both her hands. Seeing that, Cahel took a deep breath. A really nice smile. No, it's not enough to just say it looks good. Well, how does it feel to see an angel smile? He wanted to reach that angel just a little bit more. At the subconscious impulse, Cahel swept his fingers through the few strands of hair covering Lena's forehead. Then, he tapped his own lips and pressed them down on her forehead, which revealed it as pretty white and round figure. Oh yo, your ex. Lena, who was kissed on the forehead again unexpectedly, stiffened her body even though it was her second experience. It felt like all the nerves in her body were concentrated on her forehead. This time, Yuri not smiling. Lena was even more embarrassed by Cahel's expression, which showed disappointment. After all, this is a praise, isn't it? However, I didn't do anything worthy of praise. It was strange that the behavior that she thought would be the greatest compliment the master gave to the employee came even though she did not do anything worthy of praise. But on the other hand, she also felt that this was not for her to judge. It was rude to try to judge the behavior of the master as a maid. Whatever the master wants to do or not wants to do. So she decided to believe it was okay, she could just be purely happy. But even as she thought about it, she couldn't get rid of her hardened face. It just got her mind dizzy. She couldn't remember how she got back to her room. Lena is still wiping away the goosebumps that had grown on her face. She recalled Cahel's lips that had landed on her forehead and the scent of his body that she was able to smell thanks to his approach. Her lips sometimes had dry, dead skin cells, but Cahel's lips always looked soft and warm. It felt really good on her forehead. Should she call it the feeling of feathers tickling? She had never felt such a touch before, so she didn't know what to compare it to. The unholy heart. Additionally, Cahel's scent, which she smelled up close, added warmth to the subtle scent that was usually by his side, and it seemed that she would fall for it. She had smelled the fragrance of the perfume he used while preparing the bath water, but his scent was different from that of any other perfume. Those who are tall seem to smell good even only from the bare skin. She lifted her arm and sniffed it for something, but she couldn't smell anything. After all, even when she was working at the Baron's castle and didn't wash properly in the winter, she couldn't figure out what her body smelled like. That's why she didn't know if it was still smelling strange. What if the Duke also thinks that my body has a strange smell? When she was working at the barony, she had never thought of that. Her thought had nothing to do with Lena's body odor or whatever the Baron's family or other maids said. But if they didn't call her because she smells, she would be even more grateful. In fact, even now, whatever the Duke felt, it had nothing to do with her. Still, she was worried because he had frowned. After thinking for a long time, Lena finally went to the bathroom to wash her body with a small bottle of perfume given to all the maids. Tomorrow she hopes that Kahel will smell a good scent from her. The shared bathroom used by the employees was in the corner on the first floor. Tired of working all day, the workers used to wash their bodies with hot water at night to relieve the fatigue of the day, but usually the youngest maids took turns boiling water with the fire pit in the bathroom. Lena was the youngest, but because of her status as a close maid to the Duke, no one gave her such chores. However, because she came a little early today, the fire hadn't been lit yet.
If it was a normal maid, they would have looked for another maid to prepare hot water first, but Lena, who thought of herself more like a maid than a clothes maid, naturally rolled up her arm sleeves.
He thought as better. I felt sorry that I just used the hot water every time. She put a basket of clothes to change into and perfume oil on one side of the bathroom, and hurriedly carried the firewood piled outside the bathroom and placed it in the fire pit. And in the middle, dried leaves and bark were mixed well and set on fire. There were also a few pieces of paper in the pile of bonfires.
Of course, it was paper that caught fire well, but the paper wasn't a lot, and she had to save it because she had to use it when the fire didn't burn well.
Foo. Foo. Blowing air into the red glowing embers with her mouth, and when the embers grew a little, she swung a fan next to it and set it on fire. However, the embers seemed to be extinguished soon since the leaves had not completely dried up. I can see. I have to put in more scrap paper. Lena gently waved the fan with one hand, and with the other she grabbed a few pieces of paper by her side and gently laid it over the embers. The embers began to devour the white paper as if they had met a delicacy. And it was then. Some letters on the paper caught Lena's attention. Oh. Lena hurriedly pulled out the paper from which the elongated fire was hanging, then smashed it with the fan to put out the fire. The paper was half burned, but Lena took it in her hands, not caring about it.
The fire that had just transferred to the paper slowly burned the straw and thin, dry branches, giving off heat and light, and with that faint light, Lena could read the writing on the paper.
Actually, it wasn't much. Lena. It was her name. Written in Kahel's handwriting, numerous times. A single sheet of paper was covered with Lena's name. Lena, who stood by his side all the time, couldn't be ignorant of his handwriting. In his handwriting, the slanting lines are powerful and lively, and the curved lines draw beautiful curves. She was able to look at the documents he was writing all day without getting bored just by looking at the handwriting. Her name has been written so many times in such handwriting. She rushed through the other scrap paper, but this was the only paper that had someone's name written on it. Why did he write so many of my names? Seeing that in a piece of paper doodling. She felt strange imagining Kahel alone writing her name on a piece of paper. And at the same time there was a little curiosity. Did he say my name while writing down my name? Did he even think of my face? Just imagining it makes her chest tickle and a smile keeps coming out. As she remembered Kahel's soft lips muttering her name, her heart suddenly pounded. You must not commit blasphemy. If you do, your head will be cut off. Lena said aloud as if admonishing someone in an empty bathroom. She then shook her head and scattered the strange delusions that had been filling her mind. But she couldn't just burn the paper full of her name on it. Lena roughly removed the charred part, folded the remaining half of the paper and put it at the bottom of the basket she was carrying. Then she put more leaves and twigs into the burning furnace again. Her forehead was sweating from lighting the fire and her hands were soaked in soot, but she kept smiling. It was quite laborious to draw cold water from a large pail on the other side of the bathroom and pour it into a large pot on the stove, but it was also done with a smile. All of a sudden, she even thought that living seems like a pretty fun thing to do. Even while Kahel made preparations to go to Chardon, he did not neglect to support Luhala's business. He had to take care of it, especially since the Queen had shown great interest in Luhala's business. Yesterday, Madame Luz also visited. Luhala, who is busy finishing up the recent renovation of the building, gleamed in vigor, told Kahel.
When he first envisioned his fashion business, He thought he would be happy if the queen gave permission, let alone be interested in his business.
But now, even the queen has stepped forward to invest in his business. Of course, it's been a long time since she put a character named Amadami Lucy as a proxy. There must be a lot of things that you've been hiding in the meantime. Cahel said, recalling Little, who had a pure, delicate face and monopolized the attention of others. People thought it was only her appearance that had allowed her to overtake the queen and rise to the top of the social circle, but Cahel knew that it was also the result of her meticulous planning. All the people saw her as young and innocent, but Cahel had never seen her as easy. She was only hiding her own sharp claws under that saintly look. Whenever he felt that way, it was bittersweet because both him and Little seemed to have lost all of their childhood innocence. The nobles of Logos had an adventurous and trendy temperament, but now those virtues have been killed off by Lady Centella. All the girls were outraged because they couldn't become Lady Centella, so the fashion became standardized. Everyone has a different look, body type, and skin color, so I don't understand how everyone could idolize the same person. Luahala has always been interested in fashion, and he himself was a famous fashionista in the social world. Thanks to this, he was also close with clothes makers from countries other than Hildebrand and Logos, and he was trying to attract people with abilities and skills that could not be properly demonstrated due to their social status or social environment. To Luahala, the existence of Little Centella was not desirable at all. A fashion-leading lady was naturally present in social circles in any country, but in Little's case, the influence was too much. It was absurd to see everyone appearing in the same dress, the same accessories, the same hairstyle, and the same makeup. Besides, Little was holding all the famous dressing rooms of Ardens. As a result, the queen had to always wear clothes made by the royal tailors. No matter which dressing room they invite, the queen won't be their muse. Oh, and the lady, as Sir Cahel had expected, tried to ruin my business. I don't know how she could think of hitting a man in the back with a face like that. Luahala grinded his teeth as he remembered it. Before they started business, Cahel was given a list of those Luahala wanted to contact and he moved secretly, making an irrevocable contract with them beforehand. At first, Luahala was suspicious of that action, but now fully admits that Cahel was wise. When his business plan came to the surface and he started discussing business with foreign clothes makers, how the heck did Little reach out to those clothes makers? If Cahel hadn't signed a secret deal first, Luahala would have bitten his fingers, having only the business idea in hand. I will do my best to help you, so all you need to do is come up with your business idea properly, Sir Luahala. It must be the only way for me to repay Sir Cahel and the Queen. As a first step, we have created a New Year's banquet costume for the Queen.
There are a total of 3 outfits, each of which has been entrusted to great talented people, and rumors of them are also known in the social circles, so I think it might be quite a topic of discussion.
Well, Lady Centella must also sharpen her sword. Of course. In the noble world, beautiful or trend-setting dresses are great powers. She must have been sabotaging Arden's dressing rooms by now. At the end of the discussion, Luahala seemed to be a little worried and then cautiously asked about it. So, may I ask you to escort the 3 clothes makers? I'd like to think I am over-paranoid, but there might be threats to them or attempts to damage the clothes they're making. His concerns were understandable enough for Cahel. Especially for Cahel, who knows Little Centella better than anyone else. It might be. That's quite possible. I'd rather have it crafted in the Louvre mansion. Yes? Boo, but can I cause that much trouble? It's not trouble. Rather, Sir Luahala and I are in the same boat. I have good reasons to help Sir Luahala. Send the clothes makers secretly to the Louvre mansion. With Cahel's full support, Luahala was convinced that he had the proper backing. I'm sure you'll like it. Cahel, who was returning to the mansion after separating with Luahala, suddenly remembered his old memories of Little. She was so beautiful from a young age that when he first saw Little, Cahel was convinced she was an angel too. The modifier beautiful suited her much better than the modifier cute, which is usually given to young children. Even though she was only 5 or 6 years old, he thought she was dazzling when she closed her eyes and smiled. And how pleasant was her brother, Ulyan. He was unaware of the relationship between the Centella and the Louvre, and as a child he was the son of the same duchy level, so she could be his best friend forever, he thought naively. However, learning the family affair one by one from his father, Damien, made him aware of the unfriendly relationship between the Louvre and Centella families, and he heard that Centella also shared information about their people in many ways. Thanks to that, he thought for a while that since she was from a duchy in a similar situation, Little might hate him. She was a candidate for the successor to the Centella family, and she was the one to fight against Cahel in the future. There's no way she could only have friendly feelings for the Louvre family and Cahel. However, he maintained a friendly attitude towards Little after that without any expression. Cahel didn't even want to dig into it, so he acted like there was nothing wrong on the outside. He didn't believe everything she said to him like he used to, but he didn't want to offend Little, who was always kind to him. But his relationship with the Queen was different. The direct lineages of the two duchies could never be disloyal to the Queen, and no matter how weak the Queen's powers were, Little often committed what appeared to be disloyalty. Of course, no one believed that she did it on purpose. So was the dress. Pretending to be humble, she bought all of Arden's most famous dressing rooms and monopolized the latest dress designs. No matter how advanced the Queen was, she always had access to the latest designs later than Little. That was a really great provocation. He couldn't help but feel bad. However, it was forgiven because it was Little Centella who had done it, a behavior that would have been condemned as rude, of course, if it had been done by anyone else. No, there was even a public opinion about what forgiveness was, and the attitude toward the angry Queen was, "She acts childish because of only a dress." Moreover, Little eagerly appealed that her own actions were out of goodwill. As soon as she heard the news that the Queen was upset, she went out to the party and said with a pitiful look, "I heard that there are a lot of people who leave the tailors and don't return for another visit, so the damage to the dressing room is huge. So, I just paid in advance for the costumes that I will entrust to them in the future." It didn't mean anything else. Since only the direct blood of the two duchies felt unconditional submission to the Queen, the other nobles believed more in Little, who appealed pitifully in the party, than in the angry Queen. Because Little looked so beautiful and pure. Because of that, while the Queen considered it disrespectful, she could not directly retaliate against Little or express any displeasure. It was because there was too much room for rumors that the Queen of Logos was being fussy with only a dress. In any case, the Queen was tormented in her heart, and this business proposal from Luahala has aroused great interest from the Queen. From Luahala he was able to obtain the exclusive supply of lilac at an affordable price, and he gained the Queen's trust, so he was in a mutually beneficial relationship with Luahala. But even Duke Centella is not a good enough man to just watch things go well. Compared to Leonard Centella, Little Centella was on the cute side. The former master of the Louvre, Damien Louvre, had also told Cahel several times to beware of Leonard. Never be fooled by his gentle attitude. In fact, the trip to Chardon every winter was also related to Leonard. How great it would be to just go sledding without thinking, but the name Louvre that was carried on Cahel's shoulders was too heavy for that. However, he was looking forward to this trip to Chardon, which would have only given him a sigh in the past. Lena will accompany him. He was also worried about what would happen if she was afraid of sledding, but if it is just a sled, she can drive it slowly, and she'll be so impressed as she had never seen snow-covered fields. I am sure you will like it. Cahel smiled secretly, imagining Lena running around like a rabbit in the snow. Leon was carefully reading through the papers handed to him by his aide. It was the result of only a few sheets filled despite the enormous amount of money that was used to obtain the information by conducting a background check on Cahel. Cahel seemed indifferent every step of the way, but he didn't thoroughly disclose information that was his weakness, so it was more difficult than he thought to get information about the woman sitting in the carriage at the time. But there is no such thing as a perfect in this world. Even the seemingly perfect Cahel Louvre was impossible to be completely perfect. So when considering various circumstances comprehensively, they made it says that right? Yes, it is. The very same Kahel Luv who gave up on having a general servant by his side because of his devilish power. A clothes maid. Although Leon checked several times, he couldn't believe it and kept laughing. It was strange that she was fine even in the same carriage as Kahel, but thanks to the holy relic Kalia, he was able to suppress almost all of his devilish powers, so it was not impossible to contact ordinary people at all. So, he wondered if Kahel had decided to break the distance from others little by little. But she's a clothes maid. If it's just a one-time maid, it's a different story. She could not be free from Kahel's devilish power if she was a clothes maid who had to spend much of the day with her master. She had to be something, whether she had a powerful aura, a blood relative of two duchies, or a priestess with strong magic power. Or she can be from the queen. Leon scans the papers once more. It was interesting to know what the woman was, not only in relation to Kahel's devilish powers, but also how Kahel accepted her. Kahel made her do things which seemed more like a maid's job, which he could understand considering Kahel's situation. But on the other hand, he even gave her that expensive fur coat. It was surprisingly common for the master to give jewelry to their maid, but the fur coat was a bit different. The item itself is a great luxury, so it was a very favored gift to the mistresses of the powerful. Because there was nothing as good as showing off the affection from the powerful. After all, wouldn't it be fashionable to draw a portrait in a fur coat? Thanks to the bribe, the fur dealer mistook her as Kahel's mistress. She can't be a mistress. Because he's not brazen enough to have a mistress. Leon chuckled, remembering Kahel, the handsome face and body, but Kahel must have always been a virgin. Because of his devilish power, he didn't want anybody to be close, so he wouldn't know what to do with it. Leon wanted to teach him like when they were a child and getting along innocently, but now he has no choice but to pity Kahel. Anyway, the question came back to the beginning again. Who the hell is she? He tapped the corner of the paper in his hand on the table next to him. It wouldn't be a great weakness as she is a clothes maid at best. She's a maid who doesn't respond to his devilish power. She's rare, but Kahel has always been good on his own. But he couldn't take it lightly, his sixth sense whispered that she was something. Keep watching. It seems that she is immune to Kahel's devilish power. And ask the temples to see if any female priestesses of her age have ever been laicized. Understand. Leon looked at the back of his aide who quietly retreated and patted his chin. His eyes were gleaming with interest that he had not had in a long time. Lena. Again, you're going to follow and serve the Duke to the end. Don't get too excited and forget your mission. Ardor kept telling Lena to be vigilant until the morning when she left for Chardon. As to what was so disturbing, Lena had to show her will by nodding her head to the point where her hair fluttered. However, Ardor was quite anxious. The sable coat, winter hat and muffler, leather gloves and fur shoes carried in Lena's luggage bag were quite expensive even for an average noble to buy. When Kahel, who was stingy in buying his own things, called the fur merchant for some reason, he ordered a lot of things only for Lena. He wanted Lena to get a little closer to Kahel, but he felt like Kahel was falling for her helplessly, not Lena, but Kahel, and he panicked. If Lena really has a bad heart, at this rate Although he knew that the maid, who was not swayed by the devilish powers, was strange and willing to be with Kahel, he could not help but worry when Kahel, who was always cold and sharp, reacted differently only to Lena. Ardor also cared for Lena. She is such an innocent and kind child that it is rare to see, and from what he had observed her working so far, she is a very sincere child. So he hoped that Lena would cherish Kahel's affection and that she would stay here for a long, long time. However, there is no end to human greed, and it is common in the world for people to sell their consciences for a few pennies. Then if Lena got a bad heart, she could have taken advantage of Kahel, and she could have run away, saying she was afraid of Kahel trying to hold her. Then what will happen to Kahel, who gave away his heart? However, Lena, who was not aware of Ardor's inside thoughts, was smiling innocently, not knowing that he did not completely trust her. I am sure Butler may be worried about my work skills, but I also want to take care of the Duke at least a little more comfortably. I'm not good at it, but I'll do my best. It's my first time visiting a place called Chardon, so I'm a little worried. Well, I should pay the most attention to His Excellency, right? It has also a winter break, but it is very dry there, so the skin can get dry very quickly. Every time His Excellency goes out, and every evening, make sure His Excellency is applying the cream properly and make sure he is staying hydrated. Yes. I will not forget. Nagging Rabbit. While Arthur was making a few more requests, Cahill came down to the first floor with his coat folded and lightly criticized Arthur. You seem to have gotten more anxious as you get older. And my eyes, you still look like a child by the water. If Gerard hears it, his expression will be very pleasing to the eye. Next time Gerard comes, please say that again in front of him. Have you loaded everything? Yes. It seems that Lena's luggage is more than yours, but... No way. I thought my luggage would be tripled. That's what I meant, that's it. Ha. After confirming that Lena had moved away to finish loading her luggage, Arthur approached Cahill and asked in a quiet voice. Don't you fall for Lena too much? Of course she seems like a good kid, but you haven't been able to figure out all of Lena's true identity. At this rate, if the kid has a bad heart. Arthur. Cahill, who was examining his cuffs, quietly stopped Arthur's words. Yes, Your Excellency. I don't trust people easily. I know. Like you said, I still can't trust Lena. However, I just wanted to give thanks for the ordinary daily life that the kid returned to me, no matter what it was. If that's what a few coats of fur can buy, I can always pay for it. I'm sorry, Your Excellency. I made a mistake. I know you care a lot about me. I am always grateful. If you're telling me to be careful, I'm guessing that I've loosened my boundaries these days. Your comments will be taken into account. Cahill tidied up his cuffs again and took the gloves off his arms and put them on his hands. Be careful. Dukes and Tella will move slowly. And take care of the clothes makers sent by Luhala so that there is no inconvenience in their work. If there is an urgent matter, ask Gerard for his opinion first. Yes, I understand. Please take care of yourself. Cahill left Arthur behind, who bowed his head to him, and headed forward where Lena was waiting with the carriage. Lena was waiting for Cahill to board first. Lena was his only clothes mate, so she had to ride with him in a single carriage. It was a bit nerve-wracking for both Cahill and Lena, but neither of them tried to express it. Then, let us go. Yes. Lena replied bravely, and she waited for Cahill to board, but she eventually got into the carriage first because she was led by his hand again. Chardon was a region located in the northeastern part of the Logos, about 10 days away by carriage from Ardennes. The wind, which was just cool at first, got colder as they headed north, and 2 days before arriving in Chardon, the face that rose above the coke became so cold that it tingled. Today we will stay in this village. At the loud voice of the night running ahead of them, Lena, who was sleeping in her seat, woke up in shock. Seeing that you sleep well in the carriage, you seem to have gotten used to traveling. Oh, sorry, I am sorry. What are you sorry for? It was a compliment. Lena blamed herself for falling asleep in Cahill's presence, who apparently was not sleeping. She didn't know when she fell asleep. Before leaving Ardennes completely, it was fun to look out of the window, but after leaving the borders of Ardennes, even the fields were bleak and there was nothing to see. As a result, drowsiness poured over, and it seemed that all her efforts to not sleep today were all in vain. It must be a difficult journey for you, but you are holding on well. Last night you couldn't sleep comfortably because we were camping, but today we'll be better off staying at the inn in the village. I am okay. When I was in the Baroness Castle, I slept well on the stone floor. I'm worried about where Your Excellency will sleep. Whenever Cahill heard these concerns from Lena, he used to feel strange. It feels like a wolf listening to the rabbit's nagging. Twisting its chubby buttocks and said, "And skip meals and eat well. It's cold, so be sure to wear a fur scarf. I must have told you to put cream on your hands earlier, right? Imagining the nagging rabbit, Kahal couldn't hide his smile. Lena, unable to understand the meaning of that smile, tilted her head, but even that was like a tilting rabbit, and Kahal eventually laughed out loud. The village wasn't that big. There was only one inn, and even that had few rooms. However, there was not only one or two retinues escorting the Duke, so of course there was not enough room. Giving up an entire room for Lena, the only woman in such a situation, was a waste in many ways. Still, Kahal asked to allocate a room to Lena, but Lena, who was watching from behind Kahal, waved her hand. One room could sleep 3 or 4 people, so it doesn't make sense for me to use the entire room alone. I sleep well anywhere, even in a stable. Speak something that makes sense, Lena. Kahal quickly cut off Lena's words as she was serious about sleeping in the stable. However, if he only gave Lena one of the rooms, the knights and other servants would be dissatisfied. So he made a very rational decision. You sleep well anywhere, then you sleep in my room. It has 2 beds. At that, Lena looked at him with round eyes in surprise, but the others seemed to be okay, saying, well, I think we can sleep in the room somehow. Ian started carrying their luggage. Thanks to this, Lena also thought, yeah, I guess it was inevitable that we would have to sleep in mixed rooms as if we were married during the trip. Ever since Lena served Kahal, she has been treated as a savior at the Duke's residence. In fact, Kahal had not been an easy master to serve before. He could not have a servant by his side, so the knights had to take turns to stand by him, and orders were always passed through one more person to the servants, so there were often cases where it was not in the direction that Kahal wanted. Kahal didn't like to speak twice, and those who took his tantrums would have their blood run dry. However, after Lena's arrival that didn't happen, and Kahal's sensitive nerves had softened a lot. Thanks to that, it was only natural that the atmosphere within the Duke's residence improved a lot. Employees and knights, unaware that Lena had been captured as a sinner's family, assumed that Lena was a priestess with powers. Anyway, the more Lena, who suppresses Kahal's vicious energy, was by his side, the more comfortable everyone became, so everyone secretly wanted her to share the same room with Kahal. Lena, who would never even dream of such a thing, followed Kahal and the baggage-carrying servant. Although the room was in a clean condition, it was narrow and shabby. The narrow room meant that the 2 beds were not far apart. The room is quite small. Are you really okay? What? I think your excellency will be uncomfortable if I stay here. Even if I just sleep in the corner of the room used by the attendants. Lena had said it for Kahal in her own way, but Kahal frowned. What? Are you saying you want to sleep among men? A matured lady without fear. But Lena couldn't understand the difference between sleeping in the servant's room and sleeping in Kahal's room. It's because she was still sleeping in a man's room in either case. However. Besides, who will serve me if you sleep in another room? I might feel hungry all of a sudden while sleeping, or I might want to drink. Oh yes, that's right. Then. Lena nodded her head at Kahal's absurd insistence, and gently set her own luggage bag she was carrying on the floor. The knights and attendants, who had been chattering all evening, quickly fell asleep thanks to the delicious meals and drinks and a comfortable bed. However, Lena, lying close to Kahal, could not sleep easily. She was nervous when she ate alone with Kahal in the room, but not as much as she was now. It was awkward to hear the breathing of her master from a distance while her surroundings were silent, and she felt like she was going to die. But even Lena wouldn't have it as difficult as Kahal. I can smell Lena. Kahal, who is more sensitive than others, has been very aware of that fact. The sweet and warm scent of Lena, which he had always sniffed, now fills the air in the room. It was very strange for Kahal to breathe in a space full of her body scent. He didn't even know what the hell he was feeling. In the past it would have been quite unpleasant and unsettling, but now it is not. He also thought that he liked Lena's subtle scent, and Lena always washes cleanly, so it's definitely not something to be offended of. In addition, he believed that Lena was not influenced by his own devilish powers or appearance, unlike any others, so she would not suddenly attack him while he was sleeping. But why am I so nervous? Even though he fully understands in his head that there was nothing to worry about, he somehow feels out of breath and his hands sweat. He felt goosebumps on his skin and the inside of his belly tickles. He held his breath so he wouldn't be caught by Lena's, but now he could hear Lena's upper and lower eyelids clinging against each other every time Lena blinked her eyes. "Excuse me, Your Excellency, are you uncomfortable with anything?" A carefree and friendly voice was heard from beyond the still darkness. "No. You look really uncomfortable. You must be tired, but you can't sleep yet." Rather than uncomfortable, a little awkward. Her awkwardness was nothing more awkward than Kahel's, but he pretended it was nothing, because he was afraid Lena would use that to go to another room and sleep. "What is awkward about it? Isn't it your job to stay by my side? Isn't it time to get used to it? It is not like that, oh no. I woke you up by saying something useless for nothing. If you stop talking in the middle of a conversation, I don't think I'll be able to sleep better because I am curious." The sound of Lena's small laugh at those words in the middle of the night tickled his heart even more than when he heard it during the day. "It is the first time since my mother passed away that I have slept in a room with someone like this." At those words, Kahel's heart raced again. He couldn't understand why his heart was beating wildly, but he continued the conversation calmly so that his agitation would not be noticed. "Sleepless night. Did you live alone in the barony? Did you say that the stable keeper's family treated you like a daughter?" "Because I was the youngest maid, I had to turn on the stove first thing in the morning and draw water. So, I lived alone in a small room on the first floor of the Baron's residence. Because that was the room closest to the woodshed and the well. Since the age of 10? Yes. You must have gone through a lot. That's how everyone lives." Lena seemed to laugh, but Kahel couldn't laugh along as he imagined that rabbit-like child waving her bruised hand at dawn to draw water in the dark. "Compared to those days, the work I do now is not difficult at all. Can I live comfortably like this? If you had been recognized as the legitimate Baron Fidelia's daughter, you wouldn't have suffered like that in the first place. If that were the case, wouldn't I have died together with the Baron and his wife?" At Lena's answer, Kahal caught his breath for a moment. Victims who forget about the damage and the perpetrators who remember the harm are rare, so he again forgot that he almost killed Lena with his own hands. "Am you still scared?" he asked, remembering Lena, who was startled with every word he uttered. Lena inside the blood-soaked iron cage of the tower, Lena holding her hands together and begging to live, Lena trembling even with his smile, Lena looking anxiously at his eyes. Those who despised the Duke were considered worthy of punishment, but it was regrettable that Baron Fidelia and Baroness Fidelia were beheaded while he revealed his devilish powers in front of Lena. It was nothing special to him, but it must have been a huge shock to Lena. But Lena touched Kahel's heart again. "No. I am not scared now." It was a voice that didn't mix with any lies. Kahel turned his head and looked at Lena's side. Lena's face turned whitish in the weak moonlight seeping through the window. "It would be better to continue to be scared. Actually, I am a monster." Depending on what she heard, he thought it was a little childish. But he had nothing else to say. Monster, because that was Kahel's true identity. It felt like it was scratching his teeth. But Lena smiled again, perhaps she thought he was joking. "Then I'll be the monster's maid." At those words, Kahel's heart tightened and squeezed. It was a sweet and kind sentence that made his heart ache. Anxious that Lena's ears would hear the beating of his heart at this point, Kahel swung his hand once in the air, creating a bluish swarm of lights. "Wow!" Lena, who had her eyes startled by the mysterious swarm of lights that suddenly scattered in the air, gradually became hazy from the moment the swarm of lights landed on her body. "Huh? Suddenly I'm very sleepy. It is good. Sleep well." With Kahel's low, friendly voice, Lena soon fell asleep. But only then was he able to breathe deeply, and Kahel sat up, placing his hand on his pounding chest. This maid was so sweet and dangerous. Of course, he believed that this feeling wouldn't be such a strange feeling to call it love or anything, but it seemed to be at least as good as excessively caring for pets. It's not that there was anything wrong about that,
But there are people in the world who give all their fortunes to the cats they had, and there was no way they could stop doing it.
As Arthur said, even if Lena had a bad heart and tried to deceive him, he somehow seemed to be able to forgive her. All of a sudden, he remembered Arthur's request not to give her too much of his heart. His arrogance told Arthur not to worry because he doesn't trust people. Arthur will laugh at me. No, if you want to warn me, you should have done it sooner. After sitting for a long time to calm his beating heart, he blamed the innocent Arthur for nothing, then looked at Lena who had fallen asleep again. It was dark so he couldn't see well, so he made a small light. If it had been in front of other people, they could all become slaves of this devilish power just by using this insignificant amount of magical power. It was because his devilish power was amplified even more when he used magic. But in front of Lena, there was no need to suppress the use of his magic, so he was comfortable. Lena. Cahal sighed again. He felt overwhelmed by anything she did, and he didn't know that he would consider someone so special. He couldn't even properly define what this feeling was. But whatever it was, one thing was certain. He never wanted to lose Lena. Life without Lena seemed unbearable. Lena, don't leave me. Cahal covered Lena's blanket well and prayed earnestly. Elliot. Yes, miss? Elliot's eyes twinkled at Little's call, and the gown Little was wearing was placed on Elliot's hands. Take the laundry to the maid. Maria? Yes, miss. I want to eat something sweet today. I sent someone to less than Mary Bon greater than. At tea time in the morning, I'll give you raspberry macarons that you like. Maria, you are the best. Would you like to drink tea with me? It is an honor for me. Elliot hung the robe, which Little had worn overnight, on her arm, and looked anxiously at Little, who was smiling brightly with the chief maid, Maria. It's been 3 months since she became Little's maid at the Duke Centella's residence. At first she couldn't believe this luck.
The room the maids used in Duke Centella's residence was better than the room the maids used in Kerouac, and she felt like she was a low-cost princess.
Besides, the food was delicious, and the clothes given were luxurious. She had realized less than a month after she had been here that the dress she had been wearing in Kerouac was very rustic. She was worried that the other maids might humiliate her or ignore her, but they were very kind to her. Everyone seemed to take after Little. This must have been an angel's nest. Elliot knew it was a very bad idea to even think that her parents' unjust death was a huge benefit to her. Had it not been for that, the daughter of a rural baron would not have been able to become a princess maid. She was obviously happy. She thought she had fallen into the worst abyss of her life, but she believed that this great fortune came because of her good life. She should have been happy all the time. However, from one day onwards, dissatisfaction began to seep into that happiness little by little. It probably started with a small party at Duke Centella's residence. It was a party that was hosted by Little, not Duke Centella, but only for young men and women from nobles. All of the maids were children of the nobility, and thanks to Little, who allowed them to attend the party, everyone seemed excited a month before the party. So did Elliot. What a dream Arden's party was. The maid's salary for a month's work was not small, so she tried to prepare a dress from it. But one day, Little called Elliot. Did you get used to life in the duchy? Yes, miss. You don't know how grateful I am to miss. You saved my life. Phew. I'm glad you're doing well. But then Maria said that Elliot was going to buy a dress. Elliot's heart raced. She was still thinking about what to do because she didn't have enough money to buy a nice dress, so she thought Little felt sorry for her and wanted to give her a dress as a gift. So Elliot put on the most pitiful expression on her face, and she appealed in a sad voice. Yes. I was looking for a dress for attending the party, but I was in trouble because the dresses I could buy with my money were limited. I was worried that the prestige of Miss might be diminished by my shabby outfit. Oh, you were worried about me, what a nice heart. But I am a maid who serves Miss Little and no one else, so you are always my priority. Elliot thought her answer was perfect. Thank you, Elliot. Then, fortunately, Elliot no longer has to worry about that. Yes? Then. Elliot looked up at Little with a look of great anticipation. She had a beautiful yet awkward smile on her angelic face. Elliot must have misunderstood, but this party is only attended by the children of the household with the title. Yes. I also listened carefully to what you said last time. At Elliot's answer, Little's expression hardened a little. But at this party, she's buoyed by dreams of finding a decent man, and she's busy looking forward to what kind of dress Little will give her. Until Little, who had guessed Elliot's naive brain, shattered that dream with a small sigh. Elliot, you're not officially an aristocrat, so I am sorry, but you can't attend this party. Yes? Boo, but I'm from Barony Fidelia. Elliot. I believe Elliot's words that Baron Fidelia passed away unjustly. But according to official documents, Baron Fidelia has been stripped of his Baron title. Unless that is reinstated, Elliot is unfortunately not an aristocrat. Well, it can be. Elliot was shocked as if she had been struck in the back of the head with a huge hammer. Even after reading the announcement in Kerouac, she was not clearly aware that she was no longer the Baron's lady. Being an aristocrat from birth, she couldn't accept the fact that she was now a commoner. Most of all, she was determined to find a good man at this party and grab him, but she couldn't believe that the plan had gone to waste. And Elliot shouldn't be seen by other nobles. I'm hiding a sinner. Will Elliot understand my position? Of course that's right, miss. Thank you. Elliot just needs to rest comfortably in your room that day. The meals will be brought by the maids. It was like an order not to step out of the room. Elliot had to do everything she could to keep herself from crying there. She can't even remember how she got out of there. She ran straight to her room, locked the door, lay on the bed and cried for a long time. She never understood why such an unfair thing had to happen only to her. And from then on, she began to realize her place among Little's maids. The maids, who had only been considered friendly and angelic, never reached out to Little's laundry or garbage disposal. Naturally, it was Elliot's job. More surprising. Every time Little called her in a friendly voice, maybe this time. She looked forward to it, but the work given to Elliot has always been chores. It's barely a position better than the normal maid. Every time she realized that, she became madly envious and jealous of the chief maid, Maria, who was trusted by Little. Maria doesn't seem to be prettier than her, just look at her appearance, and she didn't know how Maria could become Little's chief maid, as she was also a baroness lady. It's unfair. It's unfair. Elliot grabbed Little's silk robe and clenched her teeth. First of all, no matter what happened, she had to regain her status as a noble. And Little looked at Elliot's back, as she searched for the maid to wash the laundry, with her face revealing dissatisfaction, although she pretended not to be. Wow. It is all snow. They said it gets colder the further north you go, so no wonder, Chardon was already a snow country. It was cold enough that she could even breathe clouds in the carriage, but Lena looked around the snow field the whole time with a curious expression. Cahal was convinced that Lena would love sledding. When the carriage arrived at Chardon Mansion, the waiting servants ran out and moved their luggage, and the butler, the maid, and the servants of the mansion greeted Cahal politely. However, when the young woman followed after Cahal from the carriage, they were surprised as if they had forgotten that they were even in front of the Duke. Someone had to act as a representative and explain her identity. Welcome, Your Excellency. You must have been tired after a long trip, so it is best to take a bath in hot water first. How many baths would you take? Marianne, a seasoned maid who followed Cahal, naturally raised a question about the relationship between the two. Unless the woman was the Duke's lover, she would be able to use the bath only late in the evening after he had finished eating. First, only I and Lena will use it. After dinner, prepare it for the rest of the party. At those words, the employees around swallowed their breaths silently. The fact that the mature Duke had a lover was not a common occurrence within the family. However, Lena quickly poured cold water on their inflated anticipation. Your Excellency. I will wash after eating. I have to organize my luggage and greet the chief maid. You can greet the chief maid now, who else are we going to meet? Marianne. This is my close maid, Lena. This maid is doing all my attendings. Know that she is the one who has to wait by my side all the time. Everyone was surprised once again. Everyone knew that Cahal could not have a maid or servant by his side. But she is a close maid, which was more surprising than if she was Cahal's lover. Curiosity filled everyone's minds, but they were thoroughly trained as servants of the Duke's family for a long time, and they bowed their heads without expressing their feelings. However, Lena's situation, who was much younger than the chief maid, was a little different. She was restless as she seemed to have become a maid who defied the authority of the chief maid in front of the servants. Now, everyone's looking nonchalant, but the thought of what kind of bullying she might face while staying here is upsetting. Even Mrs. Marvin, the chief maid in the village, was so anxious when she could not assert her authority. What about the Duke's chief maid? Cahal's stride towards the mansion gave her no time to excuse and forced her to follow, but she felt like she would have to take the time to greet the chief maid properly. She wondered what would happen if she stood idly by Cahal even after entering the mansion, but fortunately she had to clean up her room, so she was able to say she was busy. The Louvre mansion in Ardennes was also huge, but it was not comparable to the mansion in the estate. Getting lost in the mansion was also a possibility. However, in such a large mansion, Lena's area of movement was limited. It was because Cahal is going to live mostly on the second floor, so Lena's range of activity hardly strays from there. The master's room is a room, but it is actually a series of 5 or 6 rooms, so it was a work to walk from the last bedroom to the outermost parlor. It was divided into a bedroom, a bathroom, and a secondary bedroom that doubles as a dressing room, an office, a meeting room, and a parlor. But Cahal had decided to eat his meals at the large table in the conference room, so it seemed that he really rarely went up. Lena, along with the other maids, hung Cahal's clothes in the dressing room and checked out the hot water for the bath. Unlike the bathroom of the Ardennes mansion, which made the bathtub a part of the bathroom, here a portable ceramic bathtub was used. Of course, since it was so heavy, it seemed that there was hardly any reason to move it while using it. Miss, would you mind looking at the water temperature? Ah, yes. The maids of the mansion were also polite to her, but it was more awkward for the maids of the estate to call her politely. But Lena, reassured that her own attitude would soon be directly linked to Cahal's honor, hoped to be as natural as possible, and she dipped her hands into the water of the bathtub as gracefully as possible. I think it needs a little more hot water. Yes. And you can just be casual. We are commoner maids. Oh, I see. The words kept getting stuck in her throat. The truth is, I am a commoner like you and even the illegitimate daughter of a criminal, but I wanted to confess that I do not know how I became a close maid of the Duke. After checking that the maids were preparing bath water, towels and soap, she came out to the parlor and unexpectedly, the chief maid herself was checking the fireplace. Not seeing the other maids around, she thought it was a great opportunity for Lena to greet the chief maid. Even if she greeted her, and a cold reaction could come back, it would have been better than to pass by without doing it. At that moment, the chief maid turned her head at her presence. Chief maid. I will greet you again. My name is Lena. She was so nervous that she spoke too quickly and bowed her back too hastily, but she hoped this would make it clear that she had no intention of disregarding the chief maid's authority. Nice to meet you, Miss Lena. I think you can raise your head up. Fortunately, Marianne's voice was warm and there was no hostility. As she gently stretched her back and met her eyes with Marianne, she smiled sweetly. Marianne, who appears to be in her late 40s, has all the characteristics of the Northerners. Tall stature and slender body, pale wheat-colored hair, white skin, and sky-blue eyes could have made her look frivolous, but her expression was as gentle as the weather on the southern coast. Well, please forgive me for not greeting you when I first met you. You don't have to be so nervous. But I also wanted to talk to Miss Lena. How long have you been with His Excellency? It has been about half a year. It's not that long yet, but it seems that His Excellency cares about Miss Lena. By any chance, are you using an aura? No way. That's what knights use. Then you must be very strong in holy powers, don't you? Yes. Isn't that the power that high priests use? I have never been to a temple. Then do you drink the potion of purification every day? A potion of purification. I don't have anywhere that hurts enough to have to take potion. Lena and Marianne's expressions became more and more strange. Then, how do you withstand His Excellency's devilish power? Yes? Devil? What is that, may I ask? You don't know anything about the devilish curse. Marianne's eyes grew so large that she felt like her eyeballs would fall off if she added a little more. Curse, what is that? Come to think of it, Arthur had talked for a while about whether it was a curse or what. Just as Lena's eyes narrowed as she recalled her old memories, Marianne heard a familiar voice behind her. Marianne. Don't talk nonsense, and go and look after where the party will sleep. It seemed similar to usual, but Cahal's voice was somehow chilly. Marianne, who reflexively bowed her head at Cahal, as if she had noticed something, quickly turned to Lena with a gentle and bright expression on her face. Miss Lena. Don't worry about the previous story. It's just a joke between us. I was going to play around a bit before the master came, but His Excellency came too early. Ho ho ho. Oh, I see. I was surprised that there was a curse. After all, if there's a curse that the Duke deserves, it's probably a curse that makes people fall for him because he is so handsome, right? Lena thought it was a joke and laughed, but the joke was so close to the right answer that Cahal and Marianne both held their breaths at the same time. Excuse me, I have to go downstairs. Nice to meet you, Miss Lena. It was nice to meet you, Chief Maid. I look forward to learning in many ways in the future. Please tell me the joke about that curse again. Lena thinks that Marianne is a good person and she tries to approach her, but Cahal cuts her off as if she was in the way. What do you want to learn more about? Lena, you just have to do what you have been doing until now. Yes? However, I also want to learn about the skills as a maid. Lena. I am sorry. Lena quickly shook her head at Cahal's cold gaze. For a long while, Cahal has been so good to her that she unknowingly overlooked Cahal's words. What will she do if Cahal gets very angry? Lena couldn't raise her head up. In the meantime, Marianne looked at Cahal and left the room. Looking at Lena's stiff shoulder, Cahal sighed. I am not criticizing you for wanting to learn more as a maid. However, Marianne is the busiest person in the mansion with the butler. Besides, winter is the busiest time in Chardon. I am sorry. I don't even know that. I'll make sure this never happens again. No, it is not that you did something wrong high enough. Lena was even more withdrawn at his giving up tone. Naturally, she was a maid in Kerouac, and there were so many things she didn't know. Suddenly her confidence plummeted at Cahal's frustration. Is the bath ready? Yes. Waiting for your bath. No, it is fine. You must be cold and tired, so take a bath first. The maid outside will guide you. Cahal took off his fur coat and draped it over the sofa, and before Lena could pick up the clothes, he went into the bathroom. As she hesitated, Lena hung the fur coat over the dressing room and left the room helplessly. As Cahal said, one of the young maids was waiting to guide her into the bathroom. Lena followed after, pulling an easy-to-wear clothes from her traveling bag next to Cahal's door. After a long journey she was able to relieve her fatigue, but she felt depressed. Cursed constitution. His Excellency is doing well, so I got reckless. In the wooden bathtub filled with warm water, Lena let out her sighs incessantly. She thought that she was going to take lessons to become a more skillful maid, but she didn't think that would be a troublesome thing for Marianne. She felt sorry because she thought it meant that she was just thinking about herself. Besides, she even spoke back to Cahal, who was trying to get rid of her stupidity modestly, and she was so embarrassed that she couldn't raise her head. She wants to do anything to help Cahal, who only does good things for her, but why does she keep making mistakes and doing stupid things? Lena, who had been sobbing, barely stopped her tears and hurriedly washed her face. I can't believe I am crying over something like this. In the Baroni, she didn't cry even though she suffered worse, but she couldn't figure out why she was crying so much now. Lena, who thought that even that was proof of her recklessness, slapped her cheeks. Don't cry. You can do better in the future. Stay alert. If I don't do well, I might get in trouble for Uncle Theo and Sid. Lena clasped her hands tightly and hurriedly finished her bath. But when she returned from washing her body, Lena was bewildered when she saw that the luggage she had left by Cahel's door was gone. She suddenly felt like she had forgotten where she had even put her belongings, and she was sweating behind her back. As she rummaged around the parlor for a while, she saw Cahel, dressed in comfortable clothes, appearing in the parlor. What are you looking for? I'm sorry, Your Excellency. My luggage was gone and I was looking for it. I'm sure I left it here. Perhaps the maid moved it to your room. Your room is the additional bedroom attached to this room, so go check it out. Yes? Lena tilted her head, not understanding what Cahel was saying. If this is the room Your Excellency is using, the second bedroom attached here is my, are you saying my room? Yes. However, I knew the clothes maid will be given a separate room. That's why I gave you a second bedroom. Why? Cahel also frowned as if he didn't understand what Lena was saying. Lena bit her mouth when she tried to ask if this was normal. Earlier she talked back at Cahel for nothing and she upset him, but she didn't want to be seen like that again. Even though it was a bedroom attached to Cahel's room anyway, it was far from the main bedroom he was staying in, and in this place without order, she had to be his limb, so it was more convenient for her to be nearby. I thought it was going to be a separate room. Sorry. In fact, it was correct to be given a separate room. It was only Cahel who changed it. This is because, in his sense, who had never had an attendant by his side, he thought it was very inefficient for the maid, who was supposed to assist him in his immediate vicinity, to stay in another room. Of course, the desire to have Lena stay in the same room, even though they were quite far apart to be considered the same room, was not reflected at all. Lena seemed to agree with him anyway, so she just nodded her head like so and turned around, but it had been bothering him since before. The word sorry started to come out of Lena's mouth again. Cahel felt confused as he looked at her when she began to serve him. Even at the time, she only looked at him and started saying sorry for even the insignificant things. It was obvious why Lena was doing that. The appearance of him stopping Marianne from talking about the curse of the devilish power earlier must have suddenly felt overbearing to Lena, who didn't know anything. But he didn't like that Lena knew about his devilish curse. Although it is said that she is not swayed by demons, and that she will find out someday, Lena's gaze upon him will seem to change once she knows the contents of the curse. It will be like seeing something very dirty. So he had to pretend he didn't know. He was just making a request under the guise of an order to express his apologetic heart. There's nothing wrong with it, don't apologize. Oh, sorry. Again. Lena, who showed a bewildered expression, neither did this nor that and only bit her lip. Even so, the cold, dry air of Chardon easily chapped her lips, but he thought it would be a mess if she bit it like that. In his mind, he wanted to take out the horse oil cream and apply it directly to her lips, but Cahel barely resisted, remembering Voltaire's advice. Voltaire, commander of the knights, who taught him hunting and archery a long time ago, said, when the caught prey suddenly becomes wary and hesitates, you should never approach it in a hurry. At the time, he was told that he had to wait more slowly and patiently than when he first caught it. Otherwise, if you rush into it, the prey will run away altogether. He was upset that Lena, who had been slowly getting closer to him for half a year, seemed to have moved away again, but Cahel was more careful than when he was doing any other hunting. If he misses a fox, he can catch another fox, and if he misses a deer, he can catch another deer, but if he misses Lena, he won't be able to find a replacement for her. We will have dinner here. The maids will even bring your meal, so you just have to pick it up and move it. Aren't you going to the main hall? I am just going to go ahead and show my face for a while. If I sit there, the people will not be able to eat as much as they can, and they will not be able to talk to their heart as content. It could be as expected, Your Excellency is very kind. Lena sincerely thought he was, and she smiled cautiously. She was terrified, fearing that it was cocky of her, but she didn't want to answer with a short answer to the words of the person she had been with all day. Cahel didn't really hate it either, so he smiled a little as usual. I'm glad I am still considered a kind person. Cahel seemed a little relieved that his cute rabbit hadn't gone too far. To the west of Chardon was Lavanes, one of the estates of the Centella family, and to the north was Mount Callahan, the ridge from Lavanes. Callahan Mountain was a mountain with opposite faces. Rare herbs grew in piles, but poisonous plants were also plentiful, and although it was beautiful enough to be admired, the mountain was steep and not accessible. It is a treasure trove of abundant forest resources, but it has been difficult for humans to touch. This is because monsters often appeared. Especially in winter, monsters would appear in groups as if they were waking up, and the reason the head of the Duchy of Louvre visited Chardon every winter was to deal with these monsters. Monsters were a troublesome problem in other countries as well. They were monsters of unknown origin. Although they are often summoned by black magic, sometimes they occur in the middle of a cave or forest for no reason. However, Cahel was convinced that the cause of the hordes of monsters that haunt every winter was in Lavanes. It wasn't like this before, but when Leonard became the head of the Centella family, and when he went to Lavanes every winter, the monsters started appearing. Cahel's father, Damien, raised the suspicion several times, but the Centella family strongly denied it. Still, the refusal to send an investigative team involving people from the Louvre family also fueled the suspicion. He gave the excuse that top-secret research for the business of the Centella was going on there, but that was nothing more than an excuse. However, there were very few soldiers stationed in Lavanes, and at the same time, monsters appeared in areas other than Chardon, so the royal family rejected the request of the Louvre family to inspect it closely. It was absurd for a guardian family to summon monsters. For the royal family, they would not have wished to upset the Centella family because of an unconfirmed matter. Good work, Margella. Are you here, Your Highness? A dark-haired woman named Margella greeted Leonard with a welcoming smile. What is going on in Ardens? It is going well. Little is very ambitious. Miss Little is trying to find her place. There is no one in Logos more worthy of the Queen's crown than Miss Little. Sure. Because that child is the wish and essence of the Centella family. After Malik's prophecy was discovered, the Centella family prepared to become one-winged rulers of Logos. The biggest obstacle was their cursed constitution to obey the power of the Queen. They believe that a child of fate will be born at the time of Logos upheaval, and they have used their magical powers to dilute their obedience that flows through their blood. Thanks to this, even if it was not little, the people of the Centella family were significantly less obedient to the Queen compared to the Louvres. Then Leonard's daughter became the child of fate. When 3-year-old Little, who returned from meeting the Queen for the first time in her mother's arms, said, "It Queen, I don't want to," Leonard knew that a Centella who was not ruled by the Queen's power had finally been born. Because normal blood relatives are bound to like the Queen from the moment they first meet. Leonard trembled at the excitement just to have been able to become the child's father. And he considered it his own mission to make Little the Queen. He could do anything to achieve that. Cursing a child who doesn't know anything, killing people without knowing, or even touching black magic that is forbidden in every country. Yes, what do you think this year's harvest will be like? Leonard fiddled with the collar of the silver fox fur coat and cast his gaze behind Margella's back. The gigantic hollow space that his gaze touched was so large that it was impossible to imagine looking at the narrow entrance of this cave. However, if it was just an empty space inside the cave, Leonard wouldn't have been interested in it no matter how big it was. What is special here is that an ancient magic circle was drawn on the flat bottom of the space. As a successor, he discovered it while inspecting each estate, and it was not long before he became the master that he found out that it was a magic circle of black magic. And by some coincidence, Margella, the warlock who was caught in a temple in a foreign country at the time, was able to be taken in. He believed that all this was God's will to make Little the Queen. Great work, Spirit. This year is especially good. I think we will be able to fill the troops of the Demon Corps sufficiently. How many troops have you prepared so far? There are 50 large monsters, 163 medium monsters, and 255 small monsters. However, the 30 or so small monsters summoned in the early days have weakened a lot recently, so it is likely that they will disappear soon. The number of summoned monsters was increasing as the magic circle continued to run, so it was enough even if a few of the low-level monsters that were initially summoned started to disappear. I hope there will be a lot of large monsters in this summoning. Don't worry. It will be so. Besides, from this year it seems like we can start experimenting with giving special powers to monsters. Send small monsters that are likely to disappear or monsters that have failed the experiments to Chardon. We should give Cahal a chance to use his magic. Leonard smiled and ordered. It was quite interesting to see the Louvre family, who could not do anything even though they had guessed that the monsters appearing in Chardon were related to Levanus. Although there were so few troops in Levanus that it seemed to be excessive, an army of monsters worthy of being called the strongest in the world was being nurtured in the basement of the cave at the foot of Callahan Mountain. Monsters summoned with black magic, and among them, those who run wild enough to be difficult to tame are released to Chardon. How productive it is to be able to attack the enemy while securing an army. So far, Damien and Cahal have never failed to deal with monsters, but there is another thing they don't participate in. If lucky, Cahal could be seriously injured, and if added to that with Cahal's mistakes, he could die. Leonard, having such a pleasant imagination, stood at the edge of the circle and began pouring his magical energy into the circle. To summon monsters using this magic circle, they need enough magical power to activate the magic circle. And in Lobos, the only people with that much magical power were the bloodlines of the two duchies. Thanks to this, he had to come all the way to the faraway Levanus every winter when his work in Ardens became idle, but Leonard did come happily for the victory of the Centella family. Not long after Leonard poured out his magic, the magic circle began to gradually turn purple from the outside. It is a beautiful and mysterious sight whenever you see it, Your Excellency. Margella looked at the light with ecstatic eyes. Margella, a theological researcher priestess who was delighted to discover the truth, came across a book of black magic that was hidden in the temple and, unable to overcome her intense curiosity, entered the world of black magic. The black magic could not be escaped if touched even once. Just like a drug, it always makes one crave more. It was very funny that the black magic, which is a branch of the devil's magic, was being used for the family of the incarnation of angels, but Margella thought that even that was the nature of black magic. The angel-like beauty of Centella's master summoning a bizarre-looking monster made Margella's heart race at all times. However, the magic circle made a rumbling sound and lost its light in an instant. Woo, it was a little lacking. Leonard exhaled heavily. In order to activate this huge magic circle, the center of the magic circle had to be completely filled with magic, but that was not easy. It is probably because you haven't gotten rid of your fatigue yet. Didn't you arrive yesterday? I recommend taking a couple of days off and then trying again. I thought I was going to be okay today, Tseska. I'm sorry, but I can't help it. Leonard clicked his tongue and turned around. There was still plenty of time, so it wasn't something to be impatient with. I've never seen it snow so much. Lena muttered blankly as she looked at the pouring snow that seemed to bury the whole world. It had only been 3 days since she arrived in Chardon, but Lena had not yet stepped out of the castle. Because the day after she arrived, the snow began to pour. Even in Kerouac, it snowed in winter, but the ground was exposed when she swept it with a broomstick. However, it snowed so much in Chardon that they didn't even bother to remove it. Compared to the Arita Kingdom, where 300 days a year are snowy, this is nothing. It's said that when big snow falls there, it piles up to the point where it exceeds the height of the door. You can't even go out until it melts. Really? Oh my gosh, I'm a little scared. But this is not something to be afraid of, because you have to get this much snow to ride the sled. Cahal stood behind Lena, who was clinging to the window, looking down at the pure white snow. His heart was pounding for some reason as Lena's exhaled breath and his were intertwined and blurred the window. It will snow in the evening. Tomorrow we can go sledding. Lena suddenly realized that Cahel's voice was coming from too close. As she cautiously turned her head, Cahel was looking out of the window, while leaning his torso toward her side. And at that moment, Cahel also came to look at her, regardless of whether or not he had noticed Lena's gaze. The clear ruby-colored eyes were breathtaking at all times. Beautiful, scary, and mysterious eyes instead of the silent mouth contained many meanings. It's just hard to interpret what that means. Lena, staring intently into Cahel's eyes, turned her head away in surprise when the breath he exhaled tickled her hair and cheeks. Do you pull the sled yourself or the horses? It was a voice with a hint of embarrassment, but Cahel pretended not to notice. No. Tamed reindeers will pull it. They live only in the north, so they run much better than horses in the snow. I see the sled you and I are the only ones riding it, aren't we? Why? Do you not like riding alone with me? No. I don't mean it that way, but there must be people who will escort you. Cahel was only now realizing that he had a hobby of making fun of people. If Gerard knew, he would stare at him like a fool. Lena, who was embarrassed as her ears quickly turned red, was cute and lovely no matter how many times he looked at her. It's a joke. It would be nice if we could only ride the sled, but I'll have to look around Callahan Mountain, so the knights will accompany me. You just have to wait in the nearby hut while I go to investigate. You can even roast potatoes there. Lena, who was fiddling with her blushing earlobe with her fingertips, said yes. She nodded her head, then tilted her head again. By the way, what are you going to investigate in Callahan Mountain? I am just going to check if the barriers that have been erected to prevent animals from coming down to the private house are strong. Cahel was afraid that Lena would be scared, so he purely expressed the monster as mountain animals. Anyway, the monster wouldn't stand out in Lena's eyes, and it wasn't a terribly wrong expression. It is unclear where and how the monsters originate, usually in the form of grotesque beasts, but there were times when they literally took on the form of a monster. He knew if Lena saw it, she would be surprised. Besides, as it looks, they are stronger and more ferocious than normal beasts, so knights who are not strong in aura have to risk their lives when fighting monsters. But Cahel hunted monsters as easily as he hunted foxes. Because monsters were easily caught by weapons imbued with magical powers, and Cahel's magic power was enormous. However, there was no one around when he used his magical powers, so the only other person who knew how to defeat the monsters was his father. In any case, dealing with monsters was a relief because he could release his magical power that was pressed down, but it was also a little cumbersome in that he had to pay attention to it every winter. However, as long as Leonard headed for Lavanas, the head of the Louvre family also had to go to save Chardon from the monsters. He doesn't know what the hell Leonard was doing when he locked himself up in Lavanas territory, but whenever he went to Lavanas, monsters always appeared in Chardon. Only after Damien requested the royal family to investigate the Lavanas territory did demons appear in other territories as well. Of course, even the royal family did not have the will to come to Lavanas to investigate. It's only been 3 days since Leonard arrived at the estate, and the heavy snow that started yesterday isn't going to be different in Lavanas, so Leonard will still be stuck in the castle. Even with Cahel's sensitive sense of magic, there was still no sign of a monster. When Cahel was not worried about the monsters, he was planning to go snow sledding with Lena. Just thinking about it made him smile even while sleeping. As expected by Cahel, it started to snow late in the evening. The next morning, it was difficult to see the blue sky, but it was not likely that more snow would fall. Your Excellency, you need to put cream on your face. Lena took a small ceramic container and approached Cahel, who was getting ready to go out. The winter wind in Chardon was dry and cold, and if one was hit without proper preparation, one's skin hurt as if it was torn. Still, Cahel is bothered by applying cream, so Lena, who told Arthur that she would take good care of him, had a determined expression even while she was still struggling with Cahel. What about you? I applied it carefully. Sit down on the chair and I'll apply it to you too. No, it's done. I can do it. But you're just taking as much as your fingernails and rubbing it roughly on your face. Again. Every time Lena nags like this, it reminds Kahel of a rabbit that gets mad at him, so his lips are twisted over and over again.
Ever since he cut off her conversation with Marianne, she hasn't been able to make eye contact with him yet, but if there's anything she needs to take care of, she has never hesitated to nag.
Should he call this a great work spirit, or should he call it the maid talk by ardor? Eventually Kahel gave up on the quarrel and crossed his legs and arms in the chair with a backrest. In the position of allowing her to serve, Lena quickly approached him and scooped up a lot of white cream from the ceramic container and placed it on the back of her hand. As the cream warmed to her body temperature, she divided it up in small portions and carefully spread it over Kahel's forehead, nose, cheeks, and chin. Kahel's skin was quite smooth for a man, and she really liked the feel of rubbing over it. However, Kahel's position, who was suffering from it, was a little different. It feels strange. Whether it was under his chin or on his lower belly, something tickled very hard.
Although he usually gets his facial grooming done by Lena, it was common at that time to wipe his face off with a thin gauze soaked in lotion, so it was the first time that Lena's hand touched his face directly.
So it was the first time he felt this way. However, the contact with Lena did not end there. Lena wondered if she had applied all the cream, but suddenly her palms gently wrapped around his cheeks. Snow sledding. What are you doing? He tried to hide his embarrassment and asked, but in the what part, his voice was a little strange. But Lena replied vaguely, as if she had not noticed. You have to cover it with your hands like this so that the cream is absorbed well. Is it? He understood the action, but the sensation that tickled his stomach was now running down his spine. Because, as far as he knows, it's like kissing. It has done. Just as Kahel was about to think about something bizarre, Lena's warm hand fell off his cheek without any regrets. He had just hoped that this awkward moment would be over quickly, but when her warmth disappeared, the nape of his neck suddenly felt different. He stood up, stroking the back of his neck with his hand. Then he looked at Lena's hand as she rubbed the remaining cream on the back of her hand to absorb it. Ahem. Are you ready to go out too? Yes. I'll pack your coat first. I am going to wear my coat on my own, so you should put on your clothes and come out. Don't forget your hat and muffler and bring your fur shoes. However, oh no. I'll get ready and go out soon. Lena, who was about to say, but I have to pack your coat, closed her mouth and hurried to her room. She rarely disobeys Kahel's orders. How long has it been since he last scolded her? She kept being bothered by her cheeky mouth, and she wondered if Kahel would be offended by it.
Lena, who went into her room and put on a soft sable coat and hat, a muffler, cow-white gloves, and sturdy fur shoes, suddenly felt full, so she giggled alone and hurried away, thinking of Kahel who was waiting for her. As the two went down to the hall on the first floor, the eyes of some of the maids working in the hall were strange.
But they didn't stare at Kahel and Lena for long. This is because when Kahel appears, the knights have sent the surrounding common people away. Ignoring the glances of those who retreated far away, they went outside and found 2 sleds ready. Jeter. Are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency. I will serve you and Hearn will serve the maid. No. I will drive the sled myself. I haven't ridden a sled driven by anyone else since I was 15. But as a knight, you cannot ride a sled driven by the person you serve. I'm not telling you to ride my sleigh. Because Lena will ride on my sleigh. Lena's face heated up as she thought the loyal-looking knight who spoke so would be very embarrassed. But as the knight looked at Lena's blushing cheeks, he said, yeah. And then made a small sound, yeah, I see. And he backed away bravely. The sled looked quite large and more sturdy than Lena had imagined. Not only the sleds, but also the white cloud-emitting reindeers were much bigger than she had imagined. Lena staggered behind Kahel unknowingly as she watched the 4 reindeer waving their heads with the big horns up and down, and she backed away. She has never seen an animal as big as that in Kerouac. She was delighted to see the strange animals of the bigger world, but she thought it would be terrifying if a reindeer pointed their horns at her. But as Kahel knew Lena's fear, he gently wrapped his arms around her back. Nothing to be afraid of. They're trained, so they're gentle. It is not an animal that attacks people. Then, the expressions of the two knights waiting for the departure order from the side became strange again. When they first went to the hall earlier, the facial expressions of the maids were similar to that. Lena's eyes were getting more and more uncomfortable. They weren't hostile or sarcastic to Lena, but there was an unknown wall between them and her. That much was known for sure. Lena hesitated again and took Cahel's hand, who was trying to escort her. There were people who saw it, and she wanted to say that the lower one shouldn't be treated like this, but she was not in a position to do that. Lena went on a snow sled for the first time in her life, trying to ignore the knights' grinning faces. The process of getting on the sled was long, but as Cahel said, the sleigh running through the pure white snowy field was more exciting than anything Lena had ever experienced. Wow! She couldn't say anything more than exclamation. White snowfields, dense coniferous forests in the distance, and the snowscapes of Callahan Mountains behind them as if it had become a small dot in a huge blank space. She felt overwhelmed by the greatness of Mother Nature. I don't know if you'll like it. Cahel got a little nervous, contrary to expecting Lena to like it. It was the only way out for him to enjoy freedom, so he liked Chardon. But as he ran the sled, the sense that a young woman would like seemed to be lacking. Moreover, he couldn't appreciate the wow while riding the sled. But Lena nodded her head up and down vigorously before Cahel's question could be finished. I have never seen such a wonderful sight. For some reason, I feel like crying. Lena, whose small rural village, Kerouac, was everything in her world, realized that a bigger world had opened to her only after visiting Chardon. It was very moving to see such a vast plain and spotless snow scene. Oh God, I didn't mean to make you cry. Cahel looked into Lena's purple eyes, which were already brimming with tears from the cold wind, and gave a smile of relief. Plus, he is happy that Lena doesn't hesitate anymore. Then, shall we speed up a bit now? Lena, who had become accustomed to the sledding, nodded her head again and grabbed the edge of the sled tightly. The cute shape of her small hand holding the sled was cute, and Cahel smiled once more, gently waving the reindeer's rein and running quickly over the snow. When the reindeer, who had been walking quietly, started running at their own speed, the texture of the wind that brushed their cheeks changed drastically. Ha! Ah ha ha! Lena screamed and laughed unknowingly. Physically, it was difficult for her to breathe properly because of the cold air hitting her face, but sensory, it felt like her breathing was open. She had never ridden a horse before, so it was the first time she felt this sense of speed. She was amazed that she could feel this way just because she was running fast, and she seemed to understand Cahel why he said that he likes sledding in Chardon. The knights following Lena's sleigh were also excited, cheering and going wild amongst themselves. They felt somewhat closer to them, who were on the verge of being left out until now. Cahel, who had been running for a while, glanced at Lena's face and gradually slowed the pace. Seeing your face red, you must warm up. Cahel blew the whistle, calling for the two knights to follow, and then he headed to the hut near Callahan Mountain. The log cabin was built near a small coniferous forest near Callahan Mountain. It even looked like a painting. Surprisingly, it is quite spacious inside. As the knights opened the door ahead of her, she cautiously stepped into the hut, and Lena couldn't control her pounding heart as if she had been a girl following the adventures of the warriors. On one side of the hut, firewood was piled up, and small cast iron pots, kettles, and crude cups were provided for those who stayed here for a while to warm themselves up. It fits perfectly with the hut in the woods described by a storyteller who had stopped by the village before. When the two knights filled the fireplace with firewood and lit it, Lena took off her coat and hat and hung it on the hut's hangers. She then picked up a kettle to make some hot tea, but it was soon taken away by a knight named Heron. Hold on a minute. I'll boil the water right away. He went out with the kettle and came in with it full of snow. Then he hung the kettle on a hook hanging over the flaming firewood. The tea you drink here tastes better even with the same tea leaf. Potatoes are better roasted here than in a castle. Contrary to their first impression, the two knights acted friendly and started boiling water on Lena's behalf, fretting a potato on the skewer and baking it. Lena couldn't take her eyes off their actions because all of this was so strange and fun. But not long after Cahel sat in his seat, she got up. I am going to Callahan Mountain, so get some rest. Yes. We will see you later. Safe trip, Your Excellency. Cahel and the knights were too casual, but Lena didn't quite understand the situation. Why, Your Excellency, are you going alone?
The reason he went to Callahan Mountain alone was because if a monster came out and Cahel was to use his magical power to kill it, he had to have no people around him who would be possessed by his devilish powers.
However, the two knights, who had been ordered in advance to don't open your mouth about the devilish curse, took a peek into Cahel's eyes and explained in a friendly manner. The railings on Callahan Mountain were not built with ordinary wood but with magic. The only person who can recognize it is the Duke, and if we follow along, we become his burdens. There are poisonous weeds all over Callahan Mountain, so even the slightest mistake can cause a lot of trouble. It wasn't a lie. As he said, the barriers against monsters were not made of wood or anything like that. So strong is the power of a monster, but how can they protect the village with just a wooden fence? The barriers surrounding Callahan Mountain were all invisible barriers made with high-level magic. And the only people who could recognize it were the two duchies who freely used their magical powers and some priests with holy powers. But even so, it was natural for the knights to escort Cahel to the vicinity. The knights and Cahel hoped that Lena would pass it on with such an excuse. Fortunately, Lena didn't seem to have any doubts. Oh, I see. Everything here is really amazing. It's a magic defensive measure, I never imagined it. I'll be back soon, so warm up while eating the potatoes that Jeter and Hearn are roasting. If you don't warm up enough, it will be very cold when you go back to the castle. Yes, Your Excellency. Have a safe trip. Lena saw Cahel off with eyes full of concern, and the two knights couldn't control their expressions at the sight of Cahel, who was soft to Lena from the moment they left the castle. And as Cahel walked away, the two exchanged glances and opened their mouths with difficulty. Excuse me, I guess I didn't greet you properly earlier. My name is Jeter Ernestra, Vice Captain of the 2nd Knights Order in Chardon Castle. I am Hearn Antes of the 2nd Knights Order. Nice to meet you, lady. Lena was quite relieved by the polite greetings of the two. Of course, she had faith that Cahel would not have left her with untrustworthy people, but she still couldn't forget the subtle expressions they showed before their departure. The world has to be a little rough. Lena greeted them while loosening her expression that had been a little stiff until now. Hello. My name is Lena, I work as the Duke's clothes maid. At Lena's attitude in replying with a smile on her face, which was completely absent of malice, the two knights also softened their stiff pose. Then you must be a noble family-s lady. No. I am a commoner. Also, did you grow up in a temple? What? No, I worked as a maid in Kerouac. Lena answered, but she believed it would be shocking to the knights. The position of a duke or duchess clothes maid was a fairly high position among the vassals, and usually, no, it was necessarily a woman from a noble family. Unsurprisingly, the two of them stood firm with subtle expressions. Actually, I don't even know how I became the clothes maid. I do it because they asked me to. Lena was somehow embarrassed, so she added something for no reason. However, what surprised the knights was not the fact that commoners became the Duke's clothes maid. She was not from a noble priesthood or knighthood, but just how an ordinary woman could withstand the Duke's devilish power. It was the part that all employees were curious about since Cahel and his party arrived at the castle. However, they were ordered to remain silent about the devilish curse, so they couldn't even ask her directly. His Excellency must have thought everything out, so he put Miss Lena as his maid. While trying to bury their curiosity in that way, Lena lowered her eyebrows and threw out another bombshell. I think His Excellency is very kind and sympathetic.
I may have looked a little pitiful in my situation, but there was no need to give me such an undeserved position because he is such a weak-hearted, it's too much, but sometimes I'm worried about him.
The world has to be a little rough. The expressions on Jeter and Hearn's face became extremely strange at the sound of Lena's chattering. Heian seemed unaware of losing the skewer with the potato that he held in his hand. Are you talking about His Excellency the Duke of Louvre? Yes. Is there anyone else you call His Excellency? He is very kind and sympathetic. Lena smirked at their astonished faces. Actually, when I first saw him, I was scared. But when I watch him from the side, he is very kind. It seems like he is trying not to show that. Still, Jeter and Heian's expressions did not improve. Eventually Lena picked up the potato skewer which Heian had missed, and as they did, she buried them in the ashes in the fireplace. Just as the water in the kettle began to boil, Lena carefully lowered the kettle from the fire by lifting the stick by the side of the fireplace. Ah. I put a luggage bag with tea leaves in the sled compartment. Wait a minute. I'll bring it to you soon. Lena hurriedly headed for the sled parked outside the hut, and the two men, who were still stiff, slowly met each other's faces. Our Duke kind. I don't know whom she is talking about, but that probably isn't the Duke I know. For sure. She is a maid from the countryside, right? Could it be that if she doesn't get beaten with a whip, she mistook it for being kind? I heard that there are still nobles in the countryside who treat their people like slaves. That's a pretty reasonable guess. By the way, how can she really be okay in front of the Duke? I know, right? It is said that most of the devilish power is suppressed thanks to the holy relic, but sometimes when he is in a bad mood, it just pop out. Heian scratched his chin and tilted his head. The reason Jeter and Heian were assigned to escort him to Callahan Mountain was because their auras were the strongest. It was strong enough for them not to be possessed by Cahal's devilish power if they protected themselves with their auras. However, in their view, Lena was no different from other girls her age, and she didn't seem to have powers, just as she said. Still, it was strange that she was not affected by the devilish power at all. Isn't it possible that she drinks a potion of purification every time she eats without realizing it? Things like that happen, too. No, that's the most plausible. Since Cahal didn't tell her if they dig it out, only bad things would come up. They shrugged and rummaged through the potatoes being roasted in the ashes again. After running in a cold place and sitting in front of a warm fire, they became very tired. Then, suddenly, Heian muttered. Then, why hasn't the lady who went to pick up tea leaves come back? At that moment, the two of them, whose backs grew cold, got up and opened the door of the hut. However, there was just a pure white snow field in front of them, and the presence of the maid who had been chatting with them until just now was nowhere to be felt. My God, damn it! The sled was tied to the back of the hut, but Lena's footprints were cut off without even going round the corner of the hut. What's even more depressing is that where Lena's footprints were cut off, other footprints, not hers, were also scattered. This is Sevchek's footprint. Sevchek was a monster in the form of a dwarf. It walks on two legs, but its arms are long and it can run on four legs when in a hurry. At first glance, it has a human-like shape, but it has horns growing from the top of the head along the spine, so its shape is quite eerie. Besides, among the monsters it was quite smart, and it was more troublesome than the bigger monsters. How did I not hear anything? No matter what happens, we have to chase after it. The two hurriedly began to follow Sevchek's footsteps. Strange. Cahal let out a low groan as he looked over the magic railings on Callahan Mountain. There was something very strange. The magic barrier was intact with no cracks. If that was the only thing that could be confirmed, it would be over as no monsters had yet to appear. However, on the still snowy scene of Callahan Mountain, there were too many footprints to be attributed to a mountain beast. It must have been the footprints of a monster. If there was a monster, of course they would have tried to go down the mountain. Why is the fence intact? Although monsters also eat wild animals, they instinctively try to harm humans. It's a natural thing because it's a beast from the demon world that made a contract with the devil. So, the monster that arose in the middle of Callahan Mountain, when it smelled humans, they would attack the closest humans first. And usually because the human was Cahal, they could not harm the people of Chardon. However, there were no footprints under the barrier. It was strangely clear on the snow, to the extent that he thought that the footprints above the railings would not have come down this far even if they were the footprints of a wild beast. What? Obviously there is something. Cahal headed back down the mountain with an ominous feeling. Using magical powers, his physical abilities could be further strengthened, so his speed was so fast that it could not be compared with a normal human. But even as he was moving so fast, a pit dug as if a bomb had exploded stood out. What is that? That is definitely something. It was the first phenomenon he had seen while traveling to and from Chardon. Cahal headed to the place where the ground had been dug like a black dot on a white snowfield. And then he quickly clenched his teeth. The pit was a pit from which the monster came out. Around the pit, traces of magic and the dark energy of monsters were still vibrating. He doesn't know what the hell happened, but a monster that had arisen in the middle of Callahan Mountain burrowed out here beyond the barrier. At that moment, it was Lena that came to mind. If the monster had crossed the barrier, the humans closest to here were Lena and the two guards. And just at the same time, two of the escorts were seen running in the distance. They were running towards Callahan Mountain, pointing over the snow. There was no way the two of them would have left Lena alone in the hut. That meant that Lena was in danger. Jeter. Hearn. Cahal quickly headed to where the escorts were. They seemed to be quite surprised by Cahal's sudden appearance, but before that their face had already turned white. What about Lena? Past Sevchek has appeared, Your Excellency. It seems that Sevchek has kidnapped the maid. But it hasn't been long. You go back to the hut. Protect yourself with the aura. I will find Lena. Jeter and Hearn felt the powers build up as Cahal spoke, their breath choking. However, Jeter grabbed Cahal's attention even in the midst of a frenzy. Something is strange this time, Your Excellency. The maid disappeared less than a few steps from the hut, and we swore we heard nothing. Even though there is no way the maid could not have seen Sevchek and not yelled. A groan that could not be swallowed came from Cahal's throat. The monsters looks like they evolved. Are the sleds and reindeer safe? Yes. They didn't even touch the reindeer. Then you go straight to the castle. Divide the knights and defend the castle and village. Leave right now. Yes. Jeter and Hearn knew very well that they couldn't be Cahal's great strength in this situation where the monsters appeared. Because of them, it was a greater danger if Cahal could not draw out enough of his magic power, so they hurried to the hut as Cahal ordered. And Cahal began to follow Sevchek's footprints and the magic it had spilled. Keek, hike. It was the sound an old man with phlegm in his throat would make. Lena opened her eyes, wondering where this sound was coming from. Her eyes were blurry, but she could tell that someone was standing in front of her. Then, as she pondered, she remembered that her eyes suddenly flashed white while she was on her way to pick up tea leaves. Although the surroundings weren't bright, it didn't look like she was indoors from the cold air flowing down to the bones. She regretted leaving her sable coat in the hut. And then there was a strange, unidentifiable sound. Surrounding her was someone, no, not someone. Those feet in front of her were not human. What is that? Beast? No, were there any beasts that walked on two legs? In addition, the feet were divided into three parts. The long, split toenails on the tips of the toes, which were as green as a corpse, were hideous. Lena tried desperately to think of something, taking hold of her dazed mind. So yes, that must be the monster. And I was caught by a monster. Is it? Cahal never told her, but Lena had heard this story from Ardor before she came to Chardon about the hunt. So that thing which she couldn't figure out what it was, must have been a monster. How dare these garbage-like things? Even though she made a scary assumption, something didn't feel real. However, the monster standing in front of Lena at the time noticed that Lena had woken up, so it lowered its body and put its face in front of Lena's. Kiawa. At that moment she couldn't help but scream, even though her mind was not clear. The swollen eyes with a yellow glow, and the large mouth that couldn't hide all the sharp teeth were all terrifying. Lena raised her torso and pressed it against the damp, cold stone wall. Then her body began to tremble. The appearance of the monster, confirmed by her awakened mind, was even more ghastly. The jagged horns protruding from the top of the head along the back, as well as the purplish, rough skin that looked like bruises, was disgusting. And with her screams, the whole group of Sevcheks knew she had woken up. They looked curiously around Lena, who trembled against the wall, and then murmured strangely amongst themselves. The herd was a total of 4. But among them, the one wearing a necklace with a lump of purple jewels seemed to be the leader. It was quite foreign to see a beast-like monster wearing a necklace. You, what are you? Lena knew it was useless, but she asked them. It was as if she was just raising her voice to try to overcome this terrifying situation somehow. But contrary to what she thought that the Sevcheks would not understand, the leader, who had been staring at her quietly, slowly began to approach her. Lena regretted that she spoke to them. Don't come. Don't come. Her voice trembled. She pushed herself closer to the wall of the cave, but there was no place to retreat. The head of Sevchek made an interested expression and tapped Lena's forehead with the tip of its long fingernails. From the part where the nail touched her, it felt like she was getting goosebumps all over her body. Lena trembled and shrugged her body even more. The leader's mouth gaped open, and someone's voice came out of its mouth. You've come to your senses, Bait. Then, shout as much as you can and call the dupe. That was a really grotesque look. Because it was the smooth voice of a middle-aged woman that flowed out through the ghastly Sevchek's motionless mouth. Who are you? Hey. Can you hear me? But the leader no longer had a human voice. Then it gripped her arm violently and dragged her to the entrance of the cave, shoving her over the white snow. The Sevcheks gathered around her and then stared at her, as if telling her to scream out loud. But when told to scream, her voice doesn't come out, so Lena just trembles on the snow, and she ponders how to get out of this situation. The woman's voice earlier told her she was a bait, and urged her to call the dupe quickly. So, it was clear that if Kahal came this way now, he would be in danger. It would be nice if she could escape from here without calling Kahal, but it was nearly impossible to escape on her own. It didn't seem like she was hit anywhere, but seeing that she was stunned earlier, she didn't even know if they were a race capable of using magic. Oh, off. As Lena let out a groan as she was not sure what to do, it seems the hearts of the impatient Sevcheks were not satisfied. Kayak. Afk. This time she couldn't help but scream. It felt like a burning pain radiating down her back and all over her body. It was clear that her thick woolen dress had been torn and even the flesh inside had been cut. Tears flowed out. She was suffocating because she was in pain and scared. But worried that she might endanger Kahal, she couldn't scream anymore. Of course, the Sevcheks did not take into account Lena's circumstances. The leader kicked Lena, who didn't scream anymore, with its foot. She doesn't know if it was a slight slap from the Sevchek's point of view, but for Lena, who had already been injured at her back, it was a lot of pain. In particular, the claws of the Sevcheks were long, so it seemed that she would be pierced if she got hit wrong. What to do, Mom? What should I do? I am so scared. Lena, with tears dripping down her eyes, desperately sought her mother. But then the Sevcheks suddenly made a strange chirping keek sound, and grabbed Lena's forearm, who couldn't even get up, and dragged her back into the cave. The leader ran into the cave and mumbled something in the middle-aged woman's voice in front of the blocked cave wall. Then, a purple magic circle began to slowly rise above the dark cave wall. The rest of the Sevcheks jumped as if there was something so exciting, and the not-so-deep cave rumbled. Lena knew nothing about magic, but she could instinctively sense that something very bad was going on with her. What is that? Unsurprisingly, from the middle of the magic circle that had been dyed purple, an arm suddenly came out. Just looking at the size of the forearm, she guessed that it was several times the size of a Sevchek. It was then that she seemed to know the plans of these monsters. After they lure the dupe with Lena's scream, they will try to attack him with a huge monster. And somewhere in the distance she heard a voice that seemed nostalgic. Lena. The voice that was carried by the wind and whirled through the cave was definitely Kahal's. And inside this cave, a monster bigger than a bear was coming out of the magic circle. She doesn't know how skilled Kahel is, but it was impossible, in the world that Lena knew, to fight such a large monster as a single human. As she imagined Kahel being torn to pieces by the monster in front of her, the throbbing pain in her heart was greater than the burning pain in the wound on her back. Dante. Run away, Your Excellency. Lena shouted at Kahel, louder than her previous screams. The Sevcheks were also quite surprised, so the Sevcheks were jumping around and looked at Lena. But Lena didn't see it anymore. The appearance of these hideous monsters was no longer scary. What Lena fears most right now is that Kahel loses his life because of her being held hostage like a fool. Lena began to scream against the magic circle where the monster was coming out, ignoring the fearful gazes of the Sevcheks. Go back, you monster! Go back! Perhaps because of the atmosphere, it seemed that the huge monster could not get out of the magic circle while she was screaming. The Sevchek leader showed a look of surprise. A middle-aged woman's voice came out of the leader's mouth again. What are you doing? What is your identity? Shut up, you bastards. Go back to where you were. Lana will not forgive you. Seeing Lena's face turning red while shedding tears, the Sevchek standing next to her froze, but the Sevchek leader seemed to be terribly angry. It raised its nails again and threw its hand towards Lena's face. Lena reflexively closed her eyes and receded her head. But those sharp claws didn't cut Lena's face. Kayak. A few drops of warm liquid seemed to splash on Lena's face, and soon the inside of the cave filled with the screams of the Sevchek leader. When Lena, who had curled, slowly opened her eyes, an amazing sight unfolded. The leader's arm flew away, and the Sevchek leader was rolling on the floor in agony, and black smoke, perhaps the weapon that cut off its arm, swirled and disappeared inside the cave. However, the rest of the Sevcheks quickly came to their senses and shouted at someone standing at the entrance to the cave. And one of them quickly grabbed Lena and put its claws in front of Lena's neck as if it was going to pierce her neck. How dare these garbage-like things? Kahel's anger had already risen to the top of his head. If it was a Sevchek, it was originally a low-level monster that could be eliminated with only the sword he wielded. It is smarter than a giant ogre and its anomalous movements are bothersome, but if they regathered in a cave like they are now, he could annihilate them in an instant. But those filthy bastards were touching Lena's body. Your Excellency. A bigger monster. Lena tried to warn Kahel about the monster being summoned by the magic circle, but because of the Sevchek's grasp on her neck, she was unable to continue speaking. Seeing that, Kahel hesitated. The Sevcheks were indeed smart monsters. Unlike giant monsters that just rush at people, they can hold hostages like humans and threaten them. What's more, this may be a coincidence, but they were holding the hostage that was most effective against Kahel. When the leader, who had survived the excruciating pain of having his arm cut off, shouted something, the other two Sevcheks rushed towards Kahel. One was holding Lena's neck. And in the meantime, a large monster was withdrawing from the magic circle again. If the opponent was a normal human, the Sevchek's plan could be said to be very good. However, the enemy they encountered was not an ordinary human, but Kahel Luv. A monster, whose magical power was so strong that it ate away his mother's vitality from the womb, and if it were not for the devilish curse, it would have been enough to overthrow the Duchy of Centella by force. Die. As soon as the Sevcheks rushed in, a low, gloomy voice seemed to resonate in the cave, and then suddenly black smoke enveloped Kahel's body and began to spread in all directions. The black energy that fluttered like smoke soon became the form of four pointed spears and pierced the hearts of the four Sevcheks at once. It was a short and precise attack that happened really quickly. And the black smoke that killed the Sevcheks immediately gathered together and cut the monster that was trying to escape. They couldn't hear it from this side because the monster's head had not yet come out, but on the other side beyond the magic circle, it must have been quite noisy with the screams of the monster. Either way, Kahel headed straight for Lena, who had fallen to the floor. Lena? La? He thought it was the blood of a monster that soaked Lena's clothes. He wished for it. However, it was Lena's blood that stained Lena's torn dress. The 3 deep cut marks on Lena's back must have been from the Sevchek's fingernails. Will spring come? Your Excellency, you should run away. Lena was worried about him as she was losing her consciousness. Lena, don't worry. Because all the monsters were eliminated. Does it hurt a lot? Cahel had to struggle quite a bit to suppress the magical power that was about to run out in anger. That anger was directed solely at himself. His precious maid, the cute little rabbit, suffered hardships by these filthy monsters because of him and no one else. If you go to the castle, you can get treatment right away because there is a doctor on duty. Hold on, Lena. Cahel took off his coat and wrapped it around Lena's ice-cold body. But even at that moment, Lena grabbed Cahel's arm and said urgently. On the neck of the monster a necklace. What? The monster, some woman's voice. That's all Lena could endure. Lena, who had been tormented by the pain, cold, and fear, was relieved of her tension, and soon lost her consciousness. Margalla, who cast magic stones on the monsters and remotely controlled them so they could use magic, fiddled with the crystal ball with a strange expression. And after a while, Leonard, who received an urgent message from Margalla, entered the cave. He must have gotten tired from activating the magic circle by forcing his magical energy into it, but at this dawn he was dressed in a way that even a single hair wasn't messed up. What's going on, Margalla? Ah, Your Excellency. Sorry for disturbing your rest. But something very interesting happened. Interesting? Yes. It's very, very interesting. Unknown at all. Leonard sat down elegantly without showing any rush. Whenever Margalla said something interesting was going to happen, he would get excited. As far as he knows, no priest or scholar in the world has sought the truth more than the warlock Margalla. Everything she researched and revealed its identity was giving Leonard great help. How interesting is it this time? A mysterious power has appeared, Your Excellency. Mysterious power? Until now, the only power we knew were the magical powers of the 2 duchies, the queen's power to subdue the duchies, and the holy powers possessed by some priests in the temple. However, some force that does not belong in any of the categories has just interrupted the start of the magic circle. What? It's not magic, but it prevented the black magic circle from starting? Yes, Your Excellency. And the one who used that power is the woman the Duke of Louvre had. That surprised Leonard more than the discovery of a new power. Woman? Cahel was with a woman. No, wait. I don't quite understand. No matter how much he relies on Kalia, it can't suppress all the devilish power that comes out of him. Wouldn't she be insane if a woman was by his side like that? She has a very sane mind, and even though her life is in danger, she tries to save the Duke of Louvre. I don't know what their relationship is, or what that woman really is. Is she a priestess? As I said before, she is not a person with known powers. So the probability of being a priestess is low. Her words were almost certain, as Margalla was originally a priestess. Leonard's expression, which was always full of leisure, hardened at once. Has Cahel's devilish power faded? What happened? That's something I don't know. There are endless interesting things happening in this world. Anyway, for the first monster attack this year, just finding out about the woman's existence, it has yielded a great harvest. Oh ho ho! Margalla laughed happily, but Leonard's expression did not change easily. There were quite a number of people who knew that Cahel's magical power was enormous, but only a few knew exactly how great it was. And Leonard was one of those few. Cahel's magical power is amplified even more when he uses it, but thanks to the nature of his devilish powers, he was forced to bound it up to some extent. But if his demonic nature is gradually fading, that would be a big deal. Even if Centella had to face Cahel with all their kin, it was uncertain whether they would be able to defeat Cahel, who poured out all of his magical power. Nope. That can't be. I never felt the curse was broken. Leonard was the head of the Duchy of Centella, so he was very sensitive to the flow of magic. If Cahel's devilish power had faded, he would have felt it too. If that's the case, then the woman Margalla mentioned had a unique constitution. Maybe she's a more troubling problem than Cahel. A. Leonard wrinkled his brow as he looked at the magic circle with his cold eyes. Phil, a resident of Chardon Castle, has been troubled for a very long time. This chaos, however, was the first time since the monsters appeared in Chardon. And it was the first time that the Duke of Louvre, whom he served, had looked so impatient. It was still a bit early, but the fact that a monster had already appeared, and that it appeared beyond the barrier, was not at all worrying. As long as Cahel Louvre is in Chardon, no monsters can go down to the village. But when the very same Cahel Louvre emitted a dreadful energy and ordered that his maid be treated right away, he felt like he was going to die right in front of Cahel.
There were 3 gruesome cuts on her back, as if they had been scraped by a crude rake, and although the wounds weren't deep, it was closer to a tear than to a cut, and she seemed to be in severe pain.
It was fortunate that the maid had lost consciousness. Phil tried his best to treat her, but he couldn't even do that.
To heal the wound on her back, of course, he had to take off her top, but Cahel insisted that only the back of it be cut with scissors and treated.
He said that he would have to take off the entire top anyway to get the bandages on, and Cahel threw his axe eyes to have Phil let the other maids do it. Moreover, throughout the treatment, he doesn't know how much he struggled to calm his trembling hands as Cahel watched by his side. Fortunately, the treatment ended well, and Phil thought that if he had slipped in any way, his head would have fallen off. "Do you think Lena will be okay?" When Phil came out of treatment, the chief maid Mary Ann asked with a worried face. "Well, it is not a life-threatening injury. It will be better if you apply the medicine for a while and let her rest well. It looks like it is going to scar, but her life is safe, so I have to say she got lucky."
Because if they really wanted to kill her, they wouldn't have cut her back a bit, but their nails would have dug right into her heart.
At Phil's explanation, Mary Ann trembled in horror. It was the first time a human had been attacked by a monster since the monster first appeared in Chardon. Seeing the scar on Lena's back reminded her of the terrifying reality, and everyone in the castle, including Mary Ann, turned pale. Of course, it was Cahel who had the palest face. "Well, how is His Excellency doing?" Don't even talk about it. If the treatment had been a little clumsy, my neck might have been blown away.
I don't know what the hell happened, but I feel well, I know this is nonsense, but I have a feeling that spring will come to Chardon soon.
Yes? Are you saying that monsters can even manipulate the weather? No, never mind. I was so nervous and I got hot. Ho ho ho. Mary Ann frowned as if he was talking nonsense, and Phil burst out into a friendly smile and then walked away. She frowned, knowing it was something no one would believe, but Phil smiled secretly as he recalled the nervous Cahel like never before. Duke Cahel Louvre, the heir of great magic, who had been prophesied that he would lead the glory of the Louvre family, but was publicly called a monster because of his immense power and mysterious devilish power, watched the pretty maid with a very desperate look.
To the point that she wondered if something went wrong with the maid, he might have gone wrong too.
But it's strange that he can't have romantic feelings even once at that age.
She smiled warmly, wishing that spring would come to Cahel, who had only been like winter in Chardon. As the maids wrapped Lena's upper body with bandages and went out, Cahel, who was walking around in the parlor, approached and sat down by the bed where Lena was sleeping.
The scent of blood still lingered around. Lena's face, who fell asleep on the white bed sheet, was paler than the cleanly washed bed linen. Her lips, which had always been the color of a soft apricot, were bluish, and her well-groomed dark brown eyelashes did not move at the border of the tightly closed eyelids. "Lena!" Cahel called her quietly, knowing she was in a deep sleep. Of course, Lena didn't even move. He knew she was just sleeping, but her blood-drained face looked as if she had lost her life, and he kept calling her name. So that she might be able to hold her breath in this world, so she won't disappear. Yes. It was definitely a feeling close to fear. From the first time he saw Lena's neck grabbed by the Sevchek, he couldn't be more calm at all. Like any other time, about 4 Sevcheks, he would have sneered at them no matter how many hostages they had. And the monsters that escaped through the magic circle would not have been cut out as they were, but would have been removed after identifying their identities a little more and exploring the magic circle. But that time he couldn't afford it at all. To make sure Lena was safe, he had no choice but to kill them all because he had only thought of her. He only hoped that she wasn't hurt, and even though she had suffered so many wounds on her slender body, she told him to run away. I am sorry, Lena. For an innocent woman who had lived in Kerouac, where not even small monsters appeared, it would have been a daunting task just not to lose her mind. Even the people of Chardon who are accustomed to monsters, there are many people who are shocked and stunned whenever the monsters appear, but Lena was not only dragged by them, she was even injured. His breath choked at the thought of how scared she must have been in the meantime, and how much she resented him for taking her there. Cahel seemed to understand what it meant to be charred inside. Fortunately, there was no harm to her life. If Lena had become critically ill, Cahel would not have been able to stop his rage. Even if it's an anger directed at himself. After blaming himself for a long time, there was no way to contain his feelings of regret, so Cahel began to make promises to her as she slept. When we return to Ardennes, I will call a priest who is famous as a healer right away and treat you to be as scar-free as possible. You should also change your bed to be a little softer. There is no need to go to the market for a while. Just stay by my side. I'll buy you anything you want, whether it's a dress or jewelry, so just get well and get better. That's a relief. He glanced at Lena, who was sleeping quietly, and carefully tucked the hair that flowed down her forehead behind her ear. Come to think of it, Lena's ears were also pretty and cute. He wouldn't be too surprised if those cute little ears turned elongated like bunny ears. There may be a sense of oh, as expected, she must have been a rabbit. Ooh. A thin moan echoed from Lena's neck. Only then did Cahel realize that he was fiddling with Lena's ears. Astonished by this fact, he jumped up from his seat without realizing it and took a couple of steps back. The momentum caused the chair he was sitting on to topple over, making a stinging noise. My! As he hurriedly put the chair back, he suddenly felt as if someone was calling him. No, he must have felt a gaze rather than a sound. When Cahel raised his head, their pale purple eyes were looking at him. Lena? He was sure she was looking at him, but Lena didn't answer. Frightened at the moment, he hurriedly approached Lena's side and made eye contact with her. Lena? Are you awake? Do you know who I am? Your Excellency. The lips, which had lost their color, moved slightly and answered as if in a whisper. But, as if her mind had not yet returned, Lena said earnestly, the lips trembling with messy motion. Runaway monster is. Cahel's heart pounded at that small voice. From the moment Lena lost her consciousness until now, she was only worried about him. Lena, it's okay. This is Chardon Castle. Castle. Yes. I was caught off guard. There is no set date for the monsters to appear, but I took you there and made you go through such a difficult thing. I'm sorry, Lena. Your Excellency, are you safe? The only concern that flashed in those murky purple eyes was about him, so Cahel couldn't utter a word as if his throat was caught. Are you unharmed? Lena struggled and asked again at Cahel, who couldn't say anything as if his mouth was blocked. So Cahel had no choice but to squeeze his voice out. I am fine. You worry about yourself. I don't know if you remember, but you're back. That's a relief. Lena smiled slightly with a peaceful face and she fell asleep again. However, unlike Lena, who slept peacefully, Cahel hardened his face as if he had been struck by lightning. Relief. A relief. She was captured by the monsters and she was severely wounded by Sevchak, but he did not know what was a relief about it. Because he was unharmed. It was a brief moment, but Cahel questioned whether Lena had any reason to put his life ahead of her own. It's been half a year since she was by his side with the pretext that she inherited Baron Fidelia's blood. She said it was better than Kerouac's life, but that shouldn't he make her value his life more than hers. No matter how much he thought about it, he didn't do anything good enough to exchange her life for. Even his devilish powers didn't work for Lena, so there's no way Lena would fall for him. Yes. She couldn't have loved him. He couldn't understand Lena at all. But if there's one thing he did realize for sure, it's that Lena has become very special to him. From the moment he first took Lena as his maid, he thought she would never be taken away by others, but now he added that he will somehow protect this precious maid, and she will live the happiest life than any other noble maid. Then suddenly he realized that this was a bit different from the feelings he would feel for a servant or pet. Isn't this the kind of heart that parents should have for their children? Am I treating Lena like a child? Cahill narrowed his eyes and pondered the tender feelings he had felt for the first time in his life, when he suddenly came back to reality to the sound of someone knocking on the door. Who is it? Your Excellency, this is Jeter. Jeter's voice wasn't very good. Cahill was about to tell him to come in involuntarily, but when he saw Lena's bare shoulders peeking out of the blanket, he got up and left her. What is going on? The appearance of the monsters this year is definitely strange. The commander of the First Knights, who left to defend the village, sent an emergency messenger, and there were several small monsters crawling at the entrance of the village. I don't know how they got over the barrier, but it is said that they were in a fairly weakened state. What is going on? As Jeter said, it's never been like this. However, it had only been less than 15 years since the monsters appeared in Chardon. He trusted only 15 years of information and went out with ease, but Lena was hurt, albeit not seriously. So, there was no need to be surprised that there was something different from the past. Certainly, the Duke of Santella seems to be working hard this year. Some of the monsters were wearing strange necklaces, but where the hell did they come from? Wait. Necklace? Cahill interrupted Jeter. It was because he suddenly remembered the words Lena had told him before she lost consciousness in the cave. On the neck of the monster a necklace. The monster, some woman's voice. At the time, he was so busy moving the injured Lena to the castle that there was no time to look at the dead Sevcheks, and even Lena had said it was obviously a necklace. As he searched for his memories, it seemed that a purple stone was hanging from the neck of a Sevchek, who seemed to be the leader. However, no matter how clever the monsters were, they could not make tools like humans. Even more so when it comes to jewelry, such as necklaces. Then, it was not seen from a monster but something that a human somewhere near them had. Of course, it would not be a necklace that was just hung to be pretty. Come to think of it, the monsters were using magic. The afterimage of the cave where the monster protruded from beyond the magic barrier came to mind. It was definitely magic. Otherwise, there would be no way that the magic barrier could have been breached. If they could use magic, it was understandable that they could quietly kidnap Lena. It's sound isolation magic, and it wasn't even a difficult level of magic. However, magic was not an easy thing. Because they had to understand high-level formulas and know the ancient language used only for magic, they were usually able to be used by sorcerers and warlocks who were born with magical powers and had studied magic for a long time. Not just a ferocious, stupid monster. But if they use a magic stone as a medium, they might be able to control the body of a monster and perform magic in their stead. It'll need a fairly skilled warlock though. When he reached that point, laughter burst out at the crude trick. They dare to use magic against this Cahill Louvre. If it had been nothing more than a joke, he could have passed it over, but from the moment Lena was injured, they were only going to regret it. Cahill smiled coldly. Yo, Your Excellency. Jeter couldn't fathom Cahill's mind, but his smile gave him goosebumps. His lips were obviously twisted, yet his eyes weren't smiling at all. When attacking monsters, first defeat the one wearing the magic stone necklace. That is the leader of the group. And bring me the necklace. Ah. Yes. Understood. It was the moment Jeter saluted in front of Cahill and was about to turn around. Your Excellency. One of the knights of the Second Knight's Order hurriedly ran in. A large amount of monsters are pouring out of Callahan Mountain. Even Jeter's complexion turned pale at the cry, but Cahill's expression did not change. He went straight down towards the castle gate as if he had been waiting.
As of now, the first knight's order will defend the village and the second knight's order will defend the castle, and the butler and maid should prepare the emergency medicines stored in the castle for any possible wounded.
Heian, bring my sword.
The people quickly erased their surprise at Kahela's appearance, who was as gentle as a person going to catch a fox, and moved as he instructed.
The servants rushed to the warehouse following the butler, and the maids began to empty the dining hall on the first floor to create a temporary treatment center for the wounded. And Kahel, who was just about to leave, grabbed Phil's arm as he passed and whispered, "Check Lena's condition from time to time." "Yes, I understand." Phil smiled and patted Kahel's hand. There, Kahel frowned, but he didn't seem to care. Kahel couldn't afford to care more about that. "If possible, I will make sure that no monsters come this way, but don't weaken your vigilance. This year's monsters seem to be using tricks." Kahel, who got on his horse and made the last request, ran straight to Callahan Mountain. He was careful about the devilish power coming out in the castle, but from now on, he was going to pour out all of the magic and murderous energy that ran wild inside him. Still, he regretted that he couldn't kill the monster that hurt Lena more painfully. His ruby eyes began to gleam a red glare, and his hand holding the reins slowly turned black. "Well, our Duke of Louvre must have left for Callahan Mountain by now, right?" Margalla, who had released a bunch of monsters on Callahan Mountain, hummed and walked towards the huge mirror hanging on one wall. The mirror, which had been polished several times, had several ominous purple magic stones embedded in it. And the dagger in Margalla's hand shone even more ominously. "Don't procrastinate just because it's fun, just kill it right away. Anxious elements need to be pruned out quickly." Leonard, who looked at the joyful Margalla from behind her, urged once again. He was reluctant to look at the owner of the unknown power that Margalla discovered, no matter how much he thought about it. The fact that she stopped the magic circle just by shouting into the magic circle meant that she had a considerable amount of magical power comparable to that of wizards. The Duke of Santella did not welcome such a woman on the Kahela's side. "Unfortunately, since the Master's orders are like that, there's nothing I can do about it. Instead, can I take the body?" "Do whatever you want." After all, Margalla's research results all belonged to Leonard, so there was no point in stopping her from doing any experiments with the body. Smiling at Leonard's permission, Margalla stood straight in front of the mirror, waving the dagger's handle lightly. Then she soon mumbled a strange, incomprehensible spell. "Whom are you looking down on?" Then the surface of the mirror that was reflecting Margalla shook like a water surface, and it began to illuminate a bedroom, not a cave. Dim lighting, luxurious furniture, white and fluffy bedding, and a young woman with dark brown hair sleeping buried in there. But the only one who could see it was Margalla, who recited the spell. Leonard, standing behind her, saw the mirror as if it still reflected his way. Is she possibly the woman of Duke Louvre? How can she be treated like this in a luxurious room?
It is not possible, but if that is the case, then Kahela's expression, returning after defeating the monster, will be even more impressive.
Leonard laughed.
He doesn't know how he found a woman who was not a priestess and did not respond to Kahela's devilish powers, but if he lost the rare human he had difficultly found in such a vain way, it seemed that Kahela's flawless face would crumble to pieces.
It was a pity that he couldn't see it in front of his eyes. "You may take her body, but drop one of her arms on the bed, so that Kahel can hold on to it when he cries. It would be better to show that kind of mercy." "Ahaha! As expected, Your Excellency is really generous." "All right. Well then, I'll be right back." Margalla swung the sword in her hand and took one step into the mirror. Margalla's body plunged into the surface that was a hard mirror. Margalla, who had been in the cave where her voice had just been humming, silenced herself for a moment in the surrounding that suddenly became quiet. However, since Chardon Castle was busy with the appearance of monsters, no one seemed to come to the room where the patient was lying. It was as they had planned it. Margalla walked out from behind the mirror in the middle of the luxurious room and took one step closer to the sleeping woman. She was exhaling a little hard, perhaps because she had a fever. "Oh my gosh, how pitiful. It looks like it hurts a lot, but don't worry. You will soon be comfortable. Margella held a sword imbued with magical powers. The sharp blade of the sword flashed in the light of the bloodstone hanging on the wall. And the moment she raised her sword high, Lena, who had been gasping for breath with the fever, suddenly opened her eyes. Huh? Margella forgot to lower her sword, and she made a stupid sound. It was very strange. The woman who had fallen asleep opened her eyes and looked straight at her without looking around. Margella wondered how this could be the case. Besides, she didn't even struggle from the moment she opened her eyes. She was just staring at Margella fiercely. Hello, miss? Unable to overcome her curiosity, Margella lowered her sword and looked into Lena's face. It was a pretty face. Although there was no blood, her skin looked soft and fair, and the eyes shining under the rich eyelashes were large and beautiful. However, unlike the gentle and cute appearance, the gaze staring at her was full of indescribable intimidation. I'm really curious about miss, but my master is waiting over there. You need to die. I'm sorry. Margella apologized with no regret at all, and then she gripped the handle of the sword again. Then she raised her body and looked down at the woman of small stature. At that moment, Lena's lips twitched. Whom are you looking down on? And the moment the voice reached Margella's ears, an enormous weight pressed down on her, as if a huge boulder had been placed there. Ugh! Margella tried to resist the power by mobilizing her own magical powers, but it was not enough. She barely sat on her knees, kneeling on the floor. She looked like she would be crushed to the floor if she was even a little careless. Meanwhile, Margella rolled her eyes in surprise, not understanding what had just happened. The woman on her bed still looked the way she was, but Margella had to look up at her now. Who are you? At the urgent question, it was as if a laughter could be heard from Lena's lips. I didn't think the intruder was going to ask. It was a small voice, but it felt as if Margella had bowed down under great majesty, wishing only for a merciful disposition. Even in front of the priests who imprisoned her and Leonard who freed her, Margella, who was proud, trembled in fear for the first time. Lena, who had subdued Margella with few words, commanded, pointing her forefinger to Margella as if she had nothing to do anymore. You have nothing to remember about me. Then she flicked her finger lightly towards the back of the mirror she had come over. At the same time, Margella's body flew to the other side of the mirror, and in Lena's room, the middle-aged Wallach, the backside of the shimmering mirror, and even the sword she was carrying disappeared. The purple eyes that had been shedding anticipation also hid behind the slowly sinking eyelids. And after a while Phil, at Cahal's request, came into the room where Lena was sleeping, with two maids carrying the treatment tool. To him, the situation was no different from what it was after he had finished treatment. He glanced at one of the maids, and the maid gently rolled up the quilt that covered Lena. Phil put a hand on her forehead, thinking that Lena's body was probably warm by now. However, her body temperature was normal. Her breathing was even, and her complexion had returned quite a bit from before. That's unexpected. Phil tilted his head and thought, well, I guess you have a healthy constitution. Cahal wouldn't let him go if he said he saw Lena's naked body, so Phil looked out the window while the maids untied Lena's bandage. In the distant Callahan Mountains, the indiscriminate slaughter must have been taking place by now. Of course it would be Cahal, not the monster, who carried out the massacre. Doctor. His thoughts were interrupted by the surprised call of the maids. Huh? What's going on? This I don't know what happened. The two maids had their eyes wide open, not knowing what to do. Phil wondered if the wound had worsened, so he hurried to the bedside. Thanks to the bloodstone lamp carried by the maid, Lena's smooth back was very visible. Oh! Unbelievable! Yes. It was a smooth back. It wasn't the appearance of a wound that would inevitably leave a hideous scar even if it had healed, but a very smooth and clean back that was originally hers. Phil, like the maids, stiffened with their mouth wide open. He checked the face of the girl lying on the bed and looked back. Traces of the terrible wound that were left were only on the bandage that had just been removed, and there was no more left on Lena's body. Oh my gosh, how can this be? No matter how much he looked at the knowledge and experience of the past 30 years as a doctor, it was impossible for a wound to heal so quickly. Oh, of course, people with magical powers like Kahal could do this. Because they were able to self-heal with magical powers when they were seriously traumatized. However, this young lady was not of the Duchess blood. Of course, there were occasionally people with magical powers other than the Duchess blood, but if this young lady had magical powers, Kahal would have known. Phil pondered for a moment about this wonderful healing. It was an absurd situation, but if he were to guess the cause, he could think of a few things. First, it is possible that she was healed by Kahal. He knew that until now that Kahal had never used his powers to heal. Second, it is possible that Lena's peculiar constitution, which does not respond to Kahal's devilish powers, has influenced her in some way. In this case, it was an uncharted territory, so there was nothing to predict. Third, it is said that the monsters that appeared this time use magic, and that Savchek used magic that only temporarily hurts to scare Lena. Of course it wouldn't have been so. Phil urged the maids, who were only waiting for his orders, to remain silent on Lena's unusual recovery rate. Before Kahal's confirmation, this was not a good thing if it was to get rumored. Fortunately, all the employees of this castle serving the Duke had a heavy mouth. It is because they are well aware that if they misuse their mouth, they can die without even a mouse or a bird knowing. Phil left Lena's room, leaving the maids to dress her. I thought she wouldn't be a normal person, but this is too surprising. The clothes maid, who had surprised them from the moment she arrived in Chardon, seemed like a huge piece of mystery. Anyway, he thought it would be good news for Kahal, who was eagerly waiting for Lena's recovery, so Phil decided to think positively. While Phil, who suddenly had nothing to do, scratched the back of his head and walked through the corridors of the castle, Leonard's urgent voice echoed from within the huge cavern of Levanus. Margella! Wake up, Margella! It shouldn't be difficult for Margella, a powerful warlock, to kill a slender girl who couldn't move. So he didn't care too much and was relaxed. Suddenly Margella was spat out of the mirror. It's harsh enough to say that she had almost been thrown out. And Margella, lying on the floor, lost her consciousness even though there was no trauma. Margella's disciples carried her to the bed and Leonard tried to bless her several times to rejuvenate her, but Margella did not open her eyes. She wasn't dead, so it was fortunate, but he was in a very bad situation because he had only Margella who could summon monsters. What the hell happened? Leonard yelled at the innocent Margella's disciples for nothing, but of course no one answered. Shit. I was still trying to get more monsters. The fact that she couldn't come to her senses despite his blessing with the powerful magical powers meant that she had suffered deep internal wounds that prevented her from waking up immediately. And there wasn't much time left for Leonard. A New Year's party will be held soon, and as the head of the Guardian family, he had to attend the event. The monster army could be completed in no time, so he tried to release the monster first, divert Kahal's attention, and get rid of the woman next to Kahal first. Unknown danger had to be rid of their plans as much as possible. But he never imagined that it would have such a result. Leonard barely swallowed the anger that was about to boil over and glared at the giant mirror, shining through the cold wall. The woman who is by Kahal's side, there must be something. There seemed to be a warning of danger in his head. Although the number of monsters he was aiming for with this visit was a little short, the monster army prepared so far will be of great help to Little. But he was worried that Margella would lose her consciousness forever. It was because Margella had a lot of work to do in the future besides summoning monsters. Leonard once again placed his hand on Margella's forehead and tried to wake her up, but Margella's consciousness refused to allow her to wake, and she did not accept his power. Leonard left the cave, clenching his teeth, and ordered Margella's disciples to heal her. It seemed that he had no choice but to return to Ardens earlier than planned this year. Very kind thing. Hua-ha-am. Lena, who made a small sound, yawned and rubbed her eyes with the back of her hand. Lena? Are you awake? She was still closing her eyes because she was dazed, but a cautious and urgent voice could be heard next to her. Lena turned her head and was startled by the red eyes that stared into her. Duke.
Lena had slept well for a long time and woke up feeling refreshed, but Cahel's figure sitting in front of her didn't look so refreshed.
Are you okay? Any pain or discomfort? Oh no, rather than me, Your Excellency. Are you okay? Lena hurriedly looked at Cahel, who had a haggard look with her eyes, which hadn't even taken the eye mucus off. A paler and duller complexion than usual, hardened hair soaked in something sticky, desperate eyes. Cahel looked quite tired and precarious for some reason. I am fine. Just tell me how you are. Me? I am really okay. Your back doesn't hurt at all? No, even if it's not your back, tell me if you have any pain anywhere. Lena then remembered how she got to be lying in bed in front of her master. Huh? That come to think of it. Although she was so dazed, she certainly remembered herself to have been cut in the back by the claws of a hideous monster. Because it was such an unforgettable pain for her. Lena reached out and touched her hand behind her back, fumbling. However, her back was in a clean state with no itching, let alone scars. How did this happen? Did I dream? Lena, do you have any memories of anything? There I was sure being dragged into a cave by monsters. I hurt my back. But I guess that was a dream. Or maybe I had lost my consciousness until the wounds were all fully healed. Cahel, who looked into Lena's eyes, which was full of surprise and puzzlement, believed she wasn't lying to him. After he slaughtered the monsters in Callahan Mountain, as soon as he arrived at the castle, he summoned Phil and asked about Lena's status. Phil even looked around and then whispered carefully. By any chance, did you infuse the maid with magic before you left? For healing purposes. That's nonsense. Do you think that magic can be injected into anyone? Then you gave a blessing of healing. I never even thought about it because I had never given a blessing of healing. Haha, that would be very surprising news, but the maid's wounds have been completely healed. The two maids went to change the bandages and it had already healed without even a scar. I told the two maids who had changed her clothes to keep quiet. At first he didn't believe Phil's story. Of course, there's no way Lena, who can't even feel magical powers, can heal her body in a matter of hours. However, Lena's appearance, lying on her back, sleeping soundly in her usual robes, was quite different from before he left for Callahan Mountain, so he could tell without having to check her back that she was alright. How the hell did this happen? Your Excellency. Just tell me. Who is this lady? If only Cahel could know, he wanted to know first. Who the hell is this cute and adorable but strange woman who possesses even healing powers? Phil didn't seem to believe Cahel's answer that he didn't know either, but he was content to know that Lena didn't have to get sick anyway. He wondered if Lena could sense the strange aura when she opened her eyes, so he stayed by her side until she came to her senses, but when she woke up, Lena was so ordinary that he fizzed out. No, it wasn't that he lost anything, because that freshly waking unkempt figure was cute too. Perhaps did Your Excellency heal me? Cahel suddenly came back to Lena's cautious questioning. What? I've heard somewhere before. The Duke's blessing, it has healing powers. I think. Cahel paused for a moment, who was going to say that he didn't do it. If not, how the heck was he going to explain her healing? He went out for a while and she was alright. Wouldn't Lena be confused? After thinking for a while, Cahel decided to lie for the time being. Oh well, it wasn't a big deal. As expected, you saved me. Thank you, Your Excellency. How am I supposed to repay all this grace? I will serve you with all my heart until the day I die. In this situation, Cahel knew from his long training in etiquette that he needed to step back and said, there is nothing to be so grateful for. Because he didn't even really heal her. But Cahel couldn't let go of Lena's oath that she would be by his side until death. Of course, it could be a sworn oath said just in the lips, but he wanted to get her promise no matter what. Well, suit yourself. His earlobes burned at the guilt that he was deceiving Lena. However, Lena's expression suddenly hardened. A guilty conscience needs no accuser, and Cahel, who felt guilty, was just about to open his mouth, thinking that he should tell her right now. Your Excellency, but that is it blood. Huh? The hair no, now that I see the clothes too. Oh my gosh. Are you hurt? Oh no. This is not my blood. He tried to explain that it was the blood of monsters, but suddenly he thought that it must have looked terrible to Lena. He couldn't even understand how he had thought of staying by Lena's side while covered in the body fluids of dirty monsters. I am going to wash up soon. Don't worry, I'm not hurt. Go rest. Ah yes. Lena stared blankly at Cahel's back as he hurriedly turned his body and moved away, and her cheeks began to blush. Come to think of it, the fact that Cahel was in front of her when she woke up meant that he was watching over her. In the Baroni, Uncle Theo, Aunt Layla and Sid took turns taking care of her. At the time, rather than feeling warm, she would first feel sorry for taking their time from their short sleeping hour and regret for their harsh life. So she pretended to be okay even though she didn't get better, and thanks to that, she had to stay in her room for a few more days and suffer more. But now it was different. Warm and clean bedding, a quiet and cozy room, and Cahel, who was waiting for her next to her, not knowing when she might wake up. For some reason her heart warmed and a smile crept across her lips. Her heart was pounding because she couldn't believe this reality where she could just be grateful for someone's kindness. But she had to guard herself lest this kindness make her arrogant. Right. Maybe he arrived just then. Lena tried to believe it was a coincidence. The fact that the Duke, who is like the king, healed the wounds of his wounded maid and watched her by her side until she opened her eyes, is a very kind thing that rarely happens in her life. When reports came from Lavanas that Leonard's party had left for Ardennes, Cahel prepared to leave as well. Lena's wounds were healed, so he had no reason to delay. Your Excellency. Can I put this in the luggage? Or would you like to wear it yourself? Lena held the grey fox fur shawl in front of Cahel. Unlike a person who had been seriously injured, Lena's cheeks had a healthy complexion, and her purple eyes twinkled because of the anticipation of returning to her home. Put it in the luggage. Yes. Looking at Lena's back, who answered brightly and retreated, Cahel still wanted to know what her true identity was. No, the identity of the power that healed her wounds overnight. Lena was thrilled that he had healed her, but he had no way of knowing whether it was a sincere thank you or a high-level deception. But he knew that Lena wasn't the one who came to harm him from this trip to Chardon. If she had been someone's instigated spy or assassin, she would have faithfully served as a bait to lure him out to the cave where she was captured by Sevcheks. But while Lena was hurt so badly, she didn't scream. If he hadn't been sensitive to her senses, he might not have realized her sound was being swept away by the winter wind. Besides, the words that came out as soon as she saw him were "run away." Since that day, the scenes from that moment repeated over and over again in his mind, and it was deeply engraved in Cahel's mind. He even imagined what he would be like if Lena had died before he arrived. Every time he imagined it, he felt terrible. He thought it wasn't just how he felt when he couldn't protect Lena, but how he felt when he couldn't protect his people. I don't know if I've been too passive all this time. How funny that they would have dared to touch my people. Cahel vowed firmly that he would never make room at the New Year's celebration this year. While Cahel was thinking this, Lena was saying goodbye to the employees at Chardon Castle. I thought you were going to stay a little longer. It was a pity that we couldn't get together often. Will you come together with His Excellency next winter as well? I am so glad that all wounds are healed. Still, just in case you aren't aware, put this in your tea once a day. It is a special medicine in Chardon. It is good for rejuvenation. We'll move your luggage, so please rest for a while before departure. You have to travel to Ardennes for another few days, but you don't need to lose your strength already. Viola, please bring me a cup of honey tea for Lena. Lena, who was greeted by several of the maids, was a little puzzled even in the frenzy. In fact, since she came to Chardon, she has been with Cahel the whole time, so she hasn't been able to even speak to the other employees, and they feel sorry for her as if they were sending an old comrade. 8 people of Chardon are really nice. Chief Maid Mary Ann was kind, too. In the barony, no matter how hard she tried to get along, the maids were rude and the knights were impatient with her. However, at the duchy in Ardennes and the people of Chardon Castle, they were kind and approached her first, even though she did nothing. It was so tender that Lena's heart, who could trust no one, could melt little by little. Me too. Actually, I also wanted to hang out with you often. Lena took her courage and confessed. The tip of her words faltered a little, as she'd hear criticisms for not coming down often, so her voice became smaller. However, the maids who surrounded her smiled happily as if they had heard the confession of affection from the very cute youngest siblings. Then, you'll come again next year, right? Please? Please? I will definitely come if allowed. After all, Miss Lena is the only close maid, so you will come. Everyone seemed to sincerely hope for her return visit. Lena had to try hard to hide her tears. This ends at chapter 50. To be continued.